Outside the long pavilion, by the azure sea, fragrant grass stretches to meet the sky. A girl, clad in elegant attire, sits affectionately beside a man, both gazing into the endless ocean and the sun sinking into its depths. "A-Lin, could you tell me why you liked me back then?" Because, I had many flaws at that time." The man turned to look at the girl beside him, a tender smile gracing his lips. He gently ruffled her hair, his deep purple eyes shimmering like flowing water, as if he were transported back to that tranquil night. "Because you were a fool back then." "Huh." At that time. Chapter 1. Perfection and imperfection in my childhood. My grandfather told me that one should consume what one wishes to become. I asked him, if I were to eat humans every day, would I then become superior to them? Fongdan Court, a crescent moon hung high in the night sky, surrounded by a myriad of stars, while the vast expanse seemed like an infinite mirror reflecting the countless lights of this land of Fongdan. Amidst the splendid European-style architecture, a slender figure cloaked in dark hues lurked in the shadows between the buildings. Beneath the black night, a pair of amber-like purple eyes quietly locked onto their prey like a hawk. On the sidewalk, amidst the flowers, a petite girl with fair skin bent down, playfully teasing the eager poodles around her. Link inhaled the sweet floral fragrance in the air, reminiscent of an innocent maiden in love, entirely devoid of malice. This sense of tranquility rendered even the hunter, Link, somewhat bored. It was hard to fathom that the supreme deity of a nation could be such an unguarded little girl. As the inspector, second only to the executives among the Fatui, Link had assassinated numerous prominent figures, including formidable generals and aristocrats with countless bodyguards that in his career with the Fatui, he had never encountered such delicate prey. Raising his blade, he felt that eliminating this deity would be no more challenging than slicing through a cream cake at his 18th birthday celebration. She was simply too weak, so weak that it seemed almost unreal, like a plump lamb willingly placing its neck upon the guillotine, awaiting slaughter. Could this be a trap? Link's brow furrowed, slightly experienced as a hunter taught him to be wary of every unsuspecting lamb, as their innocence might merely be a prelude to the shepherd's cunning. However, no one would blame a hungry wolf for attacking a lamb. Link would not underestimate his opponent, yet he also held confidence in his own abilities. Rather than succumbing to unfounded subjective suspicions, he preferred to seek factual evidence within the objective world. A dark cloud obscured the moonlight, and a concealed dagger slipped out from Link's sleeve in an instant. The man's speed was astonishing, like a shadow darting across the night, covering several meters in the blink of an eye as his blade swiftly and precisely aimed at the girls. "Delicate neck, ha ha. Eat up, eat up. This is a gift from Lord God of Water. Who told you I am such an exceptional deity? You are truly fortunate." Funingna cheerfully teased the little dog in her arms when she suddenly felt a chill breeze sweep by, and the surrounding lights dimmed slightly. "Why is it so cold? My neck feels icy." As she reached up, intending to raise her collar, her fingers brushed against something hard and strange. A ghost, a ghost. Funingna froze for a second before realizing, her pupils dilating, her face paling as she stumbled backward, then scrambled to her feet, preparing to flee. But before she could take a single step, Link effortlessly kicked her legs out from under her, using a grappling technique to pull the girl into his embrace, gripping her slender neck. The shadow of death loomed over her heart. Funingna felt her legs weaken, overwhelmed by fear. "Woo, please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I beg you." Tears streamed down her exquisite face as she pleaded in terror and anguish, hoping the man would spare her life. Link's brow furrowed slightly. A national deity pleaded before him like a slave, yet he felt no joy in this power dynamic. From a moment he acted to Funingna's reaction, 9 seconds had elapsed, enough time for Link to have killed her multiple times. The mission had failed. Funingna was merely a girl. The heart of the water god did not rest in her hands, and she herself lacked the combat prowess typical of divine beings. Killing Funingna would entail certain complications, yet would yield no benefits for the nation of Jidong. Link silently watched Funingna's retreating figure, refraining from pursuing her. Her residence was in close proximity to Momo Palace. Unlike this naive water god, the highest judge of Fongdan, Violet, was a remarkable individual. Once again concealed in the shadows, Link re-emerged, now clad in luxurious noble attire, his handsome face adorned with a warm smile, exuding an air of gentility and grace. No one would suspect that this refined gentleman had been a cold-blooded assassin merely moments before. With a smile, Link strolled openly through the streets. The art of concealment is said to be found in the woods, in the marketplace, and among the court. "Good evening, Mr. Link," a passing girl, graceful and bashful, seemed eager to engage him but struggled to find the right words. As the newly appointed diplomatic envoy of Jidong, blessed with an attractive appearance and refined manners, Link was considered quite the reputable figure in Fengdan. "Hello," he replied with a smile, acknowledging her without intention to linger, and after wandering a few circles in Fengdan's commercial street, he casually purchased some charming trinkets. An elderly woman stepped forward, recognizing Link, nodded, and made way for him. He entered without hesitation, but as he did, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a distant and cold expression. Stepping into a crowded study, Link pressed a finger on the third book of the second row. With a faint click, a hidden door opened, and Link stepped through, traversing a long tunnel leading underground until he reached the end of the corridor. His deep purple eyes glanced at the words "Fireplace Home" above, and he extended a hand to push the door open. Jidong had a total of 11 executives, with the fourth seat, the servant, overseeing the Fengdan region. This place served as one of the outposts of the orphanage Fireplace Home, established by the servant, El Chino. The room resembled a bar, dimly lit, with a pair of magician-clad siblings mixing drinks behind the counter, while a tall, silver-haired woman clad in a gray gown sat quietly at the bar, a glass filled with a reddish-brown liquid beside her. "Greetings, esteemed servant." Link offered a slight bow, though his expression revealed little reverence. Returned empty-handed, El Chino lifted her glass, the red cross-shaped pupils reflected in the crystalline liquid, resembling the blood of Judas stuck in the wasteland cold and merciless. "The heart of the water god does not rest in Funingna's hands," Link replied, his voice likewise imbued with a mechanical chill. "You may wish to redirect your focus toward Violet. I know what to do as for you. Just focus on your own responsibilities." El Chino gestured with her fingers. "Linny, pour him a drink, as well we mustn't let Jidong's nobles think Fengdan lacks propriety." Linny nodded, a professional smile gracing her face. "What would you like to drink, Lord Link?" "Alcohol numbs my nerves. A glass of lemonade, please, with little ice." Link lifted his gaze to the magician's siblings behind the bar. "Certainly, just a moment." Linny smiled, retrieving a new glass, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, conjured clear spring water within it. He added fragrant lemon juice and ice, then, with a deft motion of 2 fingers, sent the glass hurtling toward Link at remarkable speed. Perceiving Linny's deliberate provocation, Link chose not to respond excessively. He extended his hand, deftly dissipating the momentum with a flicker of wind elemental force, securing the glass with ease. "My lord, I shall take my leave. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out." Link rose, adjusting his attire. "Safe travels. No need for formalities." No remarked coolly. Yet, as Link walked away, her indifferent expression softened, casting a resigned glance at Linny. "Linny, I understand your discontent with these nobles, but do not let your emotions spill over into your work." "Father, I am at fault," Linny admitted, lowering his head in acknowledgement. "I simply cannot abide his air of superiority. A person's capabilities bear no relation to their morality." No shook her head. Though Link is the son of Duke Morgan, he is also hailed as an all-round genius in the land of winter. "Linny, be mindful of your words. The will of Her Majesty the Queen is not for us to question." No's demeanor grew stern once more. "I apologize, father. I shall be cautious." No sighed. The Morgan family, as one of the 2 hereditary ducal families in winter, has their reasons for prosperity. Unlike common nobility, they train their heirs with a rigorous and iron-fisted approach. Link, as one of the heirs to the ducal seat, is far from the feckless individual you imagine. "Father, I have heard that the Morgan family's reputation in winter is not particularly favorable," Linny interjected unexpectedly. "While not all crows are identical in hue, they certainly do not sprout white feathers like doves." No replied, shaking her head. "Let's leave this matter for now. The mess left by Dator requires our attention." Exhausted, Link reclined on the soft bed, inhaling the faint fragrance wafting from the sheets, his gaze drifting through the window to the pale moon above. Unlike the physical fatigue stemming from prolonged tension, Link's spirit found itself in an unusually heightened state. As the son of Duke Morgan, Link had been instilled with an intense sense of ambition from a tender age. The pursuit of perfection, the quest for excellence, to become an unparalleled warrior, a quintessential noble. From his earliest memories, he was compelled to partake in various rigorous trainings: philosophy, literature, survival skills, and combat techniques. Continuous progression, relentless growth, surpassing his past self, severing unnecessary ties from an initial role as a vanguard warrior to that of a cavalry captain, then a battalion leader, and even a legion commander. With unparalleled talent and exceptional perseverance, Link navigated this bloody path, achieving countless military feats, earning the title of strongman. At the age of 23, Link accomplished the foundational task assigned by the Winter Queen, gaining the right to challenge the 11th Fatui Harbinger, Dator, and take his place. That fateful day was marked by a relentless storm, where he battled Dator for 3 days and nights, ultimately succumbing due to exhausted elemental energy. The battle was exhilarating for Dator, yet he lamented that his victory was somewhat unearned, owing to the advantageous weather. To uphold the dignity of the Harbinger and to find an excuse for another duel with Link, Dator suggested selecting a fairer day to fight again. Link, though confident in his ability to defeat Dator, realized a stark truth at the moment when the man recklessly ignited his life force to unleash his demonic armament. Unlike a warrior like Dator, Link felt no yearning for battle. He possessed no faith, no fervor, and could not derive joy from the act of fighting. They were fiery and passionate iron, while he was merely a cold and indifferent steel. On this path of growth, Link found no sense of accomplishment. Only his grandfather and father had instilled in him the belief that he must grow stronger, continually striving toward perfection in order to be worthy of his perfect fiancée. Perfection. Link fell into contemplation. He had vanquished countless foes, yet with each victory, stronger challengers emerged. What did it matter to defeat the young master? 10 mightier harbingers lay before him. And on this vast land of Teyvat, beings far more powerful than harbingers were not scarce. Even if he became the strongest on this continent, what lay beyond it? A wave of intense frustration surged within Link. He had grown weary of this unending life. Thus, he declined Dator's invitation and accepted the Queen's assignment to Fontaine, becoming an inspector. Upon arriving in Fontaine, he noticed a peculiar presence. This being threatened him with an air of superiority the moment he stepped into Fontaine, declaring that if he violated its laws, she would drag him to the opera Epicles for judgment. Unlike any deity Link had encountered, she appeared somewhat simple-minded, evoking a sense akin to a little girl playing house. In the eyes of the people of Fontaine, she was a star, a mascot, yet to Link, she resembled a jester, a self-satisfied, clever jester. In her, Link could discern nearly every flaw of humanity. Cowardice, vanity, gluttony, flamboyance, deceit, frailty, envy, arrogance, timidity, ostentation, ignorance, pride, immaturity. Yet paradoxically, this 10 deficient individual had become a perfect deity. Link gently closed his eyes, letting out a deep sigh. How wonderful it would be to marry such a girl. To be with such a fool. He could surely live a life of ease and happiness. Chapter 2. Hypocrisy. As the first rays of morning light streamed into the room, the man had already risen and donned an appropriate outfit. Brushing his teeth and grooming his hair, Link moved like a precise machine, repeating his monotonous daily routine. Leaving traces of wind elemental force in his wake, Link exited his modest villa, making his way to a popular pastry shop in Fontaine. As usual, he ordered a sandwich, a glass of milk, and a fruit salad. While waiting for his meal to arrive, he savored the flavors of his breakfast. Link's culinary skills were quite commendable. In fact, cooking was one of the subjects the Morgan family trained in. However, living alone made cooking a tedious endeavor, and Link preferred to indulge in the comforts of professional restaurants, enjoying their services with Mora. Though he had contemplated hiring a servant, the nature of his profession would impose significant constraints if he employed locals from Fontaine. Conversely, hiring an insider from the Fatui would raise suspicions of favoritism. Moreover, After witnessing a compromising situation between his father and their maid at the age of 15, he developed an aversion to women in the domestic service industry. Beside the spacious and luminous floor-to-ceiling window, Link silently savored his breakfast, his gaze drifting towards the entrance of the cake shop. Beyond the undeniable allure of the shop's delectable offerings, there was a compelling reason for Link's choice of this establishment as his breakfast venue. Every Wednesday, this cake shop unveiled a limited edition cake. On this day, the deity who had an affinity for sweets often graced the shop with their presence or dispatched subordinates to procure the treat on their behalf. The sound of approaching high heels echoed, and Link caught a whiff of the tingling Rygene element, feeling a slight twinge of disappointment. Today, it was not Funingna, but rather Croland, renowned as the strongest dual agent of Fontaine, who had arrived. The woman possessed long, elegant legs, a curvaceous figure, and a bosom that strained against her attire, leaving one to imagine the cruel fate of the buttons at her collar. Adorned with a birdbeak hat, Croland donned a deep blue tailored uniform, her violet eyes exuding an air of aloofness that instinctively compelled one to lower their gaze. Link apathetically munched on a nutritionally balanced sandwich, his extensive experience having acquainted him with numerous ice queens akin to Croland. These women were often cold on the outside, but warm within, or perhaps even colder still. With their indifferent countenances, they could ignite men's desires for conquest far more effectively than those adorned in vibrant fineries. "Hello, I would like a limited edition mango pancake cake." Croland's voice was melodious, her enunciation clear, instilling a sense of reliable assurance. As she spoke, she produced the mora she had prepared in advance. "Certainly, please hold on." "Mango pancake?" Link raised an eyebrow, not one to eavesdrop, yet intrigued by the information concerning the deity. Elegantly dabbing at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, he raised his left hand to discreetly check the time on his watch. With 10 minutes remaining before work commenced, it was time to depart. Link rose and made his way toward the ambassador's office of the Winter Court. Though his official title was that of an overseer, Link outwardly assumed the role of a diplomat for the Winter Court to conceal his true identity. Upon arriving at the office, he briefly perused the day's agenda. Morning, a meeting with the president of the Bedrow Commerce Association, delivering a speech and discussing the academic exchange program at the new Fontaine Academy. Afternoon, a visit to the Thorn Association to discuss the debt issues with Madame Nevia. The morning meeting was merely a formality, while the afternoon encounter with the head of the Thorn Association warranted closer attention. Negotiation is an art of compromise, fundamentally aimed at paving the way for essential political maneuvering. Fontainebleau District Thibault Hotel at precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Clad in a cool-toned tailcoat, Link glanced up at the ostentatious sign adorning the building. He waved his hand slightly, signaling the accompanying fatui to withdraw, and entered the hotel alone. His decision to attend unaccompanied was twofold: to demonstrate sincerity and to alleviate any defenses on the part of the other party. As for the so-called security concerns, they were of no consequence to Link. Following the hotel staff, he was led to the pre-booked private room. Link stepped into the opulent and artistically adorned space. At the head of the table, symbolizing the host, sat a young woman of exquisite beauty clad in a splendid evening gown, evoking an inexplicable resemblance to a bee in Link's mind. The current head of the renowned Thorn Association, the young prodigy of Fontaine, Nevia. Behind her stood two individuals in sharply tailored black suits, likely senior executives of the Thorn Association. "Mr. Link, on behalf of the Thorn Association, I welcome you," Nevia said with a slight bow, her voice clear and melodious, exuding the elegance of a refined lady. "I have long admired Miss Nevia's esteemed reputation," Link replied, his face adorned with an impeccable professional smile as he extended his hand for a brief handshake before taking a seat across from the young lady. Mr. Link knows of me? The deeds of Miss Nevia in seeking justice for her father have resonated throughout Fontaine. I was present during the trial. Link sighed. I had not expected such a miscarriage of justice to occur in a place renowned for its legal rigor. Nevia appeared momentarily taken aback, her previously easy smile faltering. She shook her head in a bittersweet manner. "Mr. Link, under the leadership of Lady Villette, the laws of Fontaine have become increasingly rigorous and refined. My father's death remains a profound regret, yet I will continue to support Lady Villette. I aspire to contribute to the betterment of Fontaine through my efforts and those of the Thorn Association. Link nodded, lifting his glass. Miss Navia, should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to help you at MR. Link, we are indeed on opposing sides. In this tumultuous world, it is inevitable that one may be compelled to take actions that are less than desirable, as was the case with myself and your father. Miss Navia, I understand that the Fatui will always remain a group you find untrustworthy, and as a diplomat of the Winter Court, I realize that my words may never earn your trust. Link gazed intently at the young woman before him, retrieving an envelope from within his coat. With a subtle motion of his fingers, a gentle breeze of elemental air enveloped the envelope, delivering it to the tablecloth before her. Navia blinked in surprise, curiosity overcoming her reservations as she reached out to open the envelope. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as she discovered a check within, the amount inscribed a staggering 200 million. Mr. Link, the Thorn Association's debts in the North have already reached their maximum limit. I cannot. Link spoke soothingly. Miss Navia, I have heard of the financial strain the Thorn Association faces. While I serve as a diplomat of the Winter Court, there are customs we adhere to, and if I were to pave a path of convenience for you, it would hinder future management. Mr. Link, I cannot accept your money. Navia shook her head vigorously. The allure of wealth was immense, yet the weight of this obligation felt unbearably heavy. Miss Navia, Link's expression turned serious. What do you mean by this? Are you afraid I might use this to coerce you? I did not mean it that way. Miss Navia, please understand that I am not acting out of a momentary impulse or sympathy in offering you this sum. I have thoroughly considered that this money could yield greater value in your capable hands. Miss Navia, I do not seek to put you in my debt, nor do I wish to win your favor. In my eyes, you are a capable individual, a shining star. Link spoke passionately, yet as he continued, a sudden stillness fell over him. The depth of his violet eyes dimmed slightly, disappointment flickering within them, evoking a sense of pity. Miss Navia, I have lost my composure. If you find this responsibility too burdensome, feel free to tear up the check. I will not compel you to undertake what you do not wish to do. With a soft sigh, Link rose, draping his coat over his shoulders. Amidst the vibrant lights, his figure appeared particularly desolate. I have matters to attend to this evening, so I shall take my leave. Additionally, I have already settled the bill, so please enjoy your meal without concern. Link fastened the buttons of his coat and walked away, detached from the room. He was confident, for he understood these righteous women all too well. They were optimistic and capable, yearning for their actions to inspire others and gain broader recognition. The universal formula for social interaction lies in discerning what the other desires and catering to it. Even the wealthy possess the luxury of selectivity, while the impoverished are akin to ravenous wolves, for without sustenance, they face starvation. In a society obsessed with entertainment and frivolity, a righteous girl yearning for support and validation is also a poor soul. Mr. Link, wait a moment. The anxious voice of the girl resonated from behind, prompting Link to halt his steps as anticipated. The man turned around, gazing back with a look of curiosity. Mr. Link, I sincerely apologize for what I just said. Navia rose from her seat and earnestly bowed to Link. Please grant me another chance. I assure you I will not betray your trust and will make good use of this money. A comforting smile spread across Link's face. As an exemplary diplomat, he adeptly guided the social interaction towards an optimal outcome, a win-win situation. Navia secured the funds sufficient to alleviate her financial burdens, while Link gleaned the trust he sought from the unique glimmer in Navia's eyes. The leader of the common folk in Fontaine, the contemporary president of the Thorn Society's Trust. Personally escorting Link out of the hotel, Navia inhaled deeply in the night air, placing Link's envelope into her small bag. She then turned to her two trusted aides, her expression tinged with resignation. What do you think? Perfect, utterly flawless, replied the young man, his brow furrowed. Perhaps the true nature of the Fool Society diverges from our assumptions. At least this Link, like the young lady, is genuinely a good person. What is your opinion, Miles? The elder stroked his chin thoughtfully, eventually nodding in agreement. I leaned towards the young lady's perspective. Setting aside the essence of the Fool Society, this Link appears to be a person worthy of trust. However, but what? If everything he has done today is driven by some ulterior motive, then this individual could be quite formidable. Chapter 3. Cake and Assassin. Upon returning home, Link shed his outer garment and meticulously examined the traces left by the wind element. He then collapsed onto his bed, utterly fatigued. Stretching out his hand, he kneaded his stiff face, burying his head in the pillow, hoping to alleviate the soreness in his facial muscles with the softness of the goose down. Navia was a clever individual, and the two men in black beside her were no fools. To avoid having his disguise exposed, Link had to remain on high alert, carefully considering every word and micro-movement. Perhaps some derive a perverse pleasure from playing with a girl's emotions, but Link was different. He did not favor girls with an overly strong sense of justice. For in their hearts, justice always took precedence, relegating friends and lovers to a secondary status. Why were there so many clever people in this world? Why had he never encountered a girl who could be easily deceived and, even when angered, could be quickly appeased? With a sigh, Link's violet eyes suddenly brightened, as if an idea had struck him. The man dragged his weary body to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Milk, low-gluten flour, eggs, butter, powdered sugar, and animal cream. All the necessary ingredients were at hand. He added powdered sugar, milk, and low-gluten flour to the eggs, gently mixing them. Once the butter melted into a liquid, he incorporated it into the batter, stirring evenly and allowing it to rest for about 20 minutes. After resting, he strained the mixture into a smooth batter. He heated a skillet over low heat, poured in a generous spoonful of batter, and swirled the pan to form a round pancake. When the surface solidified to a translucent state, he set the finished crepe aside to cool. He poured cream into a bowl devoid of oil or water, added fine granulated sugar, and whipped it until peaks formed. Slicing mango into small strips, he placed a spoonful of whipped cream on the cooled crepe, added mango strips, spread another layer of cream, then folded it twice to encase it. Turning it over, he gently cut it open with a knife. A nearly perfect mango pancake was born. Link cut a small piece, pierced it with a fork, and tasted it, only to frown in dismay. The cream was not delicate enough, the sweetness overly pronounced, the quality of the butter lacking, and the mango had been stored too long, lacking absolute freshness, an utter failure. Link discarded the remaining cake into the trash and rinsed his mouth with water. Checking his watch, he noted it was 9 in the evening. If he hurried, he could still make a trip to the shop. In the opulent palace, Funingna donned a white silk nightgown, cradling a brown teddy bear. Her expression one of dejection as she gazed at the cake on the table. I waited a whole week. How could it suddenly be sold out? They should have informed me sooner. Next time, I must insist that Valit amend the labor laws to set a deadline for dessert chef's holidays. Lord Valit would surely disagree. Why does he refuse everything? Is he a god or am I? Clearly, that limited edition is far more delicious. Why not sell it regularly? I don't understand why it has to be limited. Is it some personal vendetta against money? Pouting her red lips in displeasure, Funingna grumbled, but eventually picked up a small fork and began to eat the cake that Kelalind had brought. It would be a waste not to eat it. With a resigned smile, Kelalind observed Funingna finally indulging in the cake and then bowed slightly before withdrawing. One bite after another, Funingna savored the cake. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, stretching her arms, she washed up and nestled under the covers with her teddy bear, rubbing her delicate nose against the bear's head. She sighed in frustration. I still really want to eat that limited edition cake. If only someone would help me make it. As the night deepened and the full moon hung high in the sky, a shadowy figure clutched a beautifully packaged box, gliding through the darkness like a specter. A scent of danger wafted in the air as Link, clad in the guard uniform of Fontaine, cautiously evaded patrolling guards and mechanical sentinels, gradually approaching the palace where Funingna resided. Navigating through corridors and around corners, the oppressive sensation of the paralyzing lightning element grew stronger as he neared Funingna's bedroom. Link felt as if he were walking a tightrope, unable to afford a moment of carelessness. Suddenly, a familiar tall woman approached, and Link lowered his head, discreetly concealing his altered appearance beneath the guard's cap. The sound of high heels echoed closer, and as they brushed past each other, it began to fade. Just as Link was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the woman's icy voice rang out from behind. Wait a moment. So late at night, where are you patrolling? Link remained silent, merely gesturing towards the box he held and then indicating Funingna's bedroom. Lacking familiarity with Kelalind, he was uncertain of her sensitivity to her subordinates' voices. So he chose to minimize unnecessary conversation. "What is in a box?" The woman pressed, her curiosity unyielding. Link opened the lid to reveal a corner of the cake inside. "Very well, go ahead," she permitted. However, as Link turned to proceed towards Funingna's room, the surrounding light suddenly brightened, and the shadow beneath him elongated into clarity. With a thunderous crash, blinding lightning pierced the corridor, and a dazzling lightning bullet struck Link's body. As the explosive force of the lightning dissipated, the woman approached him, brandishing a rapier, her deep purple eyes glinting with lethal intent. Link glanced at the wound on his waist, his left hand clutching the box while his right gripped a short dagger. Despite having prepared for an attack, A-Lin, as Fontaine's strongest dueling agent, delivered a calculated blow that breached his defenses. Are the motives of assassins truly this absurd? Delivering cake at such an hour? The woman scoffed, coldly regarding Link. In the ensuing clash, Link found himself at a disadvantage, appearing quite beleaguered, while A-Lin's beautiful eyes reflected disbelief. The assassin, holding the box in one hand and a dagger in the other, evaded or parried her every strike with an uncanny agility. Reluctantly, A-Lin acknowledged that if Link were to free a hand, the tide of battle would undoubtedly shift. As the fight progressed, she became increasingly convinced that the box Link was so desperately protecting concealed some unspeakable secret. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Link felt a sense of foreboding as he attempted to seize the box, only for A-Lin to snatch it to her chest first. At that moment, the rapid footsteps of guards and mechanical sentinels echoed from the corridor's end, and more alarmingly, a tremendous surge of water elemental power approached. Valit, the highest adjudicator of Fontaine. Link's pupils constricted as he weighed his options, and with no time to lose, he executed a swift movement, leaping through the window and vanishing into the murky night like a bat merging with the shadows. "Do not pursue," A-Lin ordered, clutching her bleeding arm, halting the guards who were eager to investigate. She sensed that the recent assassin still had strength to spare. Should the guards recklessly chase after him, unnecessary casualties could ensue. Taking a deep breath, her gaze fell upon the box she had just wrested from Link's grasp. Curiosity piqued. What could possibly drive an individual to stealthily approach the water goddess palace at night while fiercely protecting a box? Gently lifted the lid of the box. Under the enchanting moonlight, the object within shimmered like gold. Its graceful and delicate form, adorned with a soft, pale yellow hue, was accentuated by a vibrant mint leaf, making it appear as a meticulously crafted work of art. It was hard to fathom the exquisite pleasure one might derive from savoring such a sumptuous treat. Yet, it was merely a cake. Stunned, stood in silence. Chapter 4. Where did you purchase this cake? In the cozy, inviting chamber, indulged in the cake on the table, her delicate features illuminated by an expression of utter bliss. It was specially delivered. Felt a twinge of embarrassment, despite her disbelief after consulting a specialized apothecary. It was confirmed to be an exceptionally delicious cake. It must be from my ardent admirer. S. eyes sparkled with delight as she mused that her divine elegance had won the affection of the people. Indeed, I am the most exceptional deity. Which pastry chef is responsible for this? She inquired. Let him know that the deity of is thoroughly pleased. The person who delivered the cake left immediately, and we are uncertain of their identity. They must have been shy at the thought of meeting me. Pouted her rosy lips. What a pity. I had hoped to personally meet this pastry chef. Wait, how did you injure your arm? Felt a sense of resignation. She realized that it finally noticed her injury. I accidentally fell while carrying the cake. Oh dear, do be more careful. Nodded earnestly, hesitating for a moment before offering the remaining half of a mango pancake too. Here, you can have this leftover piece. No, if you enjoy it, please indulge yourself, my lady. Don't be modest. You work so hard, and now you've been injured. Consider this half piece a token of compensation. You must be more cautious in the future. Displayed a mature demeanor. Yet her childish phrasing elicited a chuckle. Who compensates with half-eaten cake? Nodded in resignation. As insisted, she refrained from declining. Holding the plate, she pushed toward her. She took a clean fork and cut a piece to taste. A look of astonishment crossed her face as the silky creaminess mingled with the sweetness of the fruit filled her mouth. offering an exquisite sensory experience that seemed to alleviate the pain in her injured arm. Isn't it extraordinarily delicious? Observing S' momentary daze, raised her brows triumphantly, as if the cake was her own creation. The normally icy and stern expression was suddenly tinged with a lovely blush, creating a striking contrast that was more enchanting than any sugary, soft girl. Lowered her gaze, softly murmuring in agreement before quickly slicing another piece, as if fearing a sudden change of heart from a rewarding parent. She waved her hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance while secretly swallowing her own longing. Had I known, I would have taken another bite. In the dimly lit room, a man's body was hurled into the air as if lifeless by a massive hand of flame, crashing heavily against the wall. A loud bang echoed as spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the brick wall, and after the impact, stood firmly in the room. His gaze was as mechanical as it was indifferent, yet within that indifference lay a profound chill. The searing heat of the fire element engulfed the basement as a tall, silver-haired woman stepped forward, her eyes cold as two crucified figures of justice. Have you lost your mind? Have you considered the trouble your foolish actions would cause me? I will take responsibility for my actions. Coldly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The confined space of the basement hindered the flow of the wind element, while the explosive fire element could compress and amplify its power. How will you take responsibility? The woman raised her hand, sending another fiery serpent toward. And what do you think? Sliced through the fire serpent, a sly smile creeping onto his face. It was merely an infiltration. I did not reveal my identity nor leave any evidence. Your grandstanding in pursuit of accountability is merely a pretext to seize leverage over me. Are you enjoying your child's play, my lord? Regretting allowing a group of little brats into? S' expression darkened. I'm their superior, and I must be responsible for my subordinates. So you wish for me, to enter the prison of? S' gaze grew icy. Do you want me to babysit your children? They are exceptionally gifted children, replied slowly. In my view, they are far more important than you, a mere noble from, who can only talk. Do not live in your own world. S' expression remained impassive. There are no two snowflakes alike, nor does anyone possess the right to define another's worth. If you believe in the potential of these children, you should trust them. If you wish for me to investigate their situation and stepped forward, towering over with an air of indifference. Speak to me in a tone of supplication. Huffed and turned away. Was correct. She ought to trust the children of, believe in their abilities, and trust that they could prove themselves. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. The Duke of was a formidable adversary, and the very nature of itself was unsettling. Watching the woman's retreating figure, shook his head, was an outstanding individual, but regrettably, she was a woman. Women are more susceptible to vulnerabilities, and once those vulnerabilities are touched, even the most rational minds may falter. Clearly, S' vulnerability lay with the 3 children she cared for. S' eyes narrowed slightly, despite S' position as the executor of N. Her objectives conflicted with the Emperor's directives. As an inspector, S' purpose was to ensure followed the Emperor's will to seize the heart of the deity. Indeed, Chapter 5. The curse in an ancient prophecy, or perhaps a curse, circulates. One day, the waters will rise, ultimately dissolving everyone into the sea, leaving only the god of water on his throne, weeping. Only then will the sins of the people be washed away. In a tidy and pristine room, stood before a blackboard taller than himself, where photographs were pinned with magnets, each corresponding to a separate case. The series of disappearances of young girls. The wrongful execution of a former president of the theatrical murder at the theater. Closed his eyes, redirecting his focus to the reasoning of the events, blocking out his vision. Each case held a clue, and when these clues converged, they subtly pointed toward a singular direction. This place surely concealed some secret. Sir, it is time for dinner. A clear and melodious female voice resonated from outside the room. Lin could tidied up the documents on his desk and followed the maid's lead to the embassy's upscale dining hall. Compared to usual, the dining hall was bustling with patrons today, suggesting that some event had transpired. He chose a relatively quiet private booth to sit down, washed his hands at the sink, and meticulously rinsed his mouth, preparing to indulge in the chef's special steak. To maintain optimal physical condition, Lin Ku's daily meals were meticulously curated according to a nutritionist's regimen. Yet the monotony of such a strict diet often rendered it exceedingly dull. Therefore, amidst the 21 meals he consumed weekly, he would select one to savor his favorite delicacies. A small gift to himself amidst his otherwise busy and tedious work life. Is the wine ready? The time is nearly upon us. I shall fetch it for you. The maid bowed respectfully and departed. After approximately 3 minutes, she returned with a small cart, upon which rested a decanter containing a quarter bottle of red wine, a wine glass, and an unopened steak. She placed the food and wine before Lin Ku and bowed again before gracefully retreating. A content smile graced Lin Ku's handsome face as he lifted the glass, revealing a stunning deep ruby red liquid, a Bordeaux red wine from Louis Lafite. He inhaled deeply from the glass, the bouquet of fresh oak, black currant, and creamy undertones wafting towards him. Lin Ku took a sip, allowing the wine to linger in his mouth for a moment, rolling it over his tongue before taking a deep breath to fully experience its essence, ultimately swallowing it. The tannins were smooth and elegant, rich with flavors of oak, black truffle, and blackberry, a delightful blend of fruitiness and roasted oak lingering on his palate. Lin Ku nodded in satisfaction. What a delightful combination, red wine paired with steak. With a smile, Lin Ku lifted the lid that sealed in the steak's aroma. Suddenly, his smile froze, staring at the piece of meat before him, clinging to a slim chance. He cut a small piece with his knife and fork and placed it in his mouth. At that moment, his handsome features contorted slightly, and Lin Ku took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. The smile on his face gradually turned frigid. It was the moment he had yearned to kill for over the past year. Summon the head chef, he commanded. The maid, taken aback, stammered. Is there a problem with this steak? What problem? Lin Ku replied with a smile, gazing at her. I ordered a ribeye steak, yet you bring me a chicken breast? My patience has its limits. In 3 minutes, call the head chef here. I want to see him eat this steak with his nose. Or do you wish to try it yourself? Yes, right away. The maid trembled slightly, realizing that while the diplomat usually presented a gentle and polite demeanor, he could reveal a fearsome side when angered. Lin Ku inhaled deeply, gloomily lifting his wine glass, now devoid of any interest in savoring the wine. He downed it in one gulp as if it were a shot of strong liquor. Hasty footsteps echoed from outside, and the maid stood nervously beside him, while behind her emerged a rotund figure clad in a white chef's uniform. The chef, visibly flustered, bore the marks of sweat trickling down his chubby face. Lin Ku remained silent, needing an explanation to quell his anger. There was an issue in the food storage warehouse. Your steak went missing, and my subordinates replaced it with chicken breast. I have already reprimanded the cook. If there's a problem, just say it. Do not serve me such repulsive substitutes. Lin Ku stood, indifferently wiping his hands with a napkin, having learned to endure for the sake of maintaining a certain image in front of others. He was now past the point of tolerance. What happened in the warehouse? Thieves. We have already commissioned the Jueying court to investigate. The chef replied in a panic. Where's the warehouse? Take me there. Lin Ku's eyes gleamed with coldness. With such an incident, he had lost all interest in culinary delights, instead wishing to uncover who had marred his day. Yes, of course. Following the maid and chef, Lin Ku arrived at the storage warehouse located behind the dining hall. The warehouse was not large, constructed of sturdy wood, standing 2 stories high, with numerous shelves inside filled with various ingredients, bread, meat, eggs. However, it was in utter disarray. Eggs lay shattered on the floor, milk spilled, and containers holding meat had been overturned, the mingling aromas creating an odd sensation. At that moment, a group of uniformed Fongdan and Myluxan individuals had cordoned off the area with yellow tape, methodically conducting investigations. What is the current situation? Have the thieves been found? Lin Ku inquired, his brow furrowed. Not yet. The individual in charge was dressed in purple, seemingly the dining hall's manager. Upon noticing Lin Ku's arrival, the manager hurriedly approached with a contrite expression. Sir Lin Ku, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience this has caused you. Once this matter is resolved, I will personally select a prime steak to prepare for you. Lin Ku waved his hand, dismissing the manager's pleasantries, as the Myluxan personnel continued their work inside the warehouse. He circled around, noting that aside from a door for loading and unloading, There were only 4 small ventilation windows positioned at the front left, front right, and back right. However, these windows were quite small and secured with iron bars, rendering them inaccessible. In the southeastern corner, firewood was stacked, presumably for cooking, with a sign cautioning against open flames. After a while, a pink-haired Myluxin emerged from the warehouse and called out to the manager. "Mr. Danik, we need to discuss some details with you. Your cooperation would be appreciated." Danik smiled apologetically at Lin Ku and approached the pink-haired individual. "Miss Nika, is there any progress to report? We have thoroughly searched the entire warehouse, but have yet to uncover any clear clues." Myluxin shook her head. "There are no signs of forced entry, and the iron bars on the windows are intact. Additionally, based on the inventory list you provided, aside from a few pieces of meat and some bottles of milk, no valuable items appear to be missing. It must be ghosts. Perhaps it was a ghost." A terrified voice exclaimed nearby, prompting Lin Ku to furrow his brow as he turned to see an elderly man with white hair and a stooped frame. "Who is this?" "Oh, this is old Costa," Danik replied somewhat sheepishly. "Old Costa was once a chef in the kitchen, but due to his age, he can no longer work. I assigned him this position to manage the food storage. After all, he knows how to preserve various ingredients. He was also the one who reported the incident to the Juyin court today. Mr. Costa, please rest for a moment. We may need to ask you some questions shortly." Myluxin gently urged the elder to sit down before returning to Danik, taking out a small notebook, seemingly prepared to record testimonies. "Mr. Danik, may I inquire about the usual personnel accessing the warehouse? Primarily the delivery personnel and the kitchen cooks. Is the warehouse door typically kept closed?" "It remains open from 6 in the morning until 8 in the evening, as the kitchen staff responsible for preparations will transport necessary ingredients there. Additionally, if any supplies need to be delivered outside of those hours, they may seek Old Scott to unlock it." "Does Old Scott hold the key to the warehouse?" "The warehouse possesses 2 keys. One is held by Lao CK, while the other remains in my possession." "Who then was the first to discover the theft of the warehouse?" "It was Lao CK, who also reported the incident to the authorities." Danik pointed towards a small shed adjacent to the warehouse, where Lao CK resided. "Should any disturbances occur within the warehouse, he would likely be the first to notice." "And where is the key you are safeguarding?" "My key has been securely locked in the safe within my office. Without my password, no one else could possibly access it." "Who knows your password?" "Only I do." "Thank you for your cooperation." Mei Lushi nodded and subsequently approached Lao CK. Yes. The elderly man appeared somewhat anxious, wiping the perspiration from his hands and donning a serious expression. "When did you discover the warehouse had been burglarized?" "It was around 5 o'clock this morning. I cannot recall the exact time, but it was still dark outside." "Could you elaborate on the situation at that time?" Let me think." Lao CK scratched his head deep in thought. "This morning, I vaguely heard some clattering noises. Initially, I paid little mind, but then I considered that perhaps something had entered the warehouse. I quickly got up to investigate, and to my dismay, the interior was in utter disarray." "What did you do next?" "Well, they said to preserve the crime scene, so I dared not touch anything. I hurried to report it to the authorities." "Are you certain you locked the warehouse door last night?" "I am certain," Lao CK asserted promptly. "I used the key to open it this morning. I would like to inquire about the black dog tied outside your residence." "Is it yours?" Mei Lushin pointed to a black dog in front of Lao CK's house. "Yes, it is mine." Lao CK nodded, somewhat embarrassed. "In my old age, my reflexes have slowed, so I thought having a dog might help me keep an eye on the warehouse and provide me with companionship." "What do you usually feed it?" "Leftover food from the dining hall. Dahe is not picky and is generally well-behaved." "Thank you." Mei Lushin once again nodded politely. "We appreciate everyone's cooperation. We will present the gathered evidence to the honorable judge for the case's deliberation. If there are any developments, we will inform everyone promptly." "Thank you." Lao Sai notet Gotha Fuli. "Miss Nika, this matter is truly important to me. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. There is no need for thanks. The honorable judge shall render a fair judgment." Link stood silently to the side, harboring an inexplicable sense of unease. Despite Mei Lushin's pleasant words, he felt these individuals were not entirely trustworthy. They seemed to follow a mechanical questioning procedure, lacking sensitivity to the irregularities within the case. Based on the evidence they had collected, the judge's reasoning could only lead to 2 conclusions. 1. A ghost enter the warehouse? 2. Either Lao CK or Danik is lying. There were no signs of forced entry into the warehouse, and apart from Danik and Lao CK, no one else possessed a key. Without a key, one cannot open the door or steal from the warehouse. Thus, could it be possible that one of them is deceiving the other? What could their motives be? Lao CK can be largely exonerated, as he stands to lose his job due to the theft, making him a direct victim. As for Danik's motive, to frame Lao CK for theft, providing a pretext to dismiss him. However, from their earlier exchange, it appeared that Lao CK and Danik shared a cordial relationship. Indeed, Danik had specifically arranged for Lao CK to oversee the warehouse. Link furrowed his brow, slowly making his way into the chaotic interior of the warehouse. People often allow disorder to cloud their logic, yet within chaos lies an inherent order that reveals the essence of matters. The warehouse was indeed in disarray, but certain areas still retained their organized state, such as the northwest corner. Link fell into contemplation once again, pondering a peculiar question. Why would the intruder create such havoc within the warehouse? If it were an animal intrusion, there would inevitably be traces of fur or scratches left behind. If the intruder had intended to do so, their methods were rather clumsy. Link exhaled softly. Clearly, the current clues are insufficient to deduce the truth of the incident. I must have overlooked some crucial information. However, Link was not inclined to pursue the matter further. A theft from a warehouse did not warrant excessive investment of his energy. When the effort expended does not correlate with the returns, it cannot be deemed work. Although Link was diligent in his duties, he refrained from imposing unnecessary burdens upon himself. To be idle is human nature, and in the absence of necessity, Link preferred to adhere to his instincts. Chapter 6. Light and darkness awaken, dress, wash, step outside, and have breakfast. The routine of daily life has become almost monotonous for Link recently. Should he purchase a chicken to cook for himself? Or perhaps find an intriguing mystery novel to quietly read through the evening? Suddenly, a rather dull knocking echoed from the door. Link called for the person to enter, only to find the elderly caretaker of the warehouse standing before him. "Old sir, what brings you here?" Link inquired, somewhat surprised. As he rose to invite Lao CK to sit down, retrieving a cup from the cabinet and intending to pour a warm cup of tea for the elderly gentleman. Link, sir, I sincerely apologize for the previous incident." Lao CK interrupted Link's gesture to pour tea, his aged countenance etched with the lines of time. "It is of no consequence. Everyone makes mistakes," Link replied, shaking his head to reassure the man not to be overly anxious. In the Morgan family's philosophy, the value of individuals is not equal, and the elderly are regarded as belonging to the lowest tier. They're slow of thought, frail, and incapable of performing precise calculations or providing sufficient labor. They are undeniably the weak in both spirit and body. Yet, Link has always maintained a high degree of tolerance for the vulnerable. "Sir Link, I brought you some of my homemade dishes. If you don't mind, please accept them." Lao CK sighed with relief, a look of gratitude illuminating his aged features as he rummaged through a bag behind him, producing a somewhat weathered glass jar. Inside the jar was a thick, brownish substance, with hints of ginger and meat visible within. "What is this?" Link inquired curiously, taking the jar and gently inhaling its aroma, detecting a faint savory scent. It is well known that the newly appointed diplomats in the winter season are rather particular about their food, enjoying a variety of culinary delights. A fact that has spread throughout the restaurants of Fengdanting. "Do you still have a granddaughter, old sir? I wish you a harmonious family reunion," Link said with a smile and a nod. "Thank you, Sir Link. I will not intrude any further." Lao CK responded, "By the way, do try this sauce. If you like it, I will bring more next time. It would indeed be worthwhile to sample the elder's culinary skills. Take care and be cautious not to fall. Rest assured, Sir Link, my old bones are still quite sturdy." Suddenly struck by a thought, Link pressed the bell on the table, and shortly after, a woman with an attractive countenance, dressed in uniform, entered Link's office. "Sir Link, how may I assist you?" The woman nodded slightly and said, "Furthermore, Lord Link, Miss Navia from the Semi-Eye Society has invited you to the Grey River Underground District to see some of the results of their work." Link was momentarily taken aback. The Grey River Underground District was notoriously shabby, a gray zone beneath the splendor of Fontaine. A damp and cold sewer where it was rumored that the Semi-Eye Society had its stronghold. Please tell her that I shall attend. And also prepare some gifts that children would like. I will bring them along. Certainly. The woman nodded respectfully before withdrawing. Accompanied by a servant to assist him, Link descended through the entrance of the Grey River, thus arriving in this so-called underground district. He quietly surveyed his surroundings. The Grey River district lay beneath Fontaine, and at first glance, the space appeared relatively spacious. It was filled with crisscrossing pipes, rendering the actual area for movement quite limited. The cold and dimly lit space, dilapidated houses, and the unpleasant odor of rust contrasted sharply with the prosperity above, creating a stark dichotomy: paradise above and hell below. The residents of the Grey River district were the outcasts of Fontaine, often subsisting on meager pay from menial jobs that required them to employ certain pleasing skills. If Fontaine itself was a brilliant, burning spark, then the inhabitants of the Grey River district were undoubtedly the kindling beneath that flame. Their lives were confined to this dark corner, silently contributing their fleeting and meaningless existence to the upper echelons of Fontaine. Yet, amidst this darkness there were cracks, places where light seeped through. A number of children gathered around a tree, their eyes fixed eagerly on the gifts beneath it, while a girl clad in a yellow dress laughed joyfully among them, engaging these unfortunate souls in simple, innocent games. Her smile radiated warmth and brilliance, creating a striking contrast with the desolation of the Grey River district. Yet this juxtaposition appeared entirely harmonious. Emerging from the muddy depths, she embodied purity and strength, untouched by the mire, akin to the noble lotus that flourishes in the murkiest waters. Perhaps only in such close proximity to the depths of humanity could a girl so gentle yet powerful emerge. She resembled an angel descended to the mortal realm, exquisitely beautiful and luminous, illuminating the hypocritical and sordid aspects of life. Link was momentarily stunned, hastily lowering his head like a startled mouse. Fear and timidity flickered in his violet eyes. Even in the presence of the highest judge, Wei-Lai-Te, he had never displayed such a feeble expression. Link harbored a deep aversion to gentle, kind-hearted girls, a sentiment bordering on fear. Being around them felt torturous, as if lying on a rack, with shards of glass torturing his feet. They were too radiant, too dazzling. They were messengers of justice and the bane of evil. The light that emanated from them pierced the darkness within Link's heart. At that moment, he resolved to write a story featuring a single female protagonist, thus challenging himself. The 7th chapter was intriguing. It's nothing. Link shook his head and inhaled the murky, damp air of the Grey River district. The filthy and shabby environment elicited a visceral repulsion within him, yet his remarkable skills in disguise allowed him to muster a poised and affable smile. This was a unique assassination technique, distinct from mere disguise or costume changes. It was a breathing technique innovated by the Morgan family that diminished the user's presence. Like the gentle caress of spring rain, it silently nurtured its surroundings. During his time as an assassin, Link had thrived with this skill. What does Lily aspire to be when she grows up? Navia continued to engage the children with her laughter, unaware of the lurking dangers. I want to be a big star. The girl, despite her patched-up old clothes, had a sparkle in her beautiful eyes. The innocence of her voice caught Link's attention, as he suddenly recalled a diligent maid from his uncle's household, who had a daughter with equally captivating eyes. Like this little girl named Lily, the maid's daughter also dreamed of becoming a celebrated star. And what had become of her? Link shook his head. Children were blissfully innocent, but this innocence also spelled ignorance. The allure of being a star seemed effortless, yet the sordid reality behind the scenes was revolting. A big star? Why does Lily want to be a big star? Navia blinked her bright eyes and gently pinched Lily's chubby cheeks with her delicate hand. Because Lily wants to help those in need, just like Sister Navia. Is that so? Lily lowered her cheeks, yet she still yearned to be a big star. Link's expression remained indifferent, pondering that children often lacked understanding of their true intentions. In their quest for praise, they frequently donned grandiose justifications for their actions. Well, once you become a big star, remember to help others. Navia smiled warmly, ruffling Lily's hair. Yes, I will do my best. What about you, little Yuri? What do you wish to be when you grow up? Navia turned her gentle gaze to a small boy, whose nose was running. Yuri, why are you sniffling again? Let Sister Navia wipe your nose. The disheveled boy, cheeks flushed, lowered his head and stammered, I want to be someone who needs help. Ha ha ha. Little Yuri, are you counting on Lily to help you? The boy's laziness drew laughter. Boo-hoo. He sulked, lowering his head. Link couldn't help but chuckle, amused that the boy was already scheming for handouts at such a young age. By the way, Sister Navia, you mentioned that guests would arrive today. What kind of guests are they? A seemingly quiet girl suddenly asked, her curiosity piqued. A very handsome big brother. Navia replied with a smile. Really? Is he more handsome than my father? The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, that's impressive. I want to find a boyfriend like that too. Anna, what nonsense are you spouting? Sister Navia doesn't have a boyfriend. Navia's cheeks flushed as she playfully grabbed Anna's face and pinched it. Hee, Sister Navia is shy. She's shy. A mischievous boy clapped his hands in delight. And no, I'm not shy. Carl, you're the last one to choose a gift. Navia, flustered, rolled up her sleeves and stood up. Can't catch me, can't catch me. The little boy dashed off quickly, sticking his tongue out at Navia, but suddenly collided with something and fell flat on his bottom. He had once sneaked onto the surface of Fontaine, where he had similarly bumped into an elegantly dressed noble. Are you all right? Link gently bent down, extending a hand to help the boy up. Me fine. Carl stammered, shaking his head in panic before quickly retreating behind Navia, his timid demeanor evoking a tinge of pity. Don't worry, Mr. Link is different from those nobles. You don't have to be so scared, Navia reassured him, gently ruffling his hair and embracing him softly. After being so mischievous, have you finally thought of Sister Navia? Sister Navia, I'm sorry. That's all right, go play, but don't run around too much. Mmhm. After calming the little boy, Navia shyly approached Link. Mr. Link, I apologize for the children's words. They speak without a filter. Please don't take it to heart. Just moments ago, I heard children exclaiming that Miss Navia had a boyfriend. My heart was filled with jealousy, wondering which young man was fortunate enough to win her affection. Was it merely a false alarm? Navia's jade-like cheeks were tinged with a blush. In truth, we were just talking about you. Lin could feign surprise, but soon found himself laughing. I knew. I actually arrived a long time ago. Then why did you? Navia furrowed her brows slightly. Are you playing with me? Because seeing Sister Navia shy is rather amusing. Navia's delicate frame trembled, her cheeks becoming even more flushed as she shot Lin Ku an annoyed glance. Mr. Lin Ku, is teasing a girl a trait of the aristocracy? I sincerely apologize. There is no need for such formality. I was just joking, Navia replied, feeling a bit embarrassed instead. No, my actions have caused Miss Navia distress, and that is my rudeness, Lin Ku stated solemnly. He then produced a package he had concealed behind him. Please accept these gifts. Sister Navia, otherwise I fear I shall not sleep well tonight. Mr. Lin Ku, you truly are. Navia could not help but cover her crimson face. Mr. Lin Kiskiviko, please refrain from calling me Sister Navia. Chapter 8. Children seated beside Navia at a stall adjacent to the square. Lin Ku contemplated the lively children. Contrary to his expectations, although these children had suffered some harm due to their birth, they appeared remarkably cheerful, without any particularly gloomy demeanor. Do you have a fondness for children? The man's originally gentle voice now sounded somewhat bewildered. Yes, I adore children, Navia replied softly. When I see them, I feel as though I'm looking at my former self. What about you, Mr. Lin Ku? Do you like children? I am uncertain. Lin Ku shook his head, his deep purple eyes resembling the surface of a calm abyss, occasionally revealing bubbles that floated to the surface. Perhaps this suggests that beneath this tranquil surface, life still exists, rather than being a stagnant pool. Within the Morgan family, in order to maintain the purity of noble bloodlines, instances of consanguineous marriages exist. However, in genetics, this is considered a regressive practice. Besides the normal children, the offspring of the Morgan family typically fall into two categories, the malformed and the prodigies. The malformed are discarded, while the prodigies are retained. Most of the children Lin Ku encountered within the family bore some form of affliction. They might be unattractive or possess low intelligence, often unable to communicate. These inferior beings left a profound impression on Lin Ku. He had awakened from dreams multiple times, envisioning himself as a father. With a monstrous child born to his wife, its eyes grotesquely fused. Utterly hideous, reminiscent of the creature he buried. It seems taking care of children is quite troublesome. Lin lowered his head, skillfully concealing the gleam in his eyes as he sheepishly scratched his head. Troublesome? In what way? For instance, changing diapers and feeding. Seeing the usually poised and graceful nobleman display the bashfulness of a shy boy made Navia laugh aloud. Mr. Lin Ku, that is simply because you are still single. When you have a wife and become a father, you will no longer find your child to be a burden. Is that so? Certainly. Children are treasures to their parents, and they will be cherished dearly. Navia beamed, seemingly envisioning the day she would become a mother. The love of a father and mother is the most profound love in the world. Lin Ku smiled in return, his expression gentle. Yet the depths of his enigmatic purple eyes harbored a chilling coldness, a pain that penetrated to the core. He had never experienced the love that Navia spoke of. Thus he felt no empathy for the dream she cherished. In the Morgan family, only those who stand out are inscribed in the family tree. Lin Kiskivico, under the directive of the Duke of Morgan, had even buried several inferior beings related to him by blood. Mr. Lin Ku, you are so gentle. You will surely become an excellent father in the future. The girl turned her head, smiling at Lin Ku. Then it seems I must strive diligently, lest I disappoint Miss Navia's expectations. Lin Ku replied softly, attempting to relax his facial muscles. Mr. Lin Ku, please refrain from saying such easily misinterpreted things. Navia's cheeks flushed once more. Boss, it's time for dinner. A young man in uniform appeared somewhat abruptly, bowing to Navia. Oh, all right. Please have them prepare it first. I will be there shortly. Navia called out, then turned to Lin Ku. It is getting late. Why don't you join us for dinner, Mr. Lin Ku? Will it be too much trouble for you? Not at all, Navia replied with a smile, shaking her head. We will have some main dishes to fill our stomachs. And I also prepared some desserts. I just hope our simple fare does not offend your refined palate, Mr. Lin Ku. What refined palate? It's becoming increasingly exaggerated. Lin Ku waved his hand helplessly. I have long heard that Miss Navia excels at making desserts. I can finally indulge my taste buds and fulfill my cravings. Navia beckoned Lin Ku to a nearby dining table, and her attendant promptly served 2 plates of steak and 2 bottles of juice. Lin Ku raised an eyebrow. The steak appeared to be beef, grilled on a common frying pan, garnished with a few cherry tomatoes and broccoli, perhaps due to the insufficient portion size. The chef had also added a fried egg and some hollow pasta. The juice was a deep purple hue, emanating a faintly appetizing sweet and sour fragrance. Likely ordinary grape juice. Mr. Lin Ku, please try while it's hot. Today's steak is quite good, Navia urged. Chewing on her steak while encouraging Lin Ku to eat quickly, her cheeks puffed out adorably. Nodding, Lin Ku first sampled the juice, which was sweet and sour, slightly astringent, the quality being rather poor, likely due to the timing of its harvest. However, that subtle astringent tang was indeed quite refreshing. Taking up a knife, Lin Ku cut a piece of steak. Observing the internal color, it appeared fully cooked. Perhaps due to uneven heat, the edges were slightly charred. Based on the resistance of a knife and the juiciness of the meat, this steak had likely been preserved improperly at a low temperature, resulting in a fragmented texture that might prove somewhat dry. Overall, it resembled something one might find at a night market for 20 or 30 coins. Lin Ku relinquished any expectations for deliciousness, spearing a piece of steak and placing it in his mouth. The man's pupils constricted, revealing an incredulous expression, as he quickly forked another piece into his mouth to savor it. How is it? I told you it was delicious. Seeing Lin Ku's astonished demeanor, Navia could not help but feel a sense of pride. It is indeed exceptionally delightful. Lin Ku nodded with a peculiar expression. However, what surprised him was not the steak's outstanding flavor, but rather the reason behind its delectability. This had little to do with the chef's skills, but rather the quality of the meat itself. Miss Navia, may I inquire who is responsible for procuring the ingredients for this steak? Oh, that would be Uncle Kali. That is Carl's father. Navia looked puzzled. Mr. Lin Ku, is there a problem? No, this steak is particularly delicious, and I suspect the quality of the meat is a contributing factor. I am curious about which butcher supplied it, as I would like to select some myself. I see. Lin Ku smiled and nodded. The debt with Bagua Bank can wait. Miss Navia, take your time. Mr. Link, rest assured, We're currently negotiating business with Sumi and Mond, and if all goes well, we should be able to exchange a portion next month, Navia said somewhat awkwardly. Then I wish the owner of the Simei Club prosperity in business. Link elegantly raised his glass. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate your kind words, Navia exclaimed. Sister Navia, now that the big brother has left, can we take a look at what is inside that large package? Just as Link departed, Navia was surrounded by a group of children, appearing somewhat helpless. You all have been eyeing that bag for quite some time, haven't you? Navia said with a hint of annoyance, poking one of the children on the forehead with her finger. Because the big brother said it was prepared for us. I will place it under the Shengdan tree with the previous gifts, and you are not allowed to touch it. Wow, Brother Link's gift is so exquisitely wrapped. Much more beautiful than what Sister Navia prepared. Oh dear, one by one, now that you have Brother Link, you no longer want Sister Navia, do you? We want them all. Pouting her lips, Navia took out Link's prepared gifts one by one and placed them under the tree. Suddenly, the girl's cheeks flushed. At the bottom of the bag was a small heart-shaped box with a warm yellow base tied with lace-like ribbons, looking particularly exquisite and distinct. Clearing her throat twice, Navia feigned indifference as she retied the bag. Sister Navia, ISNT, there's still a gift in the bag? Why not take it out? I saw it. It's heart-shaped and particularly beautiful. Wow, Sister Navia is being unfair. She clearly said that only the best performers can pick gifts first. Oh, can't you all be a bit more emotionally intelligent? It's quite embarrassing for Sister Navia. Oh, stop talking about it. I won't hide it anymore. I'll take the gift out, is that all right? Under the children's innocent chatter, Navia, still feeling extremely embarrassed, took out the heart-shaped gift box from the bag and placed it under the tree. Sister Navia, don't worry. We definitely want to take the gift that Brother Link gave you. Oh, I said to stop talking about it. Chapter 9. The Judgment sitting on the floor. Leaning quietly against the edge of the bed, Link retrieved a bottle of fine red wine from the cellar, uncapped it, and took a hearty swig directly from the bottle. Excessive alcohol can numb the senses, allowing one to temporarily forget their troubles. Wine is the sugar of adulthood. Link wearily gazed at the starry sky. The moonlight filtering through the window, casting a soft glow upon his pallid face, a visage both handsome and distorted. It was handsome due to the delicate and dignified features, yet distorted because, although his face was adorned with a smile, it lacked warmth or joy. Stiff and cold, it resembled a silenced cage, imprisoning a soul that was crying out in despair. A mask cannot be worn for too long, for once it adheres to the skin, it becomes impossible to remove. Link felt a profound discomfort within. Was it guilt? Not at all. A hypocrite like him had long since fed his conscience to the dogs. Link harbored disdain for those children, not because of their ignorance, but out of jealousy that they could live carefree lives, believe in so-called justice, have a gentle sister to rely on, and envy for their innocence. The man gazed blankly at the bright moon, spending a sleepless night. Knock, knock, knock. Master Link, Master Link. The urgent knocking and anxious calls jolted Link from his slumber. Frowning, he donned his coat, feeling a heaviness in his head. Today was a rare day of rest, and he had intended to sleep in, but was awakened once again. Steeling himself against fatigue, Link opened the door to find Danik, who previously managed the restaurant, standing before him. What happened? Link asked, forcing himself to focus, despite his exhaustion. And Master Link. Danik's expression was frantic, and upon seeing Link, he seemed to regain a glimmer of hope. Take your time, speak slowly. Master Link, old Scott has been taken away by the people from the Shadow Court. Danik rubbed his aching chest, attempting to calm himself. The Myluxans submitted the clues they gathered, but unexpectedly, this case ended up with Lady Funina, and after her analysis, she firmly concluded that Old Scott was guilty of embezzlement. In 3 hours, Old Scott will be taken to the Op-Rackle for judgment. Link furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of silence wash over him. To elevate his reputation in Fengdan, he had indeed crafted an image of a warm-hearted person. Now, however, to prevent this persona from crumbling, troubles seemed to multiply. All right, wait for me while I change my clothes. I will accompany you to the Op-Rackle shortly. Link waved his hand, finding it hard to believe that this devil, who feasted upon human bones, would face moral coercion one day. Thank you, Master Link. I'm deeply grateful on behalf of Old Scott and his granddaughter. Danik's face lit up with joy, as Link's reputation in Fongdan could potentially turn the tides of this case. After changing into clean, tidy clothes and refreshing himself, Link's irritability dissipated, and his mind calmed. However, time was too tight to prepare extensively, so he had to press on regardless. Arriving at the bustling operacle, Link encountered many familiar faces. Violet sat high upon the judgment seat, her expression stern and solemn, while the water god Fanina appeared quite pleased with herself in her designated seat, seemingly relishing the attention. Link found the sight of a mature, reliable middle-aged man with his conspicuous companion rather odd. In the Morgan family's etiquette, to distinguish the superior from performers, it was strictly mandated that subordinates must gaze at the toes of superiors, while observing performers had no such requirements, allowing one to freely observe from the waist up. Mr. Link, a clear female voice rang in his ears. Turning his head, he was surprised to see Navia. Miss Navia, what brings you here? Link asked, somewhat astonished, as those who came to witness the judgment were usually mere pleasure seekers, and Navia was clearly not among them. I heard about Old Scott's predicament and came to see for myself, Navia stated seriously. Old Scott is innocent. He has managed the warehouse for so many years. He would never do such a thing, Danik exclaimed passionately, as his trust in Old Scott led him to appoint him as the warehouse manager. Witnessing someone he trusted being wrongly accused pained him deeply. Raising his hand to silence Danik, Link shook his head. There is a misunderstanding in this matter. I already have some deductions. Although they are not enough to uncover the true culprit, I will do my utmost to clear the old gentleman's name. Mr. Link, if there is anything the Simi Club can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask, Navia earnestly offered. Then I thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Navia. Link nodded slightly. Mr. Link, let us hurry to the defense stand. The judgment is about to commence. All right. With 3 firm taps of the cane on the ground, the grand operacle fell silent. A solemn and deep bass voice enveloped the room. We shall now officially begin the judgment regarding the theft at the Northern Country Restaurant Warehouse. We invite Lady Fanina to present the details of the case. Fanina did not immediately commence her account of the case. Instead, she lightly cleared her throat twice, waiting until all eyes were focused on her before nodding in satisfaction. Now, I, the esteemed water deity of Fongdan, shall succinctly summarize the case at hand. On the morning of the 27th, at precisely 5:47, the Jing court received a report from Old Scott, who claimed that the warehouse under his supervision had been robbed. Upon inspection by the court, it was discovered that several precious cuts of meat and milk had gone missing. The scene of the theft was in utter disarray. Aside from the food in the northwest corner, which remained intact, the rest of the area had suffered varying degrees of destruction. The court meticulously examined the surroundings of the warehouse and found only a pile of firewood in the southeastern corner, with no other furnishings present. Additionally, in order to facilitate warehouse management, Old Scott resided nearby and kept a black dog named Dahay. The warehouse itself bore no signs of forced entry. The window, serving as a ventilation point, was secured with iron bars, and there were 2 keys to the main door, one held by Old Scott and the other by Mr. Danik, the restaurant supervisor. This encapsulates the essence of the case. Chapter 10. The defense. Lady Fanina, what evidence do you have to accuse Old Scott of being the perpetrator? Inquired Link, eager to understand the rationale behind her claims in order to counter her argument systematically. Of course, Fanina replied, her posture exuding confidence, though her underdeveloped figure appeared even more feeble. Firstly, there's a black dog guarding the warehouse. If a stranger approached, the dog would bark, indicating that the intruder must be someone familiar, someone frequently seen by the dog, which undoubtedly includes Old Scott. However, Lady Fanina, one must consider that a dog's intelligence is inherently limited. Moreover, the black dog belonging to Old Scott is gentle and aged. Even if a thief entered the warehouse, it might not bark vigorously, Link countered, shaking his head. Furthermore, if Old Scott were indeed the thief, why would he create such chaos in the warehouse? Only to steal a few pieces of meat and milk? Would it not be far simpler to tamper with the inventory list instead? After all, Old Scott is the warehouse manager. What motive could he have to steal from himself? Indeed, Mr. Link makes a valid point. It seems rather juvenile to conclude guilt based solely on a dog's behavior. Silence. I have not yet finished. Fanina raised her voice as the tide of opinion began to shift against her. I anticipated such a rebuttal. The truth of the matter is that old Scott has a habit of sleepwalking. He must have opened the warehouse in his sleep and disordered its contents. Lady Fanina, do you possess any evidence to support your claim that old Scott is a sleepwalker? Link furrowed his brow, taken aback by her audacity to weave such a tale. Certainly. Old Scott himself suggested at the scene that it might be a ghost's doing, indicating that his mind was somewhat disoriented, Fanina declared, hands on her hips. Additionally, the warehouse door can only be opened by those with keys, one in old Scott's possession and the other secured in a safe. If old Scott did not open the door, could a third key possibly have appeared? The courtroom fell into a contemplative silence as Fanina's reasoning appeared flawed. There were only 2 keys to the warehouse, the other locked away, and through simple elimination, one could deduce that old Scott must be the thief. Indeed, if one considers it this way, Lady Fanina's scenario seems plausible. Another voice chimed in. I cannot conceive of any other circumstance. Alas, it is normal for the elderly to become forgetful. Link's expression remained impassive. He held a deep disdain for those who merely followed the crowd, lacking independent thought, judgment, or moral compass. They blindly adhered to the powerful, championing what they deemed the unwavering truth, despite their shallow perceptions. Lady Fanina, while your logic is sound in asserting that entering the warehouse requires a key, you overlook a crucial point. Creating disorder within the warehouse does not necessarily coincide with the act of theft Link articulated. What are you suggesting, Link? Is it feasible for someone to create chaos without entering the warehouse? Fanina retorted. You must see that aside from the main entrance, there is no other way in. Lady Fanina, is it truly impossible? Link raised his voice. While a person may not achieve this, what if they utilized a tool? A tool? What tool? Fanina inquired, intrigued. Perhaps the firewood beside the warehouse. Link exclaimed. Some in the audience began to grasp his implication, while others remained perplexed. Danik, please bring me that item I prepared. Link instructed. Certainly, Danik responded, his expression brightening as he understood Link's intentions. With Danik's assistance, a wooden birdcage was brought to the defense stand. To facilitate understanding, allow me to demonstrate, Link said, opening the small door of the birdcage and placing several upright wooden pieces inside, resembling a set of dominoes. Typically, we cannot topple these pieces without opening the cage door. However, if I were to take a slender stick and insert it through the gaps in the cage, I could easily knock over the pieces inside. In this case, someone could have taken a branch from the southeast corner of the warehouse, extending it through the window's gap to topple the shelves inside. The limited length of the branch explains why the goods in the northwest corner remained intact. Upon noticing something amiss, Mr. Scott hurried to inspect the warehouse and subsequently reported the incident to Ji in court. To preserve the crime scene, Mr. Scott did not lock the door, allowing the thief to seize a few cuts of meat and milk before fleeing amidst the chaos. This sums up the entirety of the case. Brilliant. As expected of Lord Link. Is it truly that simple? Simple? Yet it seems you never contemplated such a possibility. It may sound simple, but who would think to use a branch to reach inside the warehouse? Then, do you possess any evidence to support your assertions? Fanina's cheeks flushed crimson. Without evidence, your claims remain mere possibilities, do they not? Then, Lady Fanina, if you believe old Scott is guilty, should you not also provide corresponding evidence? Link crossed his arms defiantly. Aye. Fanina stammered, glaring at Link, feeling utterly humiliated by his clever retorts. Enough, Lady Fanina. Please adhere to courtroom decorum. The solemn voice of Elite resonated once more. Regarding the case of the stolen goods from the North Country restaurant warehouse, I find old Scott not guilty, and I shall now refer this matter to the adjudication machine for its final verdict. All eyes turned toward the adjudication machine at the center of the op-RA, and the ultimate verdict was pronounced. Not guilty. Lord Link, how splendid. Truly, he is remarkable. Lord Link is both handsome and brilliant, willing to stand up for his subordinates. I long to serve him. The crowd erupted in exuberance, celebrating a just verdict in Fongdan. Silence. The grave voice seemed to possess a certain magical quality, restoring calm to the assembly. In light of the theft at the North Country restaurant warehouse, Ji in court shall continue its investigation based on Mr. Link's deductions until the true culprit is revealed. Thank you all for your presence. This concludes today's judgment. Chapter 11. A kind gesture, Mr. Link. You are truly astute. Merely a willingness to help. Link smiled and shook his head. This marks my first time defending in court, and I'm grateful for Miss Navia's presence, which bolster my confidence. Mr. Link, Navia shyly remarked, how could I possess such abilities? By the way, Mr. Link, do you have any leads on the true thief of the warehouse? Link suddenly fell silent, then gazed meaningfully at Navia. Miss Navia, may I have a word with you in private? Of course, Navia responded, somewhat bewildered, and nodded absent-mindedly. Leading Navia to a secluded spot, Link took a deep breath and candidly addressed her. Miss Navia, pardon my boldness, but if my reasoning is correct, the true thief should be among those children by the Gray River. How can you say that, Link? Navia's expression instantly soured. Were it not for Link's previously impeccable impression, she might have turned hostile at that moment. The window requires 2 people to reach it, plus 1 to keep watch, indicating that a group of more than 3 individuals must be involved in this crime. Link quietly regarded Navia, curious about how this gentle young lady would navigate the delicate balance between emotion and propriety. As anticipated, Navia inhaled deeply, her face contorting with anguish as she bowed to Link. Mr. Link, I sincerely apologize for the troubles caused by the children. I will promptly identify the thief and bring them to justice. Link's violet eyes were deep and inscrutable. He said nothing, merely observing the girl before him. Navia's actions were not misguided, albeit somewhat lacking in compassion. Yet, in the face of such monumental justice, certain unnecessary sentiments must be relinquished. Link harbored a disdain for gentle girls. Their warmth, cheerfulness, generosity, thoughtfulness, and patience were undeniably delightful, creating an enjoyable atmosphere. However, this harmony often obscured an unsettling truth. The very gentleness extended to him would also be bestowed upon others. Link's affection bore an element of possessiveness. He detested his girlfriend's excessive concern for other men and her willingness to sacrifice her time for matters unrelated to him. I offer you all my love, yet why must you share it with others besides me? Gentleness is a noble quality, but if a person is gentle with everyone, it inevitably signifies a degree of cruelty. Link silently regarded the girl before him. She was willing to send the children she had nurtured for years into the courtroom for the sake of justice, which implied that should Link ever transgress the law, she would not hesitate to act with the same severity. Navia's expression was pained, her beautiful eyes shedding tears like pearls, her nose reddening. She could not fathom why the children she had diligently guided and patiently educated would commit such unlawful acts. Despite her tireless efforts in work and business, they had reduced her kindness to ashes. A hint of devilish indifference flickered in the man's gaze as he stepped closer, gently patting the girl's shoulder. Mr. Link? Navia's expression grew flustered. She could not comprehend Link's sudden intimate gesture and wished to push him away, yet his touch was so tender. Do not worry, I will find a way. The sincerity in the man's voice reached her ears, instilling a sense of reliance in her weary heart. Stunned, she lowered her head. Perhaps it was the goodwill he had previously shown, or perhaps a desire for his assistance. But ultimately, she did not push Link away. When a devil dons the guise of humanity, it may be more adept at capturing hearts than an angel. As a seasoned hunter, Link understood a profound truth. Embellishments can never rival the warmth of timely aid. Chapter 12. Provocation in the dimly lit room. Link stood silently behind the bar, retrieving a shaker from the adjacent cabinet. He meticulously measured and added tequila, orange juice, lemon juice, and ice, shaking it vigorously before pouring it into a tall glass. He then slowly topped it off with grenadine, gently stirring it before placing it in front of a striking silver-haired woman, Aurikino. Aurikino cast a disdainful glance at Link, her cross-shaped pupils betraying a mocking contempt, yet she elegantly lifted the tall glass and took a delicate sip of the yellow-red cocktail, Tequila Sunrise. Although Aurikino held a profound disdain for the duplicitous nobility, she could not deny their impeccable taste. Link, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Aurikino narrowed her eyes slightly. Is deceiving a young girl truly so entertaining? Link's performance was convincingly authentic, yet Aurikino was well aware of the Morgan family. Those emerging from that lineage were devils amongst devils. Link's eyes were indifferent, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Aurikino, Have you forgotten our purpose? I do not require your reminders. I merely feel that your investment in maintaining your facade may be excessive. Aurikino scrutinized Link, her gaze resembling a hunter's aim amidst the dim surroundings. Excessive kindness often renders one vulnerable. Aurikino, do you believe my investment is considerable? Link's violet eyes glimmered. Money? To me, money is merely a number. What I seek is time. The people of Fontaine have always harbored reservations towards the foolish multitude of the frosted winter. And Nuia serves as an excellent conduit to assuage their doubts. If we can gain the support of the Thorns Association, our voice within the Fontaine populace will solidify. However, Link, you must understand one thing. Aurikino shrugged noncommittally. The Thorns Association holds a certain influence in Fontaine, but that is all. If you think to establish a foothold in Fontaine solely through Nuia, you are being rather naive. Furthermore, her sense of justice is an exceedingly unstable factor. You should comprehend that once she discovers your past misdeeds, she will not spare you. I am confident in my disguise. Besides, I have stated that Nuia is merely a means to an end. Link's expression remained impassive as he poured himself a drink and began to sip. My goal has always been singular. Who? The Hydro Archon, Farina. Aurikino was momentarily taken aback, while Link retrieved a document from his coat pocket and handed it to her. Aurikino accepted the document, her brow furrowing as she perused its contents, and upon grasping the information contained within, she could not help but gasp. The document Link provided contained multiple theft cases, many of which were suspicious incidents, and numerous items lost were not particularly valuable, hence went unreported to the judicial court, existing only in oral accounts. The thief employed remarkably sophisticated methods, likely not a first-time offender. I had my people gather relevant information. Link spoke slowly, while each case appeared isolated and inconspicuous. When the evidence within is synthesized, a coherent chain of evidence emerges. The culprits behind these cases comprise a trio of thieves: Carl, Mand, and Bonfire. Interestingly, although these three have never been apprehended, their parents all possess criminal records in Melipetburg, with Mand's father currently incarcerated. Aurikino, do me a favor and pass this information to Farina. She has just faced a setback and will undoubtedly be thrilled to receive this data. Aurikino's hands trembled slightly as she gazed incredulously at the man beside her. Despite knowing Link was no virtuous character, she had not anticipated his willingness to exploit even children. Aurikino, when individuals commit crimes, they must face punishment. This is the rule in your Fontaine. Link finished the last sip of his drink. Do you not find this excessive? Link, do you believe them innocent? Must children be exempt from consequences for their mistakes? Had I not intervened, the elderly Scot would have been imprisoned because of these children, and his beloved granddaughter would have suffered the anguish of familial separation. Lin Ku's expression was devoid of emotion, resembling a cold, unfeeling machine. Lin Ku, what benefit does this bring you? They are merely a few children. They cannot possibly influence anything. They are incapable of affecting the grand scheme of Her Majesty the Queen. Alikino's gaze pierced through Lin Ku, igniting a spark of fury in her eyes. You are not upholding justice. You are merely exploiting the laws of Fongdan to cloak your perverse desires in a veneer of righteousness. Is that so? Lin Ku tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips. Alikino, you claim these children have no impact, yet they're already influencing a certain executive of Jidong. To Alikino's surprise, Lin Ku did not intervene as she tore up the documents. Instead, he shrugged indifferently. You deceived me into believing you had submitted this information to Funingna. Alikino's eyes turned icy as she summoned fire elements, a menacing aura enveloping the entire base of the Hearthstone House. So, you intend to act against the inspector of Jidong for the sake of a few delinquent children, defying Her Majesty's decree? Lin Ku regarded Alikino with a detached gaze, his prideful demeanor akin to a solitary wolf standing atop a precipice. Alikino inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. Lin Ku, do not provoke me. Then do what you must. The man continued to smile, yet beneath that facade lay a chilling indifference, one that felt both numb and agonizing. Chapter 13. A win-win? Fuming in frustration, Funingna stormed toward her bedroom, hands on her hips. She had intended to kick the door open, but accidentally struck the doorframe, wincing in pain. Why must everything conspire against me? She lamented, rubbing her sore foot. To her surprise, she discovered a gift package on her desk, seemingly materialized out of nowhere. Her eyes sparkling with intrigue. First, she nervously locked her bedroom door, then excitedly approached the table. After a brief moment of hesitation, Funingna reached out to open the parcel containing the gift. The visage of the water deity radiated with delight upon unveiling a beautifully crafted cake within the package. Beneath the cake lay an envelope neatly inscribed with the words, "To the Honorable Funingna." How thoughtful, Funingna mused, lazily settling into a plush chair, her face beaming with an uncontrollable smile as she savored the cake and opened the envelope beneath. The cake was exquisite, infused with rich cheese and a perfect hint of lime's acidity. Its base composed not of bread, but of finely crushed cookies, enhancing its delectable texture. The contents of the envelope read, "Dear Honorable Funingna, after considerable deduction, I have identified the culprits behind the theft at the North Country Restaurant's warehouse. Regrettably, their true identities are 3 unfortunate children from the Grey River District. I have entrusted Miss Navia with providing them with a stern reprimand. As for their judgment, the harm inflicted upon them is significantly severe. Therefore, I propose 2 options and hope to gain your approval. Honorable Funingna, the children possess good hearts, but due to the economic hardships of the Grey River District, their understanding of right and wrong may be somewhat skewed. You are a great and benevolent deity. I hope your kindness can grant these pitiful children a chance for protection. I deeply apologize for the confrontation that occurred today at the Apicli Opera House. Sincerely, Linka Morgan." Grounded yet gazing at the stars, Linka sat at his desk, arms crossed, peering through the window at the star-studded sky. As the clock tolls, the long night begins, while the bright Milky Way yearns for dawn. It was magnificent and grand, so beautiful that Linka felt acutely aware of his insignificance, as well as his profound loneliness, not the solitude of the strong, but the isolation of the weak. Linka was a utilitarian, fervently advocating for outcomes that benefited all, or at least multiple parties. Old Scott retained his job and could enjoy precious moments with his granddaughter. The children were spared from suffering and granted a chance at redemption. Navia could rest easy, liberated from the burden of difficult choices. Yet, what did Linka gain? The respect of the elderly? The admiration of children? The affection of a young lady? Job performance? Linka sighed softly, recognizing that ostensibly he had acquired much, yet felt not a trace of joy. He was uncertain of the purpose behind his actions. He merely understood that he ought to proceed in this manner, bowing his head into his arms. A look of confusion once again surfaced in his violet eyes. The weariness of his body and the emptiness of his soul gnawed at him, prompting a desire to retrieve a slice of cake from the kitchen. However, indulging today might lead to excessive sugar intake. Unexplainably, a small figure appeared in his mind. What was she doing now? Would she be angry upon seeing his apology letter? Though he found pleasure in lime cake, he wondered if it would suit her taste. Linka paused, placing a hand over his chest, sensing a peculiar emotion stirring within him. Although discomfort lingered, it was no longer as oppressive as before. Suddenly, Linka realized he must have gleaned something truly desired from this experience. But what precisely were those things? Perplexed, he lifted his gaze once more to the stars. They appeared so close, yet remained tantalizingly distant, visible but unattainable. Chapter 14. The duel. The dry, crisp air was laden with an aura of impending conflict. In the expansive dueling arena, 2 figures stood on opposite sides, starkly contrasting the previous raucous trial, as only a sparse audience remained. Due to specific circumstances, the battle between the agents was not publicly announced. However, for the sake of fairness, Funingna and Navia chose to attend in person. Navia maintained her solemn expression, while Funingna, unusually quiet today, furrowed her brow, intently observing the 2 combatants in the arena. On the other side, Navia stood alongside 3 remorseful boys, their faces pale, hands unconsciously clenched in a tight fist. What is justice? Why do those who uphold it often face unjust treatment? Navia felt an inexplicable urge to cry, but knew she must not allow tears to fall. She had to be brave and stand strong against all that lay before her. Regardless of what transpired or what the future held. She had to choose acceptance, for her father had already passed. And the only person left to shield her had stepped onto the battlefield for her sake. Mr. Lin Ku, do you confirm your role as the dual representative for Carl and the others, to fight against Ms. A-Lin? Navia's voice rang clear in Lin Ku's ears. I do, he replied, his violet eyes deep and unwavering, his posture straight as a lance. I hereby announce the duel between you and Ms. A-Lin. Exhaling a breath of resignation, Lin Ku tightened his grip on a long sword, fixing his gaze on the tall woman before him. After a few days apart, A-Lin remained as striking as ever. Today clad not in her previous Ji Ing Ting uniform, but in a fitted swordsmanship outfit. Her long, flowing purple hair was tied back, exuding an air of elegance and competence. Facing Lin Ku, A-Lin wore a somewhat peculiar expression, for as the strongest dual representative of Ji Ing Ting, she was undoubtedly aware of Lin Ku's reputation. Unlike the typically insufferable aristocrats, this man is courteous and exceptionally knowledgeable. Although he hails from Zhidonghua, he enjoys considerable esteem in Fengdan, particularly among the female populace. What took Kaluo Linda by surprise was that Link would stand up for a few children completely unrelated to him and choose to confront her in battle. His courage is commendable, yet somewhat overambitious. With a flick of her long sword, Kaluo Linda executed a graceful flourish in the air, then, with a swift step, aimed directly at Link's brow. While she admired his sense of justice, she would show no mercy to anyone daring to challenge the authority of Fengdan's laws. This was both her duty and her responsibility. The woman's movements were rapid, her figure flashing before Link, and just as she prepared to dispatch her opponent, Link acted simultaneously. His sword was poised to deflect her strike, while his foot delivered a direct kick to her abdomen. In stark contrast to Kaluo Linda's elegant swordsmanship, Link's actions were remarkably straightforward, yet this simplicity brought an inexplicable pressure upon her. Surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes as she twisted her waist to evade Link's kick, only to find that the long sword in his hand had suddenly curved in an unexpected arc, striking like a serpent towards her arm. With a tearing sound, the fabric of her sleeve was swiftly severed, revealing her fair skin, now marred by a deep crimson line. How could this be possible? Was that the wind? He utilized the wind element to manipulate the blade's trajectory, just as Kaluo Linda prepared to retreat and distance herself from Link. The air between them suddenly distorted in a visibly tangible manner, and in the next moment, an immense pulling force erupted, drawing her towards him. Wind vortex. The wind vortex is a specialized technique governed by the eye of the wind element. Its principle lies in accelerating the gas flow in a specific area in an instant, creating a pressure differential that pulls surrounding objects towards the vortex. With his sword held horizontally, Link's muscles tensed as he expressionlessly swung his weapon towards Kaluo Linda's waist. The combined force of the wind element and his arm's strength could easily sever her spine, cleaving her in two. Yet, as the mightiest duelist of Fengdan, Kaluo Linda was no ordinary foe. Amidst the surge of purple light, the lightning element erupted, a deafening roar reverberating as she forcefully steadied her stance and struck at Link's wrist with her sword. Both combatants staggered back a few steps, pushed by each other's fierce assault, but once stable, they charged at one another without hesitation. In an instant, the sounds of wind and thunder clashed, the green gusts and purple lightning resonating together. A sharp clang echoed as their blades collided, resembling the roar of a dragon. Kaluo Linda's swordplay was extraordinarily intricate, her strikes resembling a flurry of silver serpents, each aimed at Link's vital points. In contrast, Link's sword techniques bore an indescribable peculiarity. Though lacking the power of Kaluo Linda's lightning-infused strikes, a mere touch from his blade could exploit the flaws in her skill. One was adept in power, the other in technique. After a prolonged stalemate, Kaluo Linda's violet eyes turned icy. She leaped several meters high, gathering momentum to deliver a downward strike at Link. Her form surrounded by crackling lightning, resembling divine wrath descending from the heavens. No matter how skilled you are, I harness the might of thunder, and with the force of 1,000, I will cleave through you. In the face of this thunderous blow, Link remained unfazed, with a sweep of his sword. The winds in the dueling arena intensified, transforming into sharp wind blades that rained down upon Linda like a barrage, while Link's figure began to blur. Illuminated by the purple light, the raging lightning shattered the obstructing wind blades, and Linda seemed like a goddess of thunder, her sword's power threatening to split the expansive arena in two. However, to her astonishment, as she sliced through the layers of wind, she found Link's figure had vanished from her sight. Where's he? A piercing pain suddenly shot through her left thigh. Before she could react, a cold blade had already pierced through the lightning-infused barrier surrounding her. Linda trembled, incredulous as she gazed at the sword poised against her neck. During their earlier confrontation, she had sensed no presence from Link, yet he had stealthily maneuvered behind her for a lethal strike. This was still a direct combat scenario. If used for stealthy assassination, how formidable would he be? You have lost, Link said softly. While Linda was undeniably powerful, Link had bested opponents even stronger than her. The outcome of this battle had, in truth, been predetermined before it even began. Taking a deep breath, Linda nodded in resignation. Mr. Link, you have won. Setting down the broken sword, Link offered a slight nod and bowed towards Fu Ning Na and Wei Lai Te, then tore a strip of fabric from his garment. It might hurt a bit. Bear with it. The man's gentle voice resonated, and Linda paused momentarily, still processing his words when another wave of sharp pain coursed through her thigh. However, this discomfort was soon replaced by a soothing numbness as she looked down in astonishment at Link applying a white liquid to her wound, expertly completing a makeshift bandage. His handsome face bore a deep sense of remorse as he said, "I never intended for you to be injured." "No, it's nothing," Linda replied, still dazed as she watched him descend from the dueling platform, unable to process the moment. Calm, composed, and extraordinarily adept, he exuded an elegance supported by undeniable strength. He was distinctly different from other aristocrats. Chapter 15. The festival of celebration in the vast expanse of the world, snowflakes, resembling soft tufts, continuously descended, weaving a curtain of snow. Like willow catkins, they fell gracefully, shimmering white and glistening with a jade-like sheen, drifting softly from the heavens, rising from bed, changing clothes, washing up, tidying the space. In his spacious single residence, Link busied himself with household chores, engaging in a series of mundane tasks. Just then, a ringing sound from the door interrupted his thoughts. Link furrowed his brow, removed his apron, and tidied his appearance before peering through the peephole, only to discover a striking woman standing outside. Her clear, alluring violet eyes, soft and full crimson lips, delicate and petite nose, and elegantly contoured cheeks formed a visage of high-class beauty. Observing her figure, she possessed ample curves and a shapely form that resembled a work of art. Link felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but maintained a gentle smile as he opened the door. "Miss Linda, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" The woman remained silent, her head bowed as she stood at the threshold. Today, Linda was dressed in casual attire, shedding some of her usual menacing aura. The snowflakes, soft as down, adorned her fluffy coat, lending her an air of youthful charm. "How did you manage to sneak behind me?" Link paused momentarily before realizing she was referring to their earlier duel. "It is a martial art from my family that allows one to conceal their presence. Miss Linda, it is cold outside. Please come in and have a seat." Obediently following Link inside, Linda suddenly spotted the apron draped over a chair. "Are you doing housework?" "Today, a rare day off, I thought it opportune to tidy up the house and discern what items were superfluous and should be discarded." Link nodded, pouring a cup of warm tea for Linda from a thermos, and retrieve a large plate of cake from the cold cabinet, placing it on the table. "Did you make this yourself?" Linda inquired, her eyebrows raised slightly. Due to Fu Ning Na, she had explored every cake shop in Fengdanting, yet had never encountered this particular style presented by Lin Ku. "It's a mousse cake. I don't usually have many guests here, nor anything particularly exquisite to serve. If Miss Linda doesn't mind, you may sample it and provide your feedback," Lin Ku said with a smile, offering her a knife and fork. "My kitchen is still busy with some braised meat. Please excuse me for a moment." "You go ahead. I have nothing pressing to attend to. I merely passed by and thought to stop in," Linda replied, nodding as she watched Lin Ke retreat into the kitchen. Her curiosity piqued. It appeared this man was not only a noble, but also a single nobleman. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Lin picked up the knife and fork and began to indulge in the cake Lin Ke had prepared. A mousse cake, primarily made from mousse powder, boasts a rich and authentic flavor. When milk is added with a stabilizer, it bears resemblance to jelly, hence being referred to as a milk pudding dessert. The pastry chef incorporates various auxiliary ingredients into the cream to enhance its structure and stability, making it a delectable delicacy when frozen, its texture softer than pudding, melting effortlessly in the mouth. As Lin savored the cake, she suddenly found herself enchanted, feeling an insatiable urge to continue. Lin Ke stood there momentarily stunned, for the scene before him was astonishing. Linda, knife in one hand and fork in the other, swiftly cut a piece of cake and deftly brought it to her mouth, her movements fluid and graceful. The substantial cake he had just presented was nearly depleted within mere minutes. Lin Ke immediately thought to himself that he could never marry a glutton like this. Otherwise, they might very well consume the family fortune. Is there more? Linda inquired, wiping her mouth, clearly unsatisfied. No, I'm afraid not. Thank you for the hospitality, she said, a hint of regret in her acknowledgement. Mr. Lin Ke, I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. If you have time, do come visit Zhuing Ting. I would be delighted to host you. Well then, back to cleaning, he sighed, reluctantly setting aside the broom as he glanced at the nearly cooked ribs in the pot. Just a moment. I'll be right there, Lin Ke called out, contemplating whether to turn off the stove before proceeding to answer the door. A lovely girl clad in a warm coat stood at the entrance, accompanied by several anxious little children, their cheeks flushed from the cold, each holding what appeared to be gifts. Naweya, her jade-like complexion tinged with a rosy hue, displayed an unusual shyness, hiding behind the children. Come in, it's cold outside, Lin Ke said with a resigned smile, ushering them into the living room. He then returned to the kitchen with a freshly made rib soup, serving each person a bowl. Naweya, her cheeks flushed, suddenly stood and bowed deeply to Lin Ke. Thank you for what you did before. It was nothing I wouldn't do, Lin Ke replied with a warm smile, gesturing for her to dismiss her concerns. You all are simply here to eat. Hurry and apologize to Lin Ke. Naweya suddenly remembered, pulling the drooling children back, speaking sternly. We're sorry, Lin Ke. We know we were wrong. Such things must not happen again. Lin Ke, adopting a serious tone, then softened his expression, saying, Now, eat up before it cools. Thank you, Lin Ke. You're a good person. You spoil them too much, Mr. Lin Ke, Naweya said, shaking her head helplessly. I truly fear I might spoil them. Miss Naweya, with your responsibilities at the CI, May Society, and caring for these children, isn't it too much? Not really. They're quite well behaved. Besides, I mainly handle the affairs of the CI, May Society, while the children are mostly taken care of by the community in Huihe District. Naweya replied with a reassuring smile, presenting a package to Lin Ke. What is this? Thank you so much. Lin Ke accepted it solemnly with both hands. If you need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I'll do my utmost to assist you. After bidding farewell to this group of guests, Lin Ke exhaled in relief, yet gazed at the nearly empty pot of rib soup and shook his head. The cake was gone, the soup was gone, and if more guests arrived, ding dong, the familiar doorbell echoed in his ears, and Lin Ke's expression gradually stiffened. After seeing off Linda and Naweya, Lin Ke entertained a Kuning, followed by Lao Si Kute and his granddaughter, as well as several subordinates with whom he maintained amicable relations. Observing the now empty cold cabinet, Lin Ke rubbed his flat stomach and glanced out at the swirling snow. Just as he hesitated, his stomach protested loudly. All right, fine. I shall venture out to find something to eat. Chapter 16. Divine Presence. The biting cold wind howled, raising goosebumps on the girl's alabaster neck. Fu Ning tightened her coat, her solitary figure traversing through the swirling snow. The wind tousled her soft, white hair, cascading it like a blooming flower. Originally intending to sustain herself with cake, she recalled that Linda had forgotten to purchase any. Ah yes, she had injured her leg and seemingly took leave to rest. Had her exemplary behavior given the people of Feng Dan an impression of her being unapproachable? Alas, what to be done? Regardless, she remained a remarkably capable deity. As Fu Ning Na rubbed her numbed hands together, she sought to comfort herself. The once bustling street now appeared desolate, with shop doors tightly shut, yet warm lights illuminated the upper floors, and the sounds of children playing and festive music echoed faintly. Ding ding dong, ding ding dong, the bells ring merrily. Why did she feel so pitiful? Perhaps she should randomly enter a household and beg for a meal? Yet, that seemed rather humiliating. How could everyone be so preoccupied with their own meals? Leaving her unattended, her limbs grew increasingly stiff, and Fu Ning Na sought refuge beneath a street lamp, deciding to rest momentarily, contemplating a visit to a shelter or some welfare institution to see if there were any provisions available. I could say that the water deity cares for the populace, empathizing with their hardships, and has come to check in, while also finding something to eat. Cursed be it, why was there not a single shop open? Clad in a luxurious purple marten coat, Lin strolled alone along the street, hands tucked in warm pockets, his pace leisurely, akin to a wandering specter. Snowflakes fell gently to the ground, gradually accumulating into a fluffy white blanket. At first, stepping on it felt soft and inviting, but as the snow compacted into ice, it became treacherously slippery, posing a risk of falling. However, Lin Ku, being a martial artist, possessed a body tempered through rigorous training, granting him superior resilience to cold and balance compared to ordinary individuals. After an indeterminate time of walking, Lin Ku began to abandon the notion of finding something to eat. The snowfall intensified, and the temperature continued to drop. If this persisted, it might yield more harm than good. In the distance, he noticed a small figure crouched timidly beneath the glow of a street lamp, appearing exceedingly forlorn. Lin Ku paused, his heart, once indifferent, stirred inexplicably, perhaps due to his prolonged company with Na Weiya. Can even the devil pity the wretched? The man could not help but chuckle at his own self-deprecation. Yet he ultimately took measured steps forward, retrieving a 100 yuan note from his wallet and bending down to present it to the poor little girl. Funingna stared blankly at the note before looking up along the powerful arm to behold an exquisitely handsome face. Amidst the drifting snowflakes, the contours of the man's visage exuded sharpness and cold elegance, his skin as delicate as fine porcelain. His thick brows, straight nose, and perfect lip shape all proclaimed nobility and grace. In the ethereal starlight, he gazed serenely at her, a gentle and warm smile gracing his lips. Yet within the depths of his violet eyes lingered an ineffable, profound sorrow, akin to the beautiful youth in Greek mythology gazing upon the death of Narcissus. How lovely! Funingna mused, staring at Link, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. She quickly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, attempting to rise, but her legs, having gone numb from squatting for too long, betrayed her balance. With a startled ouch, she was on the verge of collapsing into the snow behind her, eyes shut tight. However, to her surprise, instead of plunging into the cold snow, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. The man's arms were comforting and soothing, like a safe harbor providing reliable shelter for a fragile little boat. Link stared in astonishment at the silly girl in his arms. His mind flooded with a whirlwind of emotions, surprise, excitement, anxiety, and a touch of a sweet, unfamiliar sensation. Let go of me, Funingna exclaimed in a delicate voice. Her words snapped Link back to reality. Greetings, esteemed Funingna. I am Link, the envoy of winter, he said, reluctantly releasing her from his embrace and bowing respectfully. Yet, as he lowered his head, he could not resist stealing a glance at the girl's bashful expression. Clearing his throat, Link remarked, Your cheeks are quite flushed, Funingna. What brings a person from the land of winter to wander the streets at night? I've run out of food at home, so I thought I might take a stroll to find something to eat, Link admitted awkwardly, scratching the tip of his nose. It is rather lonely, he sighed. Today, everyone seems to be visiting one another. Could it be that too many guests have come to see you, esteemed Funingna, hence your need to step outside? Indeed. Funingna nodded, her smile stiff. Today has been a whirlwind of guests. I can hardly keep up. So it is true. I had prepared a bounty of ingredients today as well, but all my dishes ended up being served to guests, leaving me quite hungry. Is it so? Have many come to visit you? Quite a few, indeed. I've been busy all day, Link replied with a wry smile. Kellyoline, Noea, and a few of my colleagues, though I doubt they compare to your esteemed guests. Of course, that is to be expected, for I am a deity of Fontaine. By the way, Link, your culinary skills are quite commendable. The cake you sent previously was delightful. Thank you. It was merely adequate. I heard that you enjoyed cake, esteemed Funingna, so I tried my hand at making some. I'm glad you liked it. Link, why not accompany me? I have plenty of ingredients at home. You could whip up something to satisfy your hunger, Funingna suggested, swallowing hard as she posed the question. Is that permissible? Link raised an eyebrow, observing Funingna clutching her stomach. While he feigned a generous demeanor, internally chuckling at the thought that the silly girl might be unable to cook and had ventured out in search of food. Certainly, Funingna declared earnestly, patting her modest chest. Though you are not a citizen of Fontaine, since you have set foot on its soil as a deity, I cannot allow you to go hungry. Then I must trouble you, esteemed Funingna. Link smiled, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Let's hasten. Chapter 17. 1,000 trees tomato beef brisket, egg yolk chicken wings, a fruit ice cream platter, classic meat sauce pasta, and 2 cups of specially brewed Genfisi. Having removed his apron, Link gazed at Funingna, whose eyes sparkled with delight, her mouth watering at the sight of the feast, and he could not suppress a slight smile. Uncertain of Funingna's palate, Link had taken the precaution of preparing dishes that were beloved by children, or perhaps it would be more apt to call them kiddie meals. Funingna, her mouth watering, glanced between the delectable spread before her and the smiling Link, her expression one of indecision. Esteemed Funingna, I fear I may have prepared too much. Might I ask you to help me eat some? Of course, no problem at all. Leave it to me. Funingna's eyes lit up, eagerly accepting the knife and fork Link offered, and she promptly seated herself at the table, beginning to devour the food with gusto. However, it was somewhat amusing. Funingna's small mouth could hardly contain the abundance she stuffed inside, cheeks bulging like a silly little frog, unable to chew her food. Link struggled to contain his laughter as he watched the silly girl, who, despite her mouth being full, continued to pile chicken wings and beef on her plate, as if fearing he would snatch them away. Link, why aren't you eating? Funingna's awareness of her ungraceful actions dawned upon her, and she looked up, cheeks flushed, only to find Link quietly observing her, a smile on his face as he watched her voraciously consume her meal. I find joy in watching you eat, esteemed Funingna. I shall eat once you are finished, Link replied, momentarily taken aback by his own strange sentiment, though he had also gone a day without food. He preferred to watch the silly girl relish the meal he had prepared. Not at all. You should eat as well. Food is best enjoyed while hot. Though I am a deity, I do not mind sharing a meal with you today, Funingna insisted, believing Link's reluctance stemmed from her divine status. Then I am grateful for your generosity, esteemed Funingna. Link nodded with a smile, serving himself a steaming spoonful of tomato beef brisket and savoring it with grace. With a contented lift of her brow, Funingna felt pleased with Link's thoughtfulness, and she soon resumed her feast. The chicken wings were succulent and juicy, the salted egg yolks rich in flavor, the tomato beef brisket tender and exquisite, with a delightful tang that whetted the appetite. The pasta was perfectly al dente, paired with a robust meat sauce that left one yearning for more. Funingna sincerely believed this was the most satisfying meal she had enjoyed in years. She sighed contentedly, rubbing her slightly protruding belly, the silly girl letting out a satisfied burp, her fair face still smeared with traces of sauce. Esteemed Funingna, are you satiated? Shall I prepare more? Link inquired, his smile growing wider at her gluttonous visage. That is quite enough, Funingna replied, lazily, nodding. Link, your culinary skills are exceptional. Why not pursue a career as a chef? She mused, imagining how delightful it would be to have Kellyoline cook for her. Perhaps not as a chef, but if you desire it, esteemed Funingna, I shall be at your service to cook for you, Link replied with a smile, tidying up the remnants of their meal before kneeling beside Funingna, much like one might do for a playful pup. Esteemed Funingna, he called gently. Funingna met his strikingly handsome face, feeling an inexplicable wave of nervousness wash over her. Could it be that you are in need of funds? I have none, she stammered. Link blinked his violet eyes and pointed at his left cheek with a finger. Funingna paused, as if a realization struck her. and her cheeks flushed with vivid embarrassment as she shook her head in indignation. Absolutely not. That is far too inappropriate. Pardon? Is it truly inappropriate? Link asked, somewhat puzzled, as he had merely intended to indicate that she had sauce on her face. Isn't it always so open in Jidong? Fanina shrank her petite figure, feeling that such intimacy only exists between lovers. Lady Fanina, isn't this a rather simple task? Then close your eyes. Fanina, blushing with embarrassment, buried her head. Link was quite perplexed. Under normal circumstances, he would never relinquish his sight in front of anyone. However, considering this fool had no combat prowess, even if he closed his eyes and allowed her to strike, he doubted she could harm him in the slightest. After a moment of contemplation, Link took a deep breath and closed his eyes, simultaneously heightening the sensitivity of his other senses. The girl's slightly hurried breathing drew nearer. A vague fragrance reminiscent of orchids enveloped him. Faintly, Link could even perceive the gentle breath of the girl brushing against his face. What is she doing? Has this little fool's mind wandered off again? Just as Link pondered this, he suddenly felt something soft and warm lightly touch his face. His body turned limp as if struck by electricity. His mind plunged into a blank akin to a computer in standby mode. His limbs seemed to lose control, feeling light and soft as if he might float away. Opening his violet eyes, Link stared blankly at Fanina beside him, suddenly realizing that his previous gesture of pointing to his cheek had led the little fool to mistakenly believe he was inviting her to kiss him. And she actually did it. Oh, indeed. How utterly mortifying. Staring blankly at the spot on his face where she had kissed him, Link watched as the little fool fled in panic, and in a moment of impulse, he brought his finger, which had touched his lips, to his nose and sniffed it gently. With the sound of the door being locked, Link regained his senses, simultaneously becoming aware of the peculiarity of his own actions, suppressing the urge to lick his finger. Ding ding, ding ding, the bells chimed outside the floor-to-ceiling window as snowflakes danced gracefully. The splendid fontaine was draped in white, harmonizing beautifully with the warm lights of every household. Everything was so splendid, so harmonious. Link gazed blankly at the beautiful scenery outside, lost in contemplation of the world he inhabited. Nature itself is devoid of sentiment. Only because you possess a heart. Tears streamed down his handsome cheeks, falling to the ground. Link suddenly felt enveloped by something beautiful and warm. Everything seemed as usual, yet felt as if, from a certain moment onward, everything within his sight had undergone a profound transformation. The man laughed, a hearty, liberating laugh, one almost tinged with vengeance, yet after a while, he suddenly began to weep, sobbing uncontrollably, as if he sought to release all the grievances and pain within him through his cries. Link was unaware of the reason behind his laughter or tears. He could not comprehend why a mere kiss from the little fool could drive him to such madness, just as he could not fathom the significance of his past 20 years of life. Suddenly, like a spring breeze arriving overnight, thousands of pear trees burst into bloom. Chapter 18. Making Money. Puffing, panting, the snow had cleared, and the sun shone brightly. Link rose, as usual, to go for a morning run. However, he felt somewhat troubled. Ever since their last encounter, Fanina had been avoiding him. Despite his numerous attempts to find an opportunity, they hadn't exchanged a single word. Mr. Link. Good morning. Miss Croland. Link smiled and waved. Are you here to exercise today? My legs are nearly healed. I'm just doing some rehabilitation. Croland nodded, her expression as cold as ever. Mr. Link, did you once serve in the army of Jidong? Not much. Your skills are impressive. Croland increased her pace, running alongside Link. That battle with you made me realize many of my shortcomings. Miss Croland, you flatter me. I merely practice self-defense. Link maintained his smile. Link, I'm not flattering you. I genuinely believe that with your skills, pursuing a career in the military would be far more promising than being a diplomat. Croland spoke earnestly. To work in the military and become an officer or a general? Yes, but I have no interest in power or such matters. Link shook his head. Then what is your goal? What goal? Your life goal. Croland sighed softly, body and soul. One must always be on the move. Living requires a bit of hope. Link smiled, but remained silent, continuing to run forward. Am I wrong? You're not mistaken, but Miss Croland, One only contemplates what to wear or which jewelry to don when their belly is full. I do not understand what you mean. Link, you hone your skills and acquire so much knowledge. Is it not to achieve some ambition or ideal? Link shrugged, not really. Then what for? To survive. Crolin stood frozen in place. But when she raised her head to continue speaking to Link, she found that he had already run far ahead. He was gentle and kind. Yet Crolin inexplicably felt a thick barrier existed between them. Lord Link, these are today's documents. Place them there. I will review them before noon. Lord Link, do you not wish to do this work? The beautiful female subordinate wore a proud smile, lingering after delivering the documents. Since this is work, there is no question of wanting or not wanting. Link raised an eyebrow, looking curiously at the woman before him. A look of interest appeared on Link's face as he regarded her with amusement. Lord Link, do you not think this work is entirely unnecessary? The woman shrugged. With your talent, it should not be wasted on such trivialities. If I do not do this, from where will my salary come? Without pay, what will I eat? What will I wear? Link replied softly. Monica, do you know why Her Majesty the Queen develops so many service industries in addition to agriculture and industry? To increase employment rates, so everyone can have a job. The woman answered without hesitation. Since you know this, you should not pose such questions. Link picked up the documents on the table, starting to review them one by one. Lord Link, I merely feel it is somewhat unworthy for you. Monica pouted slightly. Monica, your energy is too exuberant. Link said without looking up, I have encountered many girls like you, smooth sailing, full of passion, eager to make a mark in the workplace. Yet they all fail. Do you think you will be the exceptional one? Why not? Monica crossed her arms. Lord Link, I am more capable than they are. So where does your capability lie? Is it in secretly adding special Nuivia items to the gifts I sent to Heiha, or in sifting through these documents you deem worthless? Link's lips curled into a wry smile. I do not mind your presumptuous nature. However, Monica, if your eagerness to achieve causes me trouble, you should prepare for the possibility of dismissal. The woman froze, a look of frustration crossing her face, and she gazed at Link with a hint of sadness, as if lamenting that this fine steed had not encountered a worthy rider. All right, you may go. Focus on your own duties. Opportunities will always arise. Link waved his hand, signaling the girl to leave. The subordinate bowed and took her leave. My Lord Link, I must remind you that due to your previous misappropriation of public funds, the embassy is currently facing a financial deficit. Please take care of yourself. The woman turned away, her high heels clicking on the floor with a rhythmic tap. Link shook his head. Although this subordinate possessed considerable skills, her personality was not to his liking. Nevertheless, Link was a patient man and was willing to mentor those with potential. However, the financial deficit caused him to furrow his brow. It seemed he needed to procure some funds. Chapter 19. The high-stakes gamble securing such a large piece of land in this prime commercial district spoke volumes about the owner's background. Link rubbed his temples and walked onto a red carpet leading to a grand bronze door flanked by two ancient Roman columns. On either side of the door stood 2 rows of stunning young women, their appearances innocent yet their figures curvaceous, clad in well-fitted uniforms, revealing a sight of bare thighs at a glance. The interior was extravagantly adorned, with gilded and silvered decorations, and a nearly 10-meter exhibition platform showcased an enormous golden ship. Thousands of tiny figurines, each the size of a thumb, adorned the ship, each with a unique expression, vividly alive as if braving the wind and waves. Surrounding the walls hung exquisite works of art, carelessly displayed like cabbages, including many pieces of nude art that added a touch of primal desire to the opulent scene. My Lord Link, it is an honor to meet you. A refined voice broke through as a petite, graceful beauty emerged from a side door to greet Link. She wore a low-cut silk gown with a wave pattern, draped in a snow-white coat, and around her swan-like neck was a fox-fur shawl. Her movements exuded an air of nobility. Greetings, Miss Annabelle, Link replied with a slight nod. To think that my Lord Link knows my name, Annabelle smiled, pleasantly surprised. Miss Annabelle, you jest. Your name is known throughout the nobility of Fengdan. Link responded with a professional smile. Fully aware of the power the noble class held despite the judiciary authority wielded by the Valite family, Annabelle was indeed a remarkable figure among Fengdan's aristocracy, managing 1/3 of the entertainment industry in the region. True nobility does not refer to itself as such, Annabelle said warmly. What brings you here today, my Lord Link? Are you in search of some entertainment? I'm a bit short on funds, and came to seek some financial fortune from Miss Annabelle. Then I wish you the best of luck, Annabelle replied with a slight smile, gesturing for a striking young woman to step forward. She led Link through a long corridor, and after a considerable elevator ride, the surrounding noise suddenly surged. Before him lay an expansive area filled with an array of gaming tables, bug fights, slot machines, dice, and poker. Around the tables sat a multitude of gamblers, their eyes already bloodshot, some elated, while others wore expressions of despair. Sensual beauties clad in revealing outfits moved among them, trays in hand filled with exquisite drinks, adding a touch of madness to the intoxicating atmosphere. The visual and auditory stimuli invigorated Link's mind, as countless individuals prided themselves on their clarity of thought, yet often lost themselves in this enchanting ambience. Gambling was indeed a curious affair. Almost everyone understood the inevitability of loss, yet many believed themselves to be favored by fortune. Unlike the majority of gamblers present, money held little allure for Link. As the legitimate heir of Duke Morgan, he possessed significant access to the family's vast enterprises, but access did not equate to ownership. Before becoming Duke Morgan, the only money he could freely manage was his salary from the embassy. Other funds could be borrowed, but they would need to be repaid. This place is too noisy. Do you have an inner chamber? Link inquired, frowning. The gambling establishment typically consisted of two sections, the outer chamber for casual players and the inner chamber for high-stakes games organized by seasoned players. The outer chamber was lively and accessible, while the inner chamber offered a more professional atmosphere with higher entry requirements. Yes, but access to the inner chamber requires a VIP card costing 5 million mora, the attendant replied patiently. Once inside, you can organize your own games, or we can arrange for players to join you. Very well, Link nodded, retrieving a black credit card marked with the emblem of Bagua Bank from his pocket. Please charge 200 million and convert all into chips. Certainly, please hold on. The attendant's eyes brightened. Additionally, our service fee is 10% deducted when you cash out. You may also use this card for purchases in the bathing and treasure areas. Understood, Link nodded slightly. This so-called service fee was merely the casino's commission, known by various names in different locations. For instance, if Link won 1 million here, he could spend that amount directly, but converting it back into cash would incur a 10% fee of 100,000 mora. Having deposited 200 million, withdrawing it would result in a hefty 20 million mora fee, ensuring the attendant received a substantial tip as a bonus. Link glanced around and noted that each chip was valued at 1,000, totaling 20 chips, with a red card indicating a level 6 status. What does this 6 signify? It represents the level of your VIP card. With level 6, you can enjoy one complimentary bottle of wine valued under 1,000 mora each week. And there are discounts available for other expenditures, the attendant explained. Quite fortuitous, Link mused thoughtfully. He had a cousin involved in a similar industry, so he was familiar with the tiered incentive systems in service sectors. My Lord Link, what game do you intend to play? The attendant inquired tentatively. I have little experience with gambling, so I will try my hand at dice. Please arrange for someone to act as the banker. Certainly, please follow me. The attendant nodded and led Link to an opulent private room where a tall, uniformed dealer awaited him. The man wore a smile and exuded a composed demeanor, with long fingers suggesting he was adept at card tricks. Link raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing him as a bright light, a dealer trained to counteract skilled cheaters in the casino. To guard against expert hustlers, casinos often employed skilled players to act as countermeasures, known as eagles. The bright lights were staff in casino uniforms, while dark lights disguised themselves as players blending into the crowd. Your house doesn't employ any tricks, does it? Link asked nonchalantly. Absolutely not. It is a strict rule set by Miss Annabelle that no tricks are allowed in the house. Any violation would result in severe consequences, the dealer stated earnestly. You can rest assured, my Lord Link, we would never tarnish Miss Annabelle's reputation. That's reassuring, Link remarked, taking a red chip from the attendant's tray to toy with. What's the maximum bet here? 100 million mora. Why so low? Can't you raise the limit? Please hold on, my Lord Link. I need to consult with Miss Annabelle first, the dealer replied, momentarily taken aback, and then gestured discreetly to the attendant beside Link. The service attendant promptly nodded. respectfully bowing before departing, presumably to communicate with others. Lin Ku, however, remained unperturbed, leisurely seated in his chair, awaiting responses from those around him. Very well, let us commence. The dealer slightly inclined his body, deftly sweeping 3 dice into the shaking cup, which began to rattle vigorously. Releasing his hold on the cup, the dealer indicated that he could no longer cheat. Mr. Lin Ku, you may place your bet. Lin Ku surveyed the various betting areas, noting the diverse options available. One could wager on specific numbers or on the size of the roll. Betting on numbers would alter the odds based on probability, while betting on size offered a basic payout of 1 to 2. A roll totaling 310 would be considered a small win, while 1118 would be a large win. Without hesitation, Lin Ku pushed forward 20 chips, placing them on the large position. 200 million, betting large. The dealer's pupils dilated, nervously swallowing, before revealing the dice. 1, 3, 6. Mr. Lin Ku, 10 points, a small win. You have lost. The atmosphere became awkward as Lin Ku, having initially wagered 200 million, suddenly found himself bereft of his stake. Nevertheless, he maintained an expression of indifference, handing his card to the service attendant. Withdraw 500 million, exchange it all for chips. The attendant's expression stiffened, staring blankly at Lin Ku, realizing she was witnessing the extravagance of a truly wealthy individual. Is there a problem? No, no problem. She quickly shook her head. After a brief moment, she returned with a tray overflowing with chips, and the number on the VIP card changed from 6 to 7. Continue. Lin Ku said, arms crossed, his demeanor unfazed. Under Lin Ku's calm presence, the dealer felt an inexplicable pressure, taking a deep breath to recalibrate his mindset before shaking the dice cup once more. Mr. Lin Ku, you may place your bet. The dealer released the cup, and to the surprise of both him and the service attendant, Lin Ku directly pushed the tray filled with chips forward. 500 million, betting large. But Mr. Lin Ku, perhaps we should play a little smaller. However, Annabelle has stated to remove the betting limit. What issue lies in betting 500 million? No, no issues. Then let us roll the dice. The dealer swallowed hard, feeling a tension that was perplexing as he realized that Lin Ku appeared more anxious than himself. 3, 2, 3. Mr. Lin Ku, 8 points. You have lost. Take the card and withdraw 12 billion. Was my explanation unclear? The service attendant trembled, struggling to fathom that she was holding a staggering 12 billion in her hands, an amount she could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Continue. Lin Ku's voice remained indifferent, as if money were merely a numeral to him. Yes, yes. The dealer hastily took the dice cup and began to shake it once more. Mr. Lin Ku, you may place your bet. 12 billion, continuing to bet large. Leaning his chin on his hand, Lin Ku furrowed his brow slightly. He had merely intended to sit for a short while, yet time had slipped away. The dealer trembled as he lifted the cup, revealing the dice. 1, 1, 3, Mr. Lin Ku, withdraw 28 billion. Lin Ku handed his card to the service attendant for the 4th time. He felt a sense of disbelief, with an eighth of a chance. Was his luck truly this abysmal today? All right. The service attendant observed Lin Ku deeply. Since entering the venue, he had already lost 19 billion. Although not the most fortunate gambler, he was certainly the most unfortunate she had encountered thus far. Each chip was worth 1,000, meaning 28 billion amounted to 280,000 chips stacked together. Let us begin. Lin Ku nodded. Very well. The dealer nodded, shaking the dice cup again. Mr. Lin Ku, you may place your bet. The dealer had regained his composure, seemingly desensitized to Lin Ku's extravagant wagers. 28 billion, betting large. The cup opened immediately to 1, 6. Lin Ku felt a wave of frustration. Had he not been certain that the dealer was not cheating and had not sensed any elemental fluctuations, he might have overturned the table. Mr. Lin Ku, withdraw 60 billion. Lin Ku, disinterested in further discussion, merely handed over his card. The service attendant, trembling with fear, nodded cautiously, anticipating a potential outburst from Lin Ku. Continue. The dealer mechanically shook the dice once more. Mr. Lin Ku, you may place your bet. 60 billion, betting large. Lin Ku gazed intently at the dice cup on the table. 3, 4, 6. Mr. Lin Ku, it's a win. It's a win. The service attendant exclaimed excitedly, while the dealer displayed a look of relief. This unfortunate soul had finally won. Will you continue playing? No more. My luck has been too poor today. I fear further play will lead to my demise. Lin Ku's expression remained grim, despite the win. Each round bore a 50-50 chance. Yet he had suffered 4 consecutive losses. Lin Ku appeared to be recklessly betting, yet each wager was based on a principle, the law of the gambler's loss. This concept asserts that as long as there exists a possibility of loss, no matter how minuscule the probability, if the attempts are numerous enough, loss is inevitable. However, this law is predicated on a single condition. The gambler's funds must be finite. When a gambler's resources approach infinity, this law transforms into the gambler's win law. The first bet was 2, the second 4, the third 8, the fourth 16, the fifth 32. How much did I deposit previously? Mr. Lin Ku, the total is 10. 7 billion. Your current balance stands at 12 billion. Lin Ku was momentarily speechless. With his terrible luck, 12 billion had been wagered, and after deducting the commission of 2 billion, only 8 billion remained. After several rounds of play, he had merely earned 1 billion, discarding 3 chips at random from the table. He tossed 1 each to the dealer and the 2 service attendants. Take care of the rest and return it to the original card. Thank you, Mr. Lin Ku. The service attendant nodded repeatedly, letting out a sigh of relief. Lin Ku rubbed his stomach, realizing he was quite hungry after the lengthy delay. With this thought, he stood up and, accompanied by the service attendant, exited the private room. You little brat, daring to cheat in Miss Annabelle's establishment? Do you wish to lose your hand? Why, you all stay back. I am. What are you? Can you still claim to be that way, Lai Te? Someone, apprehend this reckless little brat. Today I, the one-eyed Shafik, shall have this brat's arm severed to feed the dogs. Wah, don't come near me. Please don't provoke me. Wah, or I will ensure you all suffer a terrible fate. A young girl, donning a mask and a baseball cap, trembled in fear as she was surrounded by a group led by the one-eyed brute, yet still spoke in a timid tone, uttering the harshest of threats. Wah! Should I not reveal my identity? But a deity secretly visiting a gambling den and cheating is truly shameful. The girl shuddered. But just as a massive hand reached for her white hair, a familiar, strong, and elegant hand emerged from behind her, firmly intercepting the one-eyed brute's grasp. The one-eyed brute paused slightly, observing the man whose physique was a size smaller than his own, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, just as he prepared to exert force and teach this audacious individual a lesson, an unimaginable surge of power surged through that fair hand, sending agonizing pain coursing through his nerves to his brain. The one-eyed man's expression contorted in an instant, and just as his arm was on the verge of being broken, the man released his grip. Link looked indifferently at the once arrogant one-eyed man, who staggered back in terror, and with a long arm, he shielded the young girl behind him. Although Link's stature was not imposing, at that moment, he resembled a towering iron wall. Sir, we are merely here for amusement. If you desire women, we have plenty. However, the individual behind you has violated Miss Annabelle's rules. The one-eyed man's expression darkened as he regarded Link, realizing that this individual was not to be trifled with. Yet duty-bound, he could not retreat. I will take responsibility for her actions, Link replied, raising an eyebrow. How much? I will compensate. Sir Link, this is not a matter of money. It is a question of rules. A refined female voice echoed from a distance, and as it sounded, the crowd that had gathered to watch instinctively parted to make way. Clad in a splendid gown, Miss Annabelle was followed by 4 men in black, whose demeanor exuded calmness, each sporting a black round-headed baton at their waists. What truly astonished Link were their eyes, calm and indifferent, resembling cold, emotionless killing machines. Miss Annabelle, please grant me a favor. Link spoke softly, fully aware that while he could repel the 4 shadow guards, Annabelle was backed by a powerful noble class. If it were in his territory, Link would feel fearless. But on someone else's ground, caution was paramount. Sir Link, no one dares cheat in my establishment, which is a testament to my credibility, and that credibility is my hallmark. Annabelle replied with a smile. Excessive kindness is akin to aiding the wicked. The young girl you protect is not an innocent child. She knowingly breached my rules, aware that cheating would result in a hand being severed. If I allow you to save her now, does that not imply that as long as you are present, my establishment can be freely cheated? If a second or third cheater emerges, what then? Will you continue to seek favors from me? How many favors do you have to offer? You must provide me a reason to undermine my own reputation. Link fell silent for a moment. Annabelle's words held merit. As an outsider, he had disrupted her rules. If he set a precedent by easily excusing this transgression, future management of the casino would become exceedingly difficult. What's wrong, Link? Should I call that girl? The young girl whispered anxiously, contemplating how to escape when suddenly a powerful hand encircled her delicate waist. She is my fiancée, so I asked Miss Annabelle to show some consideration. Link embraced the young girl, his deep purple eyes coldly regarding Annabelle. At this proclamation, shock rippled through the crowd. Sir Link's fiancée? When did Sir Link get engaged? No wonder he has never had a girlfriend. He was already taken. Sir Link, this sudden appearance of a fiancée is quite surprising, Annabelle remarked, her expression peculiar as she intended to press Link further. However, the man suddenly leaned down, kissing the young girl's soft lips through his mask. The young girl stared blankly at Link, momentarily rendered speechless. The kiss was forceful and abrupt. Through the thin fabric of the mask, she could feel his chaotic breath engulfing her throat. Her rosy cheeks flushed crimson, and instinctively, she wanted to push Link away. But remembering Annabelle's gaze, she reluctantly accepted the fervent kiss. Is this satisfactory? Link gazed down at the girl, whose eyes were now adaze, reluctantly releasing her soft lips. When he turned his gaze back to Annabelle, his purple eyes regained their icy demeanor. My fiancée, he has a unique status and cannot reveal her true identity. I hope Miss Annabelle can understand. Since she is Sir Link's fiancée, I shall certainly extend some courtesy, Annabelle acknowledged with a nod. However, Sir Link, such occurrences shall not happen a second time. Thank you, Miss Annabelle. Link nodded indifferently, noting this favor for future reference. After this exchange, Link took the young girl under his protection and navigated through the throng. Sir Link, Miss Annabelle still has matters to attend to and cannot accompany you further. There is no need, Link replied. My lord, shall I handle this? After Link departed, a slender woman in black stepped forward, whispering to Annabelle. Do not seek your own demise. Annabelle shook her head. My lord? The black-clad woman looked puzzled. Recently, someone has been absent from Funing Na's side. Are you referring to Kaluo Linda? Upon hearing the name, a flicker of deep apprehension crossed the woman's eyes. My information suggests that Kaluo Linda is on leave due to illness, recuperating at home. That woman's physical condition is so robust. How could she fall ill? Wait, are you implying that Kaluo Linda was injured by someone? Yes, and the one who injured Kaluo Linda is Link. Annabelle's eyes narrowed slightly, pondering whether Link might be connected to the notorious demonic family rumored in Jidong. Yet, his demeanor and actions did not align with that of a wicked, twisted devil, but rather resembled a compassionate and gentle angel. Soon, the woman regained her usual warm smile and raised her voice, declaring, I apologize for the spectacle today. To make amends, all beverages here are complimentary, on me. Yay! Thank you, my lord. Long live Miss Annabelle. Chapter 22. Pull yourself together as Link ushered Funing Na into his home. He shut the door, his brow furrowed as he looked down at the troublemaker before him. Ahem. Ahem. After awkwardly clearing her throat, Funing Na sheepishly removed her mask. Hi, Link, it's been a while. As a deity, of course. I went to investigate and conduct research. One must enjoy life among the people. Very well. I shall take you to find Naiwei Lai Te and see what he has to say. Absolutely not. If you go to find Naiwei Lai Te, I will not accompany you. Funing Na exclaimed anxiously, fearing that if Naiwei Lai Te learned of her gambling, he would look at her with that disparaging gaze of how could you be so useless? It's still all your fault. How is it my fault? It's because you gave me $100 last time. That is why I went to the casino. Then return that $100 to me. I just accidentally lost it. Funing Na lowered her head, feeling aggrieved. How did you even think of going to gamble? Is money tight? I heard someone say it was thrilling, and recently Kaluo Linda was recuperating. Finally, nobody was watching me. You are never to go again. Do you understand? Link spoke coldly. I know, don't be so fierce. Funing Na muttered softly. Besides, you go too. If you dare go again, I will publish your cheating in the Steam Gazette. Please no. I understand my mistake. I will never go again. Fu Ningna immediately softened, her eyes brimming with tears. Looking pitiable. I am the water deity. Can't you at least show me some respect? Errors must be corrected. Lin Ku helplessly shook his head. Gambling is a perilous vice. Once one becomes accustomed to the sensation of wealth flowing abundantly, it becomes intolerable to exchange labor for meager rewards. My lady, Fu Ningna, as a deity of a nation, you ought to lead by example. I will. Fu Ningna nodded vigorously, yet her stomach suddenly growled, a rosy hue instantly gracing her cheeks. Are you hungry? You've only had breakfast today. One must partake in 3 meals a day. Speak, what do you wish to eat? I shall prepare it for you. I desire that beef stewed with tomatoes and potatoes from last time. Very well, Lin Ku replied. First retrieving a slice of cake from the freezer and placing it on the table, then providing Fu Ningna with a knife and fork. The tomato beef will take some time. Please enjoy the cake to stave off your hunger. Swallowing hard, Fu Ningna eagerly accepted the utensils from Lin Ku, slicing a piece to place in her mouth. Delicious. The cake, seemingly ordinary, was exquisitely smooth. The delicate cream, fluffy cake base, complemented by sweet mango and blueberries, made the fruit cake astonishingly delightful. Observing Fu Ningna's ecstatic expression, Lin Ku displayed a tender smile. This silly girl is easily pleased. A single slice of cake brings her such joy. Taking out a piece of beef shank he had purchased earlier, Lin Ku proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. He placed 1 pound of beef in a bowl, added clean water, and a spoonful of white vinegar, allowing it to soak for half an hour to remove the blood. After soaking, he rinsed the beef thoroughly and drained it. He cut it into slightly larger pieces, knowing it would shrink after blanching. He placed the beef in cold water, added half a spoon of cooking wine, and brought it to a boil for 3 minutes to eliminate the blood. Afterward, he removed the beef and rinsed it with warm water to cleanse it of impurities, draining it again for later use. In a hot pan, he added oil, and once it reached medium heat, he introduced scallions, ginger, garlic, dried tangerine peel, and dried chili, sautéing them gently until fragrant. Once the spices released their aroma, he added the beef, stir-frying until the moisture evaporated and the meat absorbed the flavors, then set the mixture aside. In a new pot, he added a little oil, turned the heat low, and added half the tomatoes along with a spoon of sugar, allowing the tomatoes to release their juice quickly. After the juice had formed, he returned the beef and spices to the pot, mixing thoroughly. He poured in boiling water to just cover the beef, adding a large spoonful of cooking wine. Then brought it to a boil before reducing the heat to simmer uncovered for about 10 minutes to better eliminate the beef's gamey taste. He then transferred everything to a clay pot, covered it, and simmered on low for approximately 40 minutes. Afterward, he added the remaining tomatoes and began seasoning, incorporating 2 grams of salt, 20 grams of yellow soy sauce, 2 grams of chicken essence, and 2 grams of pepper, stirring well and covering for another 5 minutes. Lin Ku fried a few eggs and cooked 2 servings of noodles, as it was getting late, preparing to serve tomato beef over noodles for dinner. You must be starving. Eat quickly. Lin Ku placed the dish on the table, while Fu Ningna, unable to contain her appetite, eagerly took her fork, ready to feast. Ow, hot, hot. Slow down. I will fetch you some cool water. After a delightful meal, Fu Ningna languidly sat in her chair, reluctant to move. However, after a moment, she felt a gaze upon her, and looked up to find Lin Ku staring intently. What are you looking at? My lady Fu Ningna, have you perhaps forgotten something? Lin Ku blinked his deep purple eyes. I don't recall forgetting anything. Fu Ningna's eyes darted, her expression comically oblivious. Her pretense was so convincing that it hardly seemed feigned. My lady Fu Ningna, you and T want the people of Fengdan to discover your gambling habits. Would you? Lin Kiskiviko. Threatening a deity will bring about punishment. Actually, my lady, I just remembered that I might have accidentally added poison to your bowl. Lin Ku suddenly declared. What? Fu Ningna's pupils dilated, nearly leaping from her seat. Lin Ku, are you an idiot? What poison? Will it kill me? Not only will it kill you, but it will also take you to the afterlife. Oh no. Lin Ku, have you lost your mind? Quickly bring out the antidote. Why would you have poison at home? Previously, suffering from depression, he contemplated suicide. As for the antidote, Lin Ku refrained from elaborating, merely pointing to his own face. Close your eyes. My lady Fu Ningna, if you continue to delay, the poison may start to take effect. You naughty boy. This is disrespectful to a deity. Fu Ning Na pouted, yet her fear of death compelled her to gently press her red lips against Lin Ku's cheek. Is that sufficient? Should I swallow or chew? Chewing will suffice. In a flurry, Fu Ning Na chewed a few chocolate beans and swallowed them with her saliva. What kind of medicine is this? It actually tastes quite good. Ah, this is a slow-acting remedy. Lin Ku began to explain earnestly. What is a slow-acting remedy? Does it take a long time to work? Not exactly. It simply means that one dose isn't enough and several doses are required. Then give me more. Hurry and fetch me some more. Fu Ning Na grasped Lin Ku's hand, shaking it vigorously. This medicine is taken once a week. Taking too much at once is ineffective. Lin Ku regarded her seriously. My lady Fu Ning Na, you must visit me once a week, and I shall provide you with the antidote. You won't take advantage of this to coerce me into doing something strange, will you? Well, perhaps. Lin Ku, such behavior will lead to punishment. I am indifferent. After all, I have depression, so death is no matter. What a pity for my lady Fu Ning Na. Lin Ku sighed regretfully. Before you die, could you leave behind the prescription? Fu Ning Na tentatively inquired. That might be a bit complicated. Why? Because the prescription must be tailored to the individual's health, and currently. It seems I'm the only one capable of formulating it. Oh no, Lin Kiskiviko. You must pull yourself together. You cannot die. You must stay strong. Chapter 23. Blossoms blooming on a sunny day, in a pristine and orderly office, Lin Ku read the newspaper while sipping coffee. A neatly arranged stack of completed documents at his side. The work of the Zhejiang diplomatic envoy is no simple task. As the administrator of the Zhejiang embassy, Lin Ku must coordinate a myriad of affairs, both large and small. Logically, he ought to hold various meetings daily, yet Lin Ku is a proponent of communication. More accurately, he excels at identifying the shortcomings in his subordinates' characters. Some are prone to petty greed, others are rigid and inflexible, while some are smooth-talking and insincere. However, by addressing each issue appropriately and assigning them to suitable positions, their original flaws can be transformed into strengths. Those who are inclined toward petty thievery may be assigned to cleaning duties, where they will eagerly collect recyclables. Those who lack adaptability may serve as monitors, strictly adhering to instructions, and those who are glib-tongued can be placed in reception, as they at least know how to please others. As for important roles, naturally, those are reserved for the capable. It is not a daunting task to have capable individuals serve you diligently. Simply offer ample praise and rewards while minimizing unnecessary formalities. When these individuals feel gratitude and regard you as their patron, they will naturally become as obedient as cattle and horses at your command. However, training such creatures still requires a certain finesse and targeted approach. Lin Kudarun. Here is the financial report from last quarter. Additionally, Miss Navia of the Thorn Rose Society has invited you to dinner tonight, expressing a desire to discuss matters regarding the debts of the Bagua Bank. The slender secretary wore a sour expression, having not displayed a pleasant demeanor since Lin Ku reprimanded her during their last encounter. Well done. Lin Ku glanced over the financial report, nodding slightly. Despite her fiery temperament, the young lady had commendable abilities. Lin Kudarun, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything further, please let me know. A refined male voice echoed from behind, causing Monica to pause mid-step. Lin Kidere. Do you have any instructions for me? Monica, there is something I need you to assist me with. Lin Ku leaned back in his chair, gently blowing on the steam rising from his cup of coffee. The woman's eyes brightened immediately, and she bowed respectfully. Lin Kudarun, Monica is at your service. Monica, this task is not without its challenges and carries certain risks. Are you prepared? I am ready, she replied without hesitation. Good. Lin Ku retrieved a document from beneath the table and handed it to Monica. Take a look. Lin Kudarun, what is this? Monica accepted the document, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. The file contained details about a case involving a trio of triplets from Bailujia. Specifically, these three orchestrated a magic show during which they pilfered the wallets of the audience, resulting in their imprisonment in Mei Luo by Te Bao. Elchi Nua dispatched her 3 children to investigate at Mei Luo by Te Bao, and the boy named Lin Ni devised a scheme as a result. Lin Kiskiviko spoke softly. If I am not mistaken, He likely concealed the audience's wallets in a specific location. Once they uncover the truth, they will collaborate with A-Lin to retrieve the wallets. In this manner, the wallets will be returned to their rightful owners, and the triplets' crimes will be significantly mitigated, allowing them to emerge from a luo by Bao. Monica, I need you to help me locate the place where Lin and I has hidden the items. Lin Kudarin, is there an issue? None at all. The woman inhaled deeply and nodded earnestly. Go then. Yes. Lin nodded, watching as she departed his office. For someone as energetic as Monica, Lin Ku felt the need to assign her tasks, preferably those that appeared meaningful yet were, in truth, rather inconsequential. As for their actual significance, he would leave that to the young lady's imagination. Define the value of one's work through one's own perspective. Does that not sound rather grand and noble? In the opulent restaurant, Lin Ku pondered while gazing out at the pigeons, savoring a steak that was passably acceptable. Lin Ku. Lin Ku swallowed his bite and turned his attention to the young lady before him. Is there something you wish to discuss? Indeed, I am here to discuss the dead issues between the Thorn Rose Society and Bagua Bank. Navia observed Lin Ku's distracted demeanor, feeling an inexplicable twinge of discomfort within. Is there a problem with the Thorn Rose Society's operations that requires my assistance? Lin Ku smiled. No. It's just Navia hesitated before finally voicing her concern. I heard rumors that you already have a fiancé, E. Is that true? Lin Ku paused for a moment, a resigned smile gracing his lips. So, how does that relate to the dead issue between the Thorn Rose Society and Bagua Bank? It has no bearing, but I simply wish to know. Navia gazed at Lin Ku anxiously. Lin Ku regarded her intently. Navia, at that time, the situation was urgent, and I had no choice but to tell Anabe that the young lady was my fiancée, E. I see. Navia exhaled, relieved. However, Navia, my father did indeed arrange a marriage for me during the winter. Lin Ku stated candidly. The word struck Navia like a blow. Is that so? Yes. Lin Ku confirmed with a nod. Surely, as Mr. Lin Ku's fiancée, she must be an exceptionally accomplished young lady? A pang of sorrow tugged at Navia's heart. Yet she forced a smile. In my father's and grandfather's estimation, she is perfect. Lin Ku sighed softly. Truth be told, I've yet to meet her and know nothing of her true identity. Do you like her? How can one speak of affection for someone one has never met? Is it possible for two strangers to marry? Navia inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Of course it is. Lin Ku replied without hesitation. Among the nobility, it is quite common to enter into unions with unfamiliar young women. But such a marriage surely cannot lead to happiness. Perhaps not. Lin Ku silently finished chewing his meat. However, if I do not marry that young lady, I will face dire consequences, as will she. Why? Because it is the Morgan family's decree. No one may defy the rules of the Morgan family. Upon hearing this, Navia stood frozen, suddenly realizing how little she understood this man. Navia. Within the hearts of Morgan family members, the family's rules are as inviolable as the justice you uphold. Linkiskiviko said deep. To violate them would lead to dire consequences. What would happen? Death. Lin Ku's gaze turned profound. Within a Morgan family, there exists a faction dedicated to maintaining order, of which he had once been a part. What the deity of winter? Lin Ku shook his head. Most members of the Morgan family grapple with psychological issues. Without these rules, they would become the very source of disorder. Thus, in Her Majesty's eyes, the Morgan family's jungle law is a necessary chain. I cannot comprehend. After a moment of silence, Navia shook her head. Lin Ku, regardless of how the others in the Morgan family behave, you give me the impression of being a truly good person. And what if all of this is merely a fade? Lin Ku remarked with a hint of resignation. He lifted his gaze, expecting Navia to show anger, yet instead found her looking at him with a clear and gentle expression. In that moment, the man's demeanor faltered. He suddenly understood that Navia's sense of justice was not the fragile and naive concept he had imagined. Are you not angry? Why should I be? Navia shook her head. A gentleman judges actions, not hearts. A petty person judges words, not deeds. Lin Ku, during my childhood, my father often took me to various banquets. Sometimes, I would feign sleep to avoid attending. Yet, I would often end up genuinely asleep. Navia gazed quietly into Lin Ku's deep purple eyes. Lin Ku, if you are indeed deceiving me and everyone else, then please continue your deception. But lies will eventually be exposed. Lin Ku's expression turned bittersweet. Navia, the more one invests, the more one loses. If one chooses to evade, will the pain not be greater when the truth is ultimately revealed? Perhaps it will be more painful, yet hope still persists. Navia sighed softly. Lin Ku, if that day truly arrives, I would prefer you to conceal it a little longer, as a means to buy me time. What do you mean by that, Miss Navia? Link, I will manage the CI, Mei Hui diligently, and hone my skills. A look of utmost seriousness appeared on Navia's delicate face. Matters that the winter deity neglects shall be my concern. If that day truly arrives, I shall certainly thwart you. Link's hand trembled as he set down his cutlery, picking up a pristine napkin to dab at the corners of his mouth. Every being possesses a crack, for that is where the light seeps in. In that moment, her grace resembled that of a divine being. The man inhaled deeply, then met Navia's gaze with his violet eyes, raising his goblet with great solemnity. Miss Navia, it is my honor to make your acquaintance. Mr. Link, may you pursue the light and walk in its embrace. He was undoubtedly a hypocrite, fully aware of the Morgan family's influence, harboring little hope for Navia's promises. Yet at this instant, the line between virtue and hypocrisy had become exceedingly blurred. Two flowers bloom, each expressing its own beauty. Chapter 24. Answering questions, the stars converged, and the bright moon illuminated the night. At the bustling night market's entrance, Link sat leisurely in a modestly luxurious coat, a small box by his side. Compared to his usual elegant and noble attire, Link appeared more approachable at this moment. It is rather amusing. The ancients say that one who is near vermilion becomes red, and one near ink becomes black. Yet human nature tends to be complacent, seeking stability and clinging to the familiar. Being in the company of those more accomplished can induce pressure and jealousy. Witnessing others study compels one to pick up a pen and join in. Conversely, associating with those markedly inferior can evoke discomfort, making one shudder at the thought of having fallen into such company. Thus, it is most comfortable to be among those of similar caliber, where no one burdens the other, nor concedes to anyone. After waiting for a considerable time, Link suddenly sensed something amiss. Glancing at his wristwatch, he realized that he had kept an appointment with Funingna that was already half an hour overdue. His brow furrowed deeply, and an unsettling feeling surged within him. Just as he prepared to rise and seek out the little fool, he spotted a petite figure, clad in a mask and a large hat, rushing breathlessly toward him. What has happened? Link stepped forward to steady Funingna, scrutinizing her appearance, which seemed free of injury. Funingna hung her head, looking as if she had been wronged. Why are you so late? I accidentally got lost, she replied, her cheeks flushed, embarrassedly complaining. The stalls are so disorganized, they blocked all the signs. Link shook his head with a wry smile. I suppose that is quite typical of you. Are you hungry? A little bit. Observing the girl's bashful cuteness, Link affectionately opened the thermos he had brought, retrieving a warm crepe. Eat up, it's still hot. Wow. Did you make this? I did. Please try it and let me know if it's good. It's so fragrant. Link, you're incredible. You can do everything. Funingna took a hearty bite, her lovely eyes sparkling like stars. I'm glad you like it, Link smiled. I heard from Kulualind that there's an event happening at the night market today. Shall we take a look? Yes. Funingna nodded vigorously, but suddenly seemed to remember something and tightly hid her little head behind Link. Is something the matter? The security at today's night market is managed by Kulualind. I must be cautious and cannot be caught by her. Aren't you her superior? Why are you so afraid of her? I'm not afraid. I just fear causing a ruckus and putting pressure on her work. Funingna earnestly fabricated her excuse, which only made Link find her even more amusing. You are indeed considerate of your subordinates. Of course. Oh, by the way, what activities are being held here? I just took a quick look. It's a fun quiz. Link pointed to the question boards in front of the various stalls, where plush toys and bags of candy were displayed as prizes. Passers-by could freely choose a question board to answer, and those who answered correctly could claim the nearby gifts. The stall owners would then replace the question board with a new one. It seemed that answering questions could also earn points, with the top scorers eligible for special prizes. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Just so you know, I'm not after any gifts. I simply enjoy answering questions. With that, Funingna led Link to the nearest stall, where she began examining the questions on the board. for notorious bandits, one day, stole 100 gold coins from a local noble's treasury. But during the division of the spoils, they found themselves in a predicament. The order of proposing a plan is as follows. Each person presents a proposal, and if half or more agree, they will divide the spoils according to the plan. If the proposal is rejected, the proposer will be executed. It should be noted that they are all greedy, strategic bandits who will not form alliances and will make decisions independently. The question is, if you were one of them, how would you propose to divide the spoils to maximize your gold? Funingna's eyes lit up as she hurriedly pulled Link through the crowd of onlookers. Little sister, each person only has one chance to answer. Are you not going to consider it? The stall owner, an elderly gentleman with graying hair but a kind smile, addressed her. I'm not a child. I am, cough cough, of course going to propose an equal division. Each person gets 25 gold coins, so none of the others would oppose. Haha, wrong. The old man chuckled and shook his head, while Funingna's previously triumphant expression soured. What? I was clearly right. No. There's a better way to divide it. Little sister, you should try elsewhere. This question is too difficult for you. What are you talking about? I propose taking 1 coin and keeping 99 coins for myself. As Funingna could not contain her frustration, Link promptly revealed the correct answer. Huh? Link, are you silly? No one would agree to that. Lord Link? The old man finally recognized Link, who was casually dressed beside Funingna, and expressed surprise. Are you participating in this event too? Just accompanying a friend to have some fun, Link replied with a smile. Old man, was my answer correct? Yes, it is the correct answer. The old man nodded immediately, bowing in admiration. Lord Link, you are truly a top noble. This bag of candy is a small gift I prepared. Please don't mind it. And this card serves as proof of the correct answer. Collect more, and you can exchange them for prizes with the organizers. Thank you, old man. Link smiled as he took the bag of candy and handed it to Funingna. Enjoy. But why is the answer to take 99 coins? Won't they be angry if I only give them 1? Funingna, a bit displeased, opened the candy bag and picked out a few of her favorites to stash away. Fufu. You can simplify the problem first, then use reverse thinking. If it were a situation with 2 people, then if I were the proposer, I would certainly take all the gold, since regardless of whether they agree with my proposal, it would always pass. Therefore, to avoid ending up with nothing, one would strive to prevent the situation from reducing to just 2 people. This means one would do their utmost to agree with the proposal. In a situation with 3 people remaining, to garner support, one would only need to offer a single coin, which leads to the scenario of taking 99 coins, 0 coins, and 1 coin. Thus, as a proposer, one would strive to avoid a scenario with only 3 people left, where offering just 1 coin would suffice to ensure the proposal passes. Chewing on the fruit gummy in her mouth, Funingna nodded, seemingly understanding, and exclaimed, All right, let us proceed to the next stall. Chapter 25. The Problem Solver of Fongdan Link. I want that one. Hurry and answer the question. At your service. As they made their way, munching and answering questions, Funingna's hands were already filled with an array of toy snacks, stuffed into a large bag. The little fool had decided not to pretend anymore. Upon spotting any delightful treats or toys, she would urge Link to respond to the questions. Although the items prepared by the stall owners were not particularly precious, the thrill of receiving them for free was utterly delightful. Link observed the little fool's carefree demeanor and shook his head affectionately, then turned his attention to the new question board. Among 2,300 gold coins, one was counterfeit. The fake coin was slightly lighter than the genuine ones, and you possessed only a single balance scale. In the worst-case scenario, how many times must you weigh to identify the counterfeit coin? The premise of the question states that the weighing capacity of the scale need not be considered. Link raised an eyebrow, about to state the accurate answer, 8 times. A familiar female voice interrupted him, prompting Link to turn and look. Lord Link. Upon seeing him, the woman's face immediately lit up with surprise. Monica, are you here to have some fun too? Link greeted her with a smile. Ever since he assigned Monica a series of seemingly intricate, yet ultimately inconsequential tasks, she had developed the illusion of being part of the upper echelons of power, no longer acting as self-importantly as before. Instead, she became more obedient and understanding. Come over here and play. Monica, dressed elegantly in a black dress, radiated an air of refined nobility as she approached Link with delight, presenting a thick stack of answer sheets to him with a hint of pride. Lord Link, I am close to answering 100 questions. Well done. You truly embody the elite of our embassy in winter. Link praised her with a smile. How many questions did you answer correctly, Lord Link? About 30 or 40, Link estimated casually. Initially, he had waited for Funingna, arriving late, and throughout their journey. He had not focused on scoring points. He merely answered when Funingna found something intriguing. Lord Link must catch up then, realizing her score surpassed the one she idolized. Monica couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. I don't mind the scores. It's all about having fun. This event is sponsored by Miss Annabelle. The rewards for the top 3 are quite substantial. Oh, what are the rewards? The third place receives a free ticket for a luxurious cruise for 2. The second place gets a spending card worth 50,000 mora. And the first place is extraordinary, a free year-long dessert tasting voucher from Linda's Bakery. It is among the top 3 pastry shops in Fengdian. And I hear a single dessert can sell for over 1,000 mora. Linda's Bakery? I have been there. The craftsmanship and ingredients are truly exquisite, and the taste is indeed remarkable. Yes. It is said that half of the dessert enthusiasts in Fengdian are here. The first place's free tasting voucher has already been inflated to over 1 million in the black market. That is indeed impressive. I won't hold you up any longer. I must go answer questions. Well then, I wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Lord Link. After waving goodbye to Monica, Link intended to explore other stalls, but soon noticed Funingna displaying a displeased expression beside him. What is so great about that? If I put in my full effort, I could have easily racked up 200 or 300. Pouting and rolling her eyes at Monica's retreating figure, Funingna expressed her dissatisfaction. Link chuckled helplessly. Monica was quite clever and persistent. Unless something unexpected occurred, she would likely emerge as the champion of this event. Funingna angrily pulled her hand away from Link, striding off towards another question board on her own. Hey, aren't you going to take the antidote? Link hurried after her. Missing it once won't kill me. Funingna shot an irritated glance at Link. How do you know that? I accidentally forgot to take it once before. Link scratched his chin in exasperation. You really dare to forget, huh? Missing it once is fine, but if you skip it several times, it might cause issues. Stop scaring me. I'm a deity. I have my pride, and I won't be easily intimidated by you. Link couldn't help but smile, choosing to remain silent and follow Funingna, curious to see what antics she might conjure. Ignoring Link, Funingna glared at the question board. 923678763423813. This is so boring. Change the question. Choose any 3 numbers between 1 and 100. What is the probability that their sum is a multiple of 3? Darn it. Why are they all annoying calculation problems? A bucket holds 10 liters. Using a 7-liter and a 3-liter container, how many steps are needed to divide it into 2 equal parts of 5 liters? Funingna's eyes sparkled with interest, sensing this one was doable. Link watched with keen interest as Funingna crouched down, using a twig to scribble and calculate. After a while, her brows lifted in triumph, and noticing the question board hadn't changed, she hurriedly rushed to the stall. 17 steps. It's 17 steps. Not quite, little miss. Perhaps you should look elsewhere for simpler questions. The cheerful older sister waved her hand dismissively. Darn, this is infuriating. Funingna kicked the nearby lamppost in frustration, only to wince as the metal surface hurt her foot, causing her to crouch down, teary-eyed. Wah, this isn't fun at all. Feeling both amused and sympathetic, Link helped Funingna to a nearby chair, crouching down gently to assist her in removing her little shoes. A delicate foot, encased in white socks, appeared before him, no larger than the palm of his hand, exuding a faint, alluring scent of sweat. Don't worry, it won't hurt if I massage it. I'm not afraid of pain. Funingna stubbornly wiped away her tears. Link, you don't need to worry about me. Go answer the questions. No way, my divine lady. How could I go answer questions by myself? No, I want that first place voucher. The one for a year of free desserts? Yes. But Monica has already answered over 100 questions, and we only have 30. We definitely want to catch up. Link sighed, realizing how greedy the little fool was. Just give it a try. You're so clever. Maybe you can catch up, but what about your foot? Should I carry you? Link suggested cautiously. Carry. Funingna's cheeks flushed pink, and after a moment's hesitation, she thought about how her mask and hat concealed her identity and nodded gently. Very well, water deity. Hold on tight. Link chuckled as he crouched down in front of Fanina. Okay. She obediently climbed onto Link's back, wrapping her slender arms around his neck. Inhaling the pleasant fragrance of her hair, Link secured her thighs and lifted her effortlessly. Is this all right? Yes, yes. Stop asking, I'm not a child. Hurry and answer the questions. The event will end soon. Then let us go answer questions. Link nodded, proceeding to the stall they had passed earlier, reporting the correct answers one by one. 923678763423192754082702214. What is the probability that the sum of three chosen numbers between 1 and 100 is a multiple of 3? It is 53922161700. A barrel of water contains 10 liters, and when dividing it equally into two portions of 5 liters, each using a 7-liter and a 3-liter container, it requires at least 9 steps. After much effort, despite Link's best attempts at answering the questions, he ultimately failed to surpass Monica's point tally before the time limit expired. How many points did I get? He wondered as he carried the light-hearted Fanina toward the tent set up by the organizers. This mental exercise had indeed proven to be quite taxing. Fortunately, the little fool was light enough for him to carry with ease. I only got 107 points, Fanina said, disheartened. I tried so hard, yet I still fell far short of first place. She repeatedly counted the points in her hand, as if wishing that counting a few more would magically increase her score. It's all right. You've done remarkably well. Link gently reassured her, feeling a touch of confusion. Although he was the one who had answered the questions, Fanina, merely munching on snacks and tallying points on his back, appeared far more upset than he felt. Good evening, Mr. Link, a familiar voice called out, startling Fanina, who quickly tucked her head into her hat. Miss Crowlin. Thank you for your hard work. Link greeted the impeccably dressed Crowlin with a smile, handing her a bag of candy he had just won. Please don't mind it. Miss Crowlin. Thank you, she replied, weighing the candy curiously while glancing at the little girl hiding behind Link. And who might this be? She's my friend. I heard that Miss Annabelle is sponsoring an event here, so I brought her along for some fun. Miss Annabelle is indeed quite affluent, Crowlin nodded, directing Link toward the tallying area. Just head this way. All right, I won't keep you. Let's have a meal together sometime. Goodbye. Goodbye. Why are you so scared? If you're discovered, what's the worst that could happen? Just say you came out to play. If I'm found out, Crowlin will catch you and then call Violet to lock you up in Melipetersburg. Then I won't be able to prepare your antidote. You only know how to threaten me. You rascal. Oh, don't tug at my hair. Fine, fine. It was my fault. Can we leave it at that? It was indeed your fault. Carrying Fanina to the event's registration area, Link completed the tallying of points and then led her to a nearby resting area. Shortly after, a charming service lady approached, bowed respectfully to Link, and presented him with an exquisite card. Lord Link, congratulations on achieving second place. Here is your prize. Please accept it. Is there no award ceremony? Fanina asked curiously, receiving the prize, a gift card, unsure of what it could purchase. There was supposed to be one, but Miss Annabelle initially wanted Lord Water God to host the final award ceremony. However, Lady Crowlin mentioned that Lady Fanina was unwell today, so the ceremony was cancelled. The service lady explained apologetically. I see. Link responded with a smile. Lady Fanina truly enjoys such lively atmospheres. Had she been present, she would have been delighted to host. Lord Link, I must return to work now. If you have any other questions, feel free to call for me. Link nodded, watching the service lady depart. This event was quite grand, and he suspected the aftermath would require considerable time to manage. In Chapter 26, Say Barassi, Fanina lamented, scratching her head in frustration at the assortment of trinkets she didn't particularly want, but felt too guilty to discard. Why not choose a few you like? I'll take care of the rest, Link suggested. What will you do with them? Just throw them away? I'll have someone take them to the children in the Grey River District. They would surely appreciate them. Link glanced at the scattered items, suddenly reminded of his lecherous cousin who often sought beautiful women during business trips, only to wrap them up as gifts for others once he grew bored. His cousin's taste was impeccable, and recipients often cherished these gifts, unaware that the women they adored had been discarded by someone else. The pleasure his cousin derived from their humble adoration of what he had cast aside had become one of his amusements. In that case, I wouldn't choose anything. Just give everything to the children, Fanina decided, Why? It just feels a bit wrong to send the leftovers of my choices to others, she said, her cheeks flushed. If there's anything the children need help with, feel free to let me know, or have Nave let me know. Link paused, affectionately ruffling Fanina's hair. Who said you could mess with my hair? Fanina pouted, though she made no move to stop him. Oh, I almost forgot, Link said, pulling a small glass vial from his pocket and handing it to Fanina. Don't forget to take your medicine. The vial was thumb-sized, containing a single black pill. Got it. I'll take it right now, Fanina replied, decisively opening the vial and popping the pill in her mouth. This time it's hazelnut-filled, she exclaimed, savoring the chocolate morsel. The medicine Link provided was far superior to the candies she had won at the stalls. Link, you remember to take your medicine too, she urged. Link raised an eyebrow. What medicine do I take? Aren't you suffering from depression? You must need medication, Fanina said with concern. Haven't you consulted a doctor? Oh, that. The doctor said I no longer need medication, Link replied, feigning seriousness. Really? You're all better now? Fanina's eyes sparkled. No, it's that I've become beyond help. You're lying to me again. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Fanina glared at Link. How am I lying? You look perfectly fine. You don't seem like someone who is beyond help. If you're going to pretend, at least do it convincingly. Actually, I was indeed beyond help before, but I recently visited the doctor, and they said I'm much better now. Is that true? Did you take some miraculous medicine? I've heard that depression can be very painful, sometimes leading to self-harm. I didn't take any medicine, but maybe it's because I've spent a lot of time with Lord Water God. My condition has gradually improved. Hey, I must be the reason for your recovery, Fanina said, nodding proudly. You should be very grateful to me. Sure, how about I prepare a grand meal for you next time? Well, can we skip that winter ceremony? Absolutely not. As Link spoke, he playfully leaned his face closer to Fanina's. What are you doing? The little fool's face turned crimson once more. You didn't cook for me today. Didn't I give you a crepe at the start? You think one crepe is worth a kiss? That's just too unfair. Is it really unfair? Making crepes is quite laborious, you know. At the very least, it should be a grand feast. In the spacious exhibition hall, Link donned a splendid robe, accompanied by a young girl of graceful stature and exquisite features. They quietly admired the array of rare treasures displayed, pausing to admire those that caught their fancy. Miss Annabelle is truly remarkable, Nevaeh remarked, her eyes lighting up at the enticing items, but upon glancing at their prices, she shook her head in resignation. This is still the outer hall. The inner hall will be even more expensive. Link laughed, recalling what he had overheard from the service staff. I heard that the items in the inner hall aren't available for immediate purchase. One must wait for the auction to participate. Mr. Link, have you ever attended one of their auctions? I have not been in Fongdan for long. What about Miss Nevaeh? I have no idea. After all, everything I see here is beyond my means. Nevaeh smiled wryly. Even at the peak of the Thorn Society, their influence pales in comparison to the noble families backing Miss Annabelle. The journey ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge in every direction. Link exhaled slowly. Is this a poem from Liyue? Indeed, although it does not conform to the poetic genre. What does it mean? Essentially, it conveys the idea that the revolution has yet to succeed, and comrades must strive further. Link chuckled. Link, your Morgan family is among the most prominent nobles in the north, so you must be quite wealthy, right? We are indeed affluent, though I have not been involved with the family finances, so I cannot say for certain. What business does the Morgan family typically engage in? Small-scale enterprises operating with integrity. Is it possible to casually produce 200 million from a small business? It must not be an illicit trade, then. It is not quite that exaggerated. Link waved his hand dismissively. My family primarily operates a bank. The Northern Bank? Yes. Nevaeh was utterly speechless. Although she understood that to Link, money primarily represented a numerical value, it still felt exceedingly ostentatious. By the way, Nevaeh, what do you know about the Saburizi family? Link suddenly inquired. Annabelle is, after all, from the Saburizi family. I know a little about the Saburizi family, but I wouldn't say I understand them well. Link, have you encountered any issues? I had a minor incident with Annabelle before. Her subordinates gave me a rather peculiar impression. Link pondered thoughtfully. What was peculiar about them? They bore the cold, damp scent reminiscent of a prison. Link, you can discern scents? The bloodline purity of the Morgan family allows for heightened sensitivity to various aromas. To put it simply, I can detect certain scents that may elude your senses. Noticing Navia's astonished expression, Link patiently provided a brief explanation. Is that so? If we're speaking of the Saburizi family, they are indeed rather unusual. Typically, nobles disdain hiring individuals with criminal records. Yet the Saburizi family was similar until Miss Annabelle ascended to power, when she welcomed many reformed criminals from Elapiteburg. Well, since they have served their sentences, they cannot be considered criminals anymore, Navia remarked earnestly. That is rather intriguing. Link nodded, pondering how to assign Monica a task to investigate if there were any stories behind this. In a tidy and orderly office, Link was engrossed in reviewing a stack of documents. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. At Link's command, a slender figure squeezed through the door. Monica cautiously shut the door and respectfully stated, Lord Link, I have organized all the materials you requested. Well done. Link smiled, gesturing for Monica to take a seat, then set aside the documents at hand to meticulously examine the materials she had handed over. Help yourself to some coffee. The Saburizi family originally had many great industries, such as human trafficking, slave trading, and the ruthless exploitation of the common folk. But after the rise of Wei Lai Te, the Saburizi family has reined in their activities considerably. As Monica spoke, she poured herself a cup of coffee from the machine in Link's office. However, to overthrow the judicial rule of Wei Lai Te, the Saburizi family once orchestrated a shocking case that reverberated throughout Fengdan. Care to elaborate? Link raised his eyebrows. Wei Lai Te once had two exceptionally talented officials, one named Caroli, a Maluxan, and the other the then captain of the security force, A-Lin. 400 years ago, when Maluxan first arrived in Fengdan, their interactions with the locals were far from harmonious. Many harbored suspicions and even fears towards this new species. A strategist from the Saburizi family capitalized on this by orchestrating a murder case and framing the favored Caroli, leading to an uproar in public opinion. To prevent conflict between humans and Maluxan, Caroli chose self-sacrifice. Link fell silent for a moment. And then, did Wei Lai Te take any action? Wei Lai Te upheld absolute justice. Yet the evidence at the time was insufficient to bring the true culprit to justice. Monica took a gentle sip of her coffee. However, A-Lin retaliated against the Saburizi family in his own way, ensuring that all involved in the matter paid the price. Ultimately, he too was sent to Melapiteburg by the very Wei Lai Te he admired most. Following this incident, the Saburizi family was gravely weakened, with radical elements purged and conservatives taking their place. As for the present, the Saburizi family is primarily divided into two factions, one led by Miss Annabelle, and the other by Count Drinnaber. The specific details are in the materials I provided. Monica, you have worked hard. It is my honor to serve Lord Link. Well, I have another task for you. Link retrieved another document from his drawer and handed it to Monica. I have long admired the Cat Ear Tavern in Mond, where there is an exceptionally skilled bartender. It is said that no matter how peculiar the ingredients, they transform into intoxicating flavors in her hands. I am assigning you an external task. Go to the Morning Light Winery to discuss the wine supply for the next quarter, and then consult that bartender regarding her mixing techniques. Lord Link. Monica's expression was somewhat peculiar. This task fell. Monica, you are quite capable, but you need some special skills to distinguish yourself. Link spoke earnestly, explaining that mixology is exceptionally popular within the upper echelons, and mastering this craft would greatly benefit your future career. As for other reasons, I shall refrain from elaborating. How foolish of me to doubt Lord Link. The tasks you assign must carry deeper significance. Link found himself somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why anyone would enjoy receiving tasks from their superior. However, since this peculiar inclination posed no immediate detriment, Link was content to respect her choices. Tidying up the room and grooming himself, Link leisurely made his way home. He planned to experiment with the recently popular stargazing cuisine and, if successful, prepare it for that little fool next time. Upon entering his home, everything remained as orderly as when he departed in the morning, yet an unfamiliar scent lingered in the air. Unfazed, Link removed his coat and, using his vision, sensed the traces of wind elemental energy left behind from earlier that morning. He then retrieved a cup from the kitchen and poured himself half a glass of water from the kettle. The man sipped slowly, but his expression suddenly changed. With a thud, He collapsed to the floor. From the shadows behind the door, a slender figure emerged, flicking her wrist to send a slender syringe flying from her fingertips, piercing the area of Link's neck near his spine. She traversed through the window and into the back alley, lifting the man through a sewer access. After approximately 20 minutes of hurried travel, the woman brought Link to a magnificent estate, pressing a mechanism to enter the basement. What? The ambassador of the North. I see him merely as a pretty-faced fool. Lila, step aside. After all, he is the person Miss Annabelle specifically requested to meet. Understood. In the warmly lit room, a delicate fragrance of incense wafted through the air, reminiscent of a tea house's ambience. A petite, noble-looking beauty, Miss Annabelle, reclined languidly on an exquisite leather sofa, her fair skin draped with a soft down blanket, exuding an air of languor and allure. Miss Annabelle, the person has been brought in, a woman announced as she placed Link on the floor, then knelt respectfully before Annabelle. Observing Link, who lay motionless, Annabelle fell into silence for a moment before draping a coat over her shoulders and bending down to retrieve the dimly glowing god eye from Link's chest. The holder of the god eye cannot be measured by ordinary standards. However, without it, they are utterly incapable of wielding elemental powers. Annabelle extended her hand and tugged forcefully, easily obtaining the wind attribute god eye. To her surprise, nothing occurred. Furrowing her brows, Annabelle pondered whether her intelligence had been erroneous. Could Link truly be just an ordinary noble? Yet if that were the case, how could he possibly turn the tide, bound as he was? With his god eye taken from him? Miss Annabelle, the woman in black spoke with uncertainty, aware of her mistress's caution, yet feeling that Annabelle's expectations of Link were perhaps overly ambitious. Yes, the woman replied respectfully, accepting the god eye thrown her way, and hoisted Link's body, preparing to leave. Lilith, wait a moment. Annabelle suddenly recalled something. What is it? Do you have further instructions, Miss Annabelle? A click echoed through the room as a bullet was chambered. This man violated my rules at the gambling den. I intend to cripple one of his hands. As she spoke, Annabelle smiled and slowly aimed her firearm at Link's left wrist. Bang! The sound of the gunshot reverberated like thunder, tearing through the room's opulent tranquility. Lilith was momentarily stunned, feeling a sudden lightness on her shoulder. Before she could react, she was caught in a whirlwind. Link had somehow freed himself from his restraints, lowered his center of gravity, and slipped behind Lilith, his violet eyes gleaming with a cold light. With a grip as fierce as iron, he seized Lilith by the neck. Using her body to shield himself from Annabelle's gunfire, Link adopted a bow stance, his legs propelled by the wind element's enhancement, launching himself towards Annabelle in an instant. Akin to a phantom, he clawed at her cascading locks like a wild wolf, knowing that in a fight, whoever grasped the opponent's hair first gained a significant advantage. Entangling Annabelle's long hair around her alabaster neck, Link tightened his grip on her throat, pinning her against the wall as if he were handling a chick. To his surprise, the woman in black, who had just faced Annabelle's gunshot, rose unscathed from the ground. Blank round? She coughed. Mr. Link, I believe we have a misunderstanding. Suspended in midair, Annabelle struggled to breathe. Yet despite the imminent threat of suffocation, she managed to force out a strained smile. This man is well concealed. Chapter 28. Truth and Deception with Narrowed Violet Eyes. Link faced two choices. One was to take Annabelle hostage and fight his way out, risking the wrath of the Sayberry's family thereafter. The other was to release Annabelle and uncover the secrets that prompted her to abduct him. In the past, Link might have chosen the former. He despised feeling constrained and feared no retribution. As the strongest of the new generation of the Morgan family and the heir to Duke Morgan, he had ample confidence in his martial prowess. However, should he confront the Sayberry's family to maintain diplomatic relations between Jidong and Mondstadt, Empress Jidong would undoubtedly assign Link to a new post. Link cherished Mondstadt and wished to remain there. Thus, he was willing to hear what Annabelle had to say. A gentle smile graced his lips as he released Annabelle, loosening his grip on her hair, and kindly picked up the coat from the floor, shaking it off before draping it over her delicate form. Miss Annabelle, I apologize for the fright you experienced. Annabelle, still shaken, placed a hand over her chest and gazed deeply at Link. Initially, she had intended to collaborate with him, But now she felt a twinge of regret. He was far stronger and more formidable than she had anticipated. Link was not someone she could easily control. Lilith stood aside, unsure whether to rush to her mistress's aid or seek help. "Lilith, you may step back," Annabelle instructed. "Understood." Lilith took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure, nodded respectfully, and slowly retreated, though Link noticed her footsteps halted at the door. This indicated that she had not truly departed, but was instead guarding the entrance. A soft smile tugged at Link's lips. To command such loyalty from a desperate rogue, Annabelle must be quite an extraordinary character. "Mr. Link, please take a seat." Annabelle awkwardly adjusted her appearance, gesturing for him to sit. "Miss Annabelle, please speak candidly," Link replied, settling down with elegance, his deep violet eyes exuding an inexplicable pressure. "Mr. Link, you are direct. I shall not waste your time." Annabelle exhaled softly. "I apologize for summoning you in this manner. I had no intention of harming you, merely seeking to test your abilities." Their relationship had never been one of deep-seated enmity. Link surmised that Annabelle wished to gauge his skills. He had no desire to get embroiled in the noble disputes of Mondstadt or attract trouble. Hence he had feigned unconsciousness, yet had inadvertently fallen into Annabelle's trap. "Mr. Link, I would like to ask for your assistance with a matter." Annabelle spoke earnestly. "What is it?" She retrieved a ship ticket from her drawer and handed it to Link. "I hope you will board this cruise ship to help me investigate certain matters. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, I shall compensate you generously." Link raised an eyebrow, examining the ticket closely. The cruise ship, named the Caddis, boasted luxurious specifications, and the ticket in his possession was for a round trip. The journey spanned 7 days and 6 nights, departing from Mondstadt's Hailu port and destined for Sumer's Ormuz port. "Please explain what you would like me to investigate," Link said, an amused glint in his eye as he regarded Annabelle. Annabelle, a shrewd businesswoman, knew that merchants often spoke half-heartedly in negotiations, discussing rewards without addressing risks. If it were merely a matter of investigation, why would she require someone of Link's formidable capabilities? There must be more to this than meets the eye. "Mr. Link, allow me to be forthright," Annabelle nodded. Recognizing Link's astuteness, she felt confident in his ability to succeed in the task. "This cruise ship belongs to my uncle, Count Druniber, and I suspect he is using the guise of a sightseeing venture to engage in transnational human trafficking." "Human trafficking?" Link raised an eyebrow. Count Druniber is considered the second in command of the Sayberry's family. If he were to fall, it would likely tarnish their reputation. Lin Ku was acutely aware that these nobles were but merciless executioners, feasting on the flesh and blood of others. Annabelle was no exception, nor was he. In their eyes, slaves were akin to livestock, devoid of any human rights. This was not a matter of family. DLN was his adversary. Annabelle's gaze was dark and foreboding, revealing a bloodthirsty glint. She was resolute in her desire to eliminate him. "Mr. Lin Ku, I must inform you that my father and mother perished at the hands of DLN, and my brother has been sold into slavery by that scoundrel. Unaware of his fate, over the years, I have gathered numerous clues, yet to condemn this wretch to death, I require direct evidence. Such a critical task entrusted to an outsider? Mr. Lin Ku, my subordinates know all about DLN. Should they undertake this, given DLN's cunning nature, it would undoubtedly raise alarms." Annabelle stood and bowed deeply to Lin Ku, adding, "Furthermore, there is another, more significant reason I sought your assistance." "What reason?" "You are unlike the other nobles I have encountered. You possess a sense of justice." Annabelle spoke earnestly, recalling how, in the casino, he had risked his reputation to protect a stranger, a young girl. "With your noble heart, I am certain you cannot turn a blind eye to the plight of the unfortunate." Lin Ku's expression grew tense. He was rendered speechless. "How many times must we endure this moral coercion?" "Of course. Regardless, I shall not allow your efforts to be in vain," Annabelle declared, patting her soft chest. "If you assist me this once, we shall be friends through thick and thin. Should you require anything, I will do my utmost to assist you." Lin Ku stroked his chin, pondering. He had already learned too much. Escaping from this predicament now seemed nearly impossible. Annabelle represented an opportunity for him. Having secured the friendship of the lower classes of FNGDN through the CMI Society, gaining the support of the noble faction would undoubtedly solidify his standing. He contemplated whether revealing Annabelle's plight to D.L.N. might yield greater benefits for himself. However, that notion was swiftly dismissed. Though Annabelle was cold-hearted, she had her limits, and her graceful demeanor left a favorable impression on Lin Kuo. Conversely, he had encountered Count D.L.N. at a high society gathering, where the man had disgracefully slathered strawberry jam over a fine steak while burping. Lin Kuo was certain that such a tasteless individual was devoid of morals. The man inclined slightly, offering a graceful bow. "Miss Annabelle, Lin Kuo is willing to be your ally." Once the man departed, Annabelle could no longer restrain her curiosity and bent down to examine the ropes on the ground. The cut was smooth, suggesting it had been severed by some sharp object. It must have been cleaved by a blade of wind elemental energy. But had not his divine eye been taken from him? Annabelle was perplexed. Despite being bound hand and foot, how had Lin Kuo managed to break free? Was it the evil eye of winter? Or had he severed the ropes with wind elemental energy before his divine eye was seized? "Wait," Annabelle gasped, realizing that when Lin Kuo was bound, his consciousness had remained clear, meaning his divine eye should not have been dimmed. She inhaled sharply. Did this imply that the wind elemental divine eye he wore was a mere counterfeit, its green glow a result of his deliberate manipulation? Where then lay his true divine eye? If he had indeed wielded the evil eye, was his genuine divine eye of the wind element? Chapter 29. Boarding the ship. Lin Kuo, why are you so slow? My stomach is growling. All right, it will be ready shortly. Lin Kuo's indulgent voice came from the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged with a steaming pot in hand. What on earth have you concocted, Lin Kuo? It looks rather peculiar. F.N.N.G.N. leaned in for a closer look, her delicate brows knitting together. Meatballs, shrimp dumplings, vermicelli, vegetables, sausage slices, luncheon meat. What a hodgepodge. Our food supplies arrive every Wednesday, and on Tuesday evenings, we gather around a large pot to toss in whatever leftover ingredients we have and stew them together. Though it may seem chaotic, it tastes better than any delicacy. Humph. Can this even be considered a feast? The kiss later is off. F.N.N.G.N. puted. Her rosy lips forming a frown as she claimed to dislike it, yet still scooped several meatballs and shrimp dumplings into her bowl, savoring them eagerly. F.N.N.G.N.'s beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the meatballs in her bowl. How can this be so delicious? Lin Kuo smiled faintly. This is not just a haphazard stew. The broth took a long time to prepare, and each ingredient was added in precise order. The meatballs and shrimp dumplings were personally sourced from the seafood market, seasoned and crafted with care. Even a luncheon meat was selected for its quality. Well, it seems just a tad better than what I usually cook, F.N.N.G.N. said with an air of superiority. Next time, you should cook for me. Lin Kuo chuckled. Oh, you wish a deity to cook for you? How fanciful. F.N.N.G.N.'s cheeks flushed slightly. How infuriating. My cooking is unworthy to present. I would gladly compensate you. Compensation? At the mention of payment, F.N.N.G.N.'s interest peaked. I shall bestow 10 kisses upon Lady F.N.N.G.N. Lin Kuo declared earnestly. Wait, are you trying to fool me? Do I appear so gullible? F.N.N.G.N. shot him an annoyed glare, asserting that cooking was beneath a deity. What do deities typically do? Lin Kuo suppressed a chuckle. It seemed she was not adept in the culinary arts. Deities? Well, F.N.N.G.N. paused, reflecting on her usual activities. Watching plays, walking dogs, eating cake. Ahem, Lin Kuo, you, a mere mortal, have no right to pry into the life of a deity. Your reasoning is sound. Lin Kuo bowed slightly. You work so hard. You must ensure you eat well to replenish your energy. Indeed, F.N.N.G.N. nodded proudly. Keep praising me, and I shall accept your words. By the way, Lady F.N.N.G.N., I may need to depart on a business trip next week. Lin Kuo produced a small vial from his pocket containing 2 black pills. This is this week's medicine and next week's as well. Do remember to take it. Rest assured, I will take my medicine on time. F.N.N.G.N. placed the vial into her garment pocket. I wonder what flavor it is this time. The sun shone brightly. The sky is clear. Lin Kuo, adorned in a splendid robe, gazed quietly at the magnificent vessel before him, the KTS. This renowned luxury yacht of F.N.G.D. boasted 3 levels, a displacement of approximately 18,000 tons, measuring 120 meters in length, 33 meters in width, and 42 meters in height. In brief, it was an imposing ship. As he looked up at such a grand creation, Lin could felt an inexplicable sense of awe swell within him. Human beings are undoubtedly diminutive and fragile. Yet these seemingly insignificant and delicate creatures possess the extraordinary power to create miracles. Mr. Link, over here. A voice calling his name startled Link as he looked up to find a lively girl with pink hair and azure eyes. She stood on the lofty deck, beaming with joy, clad in professional journalist attire, complete with a monocle and a camera for capturing images. The man offered a gentle smile, though his profound purple eyes conveyed a hint of resignation. This pink-haired girl was somewhat of a celebrity in Fontaine. Charlotte, the star reporter for the Steambird newspaper. Ascending the long staircase, Link courteously extended a hand, engaging in a light handshake with the enthusiastic Charlotte. "Good day, Miss Charlotte." "Hello, Mr. Link." Charlotte's beautiful eyes scrutinized Link closely, a smile gracing her lips. As a prominent figure from the far winter, Link had long been a subject of interest for Charlotte, who desired to conduct an exclusive interview with him. Although Link was composed and affable in his interactions, he seldom made public appearances. He was not fond of being the center of attention, whether it be adulation or scrutiny. Fame could bestow reputation, but if mishandled, it could also become a shackle. The ideal scenario was to be known yet remain enigmatic. "Miss Charlotte, your smile makes me a bit flustered," Link remarked, gazing helplessly at the young lady before him. "Mr. Link, I merely wish to invite you for an interview," Charlotte replied with a cheerful clap of her hands. "Relax. Even if I write an article about you for the newspaper, it will certainly be presented to you for review first." "What brings you to Shumi, Miss Charlotte?" Link inquired, probing cautiously. Journalists possess an acute sense of curiosity, and there was a secret aboard this ship that might intrigue her. "Oh, Mr. Link, you jest. I'm just a humble reporter. What research could I possibly conduct? I simply happened to win a ticket in a writing competition. My luck was splendid, and I secured first place, which granted me this ticket." Charlotte beamed with pride. "I see this yacht is quite luxurious. You must have spent a pretty penny on your ticket, Mr. Link." "Actually, it was a gift from a friend." "As expected of Lord Link," Charlotte exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Could you introduce me to your friend next time?" "If the opportunity arises, I shall." Link smiled faintly, suddenly reminded of a certain matter. Previously, he and Funingna had participated in a quiz event where the third-place prize was 2 tickets. Link couldn't help but marvel at Annabelle's capabilities as the head of the Sayberry's family. It was likely that the competition Charlotte participated in was also sponsored by Annabelle. Unable to utilize her own people, she cleverly gathered intellects aboard this vessel through a contest, using tickets as prizes. This maritime journey might hold unexpected adventures. Chapter 30. The first day, grabbing his pre-packed luggage, Link traversed the corridor and arrived at his room. Annabelle had arranged for him a first-class suite located on the 3rd level of the cruise ship. The room was adorned with opulence, featuring a rich, reddish-brown carpet that felt soft and comfortable beneath his feet. In addition to a grand bed, the room housed matching tables and cabinets, 2 cabinets, one for books and another for clothing, along with a private bathroom, all of which appeared to rival even the finest hotels. Beside the bed was a window, allowing Link to gaze out at the endless expanse of the beautiful sea, offering a broad and serene view. After placing his clothes in the wardrobe and discreetly leaving traces for reconnaissance purposes, he stepped out for a leisurely stroll. Annabelle had tasked him with uncovering evidence of human trafficking by the crew of the ship, specifically identifying those enslaved aboard. To achieve this goal, Link needed to familiarize himself with the general layout of the vessel. After meandering around, he gained a rough understanding of the yacht's structure. The cruise ship comprised 3 levels, 2 above deck and 1 below. The first level above deck was designated for entertainment, featuring a dining area, gym, game room, and a small stage in the central space. The second level above deck housed the passengers' sleeping quarters. The lower deck served as the operational and resting area for the crew, encompassing the engine room, staff dormitories, and kitchen. Here, the captain, first mate, sailors, chefs, and service personnel lived and worked. While the upper levels allowed free access aside from private rooms, the entrance to the lower deck was explicitly marked, prohibiting entry to non-crew members. After a casual exploration, Link mentally sketched a rough diagram of the cruise ship's layout. Noticing it was nearly mealtime, he made his way to the dining area on the first floor. Upon arriving, he found the restaurant already occupied by a handful of patrons. The establishment offered a buffet with approximately 20 different dishes: shrimp, steak, fried rice, noodles, and curry. Link casually filled his plate with some fried rice and fruit before settling into a quieter corner. "Hey, Mr. Link." A cheerful voice interrupted him, and with a resigned glance, Link turned to see Charlotte had pulled up a chair beside him before he could refuse. "Hee," the girl chuckled mischievously, exuding a playful charm that epitomized the sweetness often attributed to such personalities. Generally, sharing space with a sweet girl is a delightful experience. Their smiles are soothing, and they often surprise you with cheerful gestures. However, sweet girls possess their flaws as well. Their insatiable curiosity enables them to better understand those around them and offer appropriate assistance based on their character. Yet this same curiosity can foster a suspicious nature. Such suspicion leads to misunderstandings that require clarification, but sweet girls tend to prefer exploring independently, often dismissing explanations. Link felt too lethargic to elaborate. Unlike the modest fare on his plate, Charlotte's dish overflowed with delectable options: steak, desserts, and fried treats that were undeniably appetizing. "Mr. Link, why are you only having so little?" Charlotte noted her plate's abundance compared to his, feeling slightly sheepish. "I had a late breakfast and am not particularly hungry for lunch." Link smiled, conveying an unspoken message that he should not disclose his disdain for the buffet's quality, lest it embarrass Charlotte, who was eager to indulge in the free offerings. "Oh, I see." Charlotte took a bite of a fragrant chicken leg. "I remember you mentioning you were in first class, which allows you to order from a menu at dinner without charge." "That sounds pleasant." Link nodded, though he held no expectations. The two continued their meal, and although Charlotte initially intended to inquire about personal matters, she observed Link's disinterest in conversation and dutifully fell silent, focusing on her food. Suddenly, a sharp female voice shattered the restaurant's serene atmosphere. "What kind of garbage restaurant is this? I found a worm in my food. It's still alive." Link frowned, a shiver running down his spine at the thought of insects in his meal, causing him to spit out the morsel he had just chewed and rinse his mouth with water. Upon reflection, Charlotte beside him wore a stiff expression, retching a few times, seemingly unable to expel the contents of her stomach due to having digested too hastily. The air was soon filled with the sounds of complaints as patrons turned their gazes toward the source of the disturbance, where a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in resplendent robes and possessing an elegant stature, forcefully shattered her plate upon the ground. She unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon a nearby staff member, her words laced with venom despite her fine attire and exquisite adornments. In mere minutes, she had subjected the service personnel to a verbal onslaught that would disgrace their ancestors for generations. "Yes, I apologize. What would you like to eat? I shall summon the chef to prepare a new dish at once." The staff member's demeanor was one of humble submission, evoking a sense of sympathy from onlookers. "You think I would dare eat your food after finding a bug in it?" Link remained silent, observing the spectacle with amusement. Though the woman's tirade was harsh, she refrained from physical confrontation, and thus the staff member merely endured the verbal assault. Had Link found himself in such a situation during the winter season, he might have resorted to a more violent response, perhaps shattering the plate himself and forcing it upon the chef. Charlotte discreetly retrieved her camera, capturing a few photographs, perhaps thinking they might serve a purpose later. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a tall, handsome man entered the restaurant, timely interjecting. "Apologies, everyone." His voice was deep and resonant, and he approached the agitated woman with a look of genuine concern. "Miss Sellis, I have already been informed of the unfortunate incident. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience it has caused you." "Who are you?" Sellis replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the man. "I am Vinidou Sabaris, the captain of this vessel," he said, bowing respectfully. "I'm truly sorry for what has transpired. Allow me to personally prepare a premium steak for you. And if you would be amenable, I can upgrade you to a first-class cabin as a gesture of goodwill. I have already reprimanded the kitchen staff severely. Navigating the seas requires utmost caution, and I consistently emphasize the importance of hygiene. I did not anticipate such a lapse. If you remain dissatisfied, I will bring them forth to apologize directly to you. I am deeply sorry for the disruption to your journey. Link nodded slightly, acknowledging the man's adept handling of the situation. Typically, when faced with such incidents requiring public relations, one would adhere to a specific format, an initial apology, followed by outlining compensation to stabilize the aggrieved party's emotions. Next, one would shift blame to external factors, such as inclement weather or the ineptitude of subordinates. If no blame could be assigned, one might resort to evoking sympathy by lamenting their own difficulties. Should none of these tactics suffice, one would then concede to a lack of capability, promising to rectify the situation and ensuring that similar mistakes would not occur in the future. Celis, however, disdainfully huffed. Just bring me that premium steak. As for the cabin upgrade, forget it. Thank you for your understanding. On behalf of the entire crew of the Caddis, I express my gratitude. Venedou placed a hand over his heart and bowed respectfully, although a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Chapter 31. Stealthy maneuvers. After conducting a thorough investigation of the first and second levels of the cruise ship that morning, Link found nothing particularly noteworthy, which was in line with his expectations. The first and second levels were accessible to passengers, and it would be unlikely for Nera to hide anything in such conspicuous locations. The true concealment of slaves would likely be in the work areas situated below deck. As the moon hung high in the sky and the night deepened, Link donned a dark garment and concealed himself within the shadows of the ship. A lamp flickered in the sea breeze, illuminating two sailors engaged in casual conversation on the deck. When will this miserable existence come to an end? Drifting on this ship, oblivious to whether my wife has been unfaithful, one lamented. Shut your foul mouth and refrain from such morbid talk, the other retorted. Have you heard? This morning, Carmel heard a child's cries while cleaning the restroom. Really? Is that true? Are you scared now? Bah. Have you ever heard of the story of Inner? What story? She was a dancer, once favored by Lord Venedou during a performance, but she met her demise under tragic circumstances. Ever since her death, strange occurrences have plagued this ship. What kind of strange occurrences? They say that if you wander about at night, you might be pushed into the sea by Inner's vengeful spirit. Keep your mouth shut. I used to be unafraid until you instilled fear in me. Fear? What nonsense. Two men should not fear a ghost. If there truly is a vengeful spirit, I will be curious to know what it feels like to be favored by Lord Venedou. Link's stealth was unique, unlike the acrobatics often seen in action films. He moved quietly across the ground, alternating his speed to remain within the blind spots of the patrolling sailors as he advanced toward his destination. His agility allowed him to infiltrate the work area designated solely for staff members with ease. The work area was spacious, comparable in size to the ship's first deck. As Link surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed. The area could be divided into 6 sections: the captain's quarters, staff dormitory, kitchen, public restroom, and mechanical room. However, with the exception of the public restroom and staff dormitory, all other areas were secured with locks. Faintly, he could discern the sound of a woman moaning emanating from the captain's quarters. After pondering for a moment, Link recognized that while he possessed some lock-picking skills, he was not particularly adept. The locks in Fontaine were notoriously difficult to open, renowned for their intricate designs. He could resort to brute force to unlock them, but the risk of alerting the captain was too great. It seemed he would need to devise another approach to explore the work area thoroughly. Link found himself curious about how Venedou managed to harbor such a substantial number of slaves within the ship as confines. Even livestock required shelter and sustenance. The trafficking of human beings was a capital offense in Fontaine, and among the numerous crew members, only a select few could be privy to the truth. Thus, even within the work area, there would undoubtedly be places that were off-limits to ordinary personnel. Link could not ascertain which sailors might possess knowledge of the situation, but there was certainly someone in the kitchen responsible for providing sustenance to the slaves. He nodded slightly, initially intending to use the kitchen as a point of inquiry. However, having arrived, he decided to investigate the staff dormitory first. The dormitory was arranged with bunk beds and desks, aside from the captain. The first mate and engineer had private rooms, while the remaining crew was divided into male and female quarters, situated in 2 large rooms. The engineer's room was locked, but the first mate's room was not. After ensuring there was no immediate danger with a gust of wind, Link gently pushed the door open. Inside was a disordered space, cluttered with various items, and a foul odor lingered in the air. The first mate lay sprawled on the bed like a lifeless pig, his belly exposed as he snored thunderously. Lin could cautiously search through the disheveled room and, despite the chaos, quickly located what he sought, a set of keys. Exiting and locking the door behind him, he prepared for what lay ahead. He glanced at the restroom, which exuded a nauseating stench, and, driven by professional duty, steeled himself to enter. Fortunately, the restroom was unisex, sparing him the need to search both facilities. The sound of splattering liquid, accompanied by a man's satisfied groans, echoed in his ears, sending shivers down Lin Ku's spine. The Morgan family's acute sense of smell rendered a stay in such a public restroom a form of torture for him. Nevertheless, he diligently inspected the area for any anomalies. Suddenly, his keen, violet eyes narrowed as he detected an unusual scent. Was it the metallic tang of blood? Just as he braced himself to discern the source of the odor, the same splattering noise erupted once more. Holding his breath, Lin Ku considered that he might be overly sensitive. Perhaps it was merely a young woman's monthly discomfort being addressed in the restroom. Though he adhered to a code of ethics, his moral compass was not particularly high. To engage in such an endeavor for an uncertain possibility was beyond his capacity. Emerging from the restroom, Lin Ku traversed the corridor, ascended the staircase, and made his way to the deck, following a narrow path to the main hall on the first floor. Suddenly, his footsteps halted at the staircase's bend. An overwhelming, acrid scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, momentarily suffocating his mind. Steeling himself, he advanced to the second floor, where a chilling sight awaited him. Crimson stains, vivid in the cold moonlight, cast a haunting glow. The already congealed blood spread from beneath his feet across the carpet, leading to an ajar door. In a daze, Lin Ku envisioned a demon leisurely strolling down the corridor, dragging a blood-soaked corpse before pulling open a portal to hell. Silently, he followed the trail of blood to the room. The door bore the number 207, and the interior was awash in red. The liquid, reminiscent of an artist's ink, spilled across the room, creating a breathtaking tableau. The window beside the bed was open, allowing the sea breeze to flutter the curtain like plum blossoms, rustling the blood-stained pages on the table, mingling the salty scent of the sea with the metallic tang of blood, a macabre yet beautiful sight. Chapter 32. Anomalies. Once the tin had solidified and cooled, 5 keys were promptly fashioned. Without hesitation, Lin Ku tidied the area and flung the entire set of chemical instruments out of the window. Normally, even the captain of the cruise ship lacked the authority to search Lin Ku's belongings, but in the event of a murder aboard, those instruments could cast suspicion upon him. When one must let go, one must decisively sever ties. The splash of the instruments hitting the water vanished into the silence of the sea, and Lin Ku concealed the keys before retiring to bed. As for the murderer and the bloodshed, others would surely undertake the investigation. Stretching longlu, Lin Kiskiviko methodically dressed, brushed his teeth, and groomed himself before calmly opening the door. Without the soundproofing of the walls, the clamor of travelers in the corridor was more jarring. He turned to the source of the noise, where a long streak of blood had drawn a crowd. A pale, elderly woman sat trembling on the ground, pointing in horror at the blood-spattered room. There's been a murder. A murder. The atmosphere was thick with dread, contrasting sharply with the previous day's joyous ambience. Every face bore a somber, oppressive expression. Someone, please take Grandma Sam to rest and help her calm down, a gentle male voice interjected. Vinadu, golden-haired and kind, assisted the elderly woman to her feet. Please remain calm. I regret to inform you about Miss Celis, but this case is shrouded in uncertainty. We have commissioned Officer Lin Ruhr to conduct an investigation. For now, please proceed to the dining hall for your meals. Shortly, we may require your cooperation with Officer Lin Ruhr. Vinadu, looking helpless, instructed several sailors to maintain the scene and then stepped aside to reveal the petite and charming Mei Luxin. Rest assured, I will find the murderer. If anyone has any leads, please come to me directly. I am in room 102. Thank you for your cooperation. Moreover, I advise everyone to refrain from acting alone until the culprit is apprehended. Form groups of 3 or more for mutual protection. Officer Lin Ruhr, I apologize for troubling you during your stay. Vinadoo remarked. There's no need for apologies, Mr. Vinadoo. It is my duty, Melusine replied, shaking her head as she picked up a notebook to begin her investigation. Linka raised an eyebrow. Venado's mention of a name caught his attention. Celis? Wasn't she the girl who had caused a scene the previous day over a bug in her food? After the uproar, most passengers had a vivid impression of the tempestuous young woman, and Lin Ku was no exception. Ah, is it that girl? How unfortunate for her. She was so young. What kind of scoundrel could commit such an atrocity? Wait a moment. Could it be that Miss Celis's actions angered someone associated with Vinadoo, leading to this retaliation? The crowd buzzed with speculation, some mourning the deceased girl, others angrily denouncing the killer, while others irresponsibly tossed around their conjectures. Lin Ku, however, silently retreated a few steps, his stomach informing him that it was time for a meal. In the dining hall, he filled his plate with pasta and fruit, poured himself a glass of warm milk, and was just settling in to relish his solitary feast when a familiar petite figure appeared beside him. Lord Lin Ku, may I sit next to you? Charlotte asked, clutching a bowl of cereal and gazing at him with puppy dog eyes. Please do, Lin Ku replied reluctantly, noting the girl had begun addressing him as Lord Lin Ku instead of Mr. Lin Ku. Thank you, Lord Lin Ku, Charlotte exclaimed, eagerly taking her seat beside him and daintily nibbling on her cereal. Is that all you're having for breakfast? Lin Ku inquired, noticing her nervousness and hoping their conversation would ease her tension. With such a tragedy, who has an appetite? Charlotte sighed, shaking her head. Aren't you feeling unwell, Mr. Lin Giskiviko? I'm all right, she replied, scratching her head. My job is as a reporter, and I've encountered plenty of gruesome scenes. But seeing such a significant amount of blood is still quite overwhelming. By the way, Miss Charlotte, it's just the two of us right now. Aren't you afraid? Officer Lin Ruhr mentioned the need for groups of 3 or more. Not at all. With you, Lord Lin Ku, I feel perfectly safe, Charlotte declared confidently. You are a skilled individual. Being by your side is surely secure. How am I considered skilled? Link felt a sense of confusion. The only time he had acted in a public place was at the gambling den of Yaina Bayer. Was Charlotte truly that well-informed? You appear quite knowledgeable, he mused. Furthermore, if you weren't capable yourself, you would not have acted so boldly just now. Charlotte replied with a hint of flattery. My Lord Link, should the murderer indeed arrive, you must protect this fragile woman. Link regarded her with amusement. Do you not harbor any doubts about me? If I were the culprit, wouldn't you be in grave danger? Oh, my Lord Link, please do not jest. You are renowned as a paragon of virtue in fengdancing. When I interviewed Miss Navia last time, she sang your praises. With a resigned smile, Charlotte inquired, by the way, my Lord Link, what are your thoughts on the recent case? There are far too many uncertainties, Link replied, shaking his head. What doubts do you propose? Charlotte asked tentatively. The most significant doubt lies with the corpse, Link reflected. Based on the bloodstains, Miss Celeste's room should be the primary crime scene. After murdering her, the assailant dragged her body into the corridor. Strangely, the blood trail ends abruptly near the staircase, as if it vanished into thin air. Well, my Lord Link, I believe there is another scenario that could elucidate the disappearance of the body, Charlotte said, stroking her chin as she retrieved a notepad, sketching a diagram of the floor. The murderer might have concealed themselves in the blind spot at the staircase, waiting for Miss Celeste to emerge and then struck her down. Subsequently, they could have dragged her body back to her room, discarded it out of the window. Do you think this is plausible? There is some merit to that theory, but the likelihood is low, Link countered, shaking his head. The staircase's blind spot is only concealed from those descending into the corridor. If the killer were lurking there, the wait would be excessively prolonged. Anyone exiting the room would easily spot the hidden assailant. Furthermore, while there is a window in the room, it is rather small, merely the width of half an arm, making it impossible to dispose of a body through it. Well, one could always, Charlotte jested, mimicking a chopping motion. Dismember it? Indeed. The girl nodded vigorously. If the body were cut into pieces, it could be thrown out through the window. The room would then serve as the dismemberment site, which would also explain the abundance of blood. Link waved his hand dismissively. Miss Charlotte, do you think dismemberment is such a straightforward task? Even for a professional, reducing a body to parts requires tremendous effort. Human bones are quite solid, intertwined with various tendons. But that is not impossible, provided one has proper tools, right? It is possible, But Miss Charlotte, even with specialized tools, the act of cutting through bones and flesh generates considerable noise. The issue is that I slept soundly last night and heard no sounds of thumping. While the rooms on this cruise ship are soundproofed, the insulation is not perfect. Your reasoning is sound, Mr. Link, Charlotte conceded, nodding. Although she had never witnessed dismemberment, she had seen pigs slaughtered, leading to the conclusion that the body should still be aboard the ship. Perhaps, Link replied ambiguously. While it is true that an average person cannot execute a silent dismemberment, those who possess the eye of God may defy conventional logic. On this vessel, aside from Link and Charlotte, Captain Vinadoo was also a wielder of the water element Eye of God. However, Link found it perplexing that if a wielder of the Eye of God wished to kill such a defenseless girl, there would be simpler methods than creating such a visually shocking crime scene. Unusual occurrences often conceal deeper truths. When a person behaves strangely, there is likely a hidden blade. Chapter 33. Investigation after breakfast. Link intended to rest briefly, but received notification that everyone was to assemble on the deck. Please remain calm. In order to swiftly identify the culprit and ensure everyone's safety, we must conduct a collective inspection of personal belongings. If anyone possesses dangerous items, please submit them in advance to avoid misunderstandings, Officer Lin Ruyer announced, her notebook already filled with notes. Link nodded slightly, the current situation aligning with his expectations. Officer Lin Ruyer, may I inquire who will oversee this inspection? A woman, tall and slender, yet possessing harmonious features, suddenly spoke from the crowd. Oh, she has arrived? Charlotte's eyes brightened with surprise. Is this lady quite famous? Link raised an eyebrow. Since finishing her sentence in Melipetburg, Ms. A-Lin, due to her criminal record, has transitioned to a writing career. Several best-selling detective novels in Fengdan are authored by her, Charlotte explained. It is peculiar, though, that despite wandering the deck yesterday, I did not encounter her. Perhaps authors tend to be reclusive, remaining confined to their rooms, Link theorized, feeling a sense of unease that matters seemed more complicated than they appeared. That is plausible. Lin Ruyer's eyes brightened upon seeing A-Lin. A-Lin, I initially intended for Captain Vinadoo to lead the search, as they are more familiar with the ship. What do you think of this plan? Having a search team comprised solely of crew members might be somewhat inappropriate, A-Lin replied, shaking her head. As passengers, we too are deeply concerned about this case, especially given the absence of any leads on the perpetrator. What do you suggest, A-Lin? I propose selecting a few reputable individuals from the passengers to collaborate on the investigation. That is an excellent idea. Indeed, if I recall correctly, Miss Charlotte from the Steamboat newspaper and Lord Link from the Embassy of Winter are also aboard this vessel. Let us invite Lord Link to join the investigation team. With his wisdom and bravery, he will surely help us find the culprit swiftly. Yes. Furthermore, let us include Miss A-Lin and Miss Charlotte. Miss A-Lin is renowned for her logical prowess, while Miss Charlotte, being a journalist, must possess keen observational skills. Link felt somewhat helpless. His image as a benevolent figure seemed to have ingrained itself deeply in the minds of the passengers, who appeared to trust him even more than the crew. However, he narrowed his eyes, realizing that he could seize this opportunity to conduct a thorough investigation of the work area on the lower deck under the guise of his position. Mr. Vinadoo, I find A-Lin's suggestion to be highly pertinent. What is your stance? Lin Ruyer pondered thoughtfully before nodding. If the murderer were hiding among the crew, it would pose a significant danger. Adopting this collaborative investigative approach would certainly put everyone at ease. Venado's expression stiffened slightly, but he nodded in agreement. Then I shall trouble Officer Lin Ruyer to oversee this. In that case, let us invite Mr. Link, Miss Charlotte, and A-Lin to join our investigation team, Lin Ruyer affirmed. Though she added, this is merely an invitation. Ultimately, it depends on whether you three are willing to participate. I have no objections. A-Lin nodded calmly. Finding the culprit quickly would bring everyone peace of mind. I too have no objections. Charlotte hurriedly stated that the role of a journalist is to unveil hidden truths to the public, and she vowed to do her utmost to assist Lin Ruyer in the investigation. What about Mr. Link? She inquired. I can help, Link replied softly. The current circumstances greatly favored him in locating the whereabouts of the slave hidden by Wayne Duo and he certainly would not let this golden opportunity slip away. Then I shall entrust this to you all. Lin Rui bowed to Link and the others, adding, "Please wait here while we swiftly inspect your personal belongings." Following this, Link and the others accompanied the crew, led by Lin Rui, as they commenced their search of the individual rooms. There were a total of 20 rooms on the third floor. Rooms 301 and 306 were first-class cabins, each a private suite located at the end of the corridor. Rooms 307 to 313 were doubles, while rooms 314 to 320 accommodated for guests. Link and Elephant were assigned cabins 305 and 303, respectively, while Charlotte resided in room 311, sharing a double with another female traveler. Previously, Salazie had occupied cabin 309, which, although a double, she had occupied alone. It was uncertain whether this was fortunate or unfortunate. The group meticulously searched each room and indeed discovered several items resembling illicit substances, yet no instruments that could dismember a corpse were found. Link was not surprised by this. After all, cruise ships possess a natural advantage in disposing of murder weapons, and he had personally discarded his chemical equipment out of the window. Furthermore, if the murderer could conceal a corpse without detection, concealing a weapon would pose no challenge. After inspecting the other rooms, Lin Rui led Link and the others to Salazie's room, the very scene of the bloody crime. "Please observe the area yourselves and report any findings to me," Lin Rui instructed, having already examined the crime scene earlier that morning. She remained by the entrance while Link nodded and began to scrutinize Salazie's space. The room, a double, featured 2 beds with a desk beneath each, reminiscent of a student dormitory. One desk was adorned with various makeup items, resembling a small vanity. On the desk lay a book, seemingly a detective novel. Link carefully picked it up, noting large bloodstains, though the blood had dried, emitting an unpleasant metallic scent. The book appeared unremarkable, yet Link discovered that its author was the very Miss Elephant aboard the ship. Opening the wardrobe revealed an array of women's clothing and personal items. Due to the wardrobe's presence, these garments bore no bloodstains. As Link ran his fingers over a few dresses, he noted their delicate fabric and smooth texture, indicating they had likely seen little wear. Suddenly, he perceived something, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. The newness of the clothes was not particularly suspicious, but Link found it curious that not only Salazie's garments, but all her personal belongings were pristine. Even several bottles of shower gel and shampoo remained unopened, and the towel in the bathroom was dry, showing no signs of having been wet. This was quite unusual. Logically, Salazie ought to have washed up the previous night. Thus, her towel and bathing items should have been utilized at least once. Could it be that this young woman was so unhygienic as to retire to bed without freshening up? What bewildered Link further, despite the stimulating nature of the crime scene, was that, after a thorough examination, he found nothing else that should have been present aside from the blood. Where were the body parts? The hair? The bones? "Lord Link, have you made any discoveries?" Charlotte asked, unable to contain her curiosity as Link fell silent. "Nothing of significance," he replied, shaking his head. "Charlotte, you have access to many sources. Have you heard of Salazie before?" "I do not recall her," Charlotte pondered thoughtfully. "However, given the multitude of nobles in Fengdan, we journalists typically focus on the more prominent figures, so not recognizing her is quite normal. We have also inquired with several passengers, and none recognize Miss Salazie," Lin Rui lamented. Logically, with Miss Salazie being victimized, the perpetrator should have required some motive. "We examined Salazie's belongings closely, but found no personal information to inform her family." "Officer Lin, we have nearly completed our inquiries of the passengers' rooms. I suggest we investigate the quarters of the sailors and other staff as well," Elephant interjected, arms crossed, standing aside. Unlike Link and Charlotte, Elephant appeared relatively unconcerned with Salazie's room, merely giving it a cursory glance. "Indeed, I too recommend we examine the work areas below deck." Link immediately concurred, as this presented a legitimate opportunity for him to search the working quarters. "Captain Wayne Duo, what are your thoughts?" Lin Rui asked, directing her gaze towards the tall figure of Wayne Duo. Wayne Duo's expression stiffened. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly nodded. "We shall fully cooperate with Officer Lin Rui. Given that all the passengers' rooms had been searched, it would be unreasonable to grant the crew any preferential treatment. After briefly exchanging opinions, Link followed the group down to the working area below deck. He initially feigned inspection of the crew's quarters before purposefully making his way to the captain's office. "Mr. Wayne Duo, would you kindly open those cabinets for me?" "Please forgive me, Mr. Link," Wayne Duo replied. Though unwilling, he had no choice but to comply, retrieving his keys to unlock several cabinets beneath his desk. Inside were gold bars, jewelry, receipts, and various adult toys. "Mr. Wayne Duo, you have quite the taste," Link remarked with an impassive expression, casually flipping through the documents in Wayne Duo's office. "As the possessor of the Eye of God, is it not somewhat beneath you to serve as a mere captain?" "Ha ha, what a notion, Mr. Link. My lifelong ambition has always been to become a captain. I acquired this Eye of God after narrowly escaping a storm." Wayne Duo replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Mr. Wayne Duo, as captain, you must be intimately familiar with this vessel's layout. Are there any concealed chambers aboard?" "None." Wayne Duo shook his head. "This ship was constructed by Fongdan Industries, while there have been renovations. I can assure you that there are no hidden chambers for concealing corpses, as you suggest. If you wish, I can show you the ship's blueprints." "Please do show me the detailed schematics." "Certainly." Wayne Duo, sensing Link's skepticism, rummaged through the drawer and produced a set of blueprints, handing them to Link. Upon receiving the blueprints, Link spread them across the table for a detailed examination. He was already quite familiar with the layout of the first and second decks, and the content of the blueprints aligned closely with his expectations. The working area below deck seemed to be similarly consistent. "Mr. Wayne Duo, what is this area designated for?" Link suddenly noticed a larger space beneath the working area of the caddis. "Oh, that is the waste disposal area," Wayne Duo patiently explained. "The passengers' waste and leftover food are funneled through pipes into this space. However, rest assured, Lord Link, our pipes are not large. Without proper processing, it would be impossible for the murderer to directly conceal Salezi's body in this area. This area is solely connected via pipes. How do you typically manage waste?" "This area serves as a passage for entry and exit. However, the entrance to this passage is located on the side of the vessel. The passage only opens when docked, and we have employed professional cleaning staff to assist us in removing waste." Wayne Duo appeared somewhat anxious. "Lord Link, if this passage is open during the voyage, seawater may flood in. For safety reasons, I must insist on not opening this passage. Rest assured, I'm not one to pry excessively. The safety of everyone is undoubtedly paramount." Link lazily stretched his arms and suddenly noticed a basket of ticket stubs on Wayne Duo's table. "Do you still keep the verified stubs?" he inquired. "Just keep them for now. They will essentially be discarded later." "Will there be staff assigned to check tickets once we dock?" "No, that was already done upon boarding." Link nodded and casually fiddled with the ticket stubs. The colors of the tickets varied by class: green for second class, blue for first class, and red for special class. "How many passengers are there in second class?" "There are a total of 10 people in 6 cabins, with 2 vacancies." "Does that include Miss Ellis?" "Yes, it does." "Mr. Link, is something wrong?" "There are only 9 second-class tickets here. In the legends of Fongdan, there exists a tale of a colossal, entirely transparent beast that slumbers in the unfathomable depths of a trench. This creature, known as Fogwoat, translates to forgotten in the ancient tongue of Fongdan. The beast sleeps for 30 years at a time, awakening to hunt once every 30 years. It is said that its mouth is vast enough to swallow a dragon lizard whole, and it possesses an extraordinarily mysterious power. Anything consumed by Fogwoat gradually loses its trace of existence in the world, and even people's memories of what was swallowed become hazy until they are completely forgotten. Danny, are you certain you collected everyone's tickets? When Link noticed the discrepancy with the stubs, Wayne Duo summoned the sailor responsible for ticket verification to question him. Look at these stubs and say that again. I remember Miss Ellis had a special class ticket. Remember? Wayne Duo's face flushed with anger. What use are you to me if you falter at such a critical moment? Think carefully about who failed to submit their ticket. Lord Wayne Duo, I truly didn't expect anyone would try to evade a fare. Besides, it's pointless. Aren't everyone's rooms assigned according to their tickets? The scrawny sailor's face was a picture of despair. You, Mr. Wayne, there's no need to pressure him further. Link waved his hand dismissively. With dozens of tickets corresponding to dozens of people, it is unreasonable to expect someone to remember everything without conscious effort. My apologies, Mr. Link. Wayne Duo's face bore an embarrassed expression. You finally found a possible lead, only for it to slip away so quickly. It's all right, I believe, Mr. Wayne shares our hope that the perpetrator will be apprehended swiftly. Link sighed in resignation. If the culprit isn't found before we reach Shiumi, this ship might very well be detained by the officials there. Wayne Duo's expression turned frantic. After a moment of deliberation, he sighed in exasperation. What terrible luck. This journey was not going to yield much profit, and now we face legal trouble. Unfortunate indeed. Link shrugged, but there is nothing that can be done. Excuse me. May I interrupt? Is there a blueprint of this vessel? I wish to ascertain if there are any hidden chambers aboard. A tall woman appeared at the door of the captain's cabin, arms crossed. This woman seemed to be an ally of Link, as her actions consistently tilted the atmosphere in favor of his investigation into the slaves. Miss A-Lin. Chapter 35. Justice in the Cramped Double Cabin. Charlotte and another woman had already settled in a bed, while Link sat alone at the table beside Charlotte's bunk, keeping watch. I truly appreciate your help, Lord Link, Charlotte said, appearing quite embarrassed, curling up in her blankets like a caterpillar. No need to worry. You can rest easy. I will call you when it's time for the shift change. Link reassured her with a wave of his hand. Lord Link, after today's investigation, have you made any progress? Indeed, I have considered a few things, but it is not convenient to discuss them just yet. Link smiled wryly, assuring Charlotte that she could rest easy with him present. Charlotte's cheeks flushed slightly. Lord Link, you are indeed a reliable person. While I am reliable, not everyone can depend on me. Link jested. Now, Miss Charlotte, quickly get some sleep. If we continue chatting, we will disturb Miss Looks. I'm fine with it. The other girl, with black hair, had been hidden under the covers, revealing only her large, gleaming eyes as she stealthily observed Link. Upon hearing Link mention her, she became slightly flustered. Everyone should sleep peacefully, gather strength, and tomorrow when we arrive at Shiumi, we can relax and enjoy ourselves, Link said with a gentle smile. According to the itinerary, the Caddis would dock at the port of Omis in Shiumi tomorrow and remain there overnight to replenish supplies. Thank you, Lord Link. After comforting the two girls to sleep, Link quietly sat by the window, gazing at the bright moon above. The moon rises over the sea, and at this moment, we share the same sky. The man with deep purple eyes felt a profound sense of loneliness as he contemplated the night sky alone. He wondered what that little fool was doing at that moment, hoping she was not causing trouble. Sometimes, he thought about Violet and Kelalind. They were quite pitiable, having to manage so many affairs while also finding time to tend to the little fool and clean up after a mischief. Thinking of the wise and mighty sea deity, Link could not help but smile slightly. The verdant greens rose from the sea's horizon, and gradually, a grand port stretched out from the edge of his vision. Standing at the bow of the ship, he welcomed the sea breeze, feeling an inexplicable melancholy. Great winds and breaking waves will come, and one day, sails will be hoisted to navigate the vast ocean. Once, he harbored grand ambitions, filled with fervor to conquer the sea and sky. People define dreams differently. Some yearn for the highest wealth and power, while others pursue a simple, mundane existence. Yet, in truth, one cannot judge that which they have not experienced. The desire for what one chases is often rooted in personal fantasies. People tend to create notions for themselves, mistakenly believing that such a life holds promise. In reality, many fail to comprehend what they truly desire. Those who long for abalone often have never tasted it. Those who wish for love often have never been in love. Link was once like that, always pursuing what society deemed desirable under the pressure of his elders, only to validate it upon attaining it. Wealth, power, beauty. Unfortunately for that youth, after acquiring these things, he found only one answer: indifference. The disappointment of discovering the truth was far more painful than the trials endured along the way. The sound of the cruise ship's horn heralded the commencement of the drama. As the ship slowed, its massive body steadied against the designated docking area. The landing gear extended toward the shore, but just as Link and the others prepared to disembark for a brief respite, a swarm of officials suddenly swarmed out from various entrances of the buildings at Omis Port. surrounding the entire caddis like a swarm of hornets. S' expression was one of sheer astonishment. He believed that the had misunderstood something. However, when he beheld a youth adorned with a dog-headed crown, emanating an overwhelming aura as he approached step by step, a shadow of despair crossed face. In that moment, clarity struck him. He had fallen into a trap. Within his ship, there were conspirators colluding with the from XM, orchestrating this scheme of capture and encirclement. Mister, we have received a report accusing you of engaging in the slave trade. The dark-skinned, white-haired youth wielded an unusual weapon, and with a swift gesture, dozens of well-equipped surged forward, apprehending and his crew. My lord, I do not comprehend what you are speaking of. I know nothing of any slave trade. Shook his head in terror, yet the ferocity hidden in his golden eyes glinted like that of a wild beast. Mister, the scholars collaborating with the have confessed your crimes after facing judgment. S' expression was cold. Surrender, for there is no escape for you. Yet to his astonishment, the panic-on's face vanished, replaced by a chilling smile. To capture me, you at least need evidence. Mere words from a few scholars and some documents will hardly suffice to convict me. I know where the evidence lies. A cool female voice resonated through the crowd, as a tall woman, arms crossed, approached with a faint smile. I suspected it was you. Narrowed his eyes. Everything has been orchestrated by you. Oh, I did not expect you, as a villain, to possess some intellect. Replied with a composed smile, you are correct. The uproar at the restaurant that day and the subsequent murder were merely part of my script. Raised an eyebrow, finding the unfolding events well within his expectations. S' methods were extraordinarily cunning. She had initially purchased 2 tickets under the identities of herself, and first, she boarded the ship as the flamboyant. And the incident involving a worm in the meal was a self-introduction crafted by 4. This event left a deep impression on most aboard, solidifying their belief in its existence. On the first evening, after arranging the twin cabin under S' identity, likely used a tool akin to a blood bag, spilling its contents on a fabric to simulate a blood-soaked scene. After completing this deception, she disposed of the evidence through the window. Though the window was too small to accommodate a whole body, it sufficed for the discarded props. While's methods were astute. They left some flaws, such as the absence of hair or flesh remnants typical of a genuine crime scene, an unutilized ticket stub, and unopened toiletries. Her motives were straightforward, like she had received a commission from. By staging a murder on the cruise, could indiscriminately search the vessel for the hidden chamber containing slaves. With disdain, gazed at. Do not presume that Count can save you. By now, Miss should have initiated a lawsuit against. With the evidence in her possession, should you be captured here, will undoubtedly meet his demise. Is that so? It seems Miss is quite confident. To surprise, his demeanor remained unexpectedly calm. I have yet to be apprehended. Yet you have already alerted Miss to pursue action against Count. Miss, you're rather hasty. Even as death approaches, you wish to engage in verbal disputes? Then, may I inquire, what evidence do you speak of? A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. The evidence I speak of, stated, extending a finger toward the small sealed door on the side of the vessel, is the slaves you have concealed in the waste disposal room. Mister, I implore you. Understood. Nodded succinctly, leaping to the small door on the vessel's side. The violent power of rapidly coalesced around his arm. With a single motion, he manifested a claw of solidified energy, tearing the door from its hinges. With the door gone, the stench of waste and vomit immediately surged forth, overwhelming the senses. Expressionlessly stepped aside, allowing everyone to witness the scene within the waste disposal room. Filth of various hues, yellow, red, white, mingled together, and upon a mere glance, lost all appetite for the day. However, he had to acknowledge a fact. Within this waste disposal room, there were no slaves as described by. S' pupils constricted in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. Impossible. This cannot be. According to Mrs. Information and S' subtle expressions during the ship's search, there must be imprisoned slaves aboard. Yet, I thoroughly searched every place on the ship except this waste disposal room. Moreover, this room's sole entrance only opens when the ship docks. Even if had concerns, he could not have moved the slaves in advance. Suddenly, the On's chest shimmered with brilliance, and surging water elements materialized into 2 large hands, flinging off the 2 restraining him. I truly despise women like you, who think themselves clever, living in your own world, regarding everyone as fools, equally looking down on all. The man elegantly flexed his wrist, his golden eyes filled with disdainful mockery. In your eyes, I may merely be a pawn, a piece to be manipulated at will according to your narrative. Alas, dear author, the events of reality do not unfold as your written tale suggests. Stood aghast, seemingly unable to grasp the reality of having wronged an innocent. Yet soon, a glimmer of terror flickered in her clear eyes. She instinctively retreated a few steps, her trembling lips barely able to utter 4 words. You injected the waters of into the pipes. You dissolved them all. Gazed at the demon before her with horror and fury, realizing that merely to eliminate risks, he had ruthlessly slaughtered the slaves. A sinister smile crept upon his face as he regarded the sheep before him. He relished witnessing the expressions of despair etched on the faces of the once proud. Miss, do you possess evidence? Even if you can analyze the components of water in this cesspool, how will you prove the existence of slaves? Or can you transform this water into humans? The man mocked, incessantly questioning. I suspect Miss is in utter despair at this moment. Years of planning, all your efforts, now squandered due to your own cleverness. Indeed, you are correct. If there truly existed slaves aboard my vessel, forming a complete chain of evidence with that which Annabelle possesses, then Count Luna would undoubtedly face the death penalty. However, have you considered what might transpire should you fail? The smile on the man's face grew increasingly derisive. Based solely on those items in Annabelle's possession, how long would Count Luna be sentenced? 3 years? 1 year? Or merely a few months? A-Lin, the power struggles within the Saber-Eyes family are far more ruthless than you can imagine. Having chosen to ally with Annabelle, you must bear the risks associated with the potential failure of an entrant. Just wait. You cannot escape. That vile woman, Annabelle, cannot escape either. Once Lord Luna inherits the ducal title, all those who stand in opposition to him will face an inevitable demise. At that moment, Venato's voice abruptly ceased. He felt a sudden fog envelop his mind, and his limbs grew weak and feeble. Simultaneously, a sweet, metallic taste surged up his throat. Instinctively, he lowered his head and beheld a hand, pristine and more beautiful than any woman's, piercing through his chest. The slender fingers, drenched in blood, clutched a quivering mass. It was his heart. In the final moments before his death, Venato failed to comprehend what had transpired. However, should there be a next life? He hoped to remember one piece of wisdom, to speak less. It is true that the wicked perish due to their verbosity. His heart quickly dissolved in a mixture of solid and liquid, transforming into a translucent liquid in mere seconds. In alignment with A-Lin's conjecture, the waste disposal room had been flooded with primordial amniotic fluid, and those unfortunate slaves, serving as evidence, were thus obliterated. Link exhaled a breath of murky air. He adhered to his professional ethics and could not allow failure in the tasks he undertook. Moreover, in this power struggle within the Saber-Eyes family, Link had already chosen to stand with Annabelle. Venato's final words, wishing death upon all who stood with Annabelle, greatly displeased Link. Noticing the astonished and horrified gazes of those around him, Link displayed a helpless smile before adopting a resolute expression of righteousness, raising his hands. I confess, I shall present myself at the Ubical Opera House to face the judgment of the presiding judge and serve my sentence in Melipetburg. Due to the incompetence of his allies, Link chose to forego procedural justice. Chapter 36. Yet to do good deeds. How could this be? This must be a misunderstanding. Violet, you cannot do this. In the opulent halls of the Mang Palace, a petite figure extended her arms, blocking the path of the mature man. Lady Fonina, Link has indeed committed murder before the eyes of all. The dozens of disciplinary officers present witnessed this event. Violet indifferently recounted the information submitted by the Shadow Court. Furthermore, Link himself has acknowledged his crime and is willing to submit to the law. This is impossible. It cannot be. Fonina stubbornly stood before Violet, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with urgency and helplessness. Link is a good person. He would never intentionally commit murder. There must be a misunderstanding. If he were to kill, it would certainly be a villain. Lady Fonina, please respect the laws of Fontaine. Should Link be innocent, The judgment machine will naturally render a verdict of not guilty. Then I request to defend Link. Violet, grant me some time. I will surely prove Link's innocence. However, Lady Fanina, Link has already waived his right to a defense and is willing to accept the judgment of the machine. Sacrificing procedural justice is akin to disregarding the law. If we set a precedent for Link, the consequences could lead to a cycle of vengeance. Violet spoke softly. Please step aside. The trial is about to commence. And I must hasten to the Ubical Opera House. Absolutely not. Seeing Fanina persist in her childlike obstinacy, Violet helplessly tapped her cane upon the ground. Clorinda, I am here. Lord Violet. A tall, elegant woman stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Please escort Lady Fanina away. Yes. Clorinda nodded slightly, then extended her arms to embrace Funina's small waist, lifting her effortlessly. Clorinda, what are you doing? Put me down. I am the water deity. I am the water deity. Why are you listening to him? Listen to me. Fanina struggled fiercely, striking Clorinda with her tiny fists, though it caused her no harm. Lady Fanina, since you are aware of your divine status in Fontaine, please fulfill your responsibilities as a deity. Clorinda's expression turned serious, her voice rising. Will you continue this foolishness? Funina's petite form stiffened, her gaze fixed on the woman before her. Foolishness? Clorinda, have I always been a source of foolishness in your eyes? Clorinda lowered her head. I apologize, Lady Fanina. My words were excessive. I beg your forgiveness. Clorinda herself was puzzled. Since learning of Link's punishment, her emotions had become inexplicably agitated. Her delicate face grew paler, and an unbearable acidity filled her nose. Fanina clenched her small hands tightly, struggling to suppress her tears, yet they flowed uncontrollably. You all know only to bully me. If it were Link, he would never say such things. The choked sobs escaped her delicate throat, and Fanina forcefully pushed Clorinda away, running into her bedroom and slamming the door shut. The powerless deity buried her head in her pillow, weeping helplessly, her sorrow pouring forth like a stream, endlessly cascading into the indifferent depths of the sea. I'm sorry, Link. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thus, Mr. Link, are you certain in relinquishing all defense and opting for the judgment of the machine to determine your guilt? A deep voice resonated through the spacious chamber. Unlike the usual clamor, the Ubical Opera House was eerily tranquil this time. Yesterday morning, the chief reporter of the Steam Bird newspaper, Charlotte, had compiled a report detailing Veneto and his accomplices' involvement in the slave trade via maritime vessels and human trafficking, publishing it as the headline news. The renowned author, Miss A-Lin, also issued an apology statement, vouching for the authenticity of Charlotte's report as a fellow passenger. Moreover, Miss Annabelle, the head of the Saber Eyes family, promptly convened a press conference to express her unwavering support for Link. Media coverage rapidly escalated, and the public became aware of the truth behind the case. Yet they remained powerless to act. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was a utopia governed by law, yet a quagmire of entertainment leading to demise. Whether from shame or sorrow, all heads instinctively bowed, though the man stood as a defendant awaiting judgment. His erect posture resembled that of an emperor receiving adoration from the masses. Link slowly lifted his gaze, looking up at the supreme judge seated high above. Once upon a time, he too had gazed upon that exalted throne atop the winter peak. Was Link a righteous man? He certainly was not. He was merely an epitome of hypocrisy, embodying it to its fullest extent. Link had never aspired to be a good person, for in this society, good people invariably occupy a position of extreme vulnerability. They must not only guard against the slanders and traps laid by the wicked, but also endure accusations and reproaches from their fellow virtuous individuals. Undoubtedly, good individuals are often pitiful, laboring without reward, foolish, and ensnared by their own webs. Yet, intriguingly, as an epitome of hypocrisy, Link is gradually approaching the precipice that typically only the virtuous would plummet from. Link cannot help but ponder whether he has become too engrossed in his role. Is he remorseful? Certainly not. When Link took his first step, he had already mentally prepared himself. Whether it be the cold disdain of others or the unjust treatment he faces, whether it be the derision of the vile or the judgment of the exalted, he understands that to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Link is ready to accept it all. From an early age, he comprehended a truth that applies equally to genuine good individuals and to the consummate hypocrites. The despicable hold a passport in their depravity, while the noble are merely inscribed upon the tombstone of their virtue. A subtle smile graced the corners of his mouth as he resolutely declared, "I am willing to accept all judgments rendered by the machinery of judgment." As winter departs and the ice begins to melt, spring arrives and the grass grows anew. Yet, in doing good deeds, one should not inquire about the future. Chapter 37. M-Illubt in the cold, dimly lit six-person dormitory. A man draped in a tattered cloak lay quietly on his narrow bed, which belonged solely to him. Due to his height, Link found it impossible to stretch his limbs upon this bed. Despite the discomfort that pervaded his skin, he bore it with fortitude. 2 days had passed since Link's arrival at M-Illubt, and during this time, he had come to grasp the operational rules of the entire fortress. M-Illubt is a colossal prison constructed underwater. Although situated in FNGDN, it does not fall under the jurisdiction of the water god, but directly submits to Duke Liosl. M-Illubt collaborates with the ZHY court, assisting in the discipline of criminals who have committed felonious acts. Simultaneously, it serves as a vast mechanical factory, utilizing the labor of inmates to produce various machines, thereby exchanging them for necessary resources from those at sea. A system of free trade also exists within M-Illubt, albeit the currency has shifted from mora to something known as charters. These charters hold an almost omnipotent status within the confines of M-Illubt, offering reductions in punishment, exemptions from labor, delectable food, and warm clothing. There are numerous methods to acquire charters, yet the most common involves receiving various labor tasks from the guards. The sound of a baton striking the bars echoed through the thick pipes, heralding the start of a new day. Stretching his limbs, Link wearily rose from the iron bed. Having grown accustomed to the soft mattress, the sudden switch to a wooden board left his body unprepared. After brushing his teeth and tidying his attire, Link prepared to head to the work area to retrieve some labor tasks. "Hey, you newcomers," called a tall inmate, his bare torso displaying skin marred by unsightly scars and emanating a foul odor. Link cast a glance at the man before shifting his gaze to the hand he extended. It was a hand calloused and rough, resembling a palm fan. While Link remained silent, a small-framed roommate reverently produced a charter worth 100 and handed it to the burly man. A satisfied grin spread across the man's ugly face as he nodded, then cast a displeased glance at the motionless Link beside him. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about, pretty boy? I don't care what kind of high and mighty status you held at sea. Now that you're in M-Illubt, we are all equal. Obey the rules here. Cough, cough, brother. Just hand over the charter. Carlo protects us from the bullies in other zones. These charters rightfully belong to Carlo." A nearby inmate, fearing the repercussions of Link's apparent foolishness, hastily urged him. Link offered a nonchalant smile and met the gaze of the towering man before him. "You just said that regardless of one's status at sea, everyone is equal here, correct?" "Indeed," Link replied with a smile. "Then may I inquire, what crime has brought you to this place?" "Haha, I robbed the northern bank. If it weren't for that mob of fools beating me up," Carlo sneered, eyeing Link, who was a head shorter. "Newcomer, what crime did you commit?" "Murder." Carlo's expression froze, his words caught in his throat. Sweat beaded on his forehead. So what if he had killed? Carlo was no stranger to bloodshed. Before Carlo could complete his thought, a strong, pale hand seized his neck, lifting him off the ground. "Since you have taken a life, you must be prepared to lose yours as well." Link's expression remained impassive as he watched the once arrogant giant struggle like a frightened rabbit. Carlo's face turned a deep shade of red, then blue, his muscles bulging from the pressure, lips trembling, and his small eyes reflecting profound terror. As his vision began to blur and pain rendered him nearly numb, Carlo felt death approaching, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfing him in despair. Link released his grip. The sturdy man collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He looked up at Link, his eyes filled with hatred, anger, but more so, fear. Link chuckled, bending down, extending a hand just as the man had done before. Trembling, Carlo retrieved a charter from his pocket and, after a moment's hesitation, shakily handed it to Link. After taking the charter and casually counting it, Link pocketed it and sighed lightly, continuing toward the work area. As the head of the Ing embassy, Link was an exceptionally skilled manager. However, what most people did not know was that he excelled more in training dogs than in managing people. Link sensed an intense gaze filled with fury fixed upon his back. He understood that due to his leniency, he would soon face the repercussions of the burly man's wrath, likely fueled by his superiors. After taking the elevator to the work area, Link first accepted a task for forging parts from the on-duty guard, then approached the machine designated for part production. The machine was responsible for forging, while Link was to operate it. Though it sounded grand, it merely entailed pressing the forging button when the machine's green light illuminated. If the machine's light turned red, it indicated a malfunction requiring manual adjustment. Remarkably, these machines were peculiar. They would malfunction after just a few forges. Yet they had endured this long without being discarded. Link mechanically adjusted the machines, assuming the role of a frontline worker. He found himself reminiscing about his days in GDing. There, as long as one had not committed an unforgivable crime like treason, even if imprisoned, one could pay a certain bail to secure release. And Link had never lacked for money. He wondered how long this arduous existence would persist. Suddenly, a girl's emotionless voice echoed from behind him, prompting a wry smile to appear on Link's face. "Miss Lin T, good morning." He turned to greet the girl behind him, who possessed cat ears and a tail, with a polite nod. Lin T, the second eldest of the 3 children of the great magician Lin, served as both his assistant and sister, as well as the sister of the diving master, FMN. Unlike her brothers, Lin T exhibited rare feline traits. Within the noble trading circles, such half-beast girls were deemed exotic, a rare breed of slave. According to market prices, the standards for appearance and physique range between 1,000 to 3,000 mora. Lin Ka has a cousin who is particularly passionate about this, so much so that he even constructed a farm for this hobby. However, this farm does not raise people, but rather various human beings with animal traits. Lin Ku once visited this unusual place, but left midway due to his inability to tolerate his cousin's peculiar tastes. Not only does his cousin invite guests to partake in collective breeding activities with his livestock, but he also serves these creatures as delectable dishes during dinner, sharing them with all the guests. Though Lin Ku is not particularly virtuous himself, as a noble, the blood that runs through his veins does not allow him to lower himself for the sake of morbid entertainment. Observing the gentle smile on Lin Ku's face, Lynette extended a small hand, holding out a towel. Lin Ku was taken aback. Ever since he arrived in Fengdan, he had encountered Lynette several times, but she had never shown him a pleasant demeanor. "Here, let me wipe your face," Lynette said, blinking her beautiful eyes, puzzled as to why Lin Ku did not accept the towel she offered. Thank you," Lin Ku replied with slight embarrassment, cautiously taking the towel while fearing that the oil on his hands might stain it, rendering it irreparable. "It's fine, just use it. I bought several." Lynette shook her head, sitting beside him, watching Lin Ku work on the machinery. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ku wiped his face with the towel, feeling significantly refreshed. "Miss Lynette, don't you have work to do?" Lin Kiskiviko inquired curiously. "No, I have many permits that exempt me from daily labor," Lynette replied, pulling out a handful of permits from her pocket to show him. "Do you need any? I can spare you some." "No, thank you. I have plenty myself," Linka said with a wry smile. "Then why do you still come to the work area?" "Isn't it tiring?" Lynette propped her head on one hand, the other holding a thermos that seemed to contain milk, "just to familiarize myself with the environment. A wealthy heir experiencing life?" Lynette's expression remained indifferent. Yet it seemed that the conversation had been ignited. "It's not that exaggerated," Lin Ka shrugged. "Every place nurtures its own people. I merely wish to blend in." As a newcomer, Lin Ka did not want to appear distinct in the eyes of others. "All right," Lynette said, taking a sip of the milk and nodding thoughtfully. "Miss Lynette, you seem like a rather taciturn person in my impression." "Well, generally speaking, yes," Lynette glanced at Lin Ka. "Building interpersonal relationships is like a gamble. Regardless of how much information one possesses, one cannot predict the fluctuations of human sentiments. I have always preferred to remain within a safe range." Lin Ka smiled lightly, finding these young girls amusing. They often expressed simple truths in grandiose language, seemingly attempting to mask their inner unease. "Would you be willing to play a round of this gamble with me, Miss Lynette?" "I would rather not." Lynette shook her head. Lin and I, and my father, both say you are a dangerous person, and you carry an aura I find distasteful. If you dislike me, why do you still engage with me? Lin chuckled helplessly, turning away to resume his work with the machinery. The girl paused, similar to the previous day. She simply followed her instincts, wandering around until she arrived at the work area and spotted Lin engrossed in his labor. He was undoubtedly a charming man, learned, handsome, and wealthy. At the same time, he seemed to harbor many mysteries, which were immensely enticing to clever girls. Chapter 38. Potatoes after concluding his morning labor. Lin made his way to the welfare canteen of Mei Luo by Taibao. The food at Mei Luo by Taibao is provided free of charge. But what sets it apart is that one cannot place orders. What one receives is entirely a matter of luck. Lin collected his meal from the front desk and sought out a quiet corner to dine. In Lin Ku's mind, the time for 3 meals a day is a delightful and enjoyable period. While women may deceive him, the flavor of the food on his plate will not. Good food is simply good, and bad food is undeniably bad. Exceptional ingredients, when skillfully cooked, reveal unparalleled delights. Lin Ku has always believed that culinary arts are among the greatest forms of art in human history. This art merges the physiological need for energy intake with the spiritual yearning for beauty, making it profoundly alluring and exquisitely elegant. Today, Lin Ku's meal consisted of a potato rice dish, an ordinary serving topped with a generous spoonful of mashed potatoes and sprinkled with a bit of scallions. As the dish lacked flavoring, the front desk provided Lin Ku with a small bowl of soy sauce to mix with the potatoes. Lin Ku had never tried such a combination before, and, out of curiosity, he poured the soy sauce into the bowl and mixed it with the potatoes. He took a spoonful of the mashed potatoes and placed it in his mouth, but suddenly his expression contorted. It was not just the terrible taste. He felt as though the soy sauce-mixed mashed potatoes resembled a lump of something unappetizing. Holding his tray, Lin Ku returned to the front desk. "What is the matter?" The attendant, with a smile, seemed accustomed to the complaints of pampered young men like Lin Ku. "It's terrible," Lin Ku admitted. "This is the first time I've had such awful potato rice." "Sounds like you had bad luck," the attendant laughed. "Perhaps next time you'll get something delicious." Without hesitation, Lin Ku pulled out a large handful of permits from his pocket and placed them on the counter. "I'll pay. Give me a new serving." "That's fine. But you must first finish the original potato rice," the attendant smiled. "Why? Is that a rule here? The first welfare meal is free. That is your right. But if you choose to exercise that right, you must also fulfill your obligation." "What obligation?" "You cannot waste food." Lin Ku chuckled. "I'm not the one wasting food." "If not you, then who?" "Me?" "Of course," Lin Ku nodded. "If you make food that tastes this bad, isn't that a waste?" The smile on the attendant's face stiffened. After a moment of silence, he replied, "I can certainly prepare delicious dishes, but that would be unfair to customers using permits to purchase higher-end food. If people can enjoy free and delicious food without spending money, they will become lazy. This would be detrimental to the Duke's management of Mei Luo by Taibao." "I do not agree." Lin Ku crossed his arms. "Some are content with the status quo, while others actively seek change. That is human nature. For the lazy, even the worst food will be consumed for survival. However, for those with aspirations and ideals, as long as a better option exists, they will strive for it. Perhaps, I admit my approach may be flawed, but do you have a better solution?" "A better solution would be to improve the taste of low-end meals and make high-end meals even more delectable." Lin Ku glanced at the peculiar potato dish, noting that it should at least not be inedible. "That sounds simple, but it is not easy to execute." The attendant raised an eyebrow. "People do not fear scarcity, but rather inequality." Lin Ku sighed. His patience was limited, especially when dealing with obstinate incompetence. "Is it that difficult? If your skills are lacking, I can teach you how to cook." "Oh." The attendant narrowed his eyes, the smile fading from his face. "So you came here to challenge me?" "I wouldn't dare to challenge. I simply wish to exchange culinary techniques with you." "All right. What would you like to compete on?" "Let us compete with these potatoes," Lin Ku suggested casually. "Each of us will create a dish using potatoes as the main ingredient." "Certainly. The time limit is set at 30 minutes. And I kindly ask the esteemed judges present to witness this event." The gentleman raised his hand. "Lin Ku, you should concede. Although Uncle Mei Luo is not the head of the restaurant, he is responsible for the Duke's meals." Lynette unexpectedly appeared once more, her demeanor still lacking vitality. I am confident, Lin Ku replied, rubbing his wrist. If I win, I shall have 2 meats, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup for every meal. Very well. And if you lose, I will peel potatoes for you without charge for a year. Agreed. The gentleman nodded slightly, gesturing for them to proceed. Lin Ku followed behind Mei Luo into the kitchen of the restaurant's backstage. The kitchen was spacious, equipped with over a dozen stoves, most of which were in use. The chefs were primarily hired from Mei Luo Petersburg, while the majority of those preparing ingredients were criminals laboring for the privilege of entering the kitchen. Make yourself at home. Understood. Lin Ku acknowledged and proceeded to wash his hands meticulously. Given the 30-minute time constraint, neither party could create intricate dishes. The competition hinged on fundamental skills, knife techniques, seasoning, and mastery of heat. He selected several potatoes, washed and peeled them, then sliced them into extremely fine shreds. Next, he took a small carrot, shredded it similarly, and mixed it with the potato shreds. He placed the mixture in a small bowl, added finely chopped scallions, and seasoned with an appropriate amount of salt, pepper, and chicken essence, stirring well before cracking in a few eggs and adding flour. Since the potatoes contained some moisture, there was no need to add extra water. With a cool pan and a drizzle of oil over low heat, he shaped the potato shreds into a ring, frying one side until it was slightly golden before flipping to cook the other side. The potato pancake was now complete. Lin Ku's movements were fluid and harmonious, and he repeated the process, ultimately producing over a dozen potato pancakes. Once he finished plating, Mei Luo completed his mashed potatoes concurrently. Mei Luo waved his hand, and a server arrived to carry out the dishes they had prepared to the dining area outside the kitchen. Lin Ku followed the server into the dining area. During their cooking, 5 judges had been selected from the audience. Please enjoy. In the spirit of fair competition, I will not disclose who made the mashed potatoes and pancakes. Please taste them and move the dish you find more delicious forward, Mei Luo said with a smile. Lin Ku cast a brief glance at Mei Luo's mashed potatoes, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. In stark contrast to Lin Ku's appealing potato pancakes, Mei Luo's mashed potatoes were utterly unremarkable, boiled in mashed potatoes topped with scallions and a drizzle of soy sauce, identical to the mashed potatoes on Lin Ku's dish. Lin Ku remained silent, watching quietly. The 5 judges, 3 men and 2 women, including Lynette, tasted the dishes and unanimously chose Lin Ku's potato pancakes. The thicker parts of the pancakes were soft and sticky, yet not the dense texture of mashed potatoes, maintaining a slight firmness. The edges, thinner and made solely of potato shreds, were crisp and fried to perfection. With each bite, the rich aroma of potato filled their mouths, offering an exquisite sensory delight. It was hard to believe that such a simple ingredient could be transformed into something so delectable. The judges savored the final bite of Lin Ku's pancakes before reluctantly sampling Mei Luo's mashed potatoes. The coarse texture, harsh seasoning, and distorted appearance rendered the distinction between the 2 dishes as vast as heaven and earth. Without hesitation, Lynette moved the plate, symbolizing the potato pancakes forward. Yet, the other 4 judges exchanged awkward glances, hesitantly pushing the plate of mashed potatoes slightly forward. Witnessing the situation unfold as he had anticipated, Mei Luo revealed a hint of satisfaction. 4-1. Young man, you have lost. In Chapter 39, A Lack of Shame, Mei Luo's voice dripped with a mixture of pride and derision, while Lin Ku sighed in resignation. Lin Ku was exceptionally intelligent. Throughout his life, whether in professional knowledge or unconventional skills, he grasped concepts swiftly. However, there are always greater heights, and he had faced countless failures. He understood well the vast chasm that exists between being exceptional and invincible. Those devoid of shame, however, could conquer all. Mei Luo was not incapable of creating delectable dishes. He simply opted for the option with the greatest likelihood of success. Lin Ku's potato pancakes remained on the table, and, aside from Lin Ku, many others had also drawn potato dishes during the welfare meal distribution. Although Mei Luo claimed, for the sake of fairness, not to disclose the chefs behind each dish, the 5 judges were fully aware that Lin Ku had prepared the pancakes and Mei Luo the mashed potatoes. While Lin Ku's dish was undoubtedly delicious, supporting him would mean antagonizing the restaurant's head chef, potentially leading to receiving inferior meals in the future. Any rational person would make the prudent choice. Lin Ke finally comprehended the true implication behind Lynette's words. Although Uncle Mei Luo is not the restaurant's head, he is responsible for the Duke's meals. She was not merely suggesting that Mei Luo's cooking was superior, but rather cautioning Lin Ke about the influence he wielded. Lin Ke felt a twinge of sadness. Not regretting his challenge, but lamenting the fact that his painstakingly crafted potato pancakes were being squandered. "Please, try it," he urged. "Are you not aggrieved?" Mei Luo scoffed, refusing to take the pancake from Lin Ke's hand. Yet he reiterated that this was the rule of the establishment. "I understand. I will endeavor to adapt." Lin Ke lowered his head, but this potato pancake was the first dish my master taught me when I was learning to cook. "Mr. Mei Luo, please do taste it. Winning or losing is of little consequence to me. Yet, as a chef, I hope to earn your acknowledgement or critique. Anything will suffice." Mei Luo's smile faltered. "The first dish you learned?" For most chefs, the first dish holds a unique significance. The coldness in his heart seemed to stir as Lin Ke's words resonated. Mei Luo gazed intently at the man before him, accepted the plate Lin Ke offered, and took a forkful of the potato pancake, savoring a bite. It was exquisitely delicious. Despite being adversaries, Mei Luo could not deny the excellence of Lin Ke's potato pancakes in terms of knife skills, heat control, and seasoning. He was an exceptional chef. But this was Mei Luo Petersburg. Only those criminals who had violated the law were exiled to this place. And even the most skilled chefs here could not attain the respect they deserved. "Why did your master teach you to make potatoes as your first dish?" Lin Ke hesitated, then sighed, speaking candidly. "I am from Zhejiang, a region often besieged by storms, where many ingredients cannot be cultivated and must be imported from afar. Potatoes, being resilient plants, can be widely grown in my hometown, thus frequently serving as a staple. Yet perhaps due to the constant consumption of potatoes, people have developed a certain aversion to them. My master is an idealistic chef, hoping to transform the humble potato into a variety of delightful dishes. Not everyone can afford abalone or lobster, yet even the homeless on the streets can buy a warm potato." Lin Ke's gaze was profound and contemplative. After a moment of silence, even with his eloquence, he found it challenging to fabricate a simple yet poignant tale. However, it mattered little. The audience would interpret his pause as an emotional choke. My master aspires for his culinary skills to benefit a larger populace, thus relinquishing his pursuit of gourmet ingredients and declining the queen's commendation. His philosophy is to craft delectable dishes using humble ingredients. "And what of you?" Mei Luo pressed his lips together, stating, "The path your master has chosen is far from easy. Abandoning the study of high-end ingredients equates to severing ties with the aristocracy. Regardless of culinary prowess, one will not be employed by the nobility." Lin Ke inhaled deeply and replied earnestly, "As my master's disciple, I wish to carry on his culinary legacy. Do you not harbor regrets?" "Of course, I have experienced regret," Lin Ke admitted with a hint of bitterness. Tears shimmered in his violet eyes, as if recalling sorrowful memories. "I have contemplated giving up many times." "Then why not?" "Because witnessing the satisfaction on people's faces after they savor my creations brings immense joy." Lin Ke's radiant smile illuminated his handsome features. Yet crystal tears cascaded down his cheeks like rare pearls sinking into the abyss. Observing the man's bittersweet yet joyous expression, Mei Luo felt a pang in his heart, as if it were being tightly grasped. He, the victor and head chef, was overcome with an inexplicable sense of guilt and self-reproach. Mei Luo despised the nobility, abhorred their unspoken rules, loathed their tyrannical oppression, and detested their hypocrisy. It was precisely to avoid working for such loathsome individuals that he arrived in Mei Luo by Taibao to serve Duke Liu Xili. Yet, his current actions bore an unsettling resemblance to those oppressive nobles. Mei Luo gently closed his eyes, recalling the elderly man with white hair and the solemn vow he made to honor every meal, regardless of whether the diners were commoners or aristocrats. The man opened his misty eyes, picked up his fork, and devoured the potato pancakes Lin Ke had prepared. Then he placed a comforting hand on Lin Ke's shoulder. "You have triumphed." "Huh?" Lin Ke responded, astonished, his innocent and naive violet eyes shining brightly. "There is no but to this." Mei Luo shook his head in bitter acknowledgement. In this materialistic world, individuals as pure as you are exceedingly rare. I once believed I could remain true to my original intentions and continue on my path. Yet I too have changed. The welfare meals could not be altered, for this was a prison, not a place for indulgence. However, your reasoning holds merit. A chef's duty is to maximize the value of ingredients. Those who gather firewood for the masses must not allow them to freeze in the storm. Although Mei Luo had lost the courage to challenge society, he would not deride those who dare to be brave. Thank you, Uncle Mei Luo. Lin Giskivi ko dovel sincerely. Touched by the man's departing figure. Those without shame are invincible. Lin Ko blinked. He had encountered countless individuals and beasts. Thus he understood precisely how to approach various characters. Mei Luo, a chef at the welfare restaurant, was not a criminal, but merely worked here under the Duke's external employment. What becomes of someone who is innocent, yet constantly surrounded by criminals? One who frequents vermilion will turn red. One who draws near ink will turn black. Certainly. Yet this is merely the most evident outcome. Those who are not criminals, but engage daily with them, often possess an inflated sense of superiority. Believing themselves distinct from the failures around them, they regard themselves highly, lamenting that the world fails to recognize their worth, while secretly resenting the fate bestowed upon them. Their self-awareness is profound. Despite being akin to wild chickens in a grass nest, they still perceive themselves as golden phoenixes. Thus, upon encountering another golden phoenix, they experience a profound resonance, cherishing a mutual admiration, often indulging in self-congratulation after accomplishing even the slightest task. Hypocrisy manifests in two forms: deceiving others and deceiving oneself. How could one find self-congratulation in such a matter? Most notably, the potatoes he prepared were utterly unpalatable. Lin Ku turned, smiling as he waved at Lynette, as if to say, "Look, I have indeed won." This time, the girl's previously indifferent expression flushed with color. Lynette ignored Lin Ku and promptly dashed away. Chapter 40. A good man after completing the afternoon's labor. Lin Ku first collected his welfare meal from the restaurant and then wandered through various areas of Mei Luo by Te Bao. In the evening, when he went to collect his meal, Mei Luo was absent. However, the staff had already acknowledged the outcome of their midday contest. Mei Luo had made arrangements, instructing the staff to provide Lin Ku with a standard meal of 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. Additionally, if Lin Ku required it, he could use the restaurant's kitchen, though certain fee and special vouchers will be necessary for the stove's use and food materials. As he strolled through the steel fortress, Lin Ku felt an unusual tranquility. He was not concerned about matters at the Winter Embassy. Prior to his imprisonment, he had already devised a management and development plan for the embassy, appointing Monica as the acting head to oversee all affairs. Lin Ku had faith in Monica, not solely due to her capabilities, but also in his own mentorship. Furthermore, regardless of unforeseen events at the embassy, his friendships with Na Weiya and collaboration with Annabelle would ensure that Si Mei and the Saibai Rue family would extend their assistance. If all else failed, there was still A-Lin, the 4th-ranked executive of the Fool's Guild, to fall back on. The top 3 executives possessed strength akin to deities, while A-Lin, though perhaps not quite at that divine level, was exceedingly close. Lin Ku's arrival at Mei Luo by Te Bao was driven by his own motives, as he had long held an interest in this prison, famed in Fengdan legends. Constructing a prison underwater undoubtedly necessitated a significant investment of human and financial resources. If its sole purpose was to prevent criminal escape, it seemed rather extravagant. Lin Ku initially speculated that Mei Luo by Te Bao's original design might have been for an underwater factory, but as he explored further, he discovered the castle's peculiar design. It did not resemble a prison. The assembly lines for crafting clockwork mechanisms must have been established later. The initial design of Mei Luo by Te Bao felt akin to a fortress, seemingly in opposition to something. But what was it resisting? Generally, a fortress should serve to isolate and defend, built at a strategic point to sever the enemy from one's own territory. Yet Lin Ku found himself puzzled. The castle was surrounded solely by water. While Fengdan did host some aquatic aberrations, was it truly necessary to construct such a grand fortress to combat these feeble creatures? Lin Ku contemplated the possibility that the enemy had already been eradicated, yet he found no information regarding any adversaries. He also pondered whether Mei Luo by Bao was, in fact, a structure above water that had sunk due to tectonic activity, but that was evidently implausible. If such drastic changes in terrain were to occur, Ilubdb would have collapsed long ago. This place conceals far too many enigmas. Link, though astute, is not a diviner and cannot deduce any substantiated answers amidst such uncertainties. With a soft exhale, Link acknowledged the futility of further speculation given the flawed conditions. He is not one to linger in dead ends. Moreover, the secrets of Ilubdb have yet to reveal any tangible benefits to him. Curiosity may lead to peril. If there are no rewards, Link would rather allow that inquisitive little bird to flutter a while longer. What should he do now? Strive to earn some vouchers to absolve his transgressions? Aim to gain the trust of the 3 children of Al-Qnu swiftly? Or perhaps investigate the whereabouts of Count DLNB and seize an opportunity to eliminate him? Link felt a twinge of exasperation. Having already been imprisoned, there remained an abundance of tasks to undertake, and, as an inspector, his responsibilities were indeed numerous. Stretching lazily, Link ambled toward the dormitory area, curious to see what plans the previous large fellow might concoct for revenge. Upon arriving at his dormitory, he pushed the door open and sensed an unusual atmosphere within. Originally a 6-person room, it now contained only a single bed. Various amenities had been simply refurbished. A bottle of perfume sat in the corner, significantly alleviating the previously unpleasant odor. Raising an eyebrow, Link glanced at the sole bed in the room, noticing that his once hard iron bed had been replaced with a larger model. Although still made of iron, it was layered with several mattresses, likely offering much greater comfort than before. Beside the bed stood a cabinet and a set of tables and chairs, the arrangement resembling a hotel suite, causing Link to feel as though he had stumbled into the wrong room. Opening the cabinet revealed a selection of fresh clothing, towels, and daily necessities like shower gel and an electric kettle. The drawer of the table contained several detective novels, presumably to keep Link entertained, along with some paper and pens. Picking up a rather unique pen, he examined it closely and discovered a small dog head motif on its body. Link nodded thoughtfully. These items must have been arranged by Miss Annabelle. After all, SIBIRS in FNGD and translates to hellhound, and the family crest features a dog head. Link had previously speculated that Annabelle wielded some influence within Ilubdb, considering her entourage comprised individuals with a history of incarceration there. He could not help but admire her adeptness at winning hearts. Despite knowing her intentions to draw him in, his impression of her had certainly improved. After a refreshing shower and donning clean attire, Link retrieved the detective novel from the drawer, preparing to indulge in a leisurely pre-sleep moment. Flipping through the pages, he unexpectedly discovered a small note tucked inside, inscribed in neat, elegant handwriting. May good people enjoy peace throughout their lives. Chapter 41. Visiting the Judge. The sound of the guard tapping on the bars resonated once more, signaling the dawn of a new day. Link stretched languidly, reluctantly rising from his bed. Without the thunderous snores of a roommate, he had managed to rest well the previous night. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, and adjusting his attire, the door to the dormitory suddenly swung open, revealing a voluptuous woman clad in a guard's uniform. She was about to speak, but the sight of Link's bare skin momentarily rendered her speechless. His handsome, striking features, athletic posture, robust physique, and smooth, marble-like skin, adorned with several alluring scars, evoked an uncanny resemblance to Michelangelo's David. Link furrowed his brow, feeling the woman's penetrating gaze send shivers down his spine. Yet he had no choice but to endure the scrutiny. It was not that he wished to leave the door unlocked. As a convict, he lacked the authority to do so. His dormitory simply did not possess a lock. Quickly dressing, Link inquired indifferently, "Is there something you need?" "Someone is here to visit you. Prepare yourself. You will report to visiting area 27 in 10 minutes. The woman's cheeks flushed slightly as she swallowed nervously, adopting a frigid, self-assured demeanor. Understood, Link nodded. This was his first time in prison, and he had yet to acclimate to many aspects. "Is there anything else?" "No, nothing else." The woman's expression faltered as she retreated dejectedly. With a sigh, Link felt a surge of irritation. He even entertained the notion of dragging her inside and disposing of her. However, reality dictated restraint. Link was not devoid of experience. Rather, he had been schooled in the art of influence, which included the subtlety of romantic entanglements. This skill could serve to endear oneself to superiors while simultaneously fostering intimacy among subordinates. Psychologists from a Morgan family had empirically demonstrated that in heterosexual interactions, the party that gains the upper hand during intimate encounters often wields greater influence in daily life. Subsequent experiments confirmed this conclusion applied to same-sex relationships as well. Due to this perplexing conclusion, Link had been compelled to engage with a multitude of women under his instructor's directives. Innocent types, aloof types, venomous types, noble types, delicate types. Sunner types, sweet types, and energetic types. This process she referred to as fate. In vying for women's affections, Link's cousin had offended several of Link's cousins. And ironically, their overly brazen behavior had afforded Link's cousin numerous opportunities for heroic rescues. Unlike Link's cousins, most of the women in Link's cousin's orbit were utterly devoted to her, pledging unwavering loyalty. Whenever she and her women sought to relieve their physiological needs, Link, the hapless student, was obliged to toil relentlessly to fulfill the assignments set forth by this instructor. In pursuit of a satisfactory grade, Link toiled through countless nights and days. It wasn't until he mastered the craft, enduring 3 consecutive days and nights of instruction from his devilish cousin, that he finally moved her to tears and obtained his graduation certification, finally bringing an end to that protracted and tormenting nightmare. Since then, Link had acquired a rather peculiar ability. Regardless of how beautiful or alluring a woman might be, he felt little desire. In his mind, the pleasurable acts between the sexes had ceased to be a means of relaxation or enjoyment, relegated instead to the realm of work. Work is arduous and without compensation. Link had no desire to engage. Before him stood a row of ominous black buildings, each divided into small rooms. A guard stood before every 5 rooms, and Link noted the guards here appeared notably stricter, their physiques reflecting a more robust lifestyle than those overseeing the living quarters. Following the numbers on the doors, Link located room 27. The guard in charge bore a shiny bald head, small eyes, and a rather intimidating girth. Approaching the door of room 27, Link found it locked. Unyielding to his pull, directing his gaze toward the portly guard, he met with an unresponsive stare as the man remained fixated ahead, seemingly oblivious to Link's presence. After a brief pause, the elder gentleman appeared somewhat disdainful of Link's lack of insight, subtly shifting his ample posterior. The clinking of the keychain at the guard's waist echoed in the air. With a resigned smile, Link produced a stack of vouchers from his pocket and handed them to the guard. The elder nodded in satisfaction, retrieving the keys to unlock the door. "Newcomer, pay attention. Visiting hours are half an hour." "Understood," Link replied, blinking his deep violet eyes, now comprehending the significance of the vouchers in M-ILUBTBO. While they may not be omnipotent, lacking them was utterly untenable. Upon entering the visitation room, Link found himself in a small space of about 5 to 6 square meters, partitioned by a wire mesh in the center, with a table and chair on each side. Behind the mesh stood a girl clad in blue, her delicate features framed by elegantly arched brows. She was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and a charming blue and white dress that radiated purity, akin to her exquisitely lovely round face. With a complexion of pale pink and tear-bright eyes, she resembled an angel from a divine realm, suddenly appearing in his otherwise dreary world. Link stood transfixed, believing he had long since grown indifferent to women. Yet at this moment, he found himself captivated. Ambition? Wealth? Why then had he chosen to don a new garment today? Perceiving the fervent gaze of the man, the girl shyly lowered her head. A warmth inexplicably surged within him, akin to a gentle sun enveloping him in its comforting glow. A genuine smile graced Link's lips, unguarded and sincere, unlike any mask he had worn before. Returning from the 5 mountains, one does not admire the hills. Returning from the celebration clouds, one does not regard the mountains, he mused. What does that mean? It means you are the most beautiful, she replied, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Her expression a curious mix of joy and feigned nonchalance. With emerald robes and a heart that ponders, I linger for you. Is it truly so? Fu-in covered her blushing face with her small hand, yet cautiously peered through a tiny gap to observe Link's expression. It is but a jest, he smirked. Humph. You are utterly unamusing. She pouted, her cheeks puffing up like a frog, lamenting the lack of appreciation for beauty despite her noble lineage. Lady Fu-in. One must allow oneself room for growth. If you are already the most beautiful today, what shall happen tomorrow or the day after? Link chuckled. No one is perfect. Extremes must balance. There is no absolute beauty, only greater beauty. Please, I am a divine being. I cannot be judged by the standards of mere mortals. How then should one gauge beauty? Why? Each day must be the most splendid. Fu-in replied, her cheeks slightly reddening, though she feigned bravado. Link nodded indulgently, agreeing with her assertion. Ahem, let us dispense with pleasantries. I have come to discuss serious matters. She interjected, adopting a grave demeanor, beckoning Link to lean closer. Curiously, Link straightened and pressed his ear against the wire mesh. Fu-in glanced around timidly, ensuring they were alone before whispering, Link, I have devised a plan to help you escape. What plan? You could take me hostage and use me as leverage. They would surely be frightened and release you. Link fell silent, overwhelmed by the absurdity of her suggestion. He feared ending up like that unfortunate DDLY, crushed under the weight of the WILIT. Ahem, what if they are not afraid? Impossible. I am a divine being. How could they not be intimidated? Could it be they might think, Lady Fu-in is so powerful. She must have a backup plan and cannot be easily subdued by a mere diplomat from ZHDing. Link blinked. Well, that is a fair point considering my strength. Fu-in admitted, though her expression quickly turned despondent. What shall we do, Link? You cannot really intend to remain in prison for decades, can you? Fear not. I shall strive for a pardon and secure my release soon. While I am away, please take care of yourself, Lady Fu-in. Link reassured her with a comforting smile, reaching out to pat the head of the little fool, only to be thwarted by the wire mesh barrier. Then I shall ensure that Lu-LND devises more plans. Fu-in affirmed vigorously. By the way, did you come down here alone? Link inquired, puzzled by the apparent lack of commotion despite the presence of the water deity. I had Lu-LND assist me with the ordinary visitation procedures, sneaking in. If I were to appear as a divine being in MILBTBO, it would entail a convoluted process, far too troublesome. Fu-in explained sheepishly, adding that the visitation time was limited to half an hour. So today, it is not the water deity, but rather Miss Fu-in who is here? Link jested. Indeed, the water deity has deigned to lower herself for your sake, you know? Fu-in rolled her eyes playfully. How do you intend to compensate me once you are free? Well, I shall ponder that carefully, Link replied, adopting a serious demeanor. Perhaps I could kiss you 1,000 times, 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night for an entire year. Preposterous. You audacious scoundrel. I have been nothing but kind to you, and now you seek to take advantage? Fu-in pouted, her lips pursed, entirely disregarding the dignity of the divine. I have yet to settle the score for the last incident. Link secretly reveled in her lack of refusal, but remained puzzled. What incident? Have you forgotten? It's your fault for not being clever enough, leading me to lose an entire year's worth of dessert tasting vouchers. Fu-in cheeks flushed, perhaps realizing she was being a bit shameless. Oh, that matter, Link chuckled, amused at the notion that the little fool might be yearning for cake after such a long absence. Indeed, I place my trust in you, and yet you could only manage second place. Fu-in lamented, increasingly convinced of her own rationale. After all, the divine had favored him. Yet he still failed to win. Perhaps it is simply my inadequacy. Link feigned a sigh of despair. Yet it truly matters not. In competitions, as long as one gives their best effort, that is enough. Seeing Link's apparent disappointment, Fu-in quickly sought to comfort him. As Link observed the little fool leaning against the wire mesh, her forlorn expression evoked a chuckle from him. Hey, I'm trying to comfort you. Are you mocking me? Not at all. I merely recalled something amusing. You had best not be. Come now. It is merely a dessert voucher. What do you mean, simply a dessert voucher? It is a rare treasure. Is it truly that rare? Of course. With this voucher, I need not worry about desserts for an entire year. Fu-in lamented. Her face contorted in despair as she imagined cakes, clairs, and ice cream slipping away from her grasp. Though you lack a dessert voucher, you have me. Link smiled affectionately. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare for you. Her body shuddered, and Fu Njian's cheeks flushed crimson. Her heart raced uncontrollably, leaving her feeling dizzy, as if her wits had abandoned her. Is it truly so? The little fool's breathing gradually quickened, as if he had encountered something tense. Indeed, we agreed not to go back on our word. Absolutely no regrets, Lin Ke said earnestly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a piece of candy, which he handed to Fu Ningna through the gap in the wire fence. What is this? It's medicine. Lin Ke chuckled awkwardly. It's taken once a week. With a slight hum, Fu Ningna unwrapped the candy, placing the fruity sweet in her mouth. It was tangy and sweet, with an artificial strawberry flavor that paled in comparison to the previous chocolate-filled treat. This medicine of yours seems rather ineffective, doesn't it? Fu Ningna raised her brows, her tone laced with sarcasm. I'll make an effort to improve it next time. Lin Ke replied with a sheepish nod. The little fool doesn't seem particularly foolish after all. The two then shared amusing anecdotes from their daily lives, though it was mostly Fu Ningna who spoke, while Lin Ke played the role of an attentive listener, smiling as the little fool animatedly recounted her tales. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of an iron rod striking the railing signaled the end of their visiting time. You must behave, for I will make time to see you every Tuesday. Fu Ningna gazed at Lin Ke with reluctance. If you encounter any difficulties or lack anything while inside, remember to tell me. I will certainly have Luo Linda find a solution. Yes, yes, I will take good care of myself. Fu Ningna, you must take care as well. Lin Ke stood up, watching the silhouette of the little fool depart from the visiting room. For some reason, he felt a surge of positivity wash over him. The man took a deep breath, turned away, and his deep purple eyes glimmered with renewed determination and sharpness. The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge far and wide. Calmly seated by the oven, Lin Ke kept an eye on the clock on the wall, while monitoring the delectable pastries emitting an enticing aroma from the oven. With a delightful ding, a tray of fragrant chestnut cakes emerged. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Ke donned heat-resistant gloves, removed the baking tray, and allowed it to cool. He then used tongs to transfer the still-steaming chestnut cakes from the tray to a large platter. Each cake came with 5 special vouchers. He wrapped them in newspaper, set them aside, and savored them while they were still warm. All right, Mr. Lin, cook and focus on baking. Be careful not to burn yourself. Lin Ke waved off. Noticing that the dough had risen sufficiently, he began to prepare more cakes. Are you really this trusting of them? Me luo stoat beside Lin Ke. Watching the long queue forming at the restaurant entrance, acknowledging that these individuals were criminals. Of course, Lin Ke nodded seriously. However, if they genuinely cannot afford to pay, it wouldn't hurt to give them a few cakes, would it? You really don't think that it's a loss? Mei Luo merely smiled wryly, choosing not to elaborate further. He truly felt that Lin Ke was exceptionally kind, almost too good to fit into this society. While Lin Ke's hands remained busy, a profound coldness lingered in the depths of his deep purple eyes. Just as Lin Ke understood Mei Luo's self-deceiving hypocrisy, he also comprehended the psychology of the criminals in Mei Luo Petersburg. What do these criminals truly need? Vouchers? Welfare? Food? Daily necessities? Their wants are numerous. Yet they're excessively greedy, yet too easily satisfied. They exist at the bottom of society, enduring disdain and scorn, leading them to self-destruct, and, in a bid to prove themselves or retaliate against others, they dare to transgress the boundaries of the law. They are pitiable, as wretched as dogs. Even if you throw them a leftover bone, they would look up at you with gratitude, viewing you as their master. The bone Lin Ke throws is trust. Would Lin Ke fear these individuals stealing his chestnut cakes? Certainly not, for human nature is such that it delights in self-deprecation and absurdity. When someone is watching, they might take the risk to steal, yet if told, I trust you won't take it, even if left alone, they would patiently queue to pay. A psychologist from the Morgan family once conducted a bizarre experiment. They set up 2 adjacent stalls selling the same pastries in a market, one priced at 10 mora, while the other was a special offer for nobles, priced at 500 mora, with each noble limited to a certain number per purchase based on their rank. The results were surprising. The stall selling pastries for 10 more struggled, while the one selling them for 500 more thrived, with wealthy individuals even commissioning nobles to purchase them at exorbitant prices. Does this seem foolish? Indeed, it is foolish, yet humanity is a curious and silly creature. No noble would lower themselves to buy a 10 more pastry, nor would even the most downtrodden criminal forego the trust Lin Ku extended to them for a mere 10 more pastry. However, Lin Ku keeps a close eye on the number of vouchers in the basket on the counter. After every 5 batches of pastries, he discreetly transfers the vouchers into a large, inconspicuous box. Even those like Na Weiya, who are paragons of justice, can have their attitudes swayed by a sum as substantial as 200 million mora. Lin Ku understands that as the number of vouchers in the basket increases, these criminals will become conflicted, caught in their own contradictions, and may resort to theft. The benevolent Lin Ku does not use vouchers to tempt the downtrodden. Lin Ku is undoubtedly a cunning individual. He offers these unfortunate criminals the trust they desire, while simultaneously binding them to adhere to his rules through that very trust. Ironically, these pitiful criminals perceive it as a stroke of fortune, flocking to purchase Lin Ku's chestnut cakes. Hello, good day to all. Lin Ku is indifferent to the concept of justice. What he seeks is mutual benefit, even a plethora of gains. With the arrival of a new month, new beginnings arise. Can I kindly request a review? Chapter 43. Chestnut's apologies, everyone. We have run out of materials. This is the final batch, so those at the back need not queue. Well, Mr. Lin Ku, please remember to stock up next time. What a pity. I waited so long without being able to buy any. That's all right. I can come early tomorrow. Goodbye, Mr. Lin Ku. Yes, goodbye. After bidding farewell to the last batch of customers, Lin Ku felt a sense of relief. Selling food in this manner was far more laborious than sitting in an office at the embassy. At this moment, Lin Ku found himself missing his energetic secretary. If that person were here, all he would need to do was assign a lucrative task and sit back to reap the rewards. He must have made quite a profit today, Mei Luo remarked, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the thick stack of vouchers in the box at Lin Ku's feet, feeling a twinge of temptation. Indeed, working for oneself is far more profitable than being employed by someone else. Lin Ku smiled and generously handed a thick wad of vouchers to Mei Luo. This is thanks to you. Oh, don't give me that. I don't want it. Mei Luo quickly shook his head. Mr. Mei Luo, please accept it. I truly appreciate your allowing me to use the kitchen. Over these days, I have gradually begun to understand the rules of Mei Luo Petersburg that you mentioned. This is all rightfully yours, Lin Ku said with a smile. Knowing that Mei Luo would not take his money, but considering the cultural compassion of Mei Luo Petersburg, he felt the gesture was necessary. No, take your money. It doesn't sit well with me. Mei Luo firmly waved his hand. Although the rules of Mei Luo Petersburg have been accepted by the criminals, that does not mean they are just. Lin Ku, do what you wish. I will handle the rest. Mei Luo displayed a sense of righteousness, as if he had genuinely begun to regard Lin Ku as his junior. Well, thank you very much. Lin Ku expressed his gratitude to Mei Luo with a respectful bow, saying, if there is anything you require assistance with, please do not hesitate to inform me, allowing me to contribute my modest efforts. Mei Luo smiled gently and picked up a package of chestnut cakes from the table beside Lin Ku, responding, then I shall not hold back. Do savor it while it's warm. Lin Ku could not help but smile as well. Nodding, Mei Luo extracted a chestnut cake from the newspaper, first scrutinizing its appearance, then inhaling its delightful aroma, and finally taking a delicate bite. The chestnut cakes crafted by Lin Ku were modest in size, fitting comfortably in the palm of one's hand, each capable of yielding 4 or 5 bites. Quite splendid. Is this a gourmet delicacy from Liyue? Mei Luo relished the taste, unable to resist taking another bite. Lin Ku chuckled, explaining, these chestnut cakes hinge on 2 key aspects, the skin and the filling. The outer layer must be flaky, while the interior filling ought to be exquisite. Picture a chilly day, a chair positioned beneath the eaves, a blanket draped over one's lap, a pot of warm tea brewing. Enjoying the cakes while observing the flowers bloom and wither and the clouds drift in the sky. Though it may not be a pursuit of great elegance, to me, it constitutes a beautiful affair. Haha, you truly know how to relish life. I can already envision it, Mei Luo affirmed with a nod. Well then, you may arrange it as you wish. The time is nearly upon me to prepare dinner for Duke de Run. Indeed, Lin Ku replied. After bidding farewell to Mei Luo, he meticulously tidied the kitchen, then retrieved the last chestnut cake from the oven, wrapping it carefully in newspaper, one large and one small, ensuring they were well packaged. The chestnut cake remained warm to the touch, providing a pleasant warmth through the newspaper. A week had elapsed since Lin Ku arrived at Mei Luo Pietro, during which he gained a deeper understanding of the organizational structure within Mei Luo Pietro. Here, Duke Liu Li held an unparalleled position, his dominion rivaling that of a deity over a nation. The jailers and guards under his command constituted the controlling force, maintaining the order of Mei Luo Pietro, wielding their power with impunity. Beyond these ruling forces, the criminals within Mei Luo Pietro were also stratified into distinct classes. These offenders covertly formed various small factions, akin to gangs, banding together for mutual support. Weaker factions often had to pay protection fees to more powerful groups to avoid oppression. An entrance into larger factions necessitated a series of assessments. Nevertheless, an order existed among these factions, should one violate the rules. Duke Liu Li would swiftly intervene to suppress them, stripping them of their power and influence. Currently, Lin Ku had not affiliated with any faction. Firstly, his relationship with Mei Luo was favorable, as she would shield him. Secondly, Annabelle possessed a degree of influence over certain factions within Mei Luo Pietro, offering Lin Ku protection if needed. To Lin Ku's surprise, the trio of children from a Lei Chi Nuo presented an unexpected twist. The second child, Lin and I Te, and the third, Fei Mi and I, had joined an organization known as the Mutual Aid Society, which, though not particularly powerful, enjoyed an excellent reputation and considerable influence within Mei Luo Pietro. The eldest, Lin and I, was part of the Punishment Alliance, a formidable force within Mei Luo Pietro, boasting several wielders of the vision. Even the jailers under Liu Li treated members of this alliance with respect. Miss Annabelle's informants revealed that the Punishment Alliance was backed by the radical faction of the Saibei Rue family, and the Earl de Lin Na was currently under the protection of several skilled members of this alliance. Lin Ku found this peculiar. He had met Lin and I, who was quite capable, yet inherently disdainful of nobility. It was perplexing that he now found himself within a gang controlled by nobles. Perhaps there were ulterior motives at play. What vexed Lin Ku further was that the three siblings possessed strong opinions. They regarded Lin Ku's arrival as a nuisance rather than an opportunity. They refrained from sharing any plans or intelligence regarding their situation or that of Dahlia, rejecting Lin Ku's invitation to join them. Particularly, Lin and I effortlessly exposed the cold heart beneath Lin Ku's good-natured facade, displaying a dismissive contempt. Lin Ku felt helpless. He acknowledged his past misdeeds. Yet all were but fools in this world, prioritizing mission over personal grievances. There was no need for ridicule in their line of work. However, as the inspector stationed in Fontaine under the Winter Queen, Lin Ku understood that despite his minor grievances, he must fulfill his responsibilities. A more pressing concern loomed. He could not contend with a Lei Chi Nuo. Should anything happen to these three, and he chose to stand idly by, it would be a grave mistake. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a slender figure appeared at the corner of the sidewalk, catching Lin Ku's eye. A delicate girl, dressed in a fitted performance costume, moved gracefully, her charming features accentuated by her striking cat ears, making her stand out in the crowd. Miss Lin Nite, Lin Ku called out, promptly rising to intercept her path. The young girl stiffened momentarily, but her expression remained one of disinterest. She attempted to sidestep Lin Ku, but each time she shifted, he adeptly blocked her way. Evidently, despite both being users of a Nemo, Lin and I's agility paled in comparison to Lin Ku's. Realizing her attempts were futile, she ceased her resistance, simply gazing at Lin Ku with wide eyes. What is it? Have I offended you in some way? Lin Kiskiviko incurit, peering down at the small feline figure. A few days ago, we could converse. Why the cold demeanor now? You approach me with ulterior motives, seeking to pry into our secrets. Lin and I Te replied, her voice somewhat stiff. Pray tell, what could I possibly scheme? Lin Ku chuckled lightly. You wish to exploit us to influence my father. Lin Ku's laughter erupted as Lin and I's expression soured. What is amusing? Your imagination is quite vivid, he replied. The the smile fading from his face, his deep purple eyes now appearing cold and unfeeling. I am the inspector stationed in Fontaine under Her Majesty the Queen. If I wish to vex Chi Nua, I could simply approach the Queen and speak ill of her. Why would I need to go through the trouble of approaching you? L'unité pour cette herdips. Then why are you here? Lin and I would not accept anything you offer, nor would he cooperate with you, she asserted, shaking her head and placing her hands behind her back, rejecting Lin Ke's goodwill. Lin Ke remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowing. I truly cannot fathom your brother. I examine my conscience and believe I have done no wrong to you three. Is disdain for the impoverished noble? Is it noble to harbor resentment towards the wealthy? No, that's not it. Lin and I's face revealed a hint of panic. You misunderstand Lin and I. He is not resentful of the wealthy. If he is not resentful, then what is it? Lin and I's cat ears drooped as she spoke in a subdued tone. He merely wishes to protect me. Are you suggesting that I intend to harm you? No, Lin and I replied, lowering her head, appearing somewhat dejected. Taking a deep breath, Link's patience was limited. He reached out and grasped Lynette's slender wrist, forcefully pulling her to a secluded corner. What on earth are you all doing? Are you involved in some perilous affair? Link genuinely could not comprehend. He detested the feeling of being kept in the dark. No. Lynette quickly shook her head. What is the situation with Dedalia? Link's tone intensified, infused with an air of pressure. The young master has escaped through a conduit. However, that conduit has since been sealed by Duke Liasli, and we are unaware of the young master's current status. Lynette seemed to be intimidated by Link, stammering her words. If the young master has already escaped, why are you still lingering in Melipid Castle? I shall promptly contact El Chino to withdraw your case. No, Lynette replied anxiously. But the clever girl soon realized that her nervousness had inadvertently revealed a piece of information. Link narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the girl closely. Previously, he had believed that the trio was intentionally concealing their secret from him due to their noble status. Yet it now appeared that even their father was not privy to their current endeavors. I must take my leave. Lynette's tail flicked, and seizing the moment while Link was still pondering, she hurriedly ran away. The man gazed at her receding figure without pursuing her. Link could vaguely surmise what the three were plotting, yet he understood that they did not trust him. He exhaled softly, a bitter smile forming as he looked at the chestnut cake in his hand, regretfully tossing the large portion into the trash. Link was a diligent individual. He had fulfilled his duties, yet he would not impose his will upon others, since the children had chosen to regard themselves as adults. They too must bear the responsibility for their actions. Chapter 44. Punishment. The introverted Lynette always concealed her emotions adeptly. Similar to Link's dormitory, Lynette's quarters were not of the communal style. A small room was divided by a curtain, one side featuring a single bed adorned with a small black cat plushie, accompanied by a vanity and wardrobe. The other side contained a bunk bed, with arrangements akin to the opposite side, though the desk lacked cosmetics, instead displaying some rudimentary magical props. Typically, the curtain in the center remained open, drawn only when necessary. Lynette nodded nervously, accepting the juice tossed over by Linny and taking a small sip. It seems a bit late today. Linny blinked, speaking indulgently. Dinner has been prepared for you and is on the table. Eat it while it's warm. Understood. Lynette nodded, glancing at the lunchbox on the vanity, which contained 3 dishes and a soup, including a meat dish, all of which she relished. Since Linny joined the Punishment Alliance, their meals had greatly improved. How has your investigation into those obscure rules been progressing? Linny pulled up a chair beside Lynette, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Upon arriving at Melipid Castle, Linny, Lynette, and Femini discovered some peculiar hidden rules. The third rule involved strange noises at the conduits. The trio had previously conducted extensive inquiries and found that the third rule was concocted by Dedalia's subordinates to facilitate his escape, while the first and second rules had yet to be thoroughly investigated. We have clarified everything. Lynette explained. If one violates the first rule, they will receive bizarre meat during welfare meals, but this was actually a nutritious meal prepared by the head nurse, considering everyone's health. It appears strange solely because Meluxan's aesthetic perception differs from that of humans. If one violates the second rule, they will receive a peculiar red liquid. However, this liquid is merely a new product from Funda Company. Duke Liasli believes that only a fool who does not understand the value of the special voucher would purchase it. And those who bet on both sides simultaneously in a boxing arena are undoubtedly the fools who fail to grasp the true worth of the voucher. Oh, is that so? Lenny scratched his head in exasperation, initially thinking that these hidden rules would be related to that forbidden area. What about you? How are things on your end? A worried expression surfaced on Lynette's face. Rest assured, I have no issues here. Lenny reassured. Do you still not trust me? Lenny, perhaps it is best to leave it be. It has passed. Lynette's gaze reflected reluctance. Your actions are far too perilous. No. Lenny slowly shook his head, leaning in closely to gaze earnestly into Lynette's eyes. The youth's expression held a hint of bitterness, yet the flames of determination burned fiercely within his gaze. Lynette, I was too weak before. I failed to protect you, but now I possess strength. Lenny inhaled deeply, his clear eyes narrowing slightly. I must ensure that those who harmed you, those who have wronged us, pay the price. His words resonated with unwavering anger and resolve. Lynette wanted to interject, but upon seeing Lenny's sharp gaze, she chose to remain silent. The little cat drooped its ears, reminiscent of years past. Many assumed that Lynette's cat ears were merely part of her costume. Despite sharing the same blood as her brother Lenny, she appeared no different from an ordinary person. Yet, the extra pair of ears and the tail were undeniably part of her, an irrefutable truth. It is said that such feline traits often accompany genetic inheritance. Even as the bloodline thins, a reversion phenomenon may occasionally manifest. In her childhood, Lynette did not appreciate the gift from her ancestors. There were always inquisitive children who, whether intentionally or not, pointed at her and asked, "Why are you different from everyone else? Are you and Lenny truly siblings?" The introverted Lynette was at a loss for words, as Lenny could not always be by her side. During such moments, she could only press her ears down, curl her tail, and sit in a corner, alone and sorrowful. Only the stray cats roaming the streets would come to comfort Lynette, brushing against her ankles. I cannot show this expression when meeting Lenny. She was acutely aware that her brother had enough burdens to bear and should not be troubled by such trivial matters. However, feigning indifference would undoubtedly be seen through by him. To deceive a genius magician, one must first deceive oneself. Lynette cradled the little cat at her feet, gently stroking its fur. As she felt its breath, her emotions gradually calmed down. The little cat leapt from her embrace, and her face regained its usual tranquility. Yet, among the nobility of Fondant, there existed some scoundrels who reveled in novelty. At one banquet, a prominent figure took a keen interest in Lynette's uniqueness. Without hesitation, her adoptive father thrust her into the prominent figure's carriage, disregarding her protests and struggles, treating her merely as a pet cat that scratches the sofa. This incident remained a thorn in Lenny's heart. Although Alcino had eliminated the nobleman present, Lenny later discovered that the events surrounding Lynette had indeed been instigated by the radical faction of the Sayberry's family. Lenny vowed that, come what may, he would protect Lynette, ensuring that those who had ever harmed her would pay a bloody price. Regrettably, the Sayberry's family was exceedingly vigilant. Do not speak of Lenny. Even if Alcino were to intervene personally, it is unlikely that he could dismantle such a vast aristocratic ruling faction without incurring some cost. Currently, the radical leader, Count de Lunabeo, has entered Luabi Te Bao due to the factional strife within the Sayberry family. For Lenny, this represents an opportunity he has awaited for over a decade. The third stronghold of the Punishment Alliance features a crimson carpet and crystal chandeliers. In the otherwise modest Luabi Te Bao, this room is undeniably opulent. Dressed in a plain gentleman's attire, Lenny sits quietly behind a gaming table, facing a strikingly handsome man with blue hair and crimson eyes, his appearance almost demonic. The man's skin is so pale that veins are visible beneath it, and his long, silky hair is tied back in a ponytail, accentuating his sickly, androgynous charm. Most notably, on his wrist lies a bracelet composed of 7 translucent gemstones, each concealing a subtle elemental sigil: wind, rock, thunder, grass, water, fire, and ice. These are the 7 lost divine eyes. The man is named Leonardo Sayberry, once a respected viscount of the Sayberry family and now the leader of the Punishment Alliance. In the tense atmosphere, Lenny and Leonardo sit opposite each other at the gaming table, flanked by a tall, enchanting woman and several formidable men and women, many of whom possess divine eyes, indicating they are high-ranking members of the Punishment Alliance. The onlookers watch the game intently, each harboring their own thoughts. The Punishment Alliance is structured into 4 tiers, Basha, Taishu, Niejing, and Wujian. Basha represents ordinary members, Taishu denotes minor leaders, Niejing symbolizes core cadres, and Wujian is the leader. Although a newcomer, Lini has ascended to the Taishu level in a remarkably short time due to his extraordinary courage and skill, and this gamble serves as his test for admission into Niejing. Lini glances at his two concealed cards, Heart 7 and Heart 10, while 3 community cards have already been revealed, Diamond 6, Club 8, and Heart. The dealer, a statuesque croupier, prepares to deal the 4th community card, Heart 5. Lini squints slightly. The current situation is decidedly advantageous for him. If the 5th card is a 9, he will have a straight. If it is a club, he will form a full house. If it is a heart, he will achieve a flush. The youth lifts his gaze to scrutinize the man across from him. Leonardo's expression is remarkably indifferent, as if the millions in chips on the table are merely pocket change given to a beggar. He raises his gaze to meet Lini's, his blood-red eyes gleaming with a predator's calm. Call? After a moment of contemplation, Lini considers the likelihood that Leonardo possesses a flush or a straight. He lacks absolute certainty of victory, but entering the game necessitates assuming some risk. I call, Lini declares, tossing 5 yellow chips into the pot. The dealer, expressionless, nods slightly at Leonardo's gesture and reveals the 5th community card, Club 9. Lini exhales softly. The community cards combined with his concealed cards now form a full house, an impressive hand second only to a straight flush. Without hesitation, he throws 3 red chips into the pot. Call, 300,000. Lini's gaze remains fixed on the man before him, sensing Leonardo's attention drift to a position behind him, where a striking woman with a tray stands, her vision keen. I fold, Leonardo muses, dismissively casting aside his 2 concealed cards, Club 3 and Club 7. Although his hand is substantial, 2 hearts and 3 clubs, also a full house, it is slightly inferior to Lini's. Logically, Leonardo should have tested the waters further, yet he chooses to forego the gamble, as if he possesses foreknowledge of Lini's cards. Lini remains silent for a moment before relinquishing his hand, and the dealer collects the 10,000 chips into Lini's stack. Though victorious in this round with a gain of 50,000, Lini feels no joy, fully aware that the woman behind him and the assorted cadres are all Leonardo's associates. The second round commences. The dealer destroys the card from the first round and introduces a new deck, dealing 2 concealed cards to both Lini and Leonardo, followed by 3 community cards, Heart 7, Spade 9, and Club 7. Lini presses a hand over the cards dealt to him, using his thumb to caress the lower left corner. As one of the finest magicians in Fengdan, Lini possesses an extraordinary perception of visual cues, and he can distinctly sense a dozen pairs of eyes fixated on his hand. These gazes come from various angles. No matter how Lini adjusts his position, at least one will inevitably discern the suit and number of his concealed cards. It is a stalemate. Even the most skilled gamblers cannot triumph when the opponent knows their cards. Lini's expression remains impassive. He anticipated this scenario upon entering the Punishment Alliance. He has never harbored any illusions about the so-called equality and justice espoused by these aristocrats. He understands that, in their eyes, commoners possess no rights. They preach hard work to the masses while lounging comfortably in their offices with women. They extol national pride while sending soldiers to the front lines, remaining safely behind to indulge in revelry. They advocate honesty and lawfulness while exploiting loopholes to weave intricate lies. Over the years, Lini has witnessed the despicable nature of the aristocracy, realizing that, while they may appear benevolent at first glance, they will unhesitatingly discard everything when the moment arises. In their eyes, commoners are hardly regarded as human. A scornful smile graces the youth's lips. He refrains from examining his cards and instead pushes all 2 million chips into the pot. Fortune favors the bold. He declares, 2 million, all in. Leonardo's expression stiffens, astonished by the audacity of the young man before him. 200 all in? Lini's choice to go all in, while rendering him unable to see his own cards, simultaneously prevents Leonardo from discerning them as well. The potential for loss or gain hangs equally at 50-50. This all-in move serves as a strategic retreat, compelling Leonardo into a genuine contest of chance. Leonardo chuckles, having not encountered such a daring youth in quite some time. He must concede that Lini is indeed a talent. However, This talent is still too naive to stand against him. Leonardo discards his hand and tosses 5 yellow chips to Lenny. Heart 1 and diamond 2. I fold. Lenny takes the chips from Leonardo, sinking once more into silence, realizing that he has underestimated the shamelessness of these aristocrats. Despite the all-in gamble skewing the odds to 1-1, a seasoned gambler still possesses the means to tip the scales of fortune. The so-called odds of 1 in blind betting merely pertain to the overall probability. However, when applied to each individual round, there remains ample room for strategic maneuvering. Although Leonardo cannot see Lenny's cards, he can certainly examine his own hand. When his hand is weak, he may choose to fold, merely paying the small blind of 5. Yet when he possesses a formidable hand capable of forming a full house, straight, or even a flush, Leonardo can confidently bet all his chips, going all in for victory. It is worth noting that in a real casino, if the opponent opts for a blind bet, the player usually responds by doubling the bet. Thus, if the opponent bets 5, you must wager 10. As the third round commences, the dealer deals the cards. This round reveals the community cards, Spade 3 and Spade 4. Lenny quietly accepts his whole cards without looking, choosing instead to wait for the dealer to continue, while Leonardo maintains an expression of calm assurance. Seemingly confident in his impending success, the dealer proceeds to deal, and as both players are disinterested in betting, 2 additional community cards are revealed. Reaching the maximum of 5 cards on the table, betting is now permitted. The dealer's voice is cool and detached, indifferent to the outcome. Lenny raises an eyebrow, confidently holding his 2 whole cards, taking a casual glance. Clubs 4, hearts 9. He observes Leonardo, whose gaze begins to wander. 50. Leonardo nonchalantly pushes 5 red chips into the pot. Lenny smiles lightly, responding with 10 red chips, calling 100. Leonardo's brow furrows in curiosity. Given Lenny's prior display of intellect, he should be aware of his own informants, yet he chooses to call. Has he given up so swiftly? A hint of amusement flickers in Leonardo's crimson eyes, seemingly pleased with Lenny's perceptiveness. He extends his hand, grasping another 10 red chips, preparing to toss them into the pot. A startled exclamation from a woman pierces the air. Leonardo's motion halts as he lifts his gaze, displeased, toward the alluring woman behind Lenny. His brows knit together. The woman is now caressing her left hair, an indication that Lenny's hand surpasses his own. Yet just moments ago, she was touching her left hair. Has she misread the situation? Leonardo watches her, bemused, as she flits between caressing her left and right hair. What is happening? He shifts his focus back to Lenny, who reclines lazily in his chair, one hand holding 5 cards while the other lightly taps the edges of the cards. Silence envelopes the room. Those on Leonardo's side were expressions of confusion, while those who can glimpse Lenny's hand are utterly astonished, as if witnessing something extraordinary. From a woman's perspective, Lenny appears to be languidly crossing his legs, rhythmically tapping his cards. However, with each tap, the cards shift in composition. Hearts 7, hearts 2, diamonds. Hearts, clubs 5, clubs 6. Lenny had initially no intention to cheat. He wished to triumph over these aristocrats with his gambling prowess. But when faced with the shameless and irredeemable, Lenny does not hesitate to respond with force. Leonardo gently closes his eyes, but after a moment, a smile graces his lips. He rises gracefully, extending a fair hand toward Lenny. Congratulations, Lenny, you have passed the test. From this day forth, you shall be the 6th mirror of the Punishment Alliance. Lenny stands, shaking Leonardo's hand before bowing respectfully. I am at your service, my lord. Following Leonardo, Lenny traverses a long corridor to a room deeper within the base. Leonardo glances back at Lenny before pushing open the door, revealing a scene starkly different from that of a prison. Luxurious leather sofas are adorned with soft down blankets, and a robust middle-aged man with graying hair sits boldly on the couch, cradling a sultry woman in his arms. The woman, voluptuous and strikingly beautiful, leans against the imposing figure of Drina, her eyes filled with disdain, yet she dutifully peels emerald-hued grapes, carefully placing them into his rather unpleasant mouth. Upon noticing Lenny and Leonardo enter, Drina takes his time finishing the grapes, seemingly to enhance his noble demeanor. What brings you here? Though not particularly handsome, his voice resonates with a deep magnetism. My lord, I have selected your bodyguards for tomorrow. Leonardo replies with a respectful bow. Drina raises an eyebrow, scrutinizing Linny with evident discontent. Leonardo, I asked you to help me find bodyguards, not tools for pleasure. Besides, I have no interest in young boys. Unlike those depraved priests. Rest assured, my lord, I have assessed Linny's intellect and capabilities. He will ensure your safety, Leonardo asserts, a smile gracing his lips, though his crimson gaze emanates a chilling light. Linny, show the lord your skills. Linny, with an impassive expression, swiftly discards 2 cards, due to the differing speeds. The cards separate in midair, the first slicing through an apple on the table, while the second bisects the first card. Ah, impressive indeed, Drina applauds, a smile breaking across his face. I recall now, the great magician Linny, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. You flatter me. Very well. If there is nothing else, we shall leave it at that. Drina, noticing Linny's frosty demeanor, dismisses them with a wave. After exiting Drina's chamber, Leonardo leads Linny to another room, resembling an office. Have a seat. Leonardo offers a warm smile, gesturing toward a nearby chair. Thank you, Linny nods slightly, not wishing to appear rude. From now on, we shall work together. There is no need for formality. Leonardo waves his hand dismissively. The Lord's preferences may be peculiar, but the Punishment Alliance would not have reached its current scale without his support. He can be rather indiscreet at times. Do not take it to heart. I understand. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Leonardo retrieves 2 chilled bottles of juice from a nearby cooler, handing one to Linny. Linny accepts it with one hand, hesitating briefly before opening the bottle and taking a sip. Unlike ordinary juice, the liquid possesses an enchanting quality, leaving one yearning for more. Nevertheless, Linny exercises restraint, forcing himself to suppress his desires. By the way, Linny, do you have a sister with cat ears and a tail? Linny freezes, his expression darkening, his body tensing. Although he plans to approach Count Drina through the Punishment Alliance, he will not allow Lynette to be endangered. Should Leonardo demand Lynette, Linny would not hesitate to sever ties. Observing the tension in Linny's eyes, Leonardo chuckles wryly. Do not overthink it. I merely meant that the Lord has a taste for such things, so do your best to keep your sister out of sight. Otherwise, I may find myself in a difficult position. Thank you. Linny stammers, surprised as he glances at Leonardo, suddenly realizing that not all nobles are as malevolent as he had imagined. Count de Luna will visit Lord Leo Slee's council chamber tomorrow to discuss the collaboration between the Sayberry's family and Melipetberg. You will accompany him, along with the guard, A-Lin, who is the croupier you just met. Leonardo, appearing somewhat fatigued, stifled a yawn. This woman is a capable operative of the radical faction within the Sayberry's family and a trusted confidant of the Count. Should any danger arise, she would undoubtedly be the first to rush forward, so do not let the pressure weigh too heavily upon you. Very well. Linny nodded obediently. Well then, let's leave it at that for now. Leonardo smiled as he picked up a package of pastries wrapped in newspaper from the table and placed it into Linny's arms. What is this? Thank you, my lord. I shall not take up any more of your rest time. Leonardo waved his hand with a smile, reminding Linny to report to the base tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Nodding, Linny departed with a green bean cake in hand. Shortly after Linny left, a petite woman dressed in red stealthily emerged from beneath Leonardo's desk. She had a head of white hair, pointed ears reminiscent of an elf, and delicate wrists adorned with a slender bracelet featuring a green divine eye of the florist system. However, her legs appeared to have sustained some injuries, rendering her unable to walk, forcing her to crawl laboriously on the ground. The woman crawled into Leonardo's embrace, resting her small head against his chest, her beautiful large eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. Leonardo, this person is lying. I know, Leonardo replied, smiling as he gently caressed her skin, smooth as silk. Then why? The woman looked at Leonardo with confusion. Her ability only allowed her to discern truth from falsehood, not to read the depths of another's heart as that other individual could. Because his interests align with mine. Leonardo revealed a knowing smile. He genuinely found this young man adorably foolish. With the intelligence capabilities of the Sayberry's family, it would take no more than 3 days to uncover Linny's background. Born in an orphanage, adopted by a low-ranking noble, and later taken in by the 4th seat of the Fool's Commission after the adoptive father sent away his sister. This unfortunate triplet found refuge in the hearth home. It was evident to Leonardo that someone like this infiltrated the Sayberry's punishment alliance, seeking vengeance for his sister. Yet, he could not deny that Linny was indeed an exceptionally gifted individual. Leonardo? The petite woman extended her tiny tongue, gently rubbing her exquisitely beautiful face against his chest. Observing her delicate frame, Leonardo, like many nobles, harbored his own peculiar preferences. He was disinterested in ordinary women. Those voluptuous beauties repulsed him, for his heart was captivated solely by. The old man has occupied his position for far too long. It is time to show some filial piety and help him shift his seat. Do not forget to exchange the redemption code. Chapter 46. A turn of events while walking with the green bean cake. Linny turned a corner and, ensuring no one was watching, casually tossed the cake into the nearby trash bin. The youth's expression was unusually cold. Everything was proceeding too smoothly, to an almost uncanny degree. This unnerving ease instilled a profound sense of insecurity within Linny. Leonardo was no fool. Linny could not believe that the leader of Melipetburg's most notorious criminal organization could be so easily deceived. He was certain that the man had concealed certain truths from him. One must exercise extreme caution when dealing with nobles, especially when they seem overly kind and amiable, for such scenarios often conceal grander schemes, leaving the exploited with deeper, more painful scars. If Leonardo was already aware of Linny's limits, why would he allow him to engage with Count Nerid? Would he not wish to eliminate Count Nerid himself? Linny contemplated a possibility. Perhaps their goals were aligned. Linny sought vengeance for Lynette and wished to eliminate Count Nerid, while Leonardo, too, possessed a reason to see the Count dead. Power. Once Count Nerid was gone, Leonardo, as a viscount, could assume leadership of the radical faction within the Sayberry's family upon his release, succeeding Deluna's position. Mutuelle exploitation? The youth scoffed softly. He would ensure Leonardo understood that Deluna was merely the first of many. Upon returning to his dormitory, Linny stood at the door, finally releasing a breath of relief and displaying a gentle, cheerful smile before naturally pushing the door open, as he had done in previous days. Life ought to carry a semblance of ritual. Linny smiled as he conjured a lovely violet from the air. For you. You should save it for my future sister-in-law. Lynette retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Linny, yet nonetheless accepting the flower and carefully placing it in a makeshift vase nearby. Then I shall leave it here for now, and ask for it later. Linny waved his hand with a smile, and then patted Femini, who was lost in thought by the window. What are you pondering? Nothing. Is it some beautiful girl from somewhere? I told you there is nothing. A hint of a smile curled at the corners of Linny's mouth as he lazily stretched, removed his hat, and plopped onto his bed with a thud. What happened? You seem particularly cheerful today, Lynette inquired, curious. It's nothing. The youth shook his head. I just suddenly feel that having you all by my side is truly wonderful. Sitting alone at the table, Link quietly gazed at a substantial stack of vouchers. Though the number of vouchers was not vast, it exceeded 10,000, and most importantly, Link had earned this sum through diligent labor. The man slightly parted his lips as if to speak, but when the words reached his throat, he realized he was utterly alone in the room. Link stared blankly for a moment, a strange sensation of moisture forming in his nose. After a brief silence, he retrieved a somewhat tattered calendar from the table, each page marked with a prominent star, indicating that these Tuesdays bore great significance for him. Today was Thursday, tomorrow would be Friday, and the day after Saturday. The man sat in his chair, repeatedly flipping through the calendar, as if by doing so, he could hasten the arrival of the next Tuesday. Suddenly, with a thud, the calendar fell to the floor. As Link bent down to retrieve it, his body froze in place. What am I doing? Why do I keep repeating this meaningless, foolish behavior? Why do I always think of her? Link posed these questions to his mind, yet after a series of analyses and corrections, his brain still could not arrive at a satisfactory answer. Exhausted, he relinquished his thoughts, slumping back in his chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling of the cell. I must be ill, perhaps quite severely so. Early the next morning, Linny first visited the welfare cafeteria to purchase breakfast for his younger siblings, carefully planning his day before reporting to the Punishment Alliance's base. Linny had made up his mind. Indeed, today's guard duty presented an opportunity. Yet he was not prepared to act hastily. He knew too little about Leonardo and Nerid, and this information gap could lead to disastrous miscalculations within a plan. Should the assassination fail, he could easily find himself ensnared in the consequences. Lenny did not wish to worry Lynette and Femini. He understood that should he find himself in peril, those two would undoubtedly go to great lengths to rescue him. Because Lenny is equally willing to sacrifice her life for her younger siblings without hesitation, she must protect herself, even for the sake of Lynette and Femini. Preserving one's own life leads to success in battle. Lenny awaited at the entrance of the stronghold, dressed impeccably in a gentleman's attire, at the appointed time. After a span of about 5 or 6 minutes, Count Drenot emerged from the prison, adorned in a splendid robe. Behind him was a beautiful maid, whom Lenny noted resembled the croupier mentioned by Leonardo. "Greetings, Count," Lenny said respectfully, bowing. Drenot nodded slightly. "Let us go meet Lord Leosley." Lenny nodded and followed Count Drenot, flanking him on either side with the maid as they made their way to Duke Leosley's office area. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the trio arrived at a cylindrical building reminiscent of an inner fortress. A stern-looking guard stood sentinel, far from the inept guards of the previous management and visitation areas. Each one was a highly competent elite. Drenot led Lenny and A-Lin to the entrance. But as they attempted to proceed, 2 long iron rods swiftly formed a barrier before them. Drenot frowned slightly and raised his hand. A-Lin first offered a respectful bow before presenting an invitation letter to a guard who appeared to be a junior supervisor. The guard scrutinized the invitation, nodded, yet his expression remained devoid of reverence as he coldly stated, "Count Drenot, you may enter." Malapeterburg recognizes no nobility, only Lord Leosley. Drenot's expression stiffened. The guard demeanor rendered him somewhat of a jester in his finery, yet he suppressed his dissatisfaction, forcing a smile. One must bow their head under a roof. The guard escorted the 3 to a simply decorated lounge. "Count Drenot, please wait here. I have already sent someone to inform Lord Leosley. However, Lord Leosley received several urgent documents this morning, so he may be delayed." "No worries. We are not in a hurry." "Of course, Lord Leosley's affairs take precedence." Drenot replied with a forced smile. "Also, may I ask this gentleman to accompany me to fill out the Duke's visitor registration form?" The guard directed his gaze towards Lenny. Lenny refrained from responding immediately, instead glancing at Drenot. "Go ahead," Drenot waved his hand. "This way, please." The guard nodded and led Lenny through a long corridor, up to the 2nd floor, and through another lengthy passage before arriving at a room resembling a document storage area. The guard meticulously rummaged through the cabinets, opening several drawers. But after a prolonged search, he could not produce the visitor registration form he mentioned. "Is the form unavailable?" Lenny could not help but inquire, an ominous premonition rising within him. "I apologize. Please wait here for a moment. I will have someone print a new one," the guard said with an apologetic smile. "Yesterday, we had an influx of visitors, and they must have exhausted our supply of forms." "That's quite all right. I understand," Lenny nodded resignedly. Though the absence of forms was somewhat unusual, considering it was in Fengdan, it seemed reasonable. Bored, Lenny stood for a while before finding a chair to sit in. He was curious about the thick stacks of documents on the cabinet, yet his intrigue did not compel him to act recklessly. Should he attempt to sneak a glance at the documents and the guard return unexpectedly, it would certainly lead to an awkward situation. As he awaited in the room, Lenny began to feel that the guard's absence was taking an unusually long time. For some reason, the room felt eerily quiet. Lenny yawned, feeling drowsy. He pinched his leg in frustration and glanced at the wall clock. When the guard left, the time was 9:17, and now it read 9:28. 11 minutes had passed, yet the duration felt disproportionately extended. Finally, the door creaked open, and the guard, looking sincerely apologetic, handed a form to Lenny. "I truly apologize. There was quite a queue for printing today." "It's all right," Lenny replied as he took the form and began filling in various details with the pen handed to him by the guard. "All done. Here you go." Thank you," the guard said, taking Lenny's form and placing it in a drawer alongside other visitor registrations, before retrieving another document and sitting down to review it meticulously. "Excuse me, is there anything else?" Lenny asked. "All set," the guard replied. Nodding, Lenny hastily traversed the corridor and descended the stairs, crossing another passage. After such a delay, he wondered if he would face Drenot's ire. Lenny arrived at the lounge's entrance, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. "Have they gone elsewhere?" Curiously, Lenny opened the door. Count Drenot was leaning languidly against the sofa, his back to him, while the maid assumed a similar posture. Lenny felt an increasing sense of unease and hurried forward a few steps. The youth froze in place, his pupils dilating sharply. Count Drenot wore a smile, and the maid maintained her frosty demeanor. However, both bore gaping crimson wounds on their necks. Warm blood oozed from the gashes, staining their garments a deep red, slowly pooling on the ground to form two foul-smelling crimson lakes. Lenny's heart raced, yet he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain composed. Countless questions swirled in his mind. Who had murdered Drenot and A-Lin? What should he do next? No, there was no time for investigation, remaining here as the primary witness. If Malapiterberg dispatched agents to scrutinize him and uncovered Lynette's connection to him and his enmity with Count Drenot, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Just then, the sound of boots striking the floor resonated at the door, causing Lenny to tremble and slowly turn his head. A man with strikingly handsome features, deep-set eyes of icy blue, and neatly trimmed hair stood before him, exuding an aura of formidable presence. He donned a sleek, elegant black-gray suit complemented by a flowing overcoat. His muscular physique sculpted like a work of art, with scars on his fair skin adding an alluring ruggedness. The man stood with arms behind his back, gazing down at Lenny with an air of quiet authority. He was akin to an insurmountable wall, blocking any potential escape routes for Lenny from the room. In that moment, Lenny comprehended the essence of a man standing atop the pinnacle of Malapiterberg. Chapter 47. Refusal frowning. Link awoke wearily from his bed, wiping away the traces of tears that had unknowingly marked his face. He hastily donned a piece of clothing and awkwardly opened the door. Standing at the threshold were two familiar figures, a slender girl with cat ears and a timid boy with golden hair. Link glanced around, not spotting their most articulate leader, and redirected his gaze to the young duo before him. Curiously, despite their frantic knocking moments ago, both fell into an awkward silence upon seeing Link. With a resigned shake of his head, Link surmised the reason behind their early morning visit. "Speak up, what is it?" Lynette cast a glance at the downcast Femini. The weight of sisterly responsibility compelled her to muster the courage to step forward. "Lord Link, please, I beg you to help Lenny." Lynette's cheeks flushed with nervousness as she bowed her head in humility. Lenny has been captured by the people of Malapiterberg. Link remained silent, merely observing Lynette with a steady gaze. Upon entering Malapiterberg, he had already attempted to engage with the small faction led by Lenny, but what had he received in return? Resistance, mockery, and inquiries laced with conspiracy. As a duly appointed arbiter of the Empress, and the head of the Winter Embassy in Mondstadt, Link was accustomed to respect. Even members of the Shadow Court would greet him politely. It was inconceivable that someone of his stature would be dismissed by these three insignificant individuals. Displaying a level of adult tolerance and a wariness of El Chino, Link had chosen to overlook the affronts and even offer advice. Yet, these three continued to spurn his goodwill, rejecting his overtures for dialogue. Were they seeking their own demise? Very well, let them. Link had resolved to disregard these nuisances, his only goal being to earn more permits and negotiate for a reduced sentence to exit Malapiterberg sooner. However, he was taken aback when the previously defiant Lynette sought him out after her brother's blunder. What did El Chino say? Link's expression was as frigid as ice. "We can only contact Father on Monday." Femini stammered, "Lord Link, is there any way you could?" Suddenly, the door to the dormitory slammed shut. Both Femini and Lynette jumped, especially Lynette, whose tail stiffened in alarm and whose eyes welled with tears. She felt ashamed, having previously rejected Link, yet now she sought his assistance following Lenny's predicament. Just as she was about to despair and consider alternative solutions, the door creaked open once more. Link's countenance remained dark, though he had changed into a clean, formal outfit. He was exceedingly displeased, yet he was not the type to allow personal grievances to interfere with his professional duties. With a member of Alakino's faction in trouble, Link, as the highest-ranking member present, felt obligated both morally and logically to attempt a resolution. If these two had not approached him, he could have feigned ignorance. But given their audacity, the weight of neglecting to assist was significant in the eyes of the Fatui. While Link did not care much for favors owed to El Chino, he had to tread carefully to avoid being unjustly accused. "Let us proceed. Tell me precisely what transpired," Link stated coldly. Promising to assist, but showing no kindness to these troublesome individuals. Lynette stared at the man before her heart racing unexpectedly. Was he truly proud and aloof? Following Fimini and Lynette into the administrative area of Mela-Peterburg, Link pieced together the situation. Linny had infiltrated the Correction Alliance to assassinate Count Drinabar in revenge for his sister, only to be caught red-handed by Duke Leosli, who had since imprisoned him, leaving his fate uncertain. Within Mela-Peterburg, Leosli wielded supreme enforcement and judicial authority, beyond even the influence of Alet. In essence, Leosli's rules were the very laws of Mela-Peterburg. Nevertheless, to maintain appearances, Leosli would permit some investigation by his law enforcement officers. While he could be unreasonable, he preferred his criminals to believe he was fair. Surveying the heavily guarded surroundings, Link deliberated before stepping forward. "What do you want?" One of the guards halted him, his cold voice infused with an inexplicable sense of pressure. "I am Link, here at the behest of Linny's siblings to act as his defense attorney," Link replied calmly. The guard scoffed indifferently. "Defense attorney? Kid, have you forgotten you're still a criminal? Do you think anyone would believe a convict?" After a moment of silence, Link produced a gold coin from his pocket and handed it to the guard. The guard hesitated, astonished. "Why do you possess the Duke's insignia?" "Why I have it is inconsequential. What matters is that I do," Link replied apathetically. This coin had been secretly given to him by Fanina during a prison visit, reportedly obtained with great difficulty from Valette, meant for Link's protection. "Understood. I shall inform the Duke immediately," the guard nodded, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. "Gentlemen, the Duke requests your presence." "What about the coin?" "Huh? The insignia you mentioned." "I gave it to the Duke." The guard appeared bewildered. "Very well," Link thought with a pang of pain. Losing tens of billions had not hurt this much. Following the guard through a lengthy corridor and around several corners, they eventually arrived at Duke Leosli's office. The guard bowed respectfully and withdrew, while Link knocked on the door. Enter came the deep, resonant voice from within. Without hesitation, Link pushed the door open. He felt a mixture of curiosity and trepidation as he faced the Duke, who sat in a finely tailored dark gray suit, resting his chin on one hand, seemingly lost in thought. "Duke, I have long admired your reputation," Link spoke softly. A flicker of a smile graced Leosli's strikingly handsome face as he regarded Link with interest. "Mr. Link, I do not recall ever gifting you a coin. Then might I ask for its return?" Link cautiously inquired. Leosli's expression stiffened. He had expected Link's next words to be about the insignia's origin being irrelevant. If Link had questioned how he knew him, Leosli could showcase his intelligence network to intimidate the man from the north. Conversely, if Link had claimed the insignia source was of no importance, Leosli could leverage that to press Link on whether he harbored ulterior motives in Mondstadt. However, Link's "might I ask for its return?" left Leosli silent. Without hesitation, Link removed his Anemo vision from his chest and offered it to Leosli. "Could we make a trade?" Leosli regarded the Anemo vision with trepidation, cautiously retreating in his chair to distance himself from Link. What was this man doing? Trading a vision for a coin? Was he mad? Or was the vision a ticking time bomb? Leosli inhaled deeply, realizing that Link was indeed exceptional. Despite his extensive experience in reading people, he could not decipher Link's motivations. Ultimately, the Duke opted for a more diplomatic approach, waving his hand generously as he selected a coin from a drawer filled with several dog-headed coins and handed it to Link. "Mr. Link, you are too courteous. It is merely a coin. This was originally intended as a small gift for a friend, not something of great value." Link did not accept it immediately. Instead, he scrutinized it carefully before shaking his head. "Not this one." Leosli fell silent again, genuinely perplexed by Link's intentions. "May I choose for myself?" Lin Ku pointed towards Lai Osi Li's drawer. "Help yourself." Lai Osi Li cautiously rose from his chair, maintaining a respectful distance from Lin Ku. "Thank you," Lin Ku replied, unhesitatingly rummaging through the drawer and ultimately retrieving a gold coin, nodding in satisfaction. Lin and Femi and I stood beside them, utterly perplexed. Although they were unsure of the reason, it seemed that Lin Ku had seized the initiative in the conversation. The inspector, personally dispatched by the Winter Empress, truly concealed his depths. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Mr. Lin Ku?" Lai Osi Li inhaled deeply, determined not to allow Lin Ku to maintain control over the situation after their recent exchange, in which he had clearly been at a disadvantage. "Your Grace, I request to act as Lin Ni's defense counsel. Li exhaled, offering a slight smile. Mr. Lin Ku, I have indeed heard of your exploits. However, concerning Lin Ni's case, the evidence is irrefutable, and I believe there is little room for doubt. Your Grace, this matter is rather peculiar. I suspect there may be more to it, Lin Ku countered. Lin and I is currently on the rise within the Punishment Alliance. Why would he risk everything by attempting to assassinate Count de Luin Na? Haha, it appears Mr. Lin Ku is still somewhat uninformed, Li chuckled. Lifting a document from the table and handing it to Lin Ku. Lin Ku accepted it with both hands, flipping through its pages, his brow furrowing slightly. The document meticulously detailed various aspects of Lin Ni's life, including his background, his sister being abducted by the Sabersi family, and Lin Ni's covert investigations into the Sabersi family over the past few years. Li's intelligence-gathering capabilities were indeed formidable. Lin and I and the Sabersi family have long-standing grievances. I surmise that his actions stem from a blind rage, leading him to jeopardize his own future. Lin and I's cheeks paled in an instant. She had not anticipated Li uncovering Lin Ni's circumstances so swiftly, and she anxiously cast her gaze towards Lin Ku. Your Grace, Lin and I is a prudent individual. He understands the value of what he currently possesses. Lin Ku shook his head, even for the sake of avenging his sister. He could not envision Lin and I acting so impulsively. Indeed, I know Mr. Lin Ku would not simply concede. Li pondered for a moment. How about this? The crime scene remains untouched. I will grant you an afternoon to gather evidence within this building. Should you uncover any proof exonerating Lin and I, do inform me immediately, and I shall release him. However, if you fail to find anything, I ask that you abide by the regulations of Mei Luo by Te Bao. Li's voice suddenly turned grave. Everyone here at Mei Luo by Te is quite busy. Please do not disrupt their work while you gather evidence. Understood. Lin Ku replied, his expression somewhat strained as he nodded stiffly. Li's implication was clear. While he could investigate, Li would not grant him the authority to conduct a proper inquiry. This essentially meant that the guards would not cooperate with Lin Ku's investigation. From Li's demeanor, Lin Ku sensed an ominous premonition. He could only hope that the forthcoming evidence would prove his instincts wrong. Your Grace, may we see Lin and I first? As Lin Ku and Li concluded their discussion, Lin and I stepped forward eagerly, her voice laced with concern for her brother's well-being. Li smiled indifferently. Miss Lin and I, you need not worry. I can assure you of Lin Ni's safety until Mr. Lin Ku concludes his evidence gathering. A large hand suddenly rested on Lin and I's shoulder, halting her from speaking further. Lin and I, do not impede the Duke's work. Lin could cast a deep glance at Li before turning to leave the office. This was a fundamental truth of human interactions. When a question is posed and the response is evasive, it signals a refusal. Chapter 48. Evidence gathering. Upon exiting Li's office, Lin Ku made his way directly to the primary crime scene. The spacious lounge was permeated with a faint scent of rust, and Lin Ku furrowed his brows as he carefully examined the two bodies slumped on the sofa. De Luin Na maintained a serene smile, while the maid bore an expression of icy detachment. However, both had deep gashes across their necks, precisely severing their vocal cords, almost entirely decapitating them. Neither exhibited signs of shock or pain prior to their demise, suggesting the assailant possessed formidable strength, capable of dispatching both victims simultaneously in an instant. Lin Ku inhaled deeply, slowly surveying the room. A table occupied the center, surrounded by 3 sofas. On the table lay a simple assortment of snacks and fruits, along with 3 teacups. 2 cups were positioned near Na Luda, while the third rested directly opposite the 2 bodies. Time had elapsed, and the tea had long since cooled. Overall, apart from the 2 corpses on the sofa, the room appeared unremarkable, neat and devoid of any signs of struggle. Lin Ku's brow furrowed as he discerned an inconsistency. 3 cups adorned the table, seemingly corresponding to Lin and I, Na Luda, and the maid. This arrangement appeared reasonable at first glance. The 2 cups nearest the bodies clearly belonged to Na Luda and the maid. Yet Lin Ku was perplexed by the presence of Lin Ni's cup directly opposite Na Luda. That position should have been occupied by the individual conversing with Na Luda at the time. as Lin and I served as an escort. He would not have seated himself in that position. It suggested the possibility of a fourth individual having been present, in addition to Lin and I, Deluin Na, and the maid. Lin could gently close his eyes, contemplating the implications of a fourth person in the room, leading to yet another question. Where had Lin Ni's cup disappeared? Where's Fei Mi and I? Lin Ku turned around, suddenly realizing that his companion had vanished during his contemplation of the case. A guard just came and asked Fei Mi and I to fill out a visitor registration form. Lin and I, Tay explained hurriedly. I didn't want to interrupt your train of thought. Just as Lin and I, Tay spoke, Fei Mi and I dashed back into the room. Visitor registration form? Lin Ku's eyes narrowed slightly. Fei Mi and I, take me to where you filled out the form. Okay, sure. Although Fei Mi and I was puzzled, he promptly nodded in agreement. Lin and I, Tay, uncertain of the situation, quickly followed Lin Ku's lead, following Fei Mi and I through a long corridor. Lin Ku turned a corner and traversed another lengthy passage until they finally arrived at a secluded archive room. The archive was somewhat disorganized, as if it had not been properly maintained for quite some time, and a scholarly-looking male guard sat at a desk, perusing some documents, seemingly the room's custodian. Is there something you need? The male guard inquired, puzzled by Fei Mi's return with two additional individuals. Hello, my friend mistakenly filled out the visitor registration form. I came to assist him in reviewing it. Lin Ku replied, donning a friendly smile. What is your friend's name? C'est la Enya si que la si Wang Jiasi. I will see if I can find it, the guard said, his expression peculiar as he rummaged through a stack of forms beneath the table. When did your friend arrive? He came yesterday. I don't see that name here. Is it possible your friend made an error? His full name is quite lengthy, so he might have used some abbreviations. Would you like me to look for it myself? Sure. Here you go. The forms from yesterday are all here. The guard handed Lin Ku a stack of papers without a second thought. Were you on duty here yesterday as well? Lin Ku perused the documents while feigning nonchalance and inquired casually. The prison guard raised an eyebrow, immediately becoming alert, and admonished him not to ask inappropriate questions. Apologizing profusely, Lin Ku produced a visitor registration form inscribed with the names of Deluin Na, A-Lin, and Lin and I, presenting it to Fei Mi and I and Lin and I, Tay, for their scrutiny. Without uttering a word, he grasped Fei Mi's hand and inscribed a message in his palm, asking if it was Lin Ni's handwriting. Fei Mi and I paused briefly, then nodded vigorously after a careful examination. Lin Ku inclined his head slightly, subsequently exchanging a meaningful glance with Lin and I, Tay, gesturing towards the male guard nearby. Lin and I, Tay, momentarily bewildered, took some time to respond, casting a pitiful glance at Lin Ku before adopting an innocent demeanor and approaching the male guard. Excuse me, do you not find it arduous to handle so many documents daily? The scholarly-looking guard was momentarily taken aback, his youthful face reddening as he regarded the enchanting and pure maiden beside him. Well, it's not overly strenuous. Then, what brings you to Meiluo by Taibao to work as a guard? Ah, that's quite a long story, the guard replied, his demeanor swelling with pride, as if he believed good fortune might soon befall him. Observing the guard's attention, captivated by Lin and I, Tay, Lin Ku felt a sense of relief and began to survey the entire archive room. The room housed rows of cabinets brimming with assorted documents. Perhaps due to the lack of sunlight in Meiluo by Tay, there were no windows, yet a clock adorned the wall. In Meiluo by Taibao, nearly every room features a clock, as the inability to discern time through sunlight diminishes people's sensitivity to the passage of time, necessitating the aid of timepieces. The clock indicated 6:37. Lin Ku stroked his chin. When he had exited his dormitory, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and after conversing with Duke Lai O.C. Lee in the office area, it should have been around 8 o'clock. Time cannot reverse. Hence the clock in this room was undoubtedly malfunctioning. Casting a glance at the love-struck male guard, Lin Ku held back his inquiry. From the guard's previous demeanor, he sensed that there was something he wished to conceal. Raising the clock issue now might yield no assistance and could inadvertently alert him to Lin Ku's suspicions. Lin Ku stealthily approached beneath the clock, extending a hand towards it. Hey, don't mess with things. Have you completed your form? If so, hurry up and leave. The guard's sudden authoritative tone rang out from behind, compelling Lin Ku to abandon his intention to inspect the clock closely. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and smiled apologetically. I thought I saw some dirt on the clock. and was going to clean it. That's not your concern. Finish the form and be on your way. All right. Lin Ke replied submissively, though a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his deep purple eyes. Although he had refrained from removing the clock, he had gleaned the answer he sought. Clocks, typically hung on walls, are often overlooked during cleaning, making them prone to dust accumulation. Given the disorganized state of the archive room, it was evident that this guard was not one inclined towards cleanliness. However, Lin Ke had just touched the edge of the clock and found it remarkably clean, devoid of any dust, indicating that it had only recently been installed. The likelihood of a newly hung clock malfunctioning was minimal. Lin Ke respected the existence of coincidences, but was skeptical of the abundance of them converging. He knew there must be more undiscovered secrets within this room. Yet he was acutely aware of the guard's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. Any peculiar actions on his part might prompt the guard to intervene. Sighing in resignation, Lin Ke picked up a pen, randomly selected a form, altered the accurate information to incorrect, and then transcribed the correct details onto a new sheet. Just as he was about to hand the form to the male guard, the door to the archive room swung open abruptly. A tall female guard entered, presenting a stack of new forms to the male guard. Printed and ready, a total of 30 copies, 100 coupons. I recall each one is just 2 coupons. The additional 40 are for my escape fees. The female guard shot a frosty glance at Lin and Ite, her beautiful eyes brimming with animosity. Come on, Lena. Don't be ridiculous. Are you going to pay or not? You wretched woman. Be careful not to remain single for life. The male guard muttered discontentedly, but complied, handing over a stack of coupons to the female guard. With a disdainful huff, she shot a bewildered Lin and Ite a glare before storming off in a huff. Hey, are you done? All set. Thank you. Lin Ke handed the form to the male guard. Then hurry and leave. Oh, by the way, little sister, are you free tonight? Would you care to join me for dinner? No, imbusi. Lin and Ite unhesitatingly turn away, following Lin Ke out of the archive room, leaving the male guard in a state of shock. Some individuals remain single for a reason, disregarding the squabbles among the guards. Lin Ke's expression darkened as he detected another anomaly. When a female guard entered moments ago, he had barely heard her footsteps. Female guards are not phantoms. Thus, the obvious conclusion was that this archive room was soundproof, with exceptional acoustics. Observing Lin and Ite and Faimi and I beside him, both appeared animated, seemingly confident that rescuing Lin and I was a foregone conclusion. Yet Lin Ke understood that neither of them had made any real discoveries. They simply believed he had unearthed something significant. Indeed, with Lin Ke's intellect, managing 2 non-disruptive companions was no challenge, but this situation was different. Had Lin and Ite and Faimi and I made any revelations, their expressions would surpass his in despair. Suddenly, Lin Ke felt akin to a patient afflicted by malady. Initially skeptical, he harbored a foreboding sense, which transformed into anxiety upon receiving a diagnosis from a doctor, unable to fathom such misfortune befalling him. Yet, as symptoms multiplied, he gradually accepted the inevitable. One must take medication, receive injections, or undergo surgery. Some matters cannot be altered by mere effort. One must learn to accept their fate. Lin Ke merely hoped this experience would impart a lesson to Lin and Ite and Faimi and I, encouraging them to become more astute and sensible in the future. Mr. Lin Ke, the time has come. The Duke requests your presence. Lin Ke nodded, following the guard's lead to Duke Lai O.C. Lee's office, with Lin and Ite and Faimi and I confidently trailing behind. Clearly, these 2 unfortunate souls remained steadfast in their belief that Lin Ke would undoubtedly rescue their beloved brother from Lai O.C. Lee's grasp. The burly man sat behind his desk, observing the stark contrast in expressions between Lin Ke and Lin and Ite, without a hint of surprise. Knowledge, akin to a curse, brings suffering to the wise. Mr. Lin Ke, have you found evidence to prove Lin Ni's innocence? Lai O.C. Lee queried with a smile, resembling a benevolent older brother. With profound purple eyes, Lin Ke silently regarded the man before him. He understood that Lin and I had neither overestimated his abilities nor underestimated the adversaries he would confront. Lin Ke remained silent for a moment, feeling the hopeful gazes of Lin and Ite and Faimi and I upon him. Ultimately, he bent down and offered a respectful bow to Lai A.O.C. Lee. I regret to inform you, Your Grace, that I have not found evidence sufficient to prove Lin Ni's innocence. Lei Ao Seely smiled, his expression reminiscent of a villain. Lin Ke could sense that Lin and I Tay and Fei Mi Ni's admiration and trust had swiftly transformed into panic, which then morphed into anger directed at him. They glared at Lin Ke, seemingly forgetting the deeds they had committed against him, as if he bore the inherent responsibility to save their brother. Lin mused that they must be thinking, brother is right. Nobles are untrustworthy, hypocritical, and must be despised and rejected. Yet what could Lin do? He wished to proclaim the truth like a heroic figure in a drama, greeted by applause and flowers. However, he had to prevent the two from further endangering themselves. Did the truth hold significance? Certainly, it often does, but only under the condition that just laws exist. Lin did not desire to spend a lifetime imprisoned in the dismal Melipitberg. Chapter 49. Lisi Linke. You must have discovered something, haven't you? Speak. I have already stated numerous times that I cannot handle this matter at present, but do not worry too much. The likelihood is that Lei Ao Seely will not take Lin Ni's life. You vengeful bastard. What do you mean by likelihood? If anything happens to Lin and I will make you pay. The girl's sharp voice was laced with terrifying fury. It was hard to imagine that the usually composed small cat could reveal such a side when enraged. Me? Pay the price? Observing Lin and I Tay and Fei Mi and I, who were now in a state of irrationality, Lin Ke's violet eyes turned icy. It is natural for loved ones in distress to feel anger and lose their composure. But normalcy does not equate to acceptability for Lin Ke. His cold gaze pierced through Lin and I T's heart like a dagger, causing her chest to ache. Lin Ke's stare brought Lin and I Tay a moment of clarity. She realized her recent disrespect, but, still seething with anger, refrained from apologizing. She could only glare at him, as if her fierce gaze might evoke a sense of conscience within him. On Monday, when you contact a Lei Chi Nuo, take me along, Lin Ke stated coldly before turning to leave. Being within Lei Ao Seely's jurisdiction, many actions required caution. But Lei Chi Nuo was outside and could handle matters on their behalf. Lin Ke was not devoid of emotions. He possessed a temper. Remaining with these two, he feared he might lose control and strike out. As Lin Ke's figure receded, Lin and I Tay wiped away the tears that had fallen from her eyes. Her furious gaze was tinged with profound disappointment. Lin and I Tay and Fei Mi and I exchanged bitter and self-reproaching glances. If only he could have been more helpful. Lin and I Tay would not have needed to seek assistance from others. Lin and I Tay took a deep breath, forcing a smile as she gently embraced Fei Mi and I. It's all right. We will inform father, and surely he will rescue Lin and I. After retrieving their welfare meal from the canteen, Lin and I Tay hastily consumed her food and then sat beside her vanity, lost in thought. With both Lin and I and their father absent, she, as the elder sister, must shoulder the responsibility of supporting this small family. Lin and I Tay repeatedly assured herself that Lin and I would be fine, that he would be safe. She continued to comfort herself until her gaze fell upon the violet that Lin and I had gifted her. In an instant, her emotions shattered, her nose tinged with bitterness, and her heart felt as if it were splitting open. She could no longer contain her tears. To muffle her sobs, Lin and I Tay bit down on the fabric of her collar, stifling all her grievances and sorrow. What should she do? How should she proceed? Should she simply cast everything upon their father and do nothing herself? If it were Lin and I, what would he do? In the second stronghold of the Punishment Alliance, the desolate corridor remained empty. Leonardo furrowed his brow in confusion. Moments ago, he had sensed a fleeting presence of wind elemental force, yet there was no one behind him. Perhaps he was being overly suspicious. The man shook his head in resignation, raising one hand to press a slightly protruding screw on the side of the corridor. With the sound of a winding mechanism, a narrow passageway appeared before him, extending deep into the earth beneath his feet. Leonardo confidently ventured down the passage, and just as the entrance was about to close, a slender, concealed figure slipped through the dim corridor and into the dark passage. Traversing the lengthy tunnel and rounding a corner, the surroundings suddenly opened up. It was a natural underground cavern, and at its center lay a pool of water shimmering with a dreamy hue. Beside the pool sat a petite woman in a red dress, lost in thought, quietly observing the waters before her. "Na Fu," Leonardo called softly as he approached her from behind. The woman turned to him with a serene and beautiful smile, extending her delicate hand to rest upon Leonardo's large hand, gently placing it against her face. "What is the situation?" Leonardo tenderly removed his coat and draped it over her slight frame. "There is something amiss," she replied, her expression turning serious. "Today, the water level of the pool suddenly rose by 1 centimeter, and I have a vague sense that there might be something alive within." After a moment of silence, Leonardo gently stroked Na-Fu's head. "The Luna is already dead. However, if I wish to silence those radical old fools, it may prove to be quite challenging." "So you intend to continue with the lassie business?" "I am contemplating it," Leonardo replied, his brow furrowed. After the exposure of the Va-Sia incident, the resistance from Feng Dan towards lassie has only intensified. I initially planned to repackage it as another type of food or beverage and launch it once the uproar subsides. "Leonardo, you must leave yourself an escape route." Na-Fu gently caressed the back of his hand. "If the waters of the primordial fetal sea continue to rise, it will inevitably submerge Feng Dan one day. We have accumulated enough wealth over the years. Leonardo, let's go to Sumi, or Liu, or Mond. Any country will do." Her voice trembled as she lowered her head. "I am truly frightened." Leonardo sighed, extending his arms to gently embrace the girl in the wheelchair. "Enafu, do not dwell on such thoughts. The water deity will surely protect Feng Dan. Once I emerge from here, I will take the Luna's position. Lady Annabelle's benevolence will not pose a threat to us. I will become Duke Sai Bei Si, and you shall be the sole Duchess. I will orchestrate a grand wedding, inviting all the prominent figures of Feng Dan. I will compel those who once looked down upon you and us to kneel at your feet. Na-Fu, believe me, I will ensure your happiness." The woman managed a weary smile, for she did not desire much. She simply wished for a tranquil life with the one she loved. Yet, she did not refute Leonardo's aspirations. Blood of the Sai Bei Si coursed through Leonardo's veins. From the moment he was born, he was destined to be a noble. As a woman, all she could do was support him from behind, aiding his path to success. Nefura tugged at Leonardo's sleeve, signaling him to lean down, and then softly whispered a few words in his ear. The man raised an eyebrow, nodded, and casually strolled with Nefura by the edge of the pool. However, as the distance between him and someone else diminished, the god eye at Leonardo's waist glimmered, and a massive geo-elemental seal appeared in the shadows of the cave. In the next instant, a stone dragon, formed from rock and soil, emerged from the seal, its fierce head lunging directly at a slender figure. Lynette remained unperturbed, lightly tapping her toes on the dragon's horn, her figure darting like a specter through several positions as she charged towards the entrance of the dark passage. Yet, just as she was about to reach the exit, the surrounding walls suddenly began to constrict as if animated, completely sealing off her escape route. At the same time, a thick, deep green vine surged from the ground, snapping like a whip against Lynette's slender waist. The girl cried out in pain, her body flung back several meters, and as she attempted to rise, multiple vines erupted from the ground beneath her, tightly binding her ankles and then spiraling upwards, ensnaring her like a dumpling. Lynette was taken aback. She understood that Leonardo, as the leader of the Judgment Alliance, possessed immense power. However, she never anticipated that the woman, confined to a wheelchair due to her disability, could control such a multitude of resilient vines with such swiftness and tenacity. How to handle this? Nefura glanced at Leonardo. The man's gaze was icy, hesitating slightly. Leonardo had previously investigated Lynette's background, thus he held some knowledge regarding his sister. Lynette, the possessor of the Anemo God Eye, was, most importantly, affiliated with El Chino. Leonardo, resigned, sighed deeply. There was no choice, she knew too much. All right, Nefura nodded, manipulating the vines to draw Lynette above the primordial fetus sea. Lynette's eyes widened in despair as she gazed at the primordial sea below, struggling frantically. Yet the surrounding vines tightened, more resilient than steel. Realization dawned upon Lynette. The woman intended to submerge her in the primordial sea, dissolving her alive. Under the pressure of impending death, Lynette suddenly began to regretting her inadequacy, her carelessness, and her failure to heed Link's advice from the very beginning. The girl wept once more. Lynette was not afraid of death, but she never envisioned her demise would be so devoid of value. Had she been forthright with Link from the start, none of this would have transpired. Regret, however, is an elixir that does not exist in this world. Since the children had deemed themselves adults, they must also bear the consequences of their actions. Lynette bitterly closed her eyes. Like Lin, she too would take responsibility for her deeds. The anticipated pain or sensation of shattering did not arrive, leaving Lynette puzzled as to why she felt nothing while being dissolved by the primordial sea until a familiar breeze brushed against her cheek. The anxious girl cautiously opened her eyes, and there stood Link, silently behind Nephira, like a sudden apparition, his strong hand firmly gripping the woman's neck. If you wish to live, release her. Link's face was grim, never having imagined he would stoop to such a lowly role as a babysitter for children. Nephira's expression betrayed no panic. Instead, she blinked curiously with her beautiful eyes. My domain of general knowledge can detect the presence of all god eye wielders nearby. How did you approach here without my notice? But just then, Nephira smiled indifferently, and the vines gripping Lynette suddenly convulsed before violently thrusting downwards. At that moment, as Link grasped Lynette, a green whip shot from the ground, striking fiercely at Link's back, aiming to pull both him and Lynette back into the primordial sea. Link furrowed his brow, swiftly tossing Lynette away, and then unleashed two wind blades, one large and one small. The larger one aimed at Nephira, but was intercepted mid-flight by a solid rock wall, while the smaller one severed the vine attacking him, creating distance from Nephira and Leonardo. Link flipped and landed firmly on the ground. Do you have confidence? Leonardo shielded Nephira as the surrounding rock fragments coalesced into a massive three-headed hellhound stretching over 10 meters. Link's expression darkened. The unfolding events were beyond his expectations. Just Leonardo's power was nearly on par with Croland, and the disabled woman beside him possessed elemental control that likely approached the level of the lowest-ranking harbingers. Lord Link. Lynette brandished a dagger, positioning herself beside him, ignoring Lynette. Link's demeanor was as cold and indifferent as a machine. Although Link was not proficient in direct confrontation, owing to the Morgan family's bloodline, he struggled with the eye of evil, limiting his use of elemental strength. His true mastery lay in assassination rather than brute force. However, the current situation left him with no alternative. Many companions expressed that the prison arc was tedious and unnecessary. Luo, too, enjoyed writing daily life, but primarily considered the Fontaine main storyline, necessitating the inclusion of the prison arc for progression. Luo's intention in writing fanfiction has always been based on the original plot, albeit with a twist. He did not write merely to please others or to earn money. He hoped to resonate with readers through words. Luo acknowledged his amateur status, but he offered his work for free. In conclusion, he wished everyone luck in drawing Shafu. Chapter 50. Slaying. Nephira's delicate hand gently tugged, and the 20 or so vines transformed into countless whip-like shadows, wildly lashing out at Link and Lynette. Just as Lynette prepared to lift her dagger to block, Link seized her shoulder, flinging her off the battlefield. Meanwhile, Link himself stomped firmly on the ground, propelling himself forward like a green meteor towards the myriad of whip-like shadows. With his palm as a blade, Link unleashed a wind blade stretching several dozen meters. Remarkably, this wind blade did not move, but remained suspended in a peculiar state, resembling a massive maw ready to consume the numerous vines before it. The wind blade formed a wind domain, ferociously pulling the surrounding vines towards it, and upon contact, the vines burst forth like paper meeting a shredder, spewing forth an abundance of green liquid. Advanced elemental technique, wind gale. Link's objective was clear after eliminating the vines. He conjured a wind spear, shooting it straight towards the enigmatic woman in the wheelchair. With a thunderous boom, dust scattered, revealing Nephira unharmed. Though the hellhound constructed from geo-elements by Leonardo had lost one of its heads to Link's wind spear. Link's gaze deepened. Leonardo and Nephira complemented each other perfectly, one on offense and the other on defense. Although Link sought to eliminate the more dangerous Nephira directly, Leonardo's rock constructs possessed inherent defensive advantages. Fortunately, Dendro and geo-elements could not form effective elemental reactions. Be cautious. This person from Sumeru is formidable. Leonardo's god eye glimmered again, and the hellhound with a blown-off head swiftly repaired its damaged body. You too, be careful. Nafo formed a one-handed seal, causing the previously extended vines to wither away. Simultaneously, a colossal carnivorous flower emerged from the pile of rocks before her, unfurling its vibrant crimson petals, each edged with serrated teeth. The flower opened its gaping maw and lunged at Link with a speed and pressure far greater than the previous vines. As Link deftly dodged the onslaught of the carnivorous flower, he summoned wind blades once more, aiming to sever its petals. Strangely, just as his attack was about to cut through, the flower's limbs would dismember themselves, only to regenerate new buds and stamens. Nafu's smile deepened. She had discerned the weakness of this Ji Dong run. In stark contrast to Link's formidable combat skills and reflexes, his elemental power was relatively limited, preventing him from unleashing devastating elemental attacks. Moreover, Nafu uncovered another revelation. She realized that her domain of general knowledge could not sense Link, not due to his exceptional stealth, but rather because of a knowing smile that played on her lips. This Ji Dong run was not a chosen one favored by the divine. He lacked the divine eye altogether. He was merely utilizing the evil eye, engaging in combat by depleting his own stamina to borrow elemental power. Once his stamina was exhausted, regardless of how strong Link was, he would be left with no escape. The carnivorous flower splattered juices under the onslaught of the wind blades, seemingly devoid of weaknesses. Even a small remnant of its vast form could swiftly regenerate. Link's expression remained indifferent as he noticed the smile on Nafu's face, fully aware of her thoughts. She was likely contemplating how to exhaust his stamina before delivering the final blow, akin to the vengeful spirits that had perished at Link's hands. With a light push of his toes, Link transformed into a wisp of wind, mysteriously vanishing from sight. Gone? Can you sense him? Leonardo furrowed his brow, erecting several rock walls around himself and Nafu for precaution. Do not panic. The exit has been sealed off. Even if they attempt to carve a new path, it will undoubtedly create a commotion, Nafu said softly. Leonardo, did you notice that girl earlier? No, her threat level is minimal. Besides, your domain of general knowledge can sense the possessors of the divine eye, so even if she approaches us, you would detect it in time. Leonardo expressed his confusion. Compared to Link, the girl posed no more threat than an ant to him and Nafu. I was thinking we could use the girl as leverage to force that Ji Dong run to reveal himself again. Nafu mused thoughtfully. Leonardo felt a twinge of helplessness. When a woman was resolute, men often found themselves sidelined. As the two conversed, a sharp wind blade suddenly sliced toward Nafu from about 5 meters away. A cold smile crept onto Nafu's lips as her vines lashed out like whips, shattering the wind blade. However, to her surprise, the figure revealed by the vines was a young girl. How did she sneak in? Her mind raced, and Nafu quickly pieced together the situation. At that moment, Lynette was devoid of the divine eye, wielding Link's evil eye instead. Had the Ji Dong man lost his mind? He had actually given the evil eye to this little girl. What would he do without the power to control elements? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Nafu, causing her face to pale. Leonardo! She cried out, but her warning came too late. Leonardo stood frozen in place, trembling, in his final moments. He wished to turn around and catch one last glimpse of his beloved fiancée. Leonardo favored petite women, as Nafu was the only one he truly adored. Nafu, stay alive. But before she could respond, he had already melted into a puddle. Link's tall figure materialized behind Leonardo, a devilish grin curling upon his cold face. He held a handkerchief soaked in a peculiar blue liquid. Feng Dan people dissolve easily in water. Dust to dust, earth to earth. What must go, must not remain. Nafu's eyes glimmered with rage, her delicate features contorted with grief and fury. Just as she prepared to lash out at Link with her plants, he vanished once more, only to reappear with Lynette in his grasp, encircling her slender waist while seizing the ghastly green evil eye from her pocket. He then carelessly cast the poor girl aside. The carnivorous flower opened its gaping maw, yet this time, Link did not evade. Instead, he unleashed a slicing wind that ensnared the flower in place. The frenzied wind blades mercilessly shredded the flower's body, while the surge of grass elemental power propelled the flower's frantic self-healing. The two seemed locked in an equal struggle. But for Link, it no longer mattered. Like a ghost, his figure flickered, and a small dagger flew from his hand. Without Leonardo's rocky elemental defense, even with Nafu's formidable grass power, her true form remained a pitiful and fragile being. The dagger traced an elegant arc through the air, and the next moment, blood burst forth. Nafu glared fiercely at Link, pulling the dagger from her left chest, staggering as she attempted to rise from her wheelchair, seemingly intent on perishing alongside him. Link raised an eyebrow, intrigued as to why this woman, pierced through the heart, still clung to life. Yet, this curiosity held no significance for him. With a swift motion, Link appeared before Nafu, his clean hand grasping her small head, and with a forceful downward motion, he struck. A dull thud reverberated, and the cavern returned to an eerie silence. Link indifferently retrieved a pristine handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands, discarding it where the decapitated corpse's head should have been. It was over. Lord Link, Lynette approached him with a somewhat disheveled demeanor, understanding that he had thrown her from the battlefield to protect her. However, what she might not realize was that Link merely deemed her a potential burden. That girl, Lynette gazed down at the unfortunate corpse, her heart racing, mixed with a sense of melancholy. Such a powerful elf, and yet, she had met her end so easily. What? Link replied, slightly fatigued. This elven woman was indeed formidable, adept at manipulating plants, and the green liquid splattered from the plants upon attack contained paralyzing toxins. Although his Morgan lineage conferred some resistance to poisons, the prolonged battle had taken its toll. Should we dispose of the body? Lynette tentatively inquired, aware that if the people from Melopete discovered this place, it could spell trouble for both her and Link. No need, Link replied with a wry smile, having already sent Tophamy to seek aid from Liasli before approaching Lynette. With Link's assassination skills, eliminating the two would have been effortless. He had never intended to intervene, merely intending to observe. However, as the final moments approached and he awaited Melopete's assistance, it dawned on him that the Duke, who appeared like a dog yet was truly a dog, shared the same mindset as him. As the two conversed, a distant rumble echoed from the cavern behind them, gradually growing louder. With a thunderous explosion, the previously blocked passage erupted, scattering countless fragments of stone. A man clad in an elegant black suit appeared, a smile gracing his face, while behind him stood a multitude of well-disciplined elite from Milo by Thibaut. To Lin's astonishment, standing beside Lai Usulai was Fimini and his brother Lin and I. Lini, how have you been? Are you well? Lin and I, smiling ruefully, embraced his sister, his earlier arrogance replaced by a newfound composure. Disinterested in the reunion of the siblings, Lin could directed his attention to the tall, stoic figure before him. Ahem, Mr. Lin Ku, I believe there may be a slight misunderstanding between us, Lai Usulai said, slightly awkward, yet years of managing Ma by Thibaut had fortified his composure. Lin Ku raised a hand to silence him, fully aware of Lai Usulai's schemes, whether it was to eliminate Count Dulienaber or orchestrate a scenario to frame Lin and I as a murderer, or deliberately refraining from intervening to allow Lin Ku to take down Leonardo and the disabled elf. This strategy was a masterstroke, achieving two objectives without the need for any soldiers, effectively intimidating the lurking fools and eliminating key figures from the punitive alliance. Lin Ku understood everything, for if he were in Lai Usulai's position, he too would act similarly. Observing the chaos from a distance was indeed a position of elegance and delight. However, as one of the dogs in the fray, Lin Ku felt the urge to bite back. The man stepped forward, extending a still bloody, pristine hand. Lin Ku required no explanations, only compensation. I understand your demands, Mr. Lin Ku. I will grant you a pardon, but the specific procedures must be followed, Lai Usulai said, thoughtfully sipping his coffee with milk while seated at his desk. How long will it take? Lin Ku inquired, leaning wearily against the sofa in front of the desk. Perhaps 1 or 2 months, Lai Usulai replied with a wry smile. There's been an influx of matters to attend to, and I truly find it hard to cope. Moreover, you were involved in a homicide in Shumi, so the paperwork is somewhat complicated. I must also coordinate with the disciplinary officer from Shumi. You have successfully intimidated the fools and dismantled the punitive alliance. Is there anything else? Lin Ku's brow furrowed, his desire to vacate the cursed Milo by Thibaut growing stronger. It's not just about management, Lai Usulai said, casting a deep glance at Lin Ku. Mr. Lin Ku, have you heard of the forbidden zone of Milo by Thibaut? It is, in fact, the front line of Fontaine. Lin Ku paused, his deep purple eyes narrowing in sudden realization. He had long suspected that the structure of Milo by Thibaut was meant to suppress something, yet without solid leads, he had refrained from delving into its mysteries. However, connecting the information he had previously gathered with recent experiences, a familiar term emerged: primordial fetal sea. As the crowd departed, the guards of Malabai sealed the area. Yet no one noticed the faint glimmer emanating from the goddess beside the headless female corpse. The plaintive whispers of the woman echoed from an unknown source, sounding like a lament or perhaps a curse. Chapter 51. Head nurse following Lai Usalai into a concealed passage beneath the office. Lin Ku traversed 3 isolation doors and ultimately arrived at an exceedingly spacious chamber. The room was constructed entirely of high-density metal, exuding an air of weightiness and solemnity. At the center of the floor, a massive circular sluice stood, resembling a plug, seemingly sealing something within. An indicator rested atop the cover, and at that moment, the needle approached the red zone. "Mr. Lin Ku, this is the forbidden zone of Miluobai, Lai Usalai said, his gaze fixated on the indicator. "What does that indicator signify?" Lin Ku inhaled deeply, sensing an ancient and vast power, even without direct contact. "After taking control of Miluobai, I uncovered the secrets of the forbidden zone. But perhaps due to certain uncontrollable factors, my predecessors left no information regarding what lies beyond the sluice," Lai Usalai remarked softly. "I have managed Miluobai for many years, and the data on that indicator has never changed. Yet in the past year, it has begun to turn quietly. I have conducted numerous experiments, but they revealed no correlation between the indicator and factors such as temperature or pressure. Eventually, I considered another possibility. Primordial fetal sea? Indeed. If a needle reaches the red zone, what will happen? Perhaps the prophecy will come to fruition," Lai Usalai shrugged, his mindset shifting from disbelief to acceptance. "As the sea rises, all will dissolve within it, leaving only the god of water weeping upon the divine throne. Thus, the sins of the Fontaine people will be cleansed." Linka fell silent for a moment. "I have heard of that prophecy. The reason Al-Hakino is willing to follow Her Majesty the Queen is largely to seek a way to break it. How much longer can this last? I do not know. A few months? A few days? Or perhaps the next moment, the sea may erupt. All possibilities exist. I am uncertain what others have done, but I have constructed a ship." Lai Usalai crossed his arms. "Does that mean you are unable to resolve the prophecy?" Lin Ku's brows knitted tightly. Lai Usalai shook his head helplessly. "Of course not. Faced with such an ancient power capable of toppling a race, my existence is equally insignificant. I can only do what I am capable of." Lin Ku fell silent, gazing at the ceiling cover below. He understood that this matter surpassed his ability to resolve. The primordial fetal sea was the highest secret of Fontaine, and Lai Usalai had no obligation to disclose it to him. His reason for bringing Lin Ku here was to enlist his strength. Perhaps Lin Ku's involvement would improve the situation slightly. Yet he bore no responsibility to sacrifice his life for the people of another nation. "Mr. Lin Ku, I did not bring you here to compel you to act. Even if you choose to do nothing, I will still expedite your application for a pardon," Lai Usalai remarked upon noticing Lin Ku's silence, understanding his hesitation. Lai Usalai had brought Lin Ku here because he had investigated Lin Ku's deeds and recognized that Lin Ku was unlike those nobles who prioritized self-preservation. He was a genuinely good person. Even when despised and ostracized, Lin Ku could still stand up for his companions and confront authority in his own way. Lai Usalai recognized Lin Ku as a true benevolent soul, yet the goodness of the human heart cannot serve as a justification for forcing benevolence upon others. Good people may perish, but they should not be slain by society. "I apologize," Lin Ku murmured softly. "It is quite all right." Lai Usalai reassured him with a gentle shake of his head, not at all surprised by the response. Lin Ku had already done enough. No one could demand more from him. "Mr. Lin Ku, when the primordial fetal sea erupts, I will remain here. If you're still in Miluobai at that time, I hope you can take my head nurse with you. That beautiful Maluxan who resembles a human?" "Indeed," Lai Usalai replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Miluobai is the refuge of sinners. It will become my grave. However, Sig-1 is different. Her judgment may also arrive, but it should not coincide with mine. I promise you." Link Iskiviko nodded. "Very well then, Mr. Link. Given your considerable exertion during the previous battle, I shall arrange for you to recuperate at the nursing station, where the environment is significantly more conducive to recovery. Furthermore, I have already made arrangements. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to communicate directly with the guards of Mei-Luo by Bao. Ah, Mr. Link. Lyosley suddenly recalled something and glanced at Link with curiosity. What is it? Might you share why you're so fixated on that dog-headed gold coin? Link hesitated for a moment, instinctively reaching for the inner pocket of his clothing, where the coin lay quietly. Mr. Link? Lyosley's curiosity was palpable. I'm not entirely sure. Unlike my usual resolute and cold demeanor, a hint of confusion flickered in Link's eyes. I simply feel that this coin holds great significance for me. Lyosley looked at this mature and elegant man with surprise. And soon, a smile graced his lips. I understand now, Mr. Link. I wish you good fortune. In the pristine hospital room, Link lay helplessly on the bed, his body and limbs wrapped in bandages. Beside him stood a petite girl with white hair and red eyes, her figure delicate, adorned with long, beast-like ears. Diligently using a stethoscope to listen to Link's heartbeat, Zijun occasionally furrowed her brow, her gaze toward Link growing increasingly perplexed. Is something the matter? Link inquired tentatively. Although he suspected his body was fine, the doctor's startled expressions would make any patient feel apprehensive. She gazed into Link's profound eyes, pausing in silence before softly speaking. Your body is quite unique. There is indeed a certain peculiarity. Link chuckled awkwardly. Zijun furrowed her brow, stating, your physique is remarkably robust and exhibits an unusual elemental resistance, which is to your advantage. However, this also implies that most medications may prove ineffective for you. The medical conditions at Mei-Luo by Bao are still somewhat lacking compared to the outside world. I cannot prescribe any medications. You must rely on your body's self-healing capabilities. Please ensure you rest adequately, and I will arrange a special nutritional meal for you. Avoid strenuous activities for the time being. Understood. Link nodded with a smile. Thank you, Nurse Xiong. Zijun shook her head in exasperation. Those who create the most fuss are often the ones who respond the quickest. Nurse Xiong jested. Link scratched his head awkwardly, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. If you have something to say, just speak up. What is a grown man hiding for? It's just that, Nurse Xiong, do you have any candies here? Link inquired cautiously. Candies? Zijun looked at Link with some surprise. This guy appears quite tall and cool. Does he really enjoy candies like a child? However, out of professional compassion for her patient, Zijun did not press further. Instead, she rummaged through her rest area and retrieved a handful of candies meant to cheer up children, offering them generously to Link. With an awkward smile, Link accepted the candies and placed them on the bedside table, carefully selecting from them. The man again wore an expression utterly mismatched to his handsome face, casting a beseeching glance toward Nurse Xiong. What is it now? Zijun placed her hands on her hips, resembling a small adult, which was rather endearing. Is there any higher-end candy available? Link blinked his deep purple eyes. Raising her brows slightly, Zijun found herself amused. You seem quite serious. Yet you're still just a big child. Ahem, Nurse Xiong, this is really important to me. Link rummaged through his pockets and produced a thick stack of coupons, presenting them to Zijun. Please assist me. This set won't work here, you know, Zijun replied with a playful blink of her beautiful eyes, finding Link increasingly intriguing. If you find this insufficient, I have more in my dormitory. I can have someone bring them to you later. Oh, come now. I never said I wouldn't give you any. Zijun couldn't help but laugh. High-end candy, is it? Understood. When can I receive them? I'll need them by next Tuesday. Link asked anxiously. That depends on your behavior. Zijun suddenly wore a mischievous smile, reaching out her small hand to pat Link's head, as if caring for a little child. If you listen to Nurse Xiong obediently, you shall receive what you desire. Link was momentarily taken aback by the contrast of this little girl's demeanor. His expression slightly contorted as he felt something was amiss with this human-like Mei Luoxin. Time passed imperceptibly, and as the pages of the calendar were torn off, Link finally awaited the Tuesday he had longed for. Time to rise, a gentle voice echoed in his ear. Link opened his eyes, somewhat weary, to behold the familiar ceiling. The man donned a garment and mustered his energy to wave at Zijun, offering a somewhat haggard smile. Good morning, Nurse Xiong. What's wrong? Did you not rest well last night? Zijun observed Link with curiosity. Well, I'm not sure why, but I hardly slept. Link chuckled ruefully, scratching his head. I tossed and turned, unable to rest at the thought of seeing that little fool today. If you didn't sleep, then sleep a bit longer. No one expects you to work here. No, I have a meeting scheduled today. Though somewhat fatigued, Link's deep purple eyes sparkled with childlike excitement. Zijwin wheeled in a small cart, placing an exceedingly peculiar dish on Link's bedside. Then go wash up and eat this. All right. Link looked at the bizarre dish with reluctance. In order to obtain Zijwin's high-end candy, he had been enduring these unappetizing nutritional meals for days. However, the taste was not as dreadful as he had anticipated. After brushing his teeth, washing up, and donning a bespoke coat made from a significant number of coupons, Link borrowed a small mirror from Zijwin to meticulously adjust his clothing and hairstyle. Selecting a piece of chocolate from the precious high-end candies he had acquired, he placed it in a small glass jar, nodding in satisfaction once everything was in order before heading toward the visiting area. Watching the man's departing figure, Zijwin covered her mouth and chuckled softly. This person was rather charming. Arriving once more at the lengthy row of buildings, Link checked the time. It was 7:36, and visiting hours would not commence until 8 o'clock. It seems I have arrived too early. Link scratched his head. He disliked waiting for others and did not wish for others to wait for him. Thus, he typically arrived punctually for meetings. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Link could not comprehend why he had been engaging in such inexplicable behaviors lately. He found a corner to squat in, but worried about wrinkling his clothes. After a moment's thought, he stood up, feeling foolish just standing there, and began to pace aimlessly, occasionally taking a nervous breath or displaying a silly grin. What is that person doing? I don't know. Seems a bit insane. Should we kick him out? Let it be. The young man is rather handsome. It would be a pity. Can't those two fools see that? Have they never been in a relationship? Sigh, don't mention it. The one I'm pursuing ignored me all day yesterday. It was utterly dreadful. Indeed, perhaps she is just too much. You me, are you? Room 11, Link. Upon hearing the guard call his name, Link's face lit up with joy as he hurried to the corresponding numbered room, taking a deep, anxious breath before gently pushing the door open. Chapter 52, The Original Fetal Sea. Behind the barbed wire, a fresh and exquisite visage greeted Link's gaze. A beauty, once seen, is never forgotten. A day without sight of her stirs a frenzy of longing within. The girl possessed delicate features and fair skin, adorned in a splendid blue gown that accentuated her slender form perfectly. Her graceful movements bore a hint of flamboyance, yet through the lens of the man's deep violet eyes. Even her exaggerated gestures appeared irresistibly charming. At this moment, FNNGN kept her eyes gently closed, one delicate hand resting on her snow-white, straight thigh, while the other lay upon her chest, softly massaging her heart. Her cheeks puffed up like a little frog, she exerted her facial muscles to expel the air within, then inhaled deeply, seemingly attempting to calm her emotions through this rhythmic breathing. She thought to herself that she must compose her expression and posture to showcase the grandeur of a divine being to Link. After several cycles of inhalation and exhalation, FNNGN finally nodded in relief, only to open her beautiful eyes and find a familiar face pressed against the barbed wire, gazing at her with rapt attention. Oh no! The little fool's face flushed crimson, embarrassment and anger causing her to bow her head, wishing for a hole to hide in. He has seen everything. Link resembled a ravenous zombie, fixated on FNNGN's bashful demeanor, wishing to imprint every fleeting moment of her on his mind. He cautiously swallowed hard, finding her to be utterly adorable. Clearing her throat after a lengthy pause, FNNGN finally regained her composure, stifling her embarrassment as she coughed twice, intending to draw Link's attention. Yet, the dazed fellow continued to look at her as if he were starved for affection. Blushing, she lifted her head, glaring at Link with flushed cheeks. What are you staring at? Who permitted you to gaze upon a deity? You're so cute, he replied. Well, fine then. Today, I shall grant you this indulgence, she huffed, cheeks still aflame, though she feigned indifference. Thank you, water deity. Link, puzzled, tapped his head, wondering why he felt so muddled today. Perhaps it was due to a lack of sleep the previous night? Much had transpired, yet the outcome was favorable. A smile graced Link's handsome face as he recalled that Lysily had agreed to assist him with his pardon, and he would be free in a month or two. Really? That's wonderful. The girl's face blossomed with surprise, nearly causing her to leap from her seat. Link, I knew you were the best. I cannot disappoint F-N-N-G-N. Observing the little fool's animated joy filled Link with warmth. Link, I recently discovered a particularly captivating detective drama. Once you're released, we must watch it together. Also, the delightful treasure cake shop you mentioned has reopened. We can indulge in cake together. F-N-N-G-N excitedly planned, recalling that the matcha cake from that shop was exquisitely delicious, albeit limited in availability. I had KLLND stand in line numerous times, but I only managed to taste it once. You should learn to bake so you can make it for me. She continued. I heard KLLND mention that the quiz competition is being held again, sponsored by Annabelle, and the rewards are even more generous than last time. We must secure first place this time. Link listened quietly to F-N-N-G-N's incessant chatter, not interrupting, simply smiling gently. Suddenly, F-N-N-G-N realized she had been speaking for quite some time, nervously scratching her head. She had shared so many of her desires without considering Link's wishes. Link, do you have any places you wish to visit or things you want to do? If there's anywhere you'd like to go or anything you wish to do, please let me know, and I will accompany you, F-N-N-G-N said softly, her delicate hands nervously clasping each other, fearing she had upset Link. Really? Link observed the little fool's adorably anxious expression, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. Let us agree on this. It cannot be somewhere strange, for I am a deity. You must show me some respect. F-N-N-G-N's cheeks turned a bright red, a blend of apprehension and a hint of anticipation. I don't have any particular places in mind, Link replied with a gentle shake of his head. Really? F-N-N-G-N sighed, slightly disappointed, yet she earnestly said, Link, if you do think of somewhere you'd like to go, please tell me. Truly, there is nothing, Link stated, looking into F-N-N-G-N's beautiful eyes with equal sincerity. Wherever you wish to go, that is where I long to be. As for my sole desire, it is to remain by your side. Oh, don't say such cheesy things. It makes me shy. F-N-N-G-N's blush spread from her cheeks to her neck. Even a deity can feel shy? Link teased. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting my skin is thick? No, I merely mean that F-N-N-G-N, being so magnificent, deserves every praise without hesitation, so there is no need to feel bashful. Well, when you put it that way, it does seem rather sensible. F-N-N-G-N scratched her head, though not fully grasping it. She felt it held some truth. Link chuckled at the little fool's naive attempt to appear knowledgeable, unable to contain his laughter. What are you laughing at? You disrespectful Link. No, I simply recalled something joyous. Do you think me a fool? You used that excuse last time. F-N-N-G-N pouted, her cheeks puffing up in frustration as she observed Link's laughter growing more infectious. My apologies. Link replied, witnessing F-N-N-G-N's expression resembling a croaking frog, which struck him as comical, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. Once you're out, I shall make you 100 grand meals. Very well. I shall prepare grand meals for F-N-N-G-N for a lifetime. You said it. You cannot backtrack. Absolutely no backing down. The two continued to frolic and converse until their visiting half-hour was nearly over. F-N-N-G-N glanced at the clock, letting out a gentle hum. Take care in there. I will visit you again next Tuesday. Link smiled, about to respond when suddenly a thought struck him, causing his expression to stiffen. What's wrong? Sensing Link's hesitation, F-N-N-G-N grew curious. Link bit his lip, remaining silent for a moment before finally exhaling softly. F-N-N-G-N, you need not visit me next Tuesday. Huh? F-N-N-G-N paused, pouting in dissatisfaction. Do you have plans that day? If so, tell me when you're free, and I could change my visit. Link shook his head bitterly. F-N-N-G-N, you must not be so ungrateful. I am busy too. My schedule is packed every day. F-N-N-G-N frowned in displeasure. You don't want me to visit, and yet I have no time to come. No, that's not it. Link looked up, locking his gaze on the petite girl before him, feeling a lump in his throat. Link yearned for F-N-N-G-N to visit him, thinking of her day and night. Restless in his sleep, he dreamed of moments spent with F-N-N-G-N, wishing for nothing more than to be by her side, even if they could not hold hands or embrace, simply sharing laughter and daily tales. How he wished to be with her forever. However, this was Merlebead Castle. Here lies the front line in the suppression of the primordial TIHI, perpetually threatened by the risk of inundation. The deluge could engulf Link's world, a thought that sends him into despair. Why are you crying? He asks, sensing her distress. It's okay. Don't cry. I was just a bit harsh before. I'm sorry. Truly, I promise I won't be angry again. The sight of tears streaming down the man's face leaves FNNGN flustered, and she hurriedly comforts Link. She attempts to wipe away his tears with the back of her hand, yet a thick wire mesh obstructs her. Link dries his tears, gazing at the young girl before him, and offers a reassuring smile. Just as he inhales deeply, ready to utter words of comfort, a jarring alarm blares throughout Melu BTBO. Instantly, a tense and anxious voice reverberates through the corridors and rooms. Everyone, upon hearing the alarm, please evacuate immediately. Move outward. If you're on the top floor, continue outward, upward and outward. Could it be? Link's body freezes as if struck by lightning. Reality crashes in, stark and unforgiving. He had envisioned this worst-case scenario, yet its arrival is staggeringly swift and precise. This time, misfortune has come knocking at his door. What has happened? Why is the alarm suddenly sounding? Could it be a drill? FNNGN stands in a daze, her azure eyes betraying deep fear, oscillating between ignorance and self-reassurance. Run! Hurry! The man's near-manic roar jolts FNNGN. Link, what are you doing? There's no time to explain. FF. Escape. As far away as possible. Quickly. Seeing her still bewildered, Link frantically tears apart the wire mesh and scoops her up, dashing toward the exit. Link! FNNGN cries out desperately. But at that moment, a thunderous sound emanates from the depths of Melu BTBO. It is the sound of the floodgates being breached. Link's steps come to an abrupt halt. He glances at the distant exit, then back at the base of Melu BTBO. His heart, just warmed, plummets into a frigid abyss. It is too late. Escape is no longer feasible. At this distance, he realizes he cannot flee the rising tide with FF before it engulfs them. Even if he were to escape Melu BTBO, could he elude the entirety of FNGDN? Taking a deep breath, he confronts the harsh reality he must face. The man gently places the girl on the ground and tenderly embraces her fragile form. Take care of yourself, he smiles softly. As FNNGN suddenly comprehends something and reaches out to clutch Link, his slender figure leaves only a fleeting silhouette before dissipating into the wind. This is both the best of times and the worst of times. He is a genius, yet a fool. If love is the fall of free will, why do so many still succumb to its whirlpool? Link does not know, and even now, he remains oblivious. He does not understand why he loves her, when he fell for her, or what it is about her that captivates him. He even questions whether this strange feeling, born from the depths of his heart, can truly be defined as love. Once a man driven by insatiable curiosity, Link sought logical explanations for every enigma he encountered. Yet in this moment, he realizes that the answers to those questions have lost their significance. He continues to run, racing toward the source of the tidal sounds. He understands he is distancing himself from the one he cherishes, yet paradoxically feels he is drawing nearer to something he has never possessed but deeply yearns for. Since arriving in this world, he feels an unprecedented urge to undertake a singular task. He is willing to sacrifice his life, to burn his very soul. This path is one of sin, traversed by the hypocrites, with thorns piercing his feet and searing flames scorching his spirit. Yet still, he stretches out his hands, painstakingly peeling away the mask that clings to his face and skin, bloodied and battered, revealing the bones beneath. At the journey's end, the fool will confront judgment in his primal form. Chapter 53. Link. The forbidden zone of Melu BTBO. The eerie tide, reminiscent of a specter from hell, easily breaches the ceiling floodgates. A stern man clad in a black-gray suit stands vigilant, his iron fist gathering violent ice elements, unleashing a gale of frost that transforms the surging tide into a colossal ice mushroom. However, even this formidable blow merely halts the ominous tide for an instant. Before long, the ice shatters and the waves morph into a tsunami, once again surging violently. Lios's expression stiffens, an unusual urgency flashing in his cold gaze. Left with no choice, he turns to retreat, while the three isolation doors intended as a last resort descend slowly, attempting to contain the seemingly endless deluge. Just as he narrowly escapes the final isolation door, Lios gasps for breath, quickly delivering several punches to reinforce the outermost door with a thick wall of ice. At this moment, a curvaceous purple figure stands ready, wielding a longsword. How much longer until Will arrives? Elius benches, his onyx eyes glinting with resolute coldness. The others have already gone to notify her, Klnd says, inhaling deeply. Despite her efforts to remain calm, her sword-bearing hand trembles slightly. This place cannot hold for much longer. Lios furrows his brow, and just as his words fall, the final isolation door emits a deep, resonant thud. Bang! It sounds as if something has exploded beneath the water. Is there something in the water? Lios and Klnd quickly assume defensive stances, bracing for the impending breach of the isolation door and the potential appearance of strange creatures lurking within the waves. Each person has their fate preordained by the heavens. Melubtbo serves as the underwater defense line of FNGDN, and until Will arrives. Lios and Klnd will hold their ground to the death. Strange explosions echo repeatedly, and the final isolation door resembles an elderly crone, teetering on the brink of collapse under relentless assault. Another particularly thunderous boom resounds, and the door bursts open, revealing the bizarre entities concealed beneath the surface. They are translucent, deep blue creatures of the abyss, their forms contorted and intertwined like a hive of bees, resembling an invincible army. Beyond these seemingly endless deep-sea aberrations, something even more eerie and colossal looms. Lios's pupils constrict sharply. Instinctively, he attempts to freeze the primordial Tihi before him. But a profound sense of helplessness wells up within him. Unless these aquatic beings are vanquished, the primordial cannot be halted. Yet, as a denizen of FNGDN, he cannot breach the thick barrier of water. Everything appears to form a locked loop, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging over every head in FNGDN. After the trial, the sea will dissolve everything. The administrators of Ilubto and the most formidable duelists stood motionless. The judgment of the sea had not descended. Instead, a tall and handsome figure emerged. The man's chest bore a wicked eye that emitted an utterly pale green light. And around his body, 24 ethereal gusts of wind formed a near-vacuum barrier. Elinka, Klnd gazed incredulously at the man before her, never imagining that he would be the one to stand against the judgment of the sea at this critical moment. Lnk remained silent, quietly observing the strange creature lurking behind the waves. Water blades and torrents crashed against the wind wall he had erected like raindrops. Lnk could distinctly feel the overloaded elemental output draining the wicked eye's strength. Once his energy was depleted to a certain extent, it would come at the cost of his life. He could not hold on for long. Even the robust physique of the Morgan family could not endure such immense exertion indefinitely. The man turned his gaze, his profound eyes brushing against Klnd's cheek, looking towards the distant, almost unattainable elevator to Ilubto. For reasons unknown, the man felt an unusual calmness within him, his handsome face devoid of struggle or twisted desperation. He merely gazed in the direction of the little fool, a bittersweet smile playing at the corners of his lips. You were born before me, yet I have already aged. You resent my late arrival, while I lament your early birth. Alas, if only I had met you sooner. The man turned, stepping into the wind wall, crossing into the depths of the sea submerged in dark waters. Dark green wind spears coalesced in his hands, launching toward the bizarre deep-sea creatures, akin to a ray of dawn piercing through storm clouds. Lnk advanced relentlessly, unleashing countless furious wind blades, annihilating the relentless tide of deep-sea monsters emerging from the portal. The force of the sea gradually diminished, and behind Lnk, a heavy ice wall had replaced the original wind barrier, blocking the sea and sealing the path for the sinner. We are but dust, dissipating into the wind on the path to divinity. 24 years ago, in the winter within the realm of the Morgan family, a pure, innocent cry shattered the deathly silence. It belonged to a frail infant, appearing almost monkey-like in its emaciation. A blue-haired woman with golden eyes stood dazedly by the bedside, reaching out to embrace the bloody child. Though cradling the infant, her gaze remained fixated on the blood-soaked bed. Lying there was a woman of breathtaking beauty, her graceful form adorned with cascading purple hair. skin as white as snow, and exquisite features seemingly graced by divine favor, so elegant that she was beyond compare. Yet, this perfect woman lay lifeless. Tears streamed down the blue-haired woman's cheeks as she felt her heart, along with her entire being, tearing apart, an overwhelming sorrow surging to her throat, nearly suffocating her. On that day, a child named L.N.K. was born. On the same day, a mother named K.Lu.L.N. perished due to complications at childbirth. The following day, a man named D.O.S.N. brought a golden-haired, alluring woman into the Duke's residence. The woman's name was I.X. Already 8 months pregnant at the time. On a snow-covered mountaintop, the blue-haired woman stood quietly beside a frost flower, while behind her, a small boy with purple hair and eyes, bare-chested and burdened with a bundle of steel, struggled through the snow. The boy trembled in the howling wind and snow, his skin already frozen into a deep blue. Crimson cracks oozing blood, only to freeze into ice crystals in the biting cold. Yet he persevered, slowly climbing to the summit, step by step, reaching the woman's side. Exhausted, the boy collapsed into the snow, yet his frostbitten face bore a naive, radiant smile. Eehee! I did it! The boy gasped excitedly, warm breath condensing into mist in the icy air. The blue-haired woman looked down at the boy, her indifferent golden eyes reflecting the harshness of the world. She shook her head lightly, still far from enough. L.N.K. Remember, you are K.Lu.L.N.'s son. You must not lose to anyone, especially that bastard born of I.X. But they all say that SILTDD's blood purity has reached 367, a once-in-a-century genius. The family's future pillar. With a swift motion, the blue-haired woman slapped the boy, sending him tumbling in the snow, nearly toppling off the precarious cliff. She coldly regarded the stunned child, whose face was marred by frostbite and bruises, the once proud nose now slightly crooked from the strike. You must remember, you and that bastard were born in the same year. In the family's ruthless elimination tests, you are both in the same batch. If you do not eliminate him, it will be your demise. Amidst the frost and snow, the boy's bright purple eyes shone with an extraordinary resolve. He nodded vigorously. YG, I will do my best. At the age of 14, the boy entered the hellish arena with his peers, including the one hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy. 3 days later, the blood-soaked boy emerged from the bronze gates, dagger in hand, having slain all his contemporaries. As the slender figure stepped through the gates, the Morgan family's leaders fell into a profound silence. There was no welcoming ceremony, no congratulatory event, no golden trophy. Even the wicked eye he ultimately received bore the name of that prodigy, carved long before. A series of questions surged in their minds. Why was he the one to survive? Why was it not him who perished? How could such a dazzling genius, capable of leading a century, fall to such a frail, unfortunate child? The Duchess raged, cursing as she charged at the boy with a golden sword, seeking vengeance for her beloved son, demanding justice for her kin. The Duchess fell, collapsing into a pool of blood, her tragic end echoing that of her dismembered prodigious son. The man renowned as Duke Morgan cast a dispassionate glance at his wife's corpse, turning his interest toward the boy who had become his wife's nemesis. The child bore a striking resemblance to his mother. Simultaneously, the blue-haired woman's manic laughter reverberated throughout the arena as she descended from the audience, triumphantly lifting the boy in her arms, her laughter infused with the ecstasy of revenge, as if to prove something to the world or to console a long-departed soul. The boy smiled back at the blue-haired woman, his heart elated, for it was the first time he had witnessed her smile for him. He felt joy, though he remained unaware of the true meaning behind that smile. From that moment onward, L.N.K. seized everything from the prodigy. As L.N.K. gradually matured, the prominent figures of the Morgan family began to accept and acknowledge him. A diamond in the rough, he did not disappoint anyone's expectations. In an opulent office, the man reclined on a soft leather sofa, clad in a purple mink coat, while behind him hung a lifelike portrait. In the scene, a stunning azure creature unfurls its immense wings that obscure the sky, its snow-white scales shimmering with a delicate, ethereal glow under the sun's embrace. Those dazzling golden-slit pupils, reminiscent of the genius slain by Link, echo the presence of the esteemed Morgan patriarch before him. The sinister gaze, after all, is merely an artificial construct of the mind. The noble lineage of the family renders such a trait incompatible. The man inclines his head slightly, regarding it as a mere transitional phase. Once you acquire your own divine eye, the doors to the elemental realm will surely open wide for you. How exactly does one attain a divine eye? Link furrows his brow. Despite sharing a close blood relation with the man, their connection feels akin to that of strangers crossing paths on a journey. Your desires must capture the attention and acknowledgement of the divine. I understand. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. The man suddenly calls out to Link. What is it? He is not a benevolent person. You would do well to be cautious. His tone is measured. She harbors affection for Caroline and is merely using you to exact revenge on her. Link remains silent and turns away. In the ladies' chamber, Link stands quietly at the entrance, holding a beautifully wrapped cake, resembling a statue, while behind him, the air is filled with the melodious sighs of amorous entanglements. Soon, a woman with blue hair and golden eyes emerges, disheveled and casting a discontented glance at Link. What is it? I made the cake you enjoy. Do not seek me out for such trivial matters in the future. The woman takes a casual bite of the exquisite cake Link offers, then discards the remainder into a nearby trash bin. Is it that the flavor is unpalatable? No, it is merely the thought of you making it that disgusts me. He frowns, wiping her mouth with a tissue. Why? What exactly about me displeases you? The woman casts a cold glance at Link. You should comprehend your position clearly. Link, my association with you exists solely because you bear striking resemblance to Caroline. Equality despise A-Lin. As for you? How does a wretch who killed his own mother dare to linger in this world? Link chuckles, his violet eyes deepening into an abyss of desolation and lightlessness from that moment onward. He seizes the graceful neck of the woman, tearing her garments apart, pressing her snow-white body against the filthy ground. For those 3 days, the woman named, he completely lost her dignity as a human. Howling like a dog and crawling like an insect, she endured Link's teachings as she had once imparted to him. Thus, the final flicker of flame in the molten spire extinguished, and the golden mask, emblematic of hypocrisy, was forged. On that day, the man named Link personally shattered his soul wish. Chapter 54. Water memories of the past flit through Link's mind like a revolving lantern, some hazy, others clear, akin to a self-directed black and white film. In the lightless primordial womb of the sea, Link plunges endlessly downward, weary, lost, and desperate. The familiar yet suffocating pain threatens to snap his neck and crush his limbs. Gray tears fall like snowflakes scattered across a desolate land. I am so tired, truly exhausted. Perhaps it is time to surrender. Since the day of his birth, Link has understood a singular truth. All beings must eventually encounter death, regardless of status or wealth. Everyone's destination is the same, death. If death is the inevitable conclusion, then what significance does life hold? This question often occupied Link's thoughts, and he had once sought answers from those around him. Certainly, life holds meaning. It exists in the pursuit of joy. So many beautiful women, so much gold and jewels. Link, do these not stir your heart? Do you not indulge in any delightful pastimes? Why do you pose such questions? With wealth, intelligence, and striking looks, shouldn't your life be a joyous one? Do not trouble me. Cannot you see the multitude of tasks before me? My life's purpose is to complete them thoroughly and elegantly. Commander Link, it seems you simply have too few matters at hand. Oh, is that what you mean? No, it is not strange. I too have experienced similar seasons. With a mortgage to pay, elderly family to care for, and rising tuition fees for children, I have pondered the meaning of such existence, considering jumping off a building instead. Did you ask if I ever jumped? Of course not. Otherwise, how could I stand here unscathed before you now? It is not that I lack the courage to die, but what would become of my family if I were gone? I cannot burden my wife and children with a reunion in the underworld. I have spoken at length. I hope you do not mind. It seems everyone possesses their reason for living, be it for pleasure, duty, or family. But what of me? What is the meaning of my existence? Bang, bang, bang. A dull thud reverberates from above, akin to the distant rumble of thunder. Link, Link, Link. Faintly, the man perceives someone calling his name. It is a voice familiar, yet subtly distinct from the girl in his memories. Link foolishly raises his gaze upward. There stands a breathtaking woman clad in white, resembling a graceful dancer, as though an angel from the holy realm or an elf lost among mortals. Her crystalline eyes shed a cascade of tears, glistening like glass, as she gazes at Link with a mix of affection and sorrow, reaching out to cradle his pale, weary face with her delicate hand, her movements light and tender, bestowing a gentle kiss upon his lips. "I am sorry, Link." Suddenly, it seems something shatters the darkness. In the profound silence, a warm and radiant energy envelopes Link's limbs. Regaining control of his body, he opens his eyes, staring blankly ahead. Before him lies a vast and deep ocean, where countless aberrant forms gather, and a colossal deep blue whale casts an infinite shadow, resembling storm clouds obscuring the sky. The whale that swallows the stars. The exquisite figure of the girl has long since vanished. Yet Link comprehends that what he has just experienced is no mere dream. For before him, within arm's reach, a dreamlike blue gem floats serenely, shimmering like a divine eye, akin to a beating heart. Instinctively, Link extends his hand, clasping the extraordinary divine eye in his palm. The gateway to elemental power swings wide open, and a torrent of information floods into his mind. The man's expression shifts from initial astonishment to sorrow, ultimately transforming into a resolute acceptance. Link remains silent for a long while, his gaze fixed on the void, until he finally murmurs, as if to himself or confiding in the divine, "My wish is to remain forever by your side, O Lord of Water." The surging power of water erupts forth, mingling with the supreme authority of judgment, as if a stroke of white ink cleanses the murky world. Link gazes at the myriad of aberrations before him, raising his hand indifferently as the noble and exquisite power of water spirals around him, coalescing from ethereal energy into tangible form. To alter reality with one's consciousness is the essence of magic. Before him stands a towering, deep blue cross-shaped weapon, adorned with ancient and exquisite patterns, vividly alive. One side depicts an elegant, graceful girl in mid-dance, while the other portrays a handsome man seated upon a divine throne, shedding indifferent tears. Imitating the figure of Judah, a tremendous force, far surpassing human comprehension, surged into the abyssal primordial sea like colossal waves summoned by Poseidon, the god of the sea. Countless imitations of Judah plunged deep into the inky waters, resembling the anchors of a Savior's ark. As the hand of judgment descended, a luminous membrane with a radius of nearly 1,000 kilometers expanded into the distant celestial realm, heralding the arrival of the domain known as justice. Within this completely sealed world, Judah unfurled, his blue and golden spear erupting like fine rain, mercilessly slaughtering all in its vicinity. 13 seconds later, silence enveloped the domain. Link hoisted Judah upon his back, his expression as frigid as ice as he swam towards the colossal whale that was fleeing in terror. The end of prophecy began with your initiation. In the Melopitberg, everything seemed to revert to its initial tranquility. The grand seal of water replaced the ice wall, suppressing the surging primordial sea. Occupying the space that once belonged to Kuluolinda and Lei Aoc, a tall and reliable man stood silently, his deep blue eyes fixated on the blue waters beneath the seal. Nawe Lai Te felt an inexplicable sensation, as if something extraordinary was unfolding within that primordial sea. "Nave Loite, I command you, go save Link. You're blocking the exit. What if Link cannot escape?" Unlike the silent crowd, Fu Ning Na was already in tears, her tone resembling a desperate plea from a weakling to a formidable force. After Link departed, Fu Ning Na chose to remain in Melopitberg, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the supreme judge. Faced with the choice of saving one or many, Nawe Lai Te made the most rational decision without hesitation. "Madam Fu Ning Na, please do not forget your responsibilities." Nawe Lai Te's expression remained indifferent. "If we do not seal the primordial sea water in time, many more will suffer." But, observing the willful girl before him, Nawe Lai Te couldn't help but furrow his brow. What was she doing? What was she thinking? In fact, Nawe Lai Te had arrived earlier than Fu Ning Na had imagined. The disaster prevention measures in Melopitberg were commendable, and due to his suspicions regarding the water goddess Fu Ning Na, he chose not to act immediately, but instead conduct an experiment. He was eager to know how Fu Ning Na, as the goddess of justice wielding authority over all laws, would respond to the most immediate crisis of the primordial sea water's eruption. Would she display her divine power to seal the waters directly? Or would she employ a more cunning method? Fu Ning Na must know some secrets, and Na Wei Lai Te was aware that she had been investigating the prophecy looming over everyone for years, both overtly and covertly. However, what disappointed and even angered Na Wei Lai Te was Fu Ning Na's indifference to the rising primordial sea water and the living sacrifice of a Zhidong person. She coldly relinquished all chances until the very last moment without taking any action. Fu Ning Na, she sobbed, fully aware of her duties. As the water goddess of Fengdan, she knew precisely what she ought to do. Yet, she could not accept the reality that that man would leave her forever. Fu Ning Na understood well that Link had never regarded her as a divine being. Unlike everyone else, he had never demanded anything of her, nor had he imposed any expectations of divinity upon her. He simply smiled at her, pampered her, and treated her to various delicacies, accompanying her to countless places to enjoy life. It was as if, in his presence, she could cast aside the rigid, numbing mask she wore and indulge in the essence of humanity. A divine being? Merely a self-deceiving marionette. Lady Fu Ning Na, so you were here all along? A chilling voice broke the silence, trembling slightly. Fu Ning Na looked up, only to meet a pair of violet eyes filled with anger and sorrow. Qu'est-ce qui vit que l'Olinde? Fu Ning Na's voice faltered as she gazed at the tall woman who had always stood by her side. This time, she had not chosen to support her, but instead stood in opposition. Why? Why did you not save him? Luolinda's voice quivered, her mind nearly blank, haunted by the memory of the man's indulgent, yet helpless gaze as he departed. Lady Fu Ning Na, do you know? Mr. Link is far from the cheerful persona he portrays. I once asked him about his life's goal. Do you know what he told me? He said for him, merely surviving is enough. Mr. Link never desired anything. He has never demanded anything. He simply wished to live, to live. Tears glistened in Luolinda's beautiful eyes. Why can you even grant him the chance to survive? Just because he's a Zhidong person, not a Fengdan native? The woman's sharp reprimand struck like a thunderbolt, painfully impacting the diminutive girl. Fu Ning Na's eyes dimmed, and an unbearable sorrow surged within her chest, a suffocating sensation that threatened to overwhelm her. She knew. She was aware that Link merely wore a facade of cheerfulness, that he had even succumbed to depression. Fu Ning Na turned her gaze back to Na Wei Lai Te. The power of the Water Dragon King might be the last glimmer of hope to save Link. If not for some absurd reason, she would have knelt before Na Wei Lai Te without hesitation, pleading for him to save Link, even if it was just an attempt. Lady Fu Ning Na. Thousands of years ago, the divine order seized the ancient dragon's great power over the 7 elemental dragons and distributed it among the 7 earthly rulers. Na Wei Lai Te observed with a detached expression. The power you wield should far surpass mine. Or perhaps there lies some issue with the authority of the water goddess? Surely, you have noticed that the primordial sea water has begun to rise, and the time of prophecy draws nearer. If you face any complications or possess any secrets, please disclose them to me. I shall do my utmost to alleviate your troubles. What could possibly be the problem? Fu Ning Na laughed, perhaps unaware of the venomous tone in her words. Then why did you not save Link earlier? Qu'est-ce qui vit que l'Olinde? You said it yourself. Link is the diplomatic envoy of the Zhidong. He is not a Fengdan native, and thus he does not fall under my protection. Oh, how I wish death would come swiftly. If I were to die, would I be able to find Link? If I were to die, I would no longer have to endure such a life. Fu Ning Na had never felt such disdain for herself as she did at that moment. She longed to take a knife and carve open her chest to show these people her heart. No, that heart had likely shattered long ago into countless fragments. The girl wore a heartless smile. Unfortunately, she could not die yet. She had to press on, to continue wearing the mask until her own judgment day arrived. With a sharp crack, reminiscent of a camera shutter, Na Wei Lai Te's blue eyes narrowed as he suddenly turned around. Something had broken through his seal from the primordial sea water. Everyone stood in shock. The seal of the water gate had been breached. Yet the water did not surge forth as anticipated. A half-conscious man with orange hair was the first to be cast up, followed closely by a hand more beautiful than most women, gripping the edge of the water gate. The man climbed up from the water, utilizing his water elemental power to reseal the water gate, then summoned the wind elemental power to disperse the droplets clinging to his form. Lin Ke slowly approached Fu Ning Na, sheltering the foolish deity behind him. The man's expression was grim, his icy gaze sweeping over the lords of Fengdan before him. On this absurd stage, two battle-worn performers finally converged. A solo performance? From this moment forth, a duet would unfold. Unable to resist, he refrained from hoarding any longer. Chapter 55. Release from prison after the turmoil caused by the tide subsided. Meiluo by Taibao regained its former tranquility. In the administrative district of Meiluo by Taibao, Lin Ke frowned slightly as he examined the small green booklet in his palm. After all this time, is this the final product? Let us not criticize. The efficiency of Fengdan's bureaucracy must be well understood by you, esteemed diplomat. Liu Li replied with a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders. I even hired a fast ship at my own expense to expedite this for you. Thank you, Lin Ke nodded, exhaling softly. This was not Lin Ke's first incarceration, but it was indeed the longest. I cannot accept your thanks. Liu Li quickly waved his hand. The current order in Meiluo by Taibao is largely thanks to Mr. Lin Ke's willingness to step forward at that critical moment. Lin Ke shook his head nonchalantly. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Wait, Mr. Lin Ke. I remain curious about what transpired once you entered the original fetal sea that day. Liu Li's expression turned serious. Although the crisis in Meiluo by Taibao has temporarily been averted, that prophecy still hangs over me like a sword. If possible, could you share some useful information? Lin Ke stroked his chin, his deep purple eyes resembling two unfathomable pools. However, Liu Li, I can offer you a piece of advice. Please, Mr. Lin Ke, attend to what you must and trust the water deity for the rest. Lin Ke cast a profound glance at the pensive Liu Li before turning to exit the Duke's office, heading towards the elevator. Attend to what I must. And trust the water deity? Liu Li pondered for a long while before reluctantly nodding. Although Lady Fu Ning Na often gave an unreliable impression, he sensed that she harbored a secret, something unspeakable. Was it necessary to force her to reveal it? Could a deity truly wish harm upon their own people? A bitter expression settled upon Liu Li's handsome face. As a citizen of the Water Nation, perhaps the true priority was to fulfill one's duties, have faith in the divine, and refrain from complicating matters for the deities. As the elevator ascended, the familiar sound of gears clicking echoed, and sunlight streamed through the gradually opening doors, illuminating Lin Ke as if he were under the spotlight of a stage. Mr. Lin Ke has emerged. It is Mr. Lin Keskivico. Mr. Lin Ke. Oh, how I missed you. The cacophony of excited voices filled the air, and Lin Ke frowned slightly, but raised his right hand in a symbolic wave. Before him stood a throng of well-wishers, blinding camera flashes, vibrant flowers, and an array of exaggerated banners. It was not the reception of a criminal, but rather the welcome of a star. Mr. Lin Ke, a slender woman with flowing black hair, stepped forward, draping a luxurious coat over his shoulders. Clarinda, striving to maintain order, waved an umbrella, while Naweya beckoned him from under her sunglasses. The three children of Ailchi Nua pushed forward with a camera, only to be halted by Clarinda. Even the noble socialite Miss Annabelle had arrived, surrounded by her entourage. Yet Lin Ke searched in vain, unable to find that petite figure. The news of your release must have leaked from somewhere, Monica lamented, scratching her head. Mr. Lin Ke, your reputation in Fengdan is truly extraordinary. Miss Charlotte from Esteemburg Press has requested your time numerous times, and Miss Naweya from the Thorn Rose Society has also spoken with me several times, asking for materials to negotiate for a pardon. Furthermore, Miss Clarinda from the Shadow Court, that's enough. Lin Ke raised his hand to silence Monica's eager chatter. Let us go. Yes. Monica quickly noted Lin Ke's aversion to flattery and nodded respectfully, signaling for the embassy staff and Shadow Court guards to clear a path for him. Indeed, Lin Ke was not one to indulge in vanity. Flattery held no sway over him. Yet, her statements were undeniably truthful. Mr. Lin Ke, do you wish to greet your friends? Monica inquired tentatively. Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, recalling that he still had an official duty to fulfill in plain sight. No, everything is in order. Monica proudly patted her chest, declaring, although there were some minor issues, I have resolved them all. Thank you, Monica. You have worked hard, Lin Ke said with a gentle smile, placing his hand on her shoulder. Your abilities are impressive. I have always believed in you. I cannot let you down, Mr. Lin Kuo. Monica's cheeks flushed slightly. I have already booked a banquet at the Debo Hotel for this evening to welcome you back. What do you think? Cancel the banquet, Lin Kuo replied coolly. Being released from prison is hardly something to celebrate. If there are any interviews or discussions scheduled, please cancel those as well. Mr. Lin Kuo? Monica asked, puzzled. Lin Kuo's release had become the focal point of all major media in Fengdan. Now was the perfect time to build momentum. By delivering a few impassioned speeches, his reputation in Fengdan could reach unprecedented heights. With that, Lin Kuo swiftly made his way through the crowd. Understood, Monica nodded vacantly. Watching Lin Kuo disappear into the distance, she felt an inexplicable sense that this esteemed diplomat had changed somewhat from before. Navigating familiar streets, Lin Kuo arrived at his home, instinctively reaching for his pocket to retrieve his key upon reaching the door. However, the familiar sensation of metal was absent. With a wry smile, he patted his head, recalling that he had indeed left his keys and various personal items in Mei Luo by Te Bao. He extended a hand, gently feeling the hard texture of his inner pocket, and discovered a small gold coin nestled within. A faint smile graced his lips. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten anything of great importance. Noticing that no one was paying attention, Lin Kuo quietly circled to the back of the house, seeking a way to climb to the third-floor balcony and then into his home. He recalled not locking the balcony window before his departure. Finding a suitable spot, Lin Kuo was about to begin his ascent when suddenly he froze, hearing faint, intermittent cries emanating from within his house. Stunned, Lin Kuo stepped forward, shifting his gaze towards the source of the sound. That direction appeared to lead to the kitchen. As he approached the window, he widened his eyes to peer inside. In the kitchen stood a girl, her hair as white as snow, and her mismatched blue eyes sparkling with clarity, resembling a charming sprite. Due to her height, the girl found it difficult to manage the kitchen utensils. She placed a stool beside the stove and nervously stood on it, seemingly engaged in frying something. Her delicate hands rested beside a small bowl filled with unevenly chopped potato and radish cubes. At this moment, she was wiping away her tears while cautiously pouring the diced vegetables into the pan. The sizzling sound emanated from the pot as scalding oil splattered onto her soft skin, causing her to wince in pain. Nevertheless, she persisted in slowly adding the potato and radish pieces, as if believing that a slower pace would yield a more delectable dish. "Oh no, it's burnt again," she cried out, tears streaming down her face as she turned off the stove, retrieving the charred vegetables from the pot and discarding them into a bowl already filled with dark, unidentifiable contents. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, startling her. She quickly wiped her tears, straightened her clothes, and cautiously approached the entrance, peering through the peephole. A tall, handsome man stood anxiously outside, seemingly puzzled as to why no one had yet opened the door, and he pressed the doorbell again. In the Morgan family's etiquette, the interval between two doorbell rings must exceed 10 breaths. If there is no doorbell, one must knock 3 times with the same time interval. Behind the door, Fu Ningna stood frozen, her clear eyes reddening, tears threatening to spill from her lashes. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to console herself internally. No, she must not be willful. She cannot allow Link to see her in this state. She hastily dried her tears and forced a bright, proud smile, extending her hand, which was red from the hot oil, to turn the doorknob. "Link, you probably didn't expect that the great Fu Ningna would be before you." But before she could finish her sentence, she found herself enveloped in a warm and reassuring embrace. Link first embraced Fu Ningna and then knelt down, gently taking her small hand in his palm. With the pure and gentle power of water, he healed the tiny blisters on her fair skin. "Does it still hurt?" Link asked anxiously, blowing warm air onto her hand. This was Link's first time using the power of water to heal someone else, and he was uncertain if it would leave any lingering pain. However, in his memories of that distant icy land, he often used breath to alleviate pain in his hands. "Silly, that's not going to help." Fu Ningna's soft voice contained a hint of sobbing, while Link's tender tone seemed to unlock the door to her heart. For some reason, Fu Ningna felt on the verge of tears again. "I'm so sorry. I was too foolish." Link, flustered, led Fu Ningna to the bathroom, turning on the faucet to let the clear water wash over her small hands. It's fine. It doesn't hurt anymore. Fu Ningna was taken aback for a moment before shaking her head, her cheeks flushed. Really, it doesn't hurt? Really? Link dotingly nodded, carefully drying her small hands with a towel before leading her to the living room. I was just a Luo by Te Bao, and I didn't prepare any good food at home, Link said with an apologetic smile. I brought fruit, Fu Ningna quickly replied, retrieving a red bag from the entrance cabinet. When Link looked inside, he discovered a variety of fruits, though he found it curious that they were all mixed together in small quantities. There were grapes, bubble oranges, sunset fruits, and dewberries, each in scant numbers, haphazardly packed, as if they could form a fruit platter, but the packaging suggested otherwise. Fu Ningxia, with her small hands behind her back, blushed. I didn't have money to buy fruits, but I happened to see a fruit platter in the office of Wei Lai Te, and no one had touched it, so I just packed some. Link smiled knowingly. Lady Fu Ningna, you didn't buy these fruits from the nearby store, did you? I believe I've seen a similar platter that was quite pricey. Of course. I spent a lot of money on these. Fu Ningna sighed in relief, placing her hand over her chest. Thank goodness. Thank you so much. Link chuckled as he selected an appropriate fruit platter from a nearby cabinet, washed it in the kitchen, and arranged the fruits Fu Ningna had brought in it. Oof. I am a deity, after all. I must be generous. Fu Ningna nodded proudly. You should take a rest. It's almost mealtime, and I will start cooking now. All right. Fu Ningna nodded vigorously, but suddenly remembered something, her delicate face showing a flustered expression. She jumped off the sofa and chased after Link, who was heading to the kitchen. Wait, Link. However, her movement was too late. Before she could catch up, Link had already reached the kitchen doorway. Link surveyed the chaotic state of the kitchen. A burnt frying pan, spilled seasoning bottles, an apron fallen on the floor, and an oily knife. Fu Ningna lowered her head in dejection, resembling a child who had done something wrong. She knew she would surely be scolded. Lady Fu Ningna, were you cooking just now? Link seemed oblivious to the other messes and walked straight towards the strange-looking, blackened concoction. Yes, I was experimenting with a new dish. I am quite the chef, Fu Ningna said evasively. But before she could elaborate, she watched in horror as Link picked up a fork without hesitation and stabbed a piece of what appeared to be potato, placing it in his mouth. Don't eat that. Spit it out. It's burnt, Fu Ningna exclaimed, tugging at Link's sleeve in distress. It's not bad, Link said after chewing thoughtfully. He then forked another piece of radish and tasted it. I must savor Lady Fu Ningna's cooking. There is still much room for improvement. Stop eating. I was lying. I can't cook at all, Fu Ningna cried out, snatching the plate from Link's hands and dumping its contents into the nearby trash bin. It's all right, isn't it? You must have worked hard preparing this, Link said with a rueful smile, bending down. It's fine. Fu Ningna looked earnestly at Link, tears glimmering in her clear eyes. Link, if my cooking isn't good, just tell me. I don't want you to force yourself to accommodate me. That would only make me unhappy. I cannot bear such feelings. Link gazed at the little one before him, suddenly understanding something. He bent down again and gently embraced her. I understand, Lady Fu Ningna. Please rest for a while. I will take care of dinner from here. Is that all right? Then I'll leave it to you. Fu Ningna nodded, her cheeks still flushed as if recalling a thought. I bought the ingredients. You can decide how to use them. Thank you, Lady Fu Ningna. After escorting Fu Ningna out of the kitchen, Link looked around at the disarray with a wry smile. You little fool. You really are a kitchen terminator. After spending half a day tidying up the kitchen, Link meticulously counted the ingredients that Fu Ningna had purchased and pondered over the dishes he should prepare next. Well, let's start by preparing the lobster. Link thoroughly washed his hands 3 times and then grasped the lobster, which was bubbling in the sink. He picked up a chopstick and deftly inserted it into the opening at the tail end of the lobster. Initially, the lobster thrashed wildly in Link's grip, but as he pushed the chopstick in deeper, its movements grew rigid. He inserted the chopstick almost entirely, and with a detached expression, Link gripped the end of the chopstick and thrust it a few more times. The lobster became utterly still. Withdrawing the chopstick, Link then positioned the lobster tail downwards, allowing a translucent liquid to flow slowly from its body. This step, known as purging in seafood preparation, eliminates the fishy odor and effectively dispatches the lobster, facilitating further processing. With both hands, Link held the lobster's head and body, applying gentle pressure until, after 2 rotations, the separation was complete. He then took a knife to dismember the lobster's body, crushing the shells of its large claws to ensure even cooking and better flavor absorption. He arranged the processed lobster back on a large plate, encircling it with vermicelli and sprinkling garlic sauce atop. After steaming it for 15 minutes, he added a suitable amount of steamed fish soy sauce, garnished it with chopped chili, and drizzled some hot oil over it. The garlic vermicelli lobster was now ready. Concerned that Fu might go hungry, Link placed the lobster on the table first, and then prepared a few simple yet delicious side dishes: potato cakes, fruit salad, red wine braised beef, and mushroom omelets. Given that Fu had previously wasted some ingredients, Link could not prepare an extensive feast, but for the two of them, this might still be considered a sumptuous dinner. The atmosphere at dinner was particularly quiet. Link was not known for his verbosity, and Fu Ningna, unusually, remained silent, merely enjoying the delicacies in her bowl. Her cheeks were flushed, and she occasionally glanced up at Link, seemingly lost in thought. Link, curious about why the little fool was so quiet today, speculated that she might have something on her mind, yet he refrained from prying. After finishing their meal, they tidied the table together and washed the dishes. Link, do you have anything planned next? A soft voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, Link saw Fu Ningna. Her cheeks flushed as she nervously clutched her sleeves, seemingly wanting to say something. Well, I suppose I will tidy up the bedroom next, as we need to sleep later, Link replied, scratching his head in confusion. Is there something you need, Fu Ningna? Then let me help you clean the bedroom. Fu Ningna hastily offered. I appreciate it. Fu Ningna, Link nodded, leading her to his bedroom. Contrary to his expectations of opulence, Link's room was quite simple: a bed, 2 cabinets, a set of table and chairs, a small sofa, and a coat rack. Aside from the high-quality materials used in the furniture, it resembled a cell in MLBTO. He sprinkled some water on the floor and then took a broom and cloth to clean. Hey Link, can't you use wind magic? Why are you using a broom? Funincha suddenly asked, puzzled. Link paused for a moment, stroking his chin. Perhaps it's out of habit? He replied with a wry smile. In his childhood, he had attempted to use wind magic to clean his room, but ended up inadvertently slicing the furniture into pieces. After receiving a reprimand from his elders, he had since opted for the more reliable broom and cloth. Seeking stability over efficiency, he thought, Link, you always seem so composed and capable. I never imagined you had such an embarrassing history. Fu Ningna chuckled, finding it amusing to envision Link's fear of being scolded. Indeed, Fu Ningna, please do not tell anyone else, or I shall lose my reputation. Link winked, his deep purple eyes twinkling with mirth. Now you have something to hold over me. Funinsa giggled mischievously. If you don't listen to me in the future, I might just expose your secret. Suppressing his laughter, Link pretended to be terrified. No, please. Water deity. Such a thing is unacceptable. Haha, I was just teasing you. You really took that seriously. Fu Ningna waved her hands dismissively. I'm not the type to hold onto a friend's secrets to use against them. Isn't that a bit contradictory? Link raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Fu Ningna pouted, her pink cheeks puffing up in displeasure. I meant, are we just friends? Link blinked his deep purple eyes. Fu Ningna's face turned crimson as she lowered her head, flustered, realizing she was in the presence of the great water deity and her irreverent follower. Link laughed, ruffling Fu Ningna's hair affectionately. Disrespectful to the deity? Where's your reverence when you talk to a deity while messing up their hair? I don't like it. Fu Ningna huffed, glaring at Link. Don't think just because you have the deity's favor that you can act spoiled. Favor? Link raised an eyebrow, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Fu Ningna's petite, yet exquisitely proportioned figure. A blush crept onto his cheeks, and he quickly shook his head, swallowing hard. You mischievous Link. You really shine when given a bit of attention. Fu Ningna, both flustered and angry, stamped her foot. You should just look at my feet from now on. Feet? Link's thoughts suddenly shifted, and his gaze fell, first landing on her long, delicate legs, resembling white jade chopsticks, and then to the frilly socks adorning her feet. Gulp! The sound of Link's swallowing echoed in the room, painfully clear. Link, you pervert. Cough, cough, but you were the one who suggested I look. I never said that. After finishing the cleaning, Fu Ningna lazily flopped onto Link's bed. Comfortable. Though my room appears simple, each piece is quite exquisite. Take this bed. For instance, the wood is imported from Liyue, and the mattress is a goose-down blanket from Mondstadt. I can't tell what the comforter is made of, but its design seems reminiscent of Sumeru. The materials for this bed span half of Teyvat. How is it? Comfortable? This bed is a luxury, Lynx said proudly, raising his eyebrows. He had personally sourced the materials and spent a fortune customizing it. It may look ordinary, but the cost could buy a small villa in Fontaine. Indeed, it's comfortable. Tomorrow, help me take it to Imomang Palace. I want to indulge a little, Fu Ningna said, pulling her hat over her face, feeling so at ease that she wished to sleep soundly right there. Lynx's lips twitched. You truly are unreserved. If Lady Fu Ningna wishes to sleep, you can do so here, Lynx suggested tentatively. No way. What if you sneakily do something to me while I'm asleep? Fu Yingna languidly turned over, propping her head up with her arm. Well, I will take responsibility for that, Lin Ku replied earnestly, nodding. Aren't you going to stay a while longer? All right then, Lin Ku said regretfully, leading Fu Yingna downstairs while he donned a coat. The girl's delicate voice drifted from behind, causing Lin Ku to pause slightly. When he turned around, he discovered that Fu Yingna had not followed him, but was instead gazing down at the threshold that separated the interior of the house from the outside world. She halted there, as if crossing that threshold would bring about some significant change. To her, the inside and outside might represent two distinct realms. Chapter 57. The full the warm golden light illuminated the handsome profile of the man. Is something the matter? Lin Ku, do you blame me? The girl's voice was soft and fragile, reminiscent of a nearly broken violin string, evoking a sense of heartache. Why would I blame you? Lin Ku furrowed his brow. It's just that day in Meluo, Petersburg, I did not come to your aid. Her voice dwindled, and her petite frame seemed to shrink away. She recalled the events of that day, regretting not only her failure to save Lin Ku, but also the harsh and cruel words she had uttered. Of course not, he replied, his steady voice akin to warm hands gathering the scattered shards on the ground, ultimately forming a heart as clear as crystal. Lin Ku gazed into Fu Yingna's eyes and solemnly shook his head. My lady, as your devoted companion, safeguarding my own well-being is also one of my significant responsibilities. Moreover, I know that if something were to happen to me, you would undoubtedly not abandon me. Do you truly think so? The girl looked up, her clear, beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Of course, Lin Ku asserted without hesitation. Lin Ku, come here. Fu Yingna lowered her head again, beckoning Lin Ku with a shy gesture, revealing only her flushed earlobes. Crouch down. Obediently, Lin Ku squatted, but as he was about to ask her why she had requested this, the girl suddenly reached out her delicate hand, encircling his head, and planted a forceful kiss on his bewildered face. Before Lin Ku could comprehend what had transpired, the magnificent water deity had swiftly dashed away on her short legs. Watching her petite figure sprinting into the night, a touch of elegant resignation graced the man's face. He reached up to touch the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him, feeling the warmth, a warmth akin to the heart's very essence. Water deity, don't run so fast. Wait for me. After bathing, brushing his teeth, and washing his face, Lin Ku summoned gentle wind elements to dry the droplets of water on his body. He did not immediately dress, but instead quietly admired the artful physique reflected in the mirror. Though devoid of massive muscles, every contour of his physique flowed into nearly perfect lines, with scars crisscrossing his skin, healed into faint white lines reminiscent of delicate marble patterns. It was evident that he possessed a body imbued with explosive power, far surpassing ordinary imagination. The Morgan lineage endowed Lin Ku with formidable physical strength, enabling him to engage in combat with various large beasts even before he acquired the evil eye. Lin Ku's bloodline purity was 264, a rarity among the Morgan family, which had been passed down for millennia. Generally, if the purity of the first-generation bloodline is considered 100, excluding instances of close relative marriages, the second generation would possess a purity of 50, and the third generation would have a purity of 25. However, in the inheritance of genes, there may occur exceedingly rare cases of atavism, such as a descendant of many generations achieving a bloodline purity of 50. Lynette's condition of growing cat ears and a tail also belonged to this category of atavism. Nevertheless, Lin Ku was not an uncommon atavist. His bloodline purity of 264 was primarily due to the influence of the Duke of Morgan. Lin Ku's father, Dawson Morgan, was an atavist himself, boasting an astonishing bloodline purity of 524. Casting aside his distractions, Lin Ku exhaled softly, clad himself in a soft, comfortable nightgown, and entered the bedroom. He pulled back a corner of the blanket and nestled inside. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, feeling a familiar sense yet inexplicably sensing something lacking. With a wry smile, he patted his head, realizing he had grown accustomed to the iron bed in Maluo, Petersburg, and was struggling to adapt to such a comfortable bed. However, he was not inclined to rise and remove the cushions to sleep directly on the wooden planks. Many things are like fine wine to those unaccustomed. It tastes like medicine, while to those who can appreciate it, it reveals an extraordinary flavor. To enhance the quality of life, meeting material standards is essential. But the skills and methods to enjoy those materials are equally indispensable. This distinction is what separates aristocrats from newly wealthy individuals. Didn't tea save me? A bitter smile crept onto the man's handsome face as he reached for the bedside table. There lay a water elemental god, emitting faint luminescence. Upon closer inspection, one could see a tiny shadow at its center. Silly girl, the one who saved me is actually you. It was a breathtaking young woman clad in white. Her arms wrapped around her legs, her head buried in her knees, lost in a deep slumber. A droplet of tear glistened on her smooth cheek, as if regretting having drawn the man into that tragic prophecy. Lin Ku adjusted his sleeping position, gently placing the god beside his pillow, then pulled the blanket up slightly, just enough to cover the young woman's exquisite silhouette. The delicate motion resembled a husband indulging his beloved wife. Turning his head to gaze at the god, a bittersweet smile adorned his face, mingled with a unique resolve belonging to a redeemer. Fufu, you needn't apologize. You have endured enough. As for the rest, leave it to me. On the stage of judgment, the divine throne became a guillotine, and the sinner would ultimately drown in the depths of the sea. Morning arrived. A ray of sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains, akin to a lover's hand, gently caressing the man's face. Rising, brushing his teeth, washing his face, Lin Ku followed his usual routine to prepare his attire, then picked up a comb to arrange his hair meticulously. Satisfied, he nodded at his reflection. Stepping outside, he made his way to a restaurant he particularly adored. Seeking a secluded corner where he ordered a sandwich and a soft-boiled egg, Lin Ku mused that it wouldn't be long before the beautiful, gentle waitress would bring him his breakfast. This establishment was modest in size, but held a special significance for Lin Ku, not merely because of the excellent and diverse offerings, but primarily for its quietude. Despite the restaurant's exceptional cuisine and extensive menu, the timing of the meals depended entirely on the chef's whims, sometimes taking an hour or two, and on rare occasions, one might wait an entire day with an empty stomach. Those capable individuals often possessed unique personalities. However, Lin Ku seemed to receive special treatment. Each time he ordered, his meals arrived at a reasonable pace, even quicker than at other restaurants. Lin Ku understood that whenever he visited, the chef would push back other patrons' orders to prioritize his. In gratitude, he would often leave a generous tip after his meals. Having not dined there for a long while, he wondered if the chef's skills had diminished. If not, he would bring Fufu along next time to enjoy a meal together. Lin Ku, my lord. Before him stood a robust gentleman clad in a crisp white attire, exuding an air of composure and charm with his bald head. In his hands, he delicately balanced a tray that held a sandwich, a soft-boiled egg, along with accompanying cutlery and a napkin. Who are you? Lin Ku inquired, rising an bro. I am the owner and head chef of this establishment, the gentleman replied, placing the tray before Lin Ku with a gentle smile. May I sit beside you? Please do. Lin Ku nodded, savoring the sandwich while observing the chef. In the etiquette of nobility, conversing during meals is generally frowned upon. However, during his dinners with Fu Ning Na, the silly girl always chattered incessantly, causing Lin Ku to gradually overlook this particular decorum. It's nothing much. I was just thinking about how I hadn't seen you here for dinner lately and wondered if you might not return, the chef remarked with a smile. I imagine you must be quite busy, Master Lin Ku. It is an honor to see you again. Oh, the chef's expression faltered slightly, and he chuckled apologetically. I must admit, I have not been keeping up with the news. With your culinary skills, it seems a pity for you to be merely the chef of a small establishment. If you would be inclined, I could extend an invitation for you to work at the restaurant under the North Country Bank. Lin could continue to enjoy the delectable fare on his plate. Given the promising prospects in Mondstadt, why venture to Fontaine? He inquired with a smile. In truth, Lin was not particularly interested in the chef's story, but out of appreciation for the chef's remarkable skills, he kindly posed the question. The chef seemed to understand the teasing smile on Lin Ku's face, offering a somewhat bashful grin before continuing. Times are different now. My story, Master Lin Ku, bears a resemblance to the cliché details in novels. I began as an ordinary apprentice in a restaurant kitchen, but my sensitivity to flavors caught the attention of the owner, the head chef, who took me under his wing. My culinary talent flourished, and within a few years, I surpassed him, becoming a renowned chef in the area. I was even invited to participate in a culinary competition in Mondstadt, achieving remarkable results. My mentor held me in high regard and even promised his beloved daughter, my junior, to me. As he recounted his legendary past, a bittersweet smile spread across the chef's face. I once had a blissful family, and I thought my future would shine as brightly as the protagonists in those novels. What awaited me was but a desolate gravestone. It was then I discovered that my wife had been battling a terminal illness in silence. Each night, she endured agonizing stomach pains, relying on sleeping pills to find solace. Her gentle smile before me, a fade maintained by persistent medication and heavy makeup. The chef sighed heavily. She was such a fool, not wanting to burden my future with her illness, and thus concealed everything from me. How could she have known that, without her companionship, those trophies and accolades would hold no significance for me? So, you came to Fontaine? Lin Ku asked. Indeed, though my wife has departed, she left behind a lovely daughter. The chef responded, turning to gaze at the charming waitress. Following the chef's gaze, Lin Ku nodded gently, acknowledging the waitress's undeniable cuteness. The waitress seemed to sense their attention, turning her head towards Lin Ku and the chef, her round face adorned with freckles flushing with a hint of red. Initially, she shot the chef an annoyed glare before shyly smiling at Lin Ku. She once vowed never to forgive me, but it seems I, as her father, still have a chance at redemption. The chef remarked with a comforting smile. If you had known the truth back then, would you have chosen to stay by your wife's side? If one is aware of the inevitable separation, then remaining may only serve to exacerbate the suffering. The chef fell silent, and Lin Ku's gaze deepened profoundly. In such circumstances, most would likely feign ignorance and allow events to unfold unimpeded. Only those who must perish can grant liberation to those who remain. Today, while sitting on the high-speed train, I pondered how to articulate the forthcoming judgment. In fact, I have revised it several times, and it has finally been finalized. To aid those who may not have followed the plot, I can briefly explain that the crises in Fontaine primarily stem from two sources, the primordial sea and the Sky Island. I shall refrain from divulging too much to avoid spoilers, but I trust this version of the judgment will satisfy everyone. As for Shun Fu and Ren Fu, they are indeed two sides of the same coin, and I had no intention of portraying them as completely separate entities. During my journey, I also perused some reviews and am grateful for the support of my readers. To those who offered critical feedback, I sincerely apologize. I have endeavored to craft this narrative to the best of my ability, and if it has not met your expectations, it is simply a limitation of my capacity. Thank you for your support. Chapter 58. Special feature Master Lin Ku. I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. The chef's resonant voice broke in once more. I was taken aback, having long forgotten the kind of wretch I once was. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would choose to remain by her side, even if it meant sharing a simple and fleeting life together. Her concealment of her illness was an act of love and sacrifice as a wife. As her husband, I too must shoulder the responsibilities and courage that come with that role. Love is not a solitary bridge traversed by one, but rather a journey undertaken by two. If one has the ability, let them run swiftly. If wearied, let them take a moment to rest. As long as both individuals strive together with a unified goal, they shall ultimately converge. This, indeed, is what is termed mutual pursuit. The chef dabbed at the tears that had inadvertently rolled down his cheeks with a napkin. Forgive me, Master Lin Ku, for having made you witness this. I have harbored these sentiments for far too long, and expressing them has brought me immense relief. I apologize for encroaching upon your precious dining time. "It is my honor to serve as your listener, sir," Lin Ku replied, nodding slightly, his violet eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Once, Lin Ku would have dismissed such tales, yet now he found himself capable of empathizing. The man's gaze drifted to the window, where two birds of differing hues nestled closely together beneath the glow of a street lamp. One a deep violet, the other a soft blue-white. For reasons unknown, they captivated his attention. Suddenly, the glass door of the restaurant creaked open, revealing a tall, black-haired young woman panting at the entrance. "My apologies," Monica exclaimed, bowing apologetically to the startled patrons before hastily approaching Lin Ku. "Master Lin Ku, why are you here? You're half an hour late for work." Furrowing his brow, Lin Ku raised his wrist to check the time. Indeed, he was half an hour behind schedule. "Monica, is there something urgent?" he asked, puzzled, although he had arrived late. It seemed unnecessary for Monica, his secretary, to seek him out specifically. "Well, the judicial court sent over a good person red flag for you to sign and take a photo with," she explained. "Official recognition of a good person?" Lin Kiskiviko replied. Bemused, why the rush for something like that? You could have collected it on my behalf. That S nodded. "I was just thinking about the work you mentioned yesterday, and suddenly wondered if you might be considering taking a sabbatical," Monica said, scratching her head awkwardly. "It seems I was worrying for nothing." Lin Ku's violet eyes brightened. That indeed was a splendid idea. "Monica, effective immediately, you are appointed as the acting director of the Jidong Embassy. During my absence, you shall handle all affairs with full authority." Monica's expression stiffened. At times, she truly wished to slap herself for her incessant chatter. Monica Link raised her hand to silence the woman, her demeanor shifting to one of gravity. "I was wrong." Monica's heart jolted, and she quickly lowered her gaze. Indeed, Lord Link must have his profound reasons for such actions. Hadn't he previously mentioned having more important matters at hand? As a subordinate, how could she ever doubt Lord Link? Well, Monica, continue to strive. You are exceptional and should possess more confidence in yourself. You will undoubtedly live up to Lord Link's trust. Monica solemnly nodded and turned to depart once more. "Your subordinate?" The bald uncle inquired with a smile, having just witnessed Link staring blankly out the window at two foolish birds for half an hour. "Indeed," Link nodded. "That girl is rather charming." The uncle winked, and although he seemed to be complimenting her charm, the underlying implication appeared to question the folly of deceiving the Na'vi. Link awkwardly touched the tip of his nose, for Monica was indeed a remarkably astute individual. Yet, paradoxically, the more intelligent a person is, the easier they are to deceive. After purchasing a batch of cake-making supplies and having them delivered to his residence, Link proceeded directly to Mo Mang Palace. "Mr. Link?" Just then, Clad emerged from the palace, her expression somewhat peculiar, yet tinged with a hint of delight upon seeing Link. "What brings you here?" "I have matters to discuss with Lady Funingna," Link replied, discreetly noting the distance between them. "I am not entirely familiar with the procedure for meeting Lady Funingna. Is there a designated place for appointments?" "Typically, one would go to the third room on the second floor to make an appointment. However, I believe Lady Funingna's schedule is booked until the year after next." Link frowned at this revelation. His little fool appeared unreliable, yet was undeniably a busy individual. Observing Link's disappointment, Clad hesitated briefly before responding gently. "Generally, that is the case. But the third room on the first floor is my office. In the left drawer of my desk, there is a special appointment voucher." "What is the purpose of a special voucher?" "It allows one to cut in line." "I understand," Link nodded. "Mr. Link, only particularly important matters warrant a meeting with Lady Funingna, and one must obtain the special voucher through the approval of the judicial court. The entire process, from application to receiving the voucher, typically takes about a month and a half. Please do not attempt to sneak into my office out of convenience. If discovered by the guards, resolving such procedural issues could become quite troublesome." Clad's voice was cold, deliberately emphasizing the word sneak, her beautiful purple eyes blinking. "Rest assured, I would never do such a thing." Link earnestly nodded, assuring Miss Clad of his integrity. "I have official duties to attend to, so I shall not detain you any longer, Mr. Link." "Miss Clad, please take care." Link bowed slightly, a look of unexpected depth and amusement gracing his features. Both were astute individuals. Some matters required no elaboration, as their minds were in sync. Miss Clawland, how could one refer to the affairs of scholars as theft? With a confident stride, Link entered Imo Mang Palace, and as the recognized good man of Fengdan, he faced no suspicion from the members of the Shadow Court security detail. He proceeded to Clawland's office, closed the door, and followed her instructions to open the drawer. Inside lay a plump envelope filled with orange cardstock, prominently labeled with the words Special Appointment Voucher. To prevent counterfeiting, each voucher bore a unique identification number, presumably for registration and verification. Link extracted one, returned it to the original drawer, and tucked the remaining vouchers along with the envelope into the inner pocket of his coat. Since Miss Clawland placed such trust in him, he could not take them all. That would be excessive. Content. Link nodded to himself and made his way to the appointment room. Second floor, third room. Thank you. Lady Funingna, your words have truly enlightened me. It is a pity that our meeting is limited to half an hour. Haha, your ability to comprehend the divine teachings is indeed a gift. However, everyone's time is finite. Seizing the present is far more vital than merely discussing ideals. Yes, thank you. I shall not delay the next appointment. In the opulent reception room, Lady Funingna wore a composed and cheerful smile as she bid farewell to a hunched woman. Once the woman departed, although the girl maintained her smile, for some reason, it now bore a hint of cruelty. Sighing in relief, Funingna picked up a nearby cup of water to soothe her slightly hoarse throat. To accommodate her time with Link, she had rearranged her schedule, necessitating the rescheduling of many meetings, causing the number of appointments to become exceedingly tight. Today alone, she still had at least 10 more meetings to conduct. How delightful it must be to be the one who invented rescheduling. Just as another knock echoed, Funingna realized the next appointment was about to begin. Quickly straightening her posture and calling out, "Please enter." When the door to the reception room opened, the girl froze in place. With a noble nose, rose-petal pink lips, and exquisite features, the man was dressed in a subtly elegant brown suit that accentuated his already tall and graceful figure. His violet eyes resembled whirlpools in the deep sea, overflowing with a gentleness that seemed capable of drowning one in its warmth. Link, the girl rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She had reviewed the last 3 appointment records, and had Link's name been among them, she would surely have remembered. Lady Funingna, Link said, delighted to see the little fool's astonishment, as he closed the door behind him and sat down beside her. "Why are you sitting here? Go sit opposite." "I want to sit here." Link mimicked Funingna's earlier demeanor, pouting in a petulant fashion. "You rascal, what brings you here?" Funingna's cheeks flushed, and seeing that Link was insistent, she felt powerless against this irreverent individual. "I missed you, Lady Funingna, so I came." Link smiled and affectionately nuzzled her shoulder with his head. "You are incorrigible. You act like a child." Funingna's cheeks deepened in color, yet she did not stop his affectionate gesture. "Now, tell me, what brings you to seek the water deity?" "I simply wish for you to keep me company, Lady Funingna." Leaning against her petite frame, Link wearily closed his eyes. "Rascal, your audacity is growing by the day." Funingna's cheeks reddened further. "I can keep you company, but only for half an hour, mind you. You mustn't fall asleep here. There are other appointments to attend to. Then if it is within my scheduled time, will you accompany me, Lady Funingna?" At that moment, Link's voice lacked his usual composure, sounding weak and exhausted. In this position, he grasped the weight of her burdens and pain. "Of course. But wait. Link, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Do you need me to take you to the doctor?" Funingna noticed something amiss with Link, her concern prompting her to reach out her delicate hand to gently touch his forehead. "It seems you do not have a fever. Could it be that your depression has worsened?" Yet while she expressed concern for him, the scoundrel displayed a smirk of triumph, as if his earlier feebleness had been mere pretense. "Lady Funingna, you said it yourself. If I secure an appointment, you must accompany me." "You? Chulnk. Are you playing tricks on me again?" Fnngn exclaimed, her fist raised as she playfully struck L&K on the shoulder. "Do you understand that your antics worry me?" L&K, with the innocent glee of a child, responded, "Ha, don't take it to heart, Lady Fnngn. Though I often feel exhausted, being with you invigorates me. You truly are a big child. At your age, you still need company. How embarrassing." Fnngn shot him a disapproving glance. However, she added, "But L&K, I must remind you that while I promise to spend time with you once I have an appointment, My schedule is booked until the year after next. You'll have to patiently wait until I finish my work to accompany you. L, in case lips curled into a knowing smile. Do not smile so mysteriously. It frightens me. FNNGN said, shrinking her head slightly, feeling as though L in case gaze might consume her. FNNGN. I shall take care of your time next. Dream on. She waved her hand dismissively, pondering if L&K had lost his mind from overreading. Just as she was about to mock him, L&K confidently slapped a bulging envelope onto the table before her, his smile deepening. The girl gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she nearly leapt from the sofa. Glancing from the envelope to L&K, she felt an inexplicable sensation akin to a poor girl being showered with wealth by a rich young man. So many special vouchers. Has KLND lost her mind? Lady FNNGN, you said it yourself. If I manage to secure an appointment, you must keep your word. The divine must not go back on promises. You naughty fellow. FNNGN blushed, kicking her legs playfully. I can accompany you, but we must agree, no bizarre antics. What constitutes bizarre antics? L&K inquired mischievously, causing FNNGN to stumble over her words, her cheeks reddening. Suddenly, she realized L&K was gazing at her with that familiar, insatiable look. CHUL&K. Do not tease the divine. Chapter 59. Bargaining dressed in inconspicuous attire. FNNGN donned a large sun hat and sunglasses, stealthily following L&K out of Ing Palace. Upon noticing the guards were oblivious to her presence, she sighed in relief and turned her curious gaze to L&K. L&K, you feel rather odd today. Odd? Yes, while you have occasionally shown disrespect to the divine. You typically act normally, but today is different. How so? Today, you have been exceptionally disrespectful. FNNGN stood on her tiptoes and pinched L&K's cheek firmly. L&K helplessly grasped her soft hand, his deep gaze reflecting a foreboding sense of what lay ahead for the sinner. He felt an unsettling premonition that the day was drawing near. I wish to act a bit recklessly, as I have taken the liberty to assume that the magnificent Lady FNNGN would not mind. You are dreaming. You, the disrespectful fool. I currently find you quite bothersome. In that moment, L&K seemed struck by a tremendous blow, his vision darkening as he swayed slightly, nearly toppling over. A fool? L&K, do not react like that. I was only jesting. I do not find you bothersome, I promise. FNNGN quickly supported him. L&K nodded, intending to offer her some comfort, but suddenly an idea struck him, and he feigned a sulky expression. L&K, do not be angry. I was joking. I truly do not find you bothersome. FNNGN pleaded, shaking his hand to lift his spirits. With a huff, L&K turned away, thinking if apologies were effective. What need was there for WIL it? What do you want then? Looking around to ensure no one was watching, L&K took FNNGN's hand and led her to a secluded alley. What do you intend to do? L&K crouched down and proudly pointed to his cheek. You are too much. We are outside, FNNGN exclaimed, stamping her foot. What if someone sees us? I will take responsibility. CHUL&K. You only know how to say responsibility. Can you not say anything else? Lady FNNGN is rather petty, unable to fulfill such a small request of her follower. You villain. FNNGN raised her tiny fist and struck L&K on the head. Ouch. That was insufficient. You must give me 2 kisses for it to count. Are you becoming greedy? FNNGN's face turned crimson, adamantly declaring that it was unacceptable to do such things outdoors. Is it truly unacceptable? L&K lowered his head, disappointment flickering in his violet eyes. L&K extended 2 fingers. Twice. 4 times? Is that agreeable? No, not twice. It's 20 times. Woo. FNNGN trembled. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she raised her tiny fist again, but hesitated to strike him. Fine, 20 it is. Really? L&K's violet eyes sparkled, surprised that the little fool agreed so quickly. But I have a condition. Please, Lady FNNGN, go ahead. I can only kiss you 10 times. FNNGN's gaze wandered, her cheeks growing increasingly crimson. What about the remaining 10? The remaining 10 shall be for you to kiss me. Otherwise, it would be unfair for me alone to receive them. FNNGN's head lowered, as if seeking refuge in a non-existent embrace. LNK paused, his usually thick-skinned demeanor now tinged with 2 shades of red. Haha. CHULNK, are you shy? FNNGN turned away, feigning composure, not wanting him to see her expression, though her voice trembled with embarrassment. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. The handsome man held her from behind, his lips, as beautiful as cherry blossoms, brushed against her porcelain cheek. Her mind spun as though it might explode. FNNGN stood frozen in place, the kiss tender and lingering, akin to a lover's gentle touch, elegantly stirring her restless heart. One kiss down, 9 to go. His suave, magnetic voice enveloped her like a warm spring, instantly consuming her petite figure. I'm going to die. Uffed. LNK, you are too amusing. Is it because you are accustomed to the iron bed and illubtb, that you cannot adjust to your luxurious bed? You truly are a hard worker. You deserve to sleep on the floor? After learning of LNK's sleeping conditions from the previous night, FNNGN couldn't help but giggle. Lady FNNGN, you are truly sharp-tongued. And ISNT it said that sleeping on the floor today means becoming the boss tomorrow? Cough, cough. LNK, have you considered who your boss is? Your words carry a hidden meaning. LNK felt a chill run down his spine, awkwardly patting his face. Surely, Her Majesty should not hear this, right? All right, let me take you to buy a good pillow. FNNGN laughed again at LNK's fearful expression regarding his boss. A good pillow? Yes. I read in the newspaper about a pillow imported from XM that is designed ergonomically beneficial for sleep. The reviews in FNGD have been quite positive. FNNGN explained earnestly. Sleep is important. You must rest well at night to be invigorated each day. LNK smiled faintly. Though he held little hope for that XM product, he accepted FNNGN's kindness. Do not misunderstand. I'm not concerned for you. It is indeed a divine favor bestowed upon the devoted. Upon witnessing Lin Ku's heartwarming smile, Fu Ning Na's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you, Lady Fu Ning Na. She shyly scratched her head, having just acted like a child, now displaying a sense of maturity. How can a man be both adorable and handsome? It is simply unfair. I must not dwell on it any further. I am utterly embarrassed. Accompanied by Lin Ku, she entered a bright bedding store in the commercial district. As soon as Fu Ning Na stepped through the door, a refined and somewhat scholarly young owner approached her. Is today a special occasion, blessed by your esteemed presence? Fu Ning Na paused, about to respond, only to realize that the handsome proprietor had bypassed her to greet Lin Ku. She stood frozen in place, thinking, cursed Lin Ku, this is all his fault. Having come shopping with a friend and suffering from poor sleep lately, she intended to purchase a pillow. Lin Ku, with a gentle smile, found the owner's cultured demeanor somewhat curious for someone selling bedding. He must have a story of his own. So this esteemed guest is a friend of Lord Lin Ku? My apologies for my oversight. Fu Ning Na huffed in displeasure. We're just ordinary friends. Do not misunderstand. The owner chuckled awkwardly. I have heard that there exists a pillow from Sumi that aids sleep. Do you carry it? Lin Ke, noticing Fu Ning Na's displeased expression, deftly changed the subject. Indeed, we do, the owner nodded, retrieving several elegantly packaged items from a nearby shelf. 10,000 mora? How exorbitant. Why don't you just rob a bank? Fu Ning Na raised her brows, incredulous at the price, enough to purchase numerous cakes. Yes, you. I am selling at the standard price, the owner replied with a wry smile. We are merely the retail end. If our profit margins aren't higher, we cannot sustain the business. The steep price of this pillow is largely due to the exorbitant technical patent fees imposed by the Sumi Academy, and it is currently marketed only to the aristocracy. And what of its efficacy? Lin Ku inquired, intrigued by the owner's engaging manner. So it is exclusively for the nobility, implying that you do not profit from the impoverished? The effectiveness is indeed superior to that of ordinary pillows. It provides a notably more comfortable sleep. The owner hesitated before continuing candidly. However, Lord Lin Ku, I must speak frankly. While its efficacy is slightly enhanced, it does not alleviate issues like insomnia. Some customers have reported that it is not as comfortable as their previous ordinary pillows, and the premium for the patent is excessively high. I do not recommend purchasing it. The owner was quite forthright. Lin Ku observed the scholarly man with great interest. If you speak so honestly, won't that hinder your sales? You jest, Lord Lin Kae. The owner shook his head. Business is fundamentally about integrity. If a customer who enters my store is of ill repute, I can at least deceive myself with the justification of an eye for an eye. Observing the elegant and refined Lin Ku before him, the owner's gaze was clear and sincere. Yet, Lord Lin Ku, someone as virtuous as you should not endure unjust treatment. I cannot control the world outside, but here, at least, is my domain. Lin Ku stood momentarily speechless, feeling a mix of amusement, exasperation, and slight admiration. This owner, indeed a cultured individual, had a way with words. Lord Lin Ku, may I inquire about the specific reasons for your insomnia? Is it due to restlessness, excessive energy, or that frustrating sensation of being utterly exhausted yet unable to sleep? The owner kindly asked, having previously researched sleep due to personal experiences. Yes, I am very tired and wish to sleep, yet during slumber, I feel something is amiss. Lin Ku pondered before answering honestly, a peculiar sense of déjà vu washing over him akin to visiting a physician. Do you feel a sense of emptiness? The owner pressed further. Yes, that is precisely it. Lin Ku nodded vigorously, sensing the owner's insight might be genuine. The owner exhibited a knowing smile. Lord Lin Ku, you are still single, I presume? Indeed. The owner glanced at Fu Ning, Na beside Lin Ku, hesitating before softly stating, I have a suggestion for you. If you would follow me. Lin Ku was puzzled, wondering if the owner might be involved in some illicit enterprise. Yet his demeanor did not suggest such impropriety. Accompanied by a curious Fu Ning Na, they ventured into the back room of the store. Lin Ku beheld a row of items concealed by curtains. What is this? The owner, donning a slightly smug smile, bowed slightly before gracefully drawing back the curtain, reminiscent of an auctioneer unveiling prized goods. Lin Ku's expression froze as he beheld a line of pillows, albeit markedly different from those displayed earlier in the store. Some are half-body pillows, others full-body, crafted from luxurious materials glistening with sheen. Most notably, each pillow bore the image of a lovely maiden, some innocent and pure, others alluring and enchanting. Lin Ku recognized several of these ladies as popular stars from the Ubi Kalai Opera House. Lord Lin Ku, men often feel a sense of emptiness in bed, largely due to a longing for companionship, the owner remarked meaningfully. To address this, I have specially created these unique hugging pillows. Their sales have skyrocketed, and the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. The sleep-inducing effects far surpass those of anatomical pillows, and the price is quite reasonable, even accessible to students. This is pure fantasy. Shameful. Indecent. Fu Ning Na's cheeks flushed crimson. Miss, such words are misplaced. The owner countered, shaking his head. The fulfillment of spiritual needs and the refinement of moral character are not inherently contradictory. While the law's authority must not be overstepped, personal preferences and desires remain free, provided they do not result in detrimental societal impacts. Every citizen of Feng Dan has the right to pursue their passions, whether in science or technology. Bah, all nonsense. Utterly shameless. You are lying. What did I say that? That statement was the concluding remark of Lady Fu Ning Na's speech at the 30th anniversary celebration of the Ubi Kolai Opera House. Is that so? Indeed. The owner frowned, displeased. To confide in you, I am especially appointed critic responsible for documenting Lady Fu Ning Na's interviews for the Steambird Press. As if you understand Fu Ning Na better than anyone else. Miss, few in all of Fengdan can claim to know Lady Fu Ning Na better than I. The owner proclaimed with pride. Fu Ning Na was incensed, her eyes nearly bulging, yet she found herself at a loss against this cultured proprietor. Won't this lead to infringement issues? Lin Ku stifled a chuckle, having examined the shelves for quite some time without discovering what he sought. Rest assured, Lord Lin Ku, these pillows are produced only after agreements with the respective ladies through intermediaries, and all necessary qualifications and documentation are in order. When I sell these pillows, they receive a portion of the profits as commission. Is that so? Lin Ku stroked his chin, acknowledging the owner's ingenuity. He considered mentioning this to his family's business department as a potential case study. Lord Lin Ku, should you not find a design to your liking, we also offer customization services. We can imprint designs based on images you provide, with the prerequisite of obtaining permission from the image owners. The boss enthusiastically remarked, revealing his genuine passion for his profession. Lin Ku was deep in thought. Lin Kiskiviko, I believe you would never engage in such trivial matters, right? It is utterly despicable. Only a fool would do such a thing. Funinsa, notichinglin que es indecisiva de minor, anxiously interjected. The thought of Lin Ku sleeping with a pillow printed with the likeness of another woman was infuriating. Excuse me, miss. Are you truly just an ordinary friend of Mr. Lin Ku? If so, such remarks are unnecessary. The boss could not help but comment. Is it really appropriate to speak like that with the boss present? Lin Ku chuckled awkwardly and shook his head. Let's leave it at that. Thank you, boss, for your trouble. Not all. We always respect our customers' choices. The boss displayed a look of regret, not the kind associated with lost business, but more akin to a preacher lamenting when his teachings go unheeded. By the way, Lin Ku, if I may be so bold, the boss appeared a bit embarrassed. What is it? Our product is not solely aimed at male customers. Several ladies have come to my shop, asking me to customize items with your photo. Naturally, I declined as I had not obtained your permission. He hesitated. I wanted to inquire if you might be interested. Absolutely not. Fu Ningna stamped her foot in anger. The boss disregarded her petulant outburst, instead focusing on Lin Ku. Lin Ku, we could discuss the commission aspect. No need. Lin Ku raised his hand to halt the boss's forthcoming words. I have someone I care for. I cannot betray her. My apologies. The boss quickly apologized. Then I wish you and your beloved a joyful union. Thank you. Lin Ku smiled gently, pulling the blushing Fu Ningna along as they prepared to leave the shop, only to pause suddenly, struck by a thought. Boss, I see you are quite cultured. What brought you to sell here? The man's expression stiffened, his earlier enthusiasm for promoting his goods dissipating, reverting to a more indifferent demeanor. Weary as he waved his hand dismissively. Lin Ku, I wonder if you have heard a saying from Liyue? What saying? 9 times out of 10, one is met with disdain. A scholar is of no use. Fu, what troubles you? Are you thinking of something unpleasant? Lin Ku, do you truly desire that pillow? Not particularly, Lin Ku replied, crouching down affectionately. Dreams are merely illusions. If one can deceive oneself, then indulgence is but a natural enjoyment. But Fu, I'm not one to drown in fantasies. Isn't living this way exhausting, Lin Ku? Fu Ningna bit her lip. I feel as if you're forcing yourself into a mold. It is not a bad thing to occasionally indulge your hobbies. We often bind ourselves with various constraints, shaping ourselves into an ideal form. Yet, Lin Ku, you're already wonderful as you are. There's no need for such harsh self-expectations. Fu, one always wishes to present their best side, Lin Ku chuckled. If I behaved like a lecherous brute, you certainly would not want such a person as your companion. Would you? Fu Ningna fell silent, pondering for a moment before grasping Lin Ku's hand and leading him to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Lady Funinsa? Lin Ku asked, puzzled. Take off your shoes and lie down on the bed. With a bitter smile, Lin Ku complied, removing his shoes and lying down. After a while, he heard the sound of shoes being removed and a soft, delicate form cautiously nestled beside him. The girl timidly lifted one of his large hands and placed it on her petite waist. Lady Fu Ningna. Lin Ku stared at her actions, momentarily stunned. Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to tell you not to give up so quickly. Fu Ningna's voice lacked its usual arrogance, becoming soft and fragile. She buried her small head in Lin Ku's embrace, curling up like a fluffy ball. If one tries hard enough, perhaps illusions can become reality. I may not allow you to buy a pillow, but I never said you couldn't hold me. You shameless Lin Ku. How fortunate for you. Just a hug. No other actions allowed. Her voice dwindled to a whisper before she finally let out a soft sound, falling silent. A crack echoed as something seemed to shatter. The man gazed tremulously at the girl in his arms. He had envisioned countless scenarios like this, yet when his wish suddenly materialized, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Suddenly, he sensed something moving on his face. He reached up to touch it, soft and warm. It was his own tears. If one strives diligently, can illusions truly become reality? Lin Ku was at a loss for answers, unable to discern a way forward. The sewer rat cannot bear the light. Once it has basked in the warmth of the sun, it can no longer endure the dampness of the underground. Lin Ku suddenly realized he was not as strong as he believed. He longed to survive, to live alongside the little fool, sharing cake, shopping, dating, traveling, playing games, cooking, singing, performing, watching plays, tasting wine in Mondstadt, reciting poetry in Liyue, and watching fireworks in Inazuma. There were countless things he yearned to do together. That day in Maripide, to save him, Fu Kalos sacrificed her divinity. Along with her divine descent came the suffocating weight of fate. The sea rose, and ultimately, everyone would dissolve into the ocean, leaving only the water deity weeping upon her throne, thus cleansing the sins of the people of Fontaine. She understood this was not salvation. To elevate one to divinity while simultaneously casting them into hell is an excruciating punishment for anyone. For him, it was merely exchanging execution for slow torture. As she had said, she saved many, but not him. In her crystalline heart, the girl curled up, crying helplessly. Lin Ku, I am sorry. Lin Ku quietly wiped his tears away and gently cradled the angelic girl in his arms. Lin Ku was a perfectionist, a utilitarian who sought to steer situations toward mutually beneficial outcomes. Yet this time, he could not fathom a way to achieve such a resolution. However, as a sinner well-versed in suffering, Lin Ku could be sufficiently cruel to himself. I am sorry, Fu. I'm ultimately not an idealist. The light of dreams cannot obscure the darkness within my heart. You can cook. I will simply wait to eat, Lin Ku said in the kitchen. Donned in a purple apron, while Fu Ningna, at his insistence, reluctantly wore a blue and white apron. Their aprons resembled a couple's set. One bore the image of a crab, while the other depicted a jellyfish. How utterly hideous! Why such childish cartoon patterns? They do not reflect the dignity of the water deity at all. Fu Ningna pouted in dissatisfaction, yet there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes, as if fearing she would hinder Lin Ku while cooking. Lady Fu Ninsa, you need to learn to cook as well, Lin Ku smiled, placing a small chef's hat atop her head. I can cook. Fu Ningna stood on a small stool, carefully adjusting the hat on Lin Ku's head. What do you cook? Lin Ku asked with curiosity. I can make pasta. My pasta is delicious, Fu Ningna proclaimed, though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Pasta? One cannot live solely on hollow noodles, can they? What if one grows weary of it? Lin Ku chuckled. If one grows weary of a particular sauce, one may simply switch to another, first indulging in ketchup, then savoring beef sauce, followed by sesame sauce. But what if one becomes fatigued by all sauces? In that case, return to the beginning and start the cycle anew. Moreover, is there not you to consider? Fu Ningna pouted her delicate lips, declaring that if the chef of Imo Mang Palace ceased to prepare dishes for her, she would seek out Lin Ku to cook for her instead. What if, at that moment, I am not present? Lin Ku bent down, obscured from her view at this angle. If you're absent, I shall still come looking for you. Fu Ningna extended her fair little hand and playfully struck Lin Ku's pert backside, exclaiming how delightful it was. What if you are impossible to find? The man's voice trembled slightly. If I cannot find you, I shall continue searching until I do. With a mischievous clap, Fu Ningna playfully smacked Lin Ku's rear 2 more times. What if I remain elusive? Lin Ku, you seem rather peculiar, Fu Ningna remarked, sensing an oddity. Why do you give me the impression of making arrangements for your demise? Surely not. A scoundrel such as I, who shows no reverence to the divine, should at least leave a notorious legacy. The man rose, once again wearing his signature mischievous grin. You troublesome Lin Ku, you have caused me unnecessary worry. My lady Fu Ningna, did you not just strike my backside thrice? Who instructed you to present it so enticingly? Fu Ningna's cheeks flushed, blaming him for tempting her. The man regarded the little fool, who stood on a stool and was still shorter than he. Fu, itrudia me frightened. What frightens you? Your temptations leave me genuinely anxious about my inability to resist. What temptations have I presented? Fu Ningna's rosy cheeks puffed out like little buns. Her hands perched on her slender waist. Lin Ku sighed in resignation, encircling the girl's petite waist with his large hand, opening his mouth wide as if to take a bite of the delectable little bun. My lady Fu Ningna, do you truly not realize how endearing you are? Lin Ku, what are you doing? You said you owed me 9 strikes. You have already planted over 20 kisses. Interest compounds upon interest. Oh, you naughty scoundrel. Resorting to trickery once more. Chapter 61. Judgment Day. Within the clandestine stronghold of the inn by Song Town, the prominent figures from Fontaine gathered around a large round table. The fourth seat of the Fatui executive, Il Chino, the grand sorcerer, Lin Ni, accompanied by his assistant, Lin Ni Te, the leader of the Nevia, the strongest dueling agent, Klondike, and the highest judge of Fontaine, Navelet. 3 photographs lay upon the table, each corresponding to a mural. The first depicted an individual kneeling in reverence, another mirroring the action behind them, with an island suspended in the sky before them. The second illustrated a group encircling a person fallen into water. The third portrayed an individual seated on a throne, weeping in despair. These murals revealed the prophecy troubling the people of Fontaine. One day, the waters of Fontaine shall rise, and all shall dissolve in the sea, leaving only the water god to weep upon the divine throne, thus purging the sins of the people of Fontaine. Miss Nevia, all who could come have arrived. Lin and I spoke softly, signaling the commencement of their gathering. Woolly-ossly, Nevia's brow furrowed. We must unite every force we can gather. Lord Leosley expressed his faith in the water god and, burdened with affairs in Melipitburg, chose not to attend this assembly. Lin and I's cool voice interjected. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped the assembly. They too wished to believe in the water god, yet the prophecy hung over them like a sword poised to strike. They could not stand idly by at such a critical juncture for Fontaine's survival. I shall be frank. Nevia surveyed the group, slightly nodding her head. A few days ago, El Chino and I discovered these 3 murals in a ruin nearby Songtown. To be precise, there were originally 4, but the first is currently unaccounted for. We suspect it has succumbed to the sea and is being salvaged by the diver, Fimini. Sequentially, I believe the individual leading others to kneel in penance is the former water god, Egelia, although the reason for her repentance remains unknown. Miss Nevia, why the sudden urgency to summon us? Klondike's brows knitted together. Ladies and gentlemen, I must confess. Nevia inhaled deeply. The water level in Baisong Town surged unexpectedly a few days ago, and we detected a particular substance within it. After analysis by the Fontaine Academy of Sciences, we confirmed it to be the primordial fetal seawater previously utilized in the creation of Less. Has the rise in water levels resulted in casualties? Navelet inquired softly. No. Nevia shook her head. Though the reason remains unclear, the water level quickly receded after its initial rise, despite the concentration of primordial fetal seawater reaching a small peak. It was not enough to dissolve anyone. Lord Navelet, I have also heard of the situation in Melipitburg. I do not wish to wait for casualties to occur before regretting our inaction. I believe we must take measures now. Nevia's gaze was intense. Lord Navelet, we require additional information. Navelet's vertical pupils darkened. After a moment of silence, he finally shook his head. Miss Nevia, I have had numerous discussions regarding the prophecy and primordial fetal sea with Miss Funingna. While I cannot fathom the reasons, I suspect Miss Funingna will not simply disclose the information she possesses. Thus, I wish to gather all of you, pooling our strengths to devise a trap. Nevia's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Lin and I stroked his chin, interest gleaming in his refined features. If possible, I hope your trap will be effective yet not perilous. I even wish for it to be gentle. Navelet's expression grew somber. The danger of a trap depends on the prey itself. Klondike's voice was cool as she lifted her head, seemingly comprehending something. Lord Navelet, you witnessed the situation in Melipitburg. Time does not permit us to hesitate any longer. We have given her ample opportunities. Navelet remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. I shall cooperate with your endeavors. Thank you for your support. Nevia felt a sense of relief. The primary objective of convening this assembly was to secure Navelet's backing and collaboration. Now, let us deliberate thoroughly on our respective responsibilities and finalize our plans expeditiously. Wait a moment, Miss Nevia, you have forgotten someone. Klondike suddenly interjected. In hunting, it is not only the traps that matter. The assistance among prey can also create significant variables when facing a pack of animals. Nevia paused, quickly grasping whom Klondike referred to. In the presence of that man's intellect, the so-called traps would appear futile. If you were to guard Fu Ningna's side, they would never succeed in luring the prey into the trap through deception. What if we wait for a moment when they're separated? Miss Navia, you might be disappointed. Klondike shook her head. Lin Ke has been inseparable from Lady Fu Ningna lately, having exhausted all special tickets from Mo Mang Palace to secure time with her. Will you not apprehend him? His methods are exceptionally cunning, leaving no trace at the scene. Yet he has used so many special tickets. Does that not constitute irrefutable evidence? He claims to have found them on the ground. Then you may confiscate the tickets, yet he could continue stealing. Navia's lips twitched slightly. Is Lin Ke truly so idle? I recall that the work at Jidong Embassy was rather demanding. However, Lin Ke has nurtured a particularly exceptional cadre. What makes them so special? Their abilities are remarkably strong, their energy boundless, and they even find joy in their labor. Most importantly, this individual listens to Lin Ke without question, almost unconditionally obeying any command given. A-Lin's expression remained impassive, making it difficult to imagine how she could utter such amusing words with such a cool demeanor. Nevea scratched her head, pondering if they might first fabricate a charge against Lin Ke. What charge? Stealing Lady Fu Ningna's cake? Lin Ke's attendant, Linite, sighed and scratched her head, acknowledging that even if a charge were concocted, Lin Ke would still be able to defend himself. A-Lin and Nevea fell into contemplation. In every prior incident, Lin Ke had stood with them, which led Nevea and A-Lin to overlook one crucial point. If Lin Ke were not their ally, but rather their adversary, he would undoubtedly be an exceedingly formidable opponent. Leave Lin Ke's issue to me, A-Lin proclaimed, arms crossed, her exquisite yet cold visage betraying a hint of pride. Is that acceptable? After all, I am the executive officer of Jidong, and I rank above him. Finding a reason to summon him should not be challenging. If all else fails, a flicker of light danced in A-Lin's eyes as crimson flames reminiscent of blood flickered between her fingers. Then I shall entrust this matter to you. Lady A-Lin, Nevea nodded, requesting that she exercise restraint if possible. Fear not, I am well aware of my limits. The man languidly yawned, proceeding with his usual morning routine of brushing his teeth, washing his face, and dressing, adorning himself with the aquamarine vision upon his chest. Gazing into the mirror at the elegant and noble man, Lin Ke's expression bore a hint of bitterness. Perhaps his greatest gratitude towards his parents lay in the fact that they bestowed upon him a relatively fine exterior. Exhaling a heavy breath, Lin Ke opened the door. Warm sunlight flooding his face, slightly blinding yet heralding a fine day ahead. What shall I do today? With such splendid weather, perhaps a fishing trip by the seaside? Maybe I could persuade Fu to don a swimsuit, though that silly girl is far too shy to agree. As Lin Ke mused, a stern female voice suddenly called from behind him. Lin Ke. The foolish smile on his face faded as he turned with a neutral expression to see a woman dressed in a finely tailored gown, her striking gray hair framing her poised figure, standing behind him. A-Lin's countenance was expressionless. Lin Ke, your senses have dulled. Is there something amiss? Lin Ke furrowed his brow, acknowledging that while A-Lin's words were somewhat sharp, he could not deny that his vigilance had indeed waned. Have you forgotten that the performance evaluation for Jidong is approaching? Isn't that still 2 months away? Lin Kiskiviko. Are you the sort who prefers to procrastinate until the very last moment? A-Lin's arms remained crossed. Al-Kunu. I have the right to manage my own free time, Lin Ke replied with dissatisfaction. Yet, one must first complete their duties. Al-Kunu. You ought to understand that you are not my superior. I have no obligation to report my work schedule to you. What? Do you truly believe there exists anything more significant than the tasks assigned by Her Majesty? A cold smile graced A-Lin's lips. Lin Ke. There is an ancient saying in Liyue. Those who are upright do not need to issue commands. Those who are not upright will not be followed, even if they do. As a supervisor tasked with ensuring the execution of duties, you ought to lead by example. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Ke remained silent, merely gazing into A-Lin's eyes, where a blood-red cross glimmered. The man understood something, and a familiar, elegant smile returned to his cold features. The hypocrite donned the mask of purity once more. Yet the expression beneath was anything but simple. Hypocrisy, coldness, pain, and nonchalance. Let us proceed. A-Lin, allow me to see how you have managed your tasks. When will you arrive, Linko? A series of urgent knocks echoed. Kumin. Outside stood a blonde woman, her expression fraught with anxiety. Lady Funingna, it is dire. Nevaeh, what has transpired? Funingna's heart sank, yet she forced herself to remain calm, gently assuring, Nevaeh, do not panic. Sit down and speak slowly. Lady Funingna, this morning, the water level in Baichong town began to rise abruptly. Nevaeh's eyes brimmed with tears. Many have been dissolved by the encroaching seawater. They turned into mere puddles, leaving no bodies behind. Lady Funingna, I implore you, save Baichong town. I beg of you, save us. If this continues, not only Baichong town, but all of Fontaine will inevitably be submerged. Has the water level been controlled? Funingna asked anxiously, is it still rising? It has been stabilized. A solemn voice emerged from behind Nevaeh, that of Wei Te, her expression grave. That is a relief. Funingna placed a hand on her chest, exhaling slightly. There is still time. There is still time. Lady Funingna, Wei Te's voice was stern and low. How long do you intend to conceal the truth from me? From Fontaine? Please, tell me what you know. A tremor coursed through her body, and Funingna stepped back, summoning her strength to lift her chin. Wei Te, mind your words. You are merely my subordinate, unqualified to question the deity of Fontaine. Lady Funingna, I beseech you, share what you know. We will find a solution together. Do you truly wish to watch the city drown, to see the people of Fontaine dissolve before your eyes? Nevaeh cried, tears streaming. I have my own plans. You need not act on your own. Do your job, and place your trust in your deity. Funingna's voice trembled slightly, yet she endeavored to maintain her authority. Chapter 62. The Defense of Innocence. Lady Funingna, pray tell, what have you done for Fontaine? Wei Te's eyes betrayed an unmistakable disappointment. I cannot, Lady Funingna. You have greatly disappointed me. You have failed to fulfill the responsibilities of a deity. Silence. Funingna could no longer contain her anguish and sorrow. Tears twinkling like stars streaming down her exquisite face. Veileute, I am the deity of Fontaine. I have never wronged Fontaine. I have tirelessly worked against that prophecy. Then please, enlighten me regarding the efforts you have made. You know nothing. Funingna yelled in anger, a sound akin to a lament or a desperate cry. Forcefully pushing aside Nevaeh and Wei Te, Funingna wiped her tears and ran in a determined direction. That was her sanctuary, her only refuge. Lin Ku, hold me once more. If you would, I could continue to endure. Watching the deity's retreating figure, Nevaeh's expression of indignation faded, and she shook her head in resignation, knowing she would surely seek out Lin Ku next. The seawater did not engulf Baichong town. She and Wei Te merely played their respective roles, one the villain and one the savior. Wei Te gently closed her eyes, seemingly unable to bear witnessing Funingna's impending fate. The manipulation of another's emotions to lure prey into a trap is indeed despicable and cruel. If it were possible, he truly wished to avoid such inhumane methods. With short strides, Funingna finally reached the familiar standalone villa after running several kilometers. Lin Kiskiviko. Are you there, Linko? I have come to see you. The girl pressed the doorbell forcefully, tears streaming down her face as she pounded on the cold, unyielding door. Much like a little girl yearning for the embrace of her family after being bullied by a wicked adversary. Mr. Link was not present. A familiar, chilling voice suddenly echoed in her ear, causing Funingna to momentarily freeze, hastily wiping the tears from her face, though her eyes remained slightly swollen from sorrow. Kelyu aligned? What are you doing here? I saw you running out from Mo Mang Palace and followed you all the way. Kelyu aligned replied with an expressionless face. Lady Funingna, are you looking for Mr. Link? Yes, indeed. I have something of great importance to discuss with him. Funingna nodded vigorously. Kelyu aligned. Do you know where Link has gone? Please follow me. Kelyu aligned nodded, leading Funingna through several narrow alleys until they arrived at a newly constructed small house. Where's this? This is a stronghold of the ambassador to the winter. Mr. Link is inside. Please go in, Kelyu aligned urged. All right, Funingna responded eagerly, stepping into the small room without a second thought, her desire to see him overwhelming. With a loud bang, the door was shut behind her, successfully ensnaring the prey in the trap. The room was dimly lit, with thick curtains covering the windows, and only a chandelier hanging from the ceiling provided illumination. In the center of the room stood a set of tables and chairs, where a tall, handsome man sat at the table, seemingly engrossed in writing something. Upon seeing the familiar figure of the man, the tears that Fu Nina had just managed to contain burst forth once more like a flood. "Link!" the girl cried as she threw herself into his embrace. "What is wrong? What has happened?" The man smiled, gently wiping away the tears from her face with his fair hand. "Link, Fu Nina's voice quivered, a torrent of words stuck in her throat, unable to be expressed. "Lady Fu Nina, I have heard about the incident in by Song Town." The man sighed bitterly. You know too?" The girl's eyes brimmed with tears. "Yes," the man replied softly. "Lady Fu Nina, I'm also very concerned about that prophecy regarding Fengdan. I wish to help you in any way I can. Please, try to rely on me. If there is anything you keep bottled up inside, do share it with me, and I will be here for you." Fu Nina's body stiffened, her eyes suddenly turning cold as she forcefully pushed the man's shoulder away. Her heart, which had just begun to beat again, now shattered like ice in a storm. "Shut up. You're not Link at all." Link would never mention that prophecy in her presence. This is utterly ridiculous. How dare he impersonate Link and exploit her feelings for him to deceive her? Fu Nina clenched her teeth tightly. Her delicate hands formed fists, and her pale skin turned slightly marbled with anger and grievance, veins faintly visible under the surface, her nails digging into her flesh. The man fell silent for a moment, and, as the flow of the wind elements halted, a slender figure replaced the originally tall silhouette. "Lady Fu Nina, please tell us the truth." Lionite lowered her head, guilt-ridden. "Everyone is truly worried. We will share your pain and become your strength. Be quiet." Fu Nina glared coldly at the cat-eared girl. "I do not need your help, nor do I wish for your pity. All you need to do is fulfill your own duties honestly." "Lady Fu Nina, must you be so stubborn?" Lionite pressed. "This is not stubbornness. It is my choice." Fu Nina inhaled deeply, a proud expression returning to her face. "Lionite, who sent you here? Where is Link? Where is he now?" In the face of Fu Nina's stern inquiries, Lionite remained silent for a moment, then reluctantly lifted a small hand to gently knock on the inner wall of the room. "Let us begin." With a crack, the once solid wall crumbled like cardboard, blinding light spilling through the gaps. Cheers and jubilant voices erupted from the exuberant crowd of the Fengdan people. The original urban landscape vanished, revealing the splendid stage of the Opera de Ubikila before Fu Nina's eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, my warm-up performance has concluded." Lionite smiled with the charm of blooming peach blossoms, her slender fingers adorned with cards depicting black cats, flickering like serpents. "Now that we can commence the divine judgment." On the elevated stage, the girl's petite figure trembled slightly as she gazed up at the audience, vast enough to stretch to the horizon. This was the courtroom she had constructed for herself. So sudden was the moment that the dreamlike illusion shattered entirely, and the protagonist of the story had to fulfill her duty, drawing a definitive pause to the absurd drama that had persisted for 5 centuries. The girl gently closed her eyes, and when those captivating orbs opened once more, a serene smile graced her exquisite face. Standing tall under the dazzling spotlight, she removed her hat and bowed elegantly to all present. "I preside over the laws of the universe, heralding the song of justice. At this moment, I am the true embodiment of divinity. Ah, my dear subjects, I commend your efforts for the sake of drama. However, I am the goddess of justice, Fukalosi, the very incarnation of justice. Do you dare to judge justice itself? How utterly absurd. Lady Fu Nina, may I interpret your words as a refusal of judgment?" A deep, authoritative voice resonated from above, deepening the shadows in Fu Nina's eyes. "That Vilith has arrived as well. This time, even he does not stand by my side. Lady Fu Nina, you will have a chance to defend your honor through combat." No sooner had the man finished speaking than violent lightning surged upon the stage, and a statuesque, coldly elegant beauty wielding a sword ascended the platform. Fu Nina looked at Kellioline before her, her smile growing ever more radiant, as if the mere act of smiling could alleviate the suffering within her. Fu Nina raised her hands. "Very well, your persistence shall at least receive my acknowledgement." She maintained her smile, keen to satisfy their curiosity and enrich the narrative with drama. I am willing to accept your judgment. I shall protect you all. Fu Nina clapped her small hands together. Now then, my beloved subjects, what charges do you wish to bring against the goddess of justice? Nuia stepped forward, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Nina. Lady Fu Nina, you are not truly the water god, are you? How could she possibly? Nuia, or should I call you the leader of the Thorn Rose Society? Do you truly comprehend the gravity of your words? Fu Nina laughed artidi, as if hearing the most ridiculous joke. I have held this position for 5 centuries, 500 years. The name of Fu Colosi is known throughout Fongdan. If I am not the water god, then who is? No, that cannot be. My disguise has always been flawless. Lady Fu Nina, if you truly are the water god, why did you do nothing when you were present in Melopetberg? The relief efforts in Melopetberg were executed splendidly, and everything was under my control. The facts prove that no one suffered casualties. Then why did you not know the reasons for the guilty verdict when the judgment was passed on the winter executed Dardalia? I stated before, the decisions of the gods are beyond mortal comprehension, and I own no explanations. Lady Fu Nina, the authoritative voice resounded once more, as Vilith spoke calmly. In the courtroom, judgment itself should reign supreme. Before you become a deity, you must first be today as defendant. If you fail to recount the facts you know in accordance with the rules of the court, your situation will become exceedingly dire. How can you utter such words? This is not mere rhetoric, Madame Fanina. These are the rules of the court that command reverence from all. Fanina furrowed her brow and conceded, very well. I admit that I do not know the reasons for the guilt of the executor's son. The adjudicating mechanism has made decisions independently since its inception. But does the malfunction of divine creation allow one to question the authenticity of the divine? Is that not absurd, Valit? Suddenly, Navia interjected. Since you insist on being the true water deity, why not demonstrate your divine power? My countenance stiffened. With so many citizens of Fontaine present, I could not recklessly wield divine might. Madame Fanina, if necessary, I can extend protection towards the audience. Well, I shall confess and reveal another truth to you all. To invigorate everyone's lives and ensure their happiness, I relinquish my divine power, transforming all my strength into the energies of law and retribution. Behold, how great and selfless a deity I am. Navia sighed, observing the girl on stage who was forcing herself to maintain composure, and ultimately shook her head in resignation. The situation had indeed escalated to this point. Madame Fanina, since you adamantly assert your divinity rather than your humanity, there exists a method to at least dispel the suspicion that you are an ordinary citizen of Fontaine. I have brought some seawater from Baisong Town. According to your own assertions, as a deity, touching this seawater should have no adverse effects, only serving as compelling evidence to prove your identity. However, should you hesitate, your fabrications will crumble. Fanina's complexion turned pale in an instant, and, just as Navia finished speaking, 2 members of the Black Rose Society approached the stage of the Op-Ra Epiclea, carrying a basin of seawater. Madame Fanina, I must remind you that no one wishes to witness your dissolution in the water. I hope you will not act rashly. Admitting your guilt often proves far simpler. The crowd's skepticism pierced the girl's heart like 1,000 sharp blades. Why? Why must you force me? Why must you force me? Trembling, Fanina stepped before the basin of seawater, its deep azure surface reflecting a wan and scarred visage. Clinging to a slender hope, she raised her gaze to the audience, who were all fixated on her, eager to see her plunge her hand into the basin containing the primordial seawater, despite their ignorance of its true implications. It is over. It must come to an end. 5 centuries of perseverance, 5 centuries of performance. I am sorry, Link. Protecting so many is exhausting, truly exhausting. If possible, in the next life, I wish only to remain by your side. May I ask one last question? Fanina inhaled deeply, prepared for her impending fate. You may. What of Link? Is he safe? Lord Link is presently with His Excellency, Madame Fanina. Rest assured, His Excellency will maintain discretion. Lord Link. Clang. Before Linny could complete her sentence, a tremendous hole suddenly erupted in the ceiling of the Op-Ra Epiclea. All things possess their fractures. That is where the light enters. If not, let one be created. Warm sunlight cascaded upon the girl's petite form as a massive blue-gold cross, akin to a purifying thunderbolt descending from the heavens, struck the basin of primordial seawater, shattering the surrounding wooden floor into ruins. The shock wave swept through, and as the dust settled, a man stood upon the cross. The man possessed a strikingly handsome visage, his dark purple hair slightly tousled, adorned in a pristine white robe. His countenance indifferent as he stepped upon the cross embedded in the ground. Who, besides the noble, is worthy of white garments? Link stood against the light, his profound gaze dripping with disdain, casting a terrifying pressure over the audience, as if a colossal being upon a divine throne surveyed the multitude below. The cross bore intricate, ancient patterns alive with detail, a graceful maiden dancing elegantly on one side, and a striking man seated upon a divine throne, weeping indifferently on the other. Most crucially, numerous delicate chains extended from the cross, binding a blood-soaked woman, her face shrouded in filth. Her body was marred by various wounds, and the divine eye, crimson as blood, flickered perilously close to extinguishment. The fourth-seat servant of the fool's executives. The audience fell into a hushed silence, bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet, as fate would have it, the drama on stage took a stunning turn. The male protagonist, positioned at the forefront of the stage, bore a devilish smile, extending a fair hand to remove the divine eye from his chest. A dreamlike, glass-like radiance flickered as the gem gradually distorted, ultimately transforming into a pawn radiating a faint blue aura. The heart of the water deity. The return from the storm, the shadow of the king begins to unveil. My intentions and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is for justice. From the divine throne. The man's cold voice fell like the guillotine upon the necks of the people of Fontaine. You who bear guilt, are you worthy to judge the God of justice? Chapter 63, The Divine Throne. Lord Link, that is the heart of the water deity, Madame Fanina. Why is the heart of Madame Fanina in Lord Link's possession? Could it be that Link has usurped the heart of Madame Fanina? Indeed, after all, Link is. In an instant, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. And at that moment, a solemn voice echoed. Link, how is it that the heart of the water deity resides in your hands? Link smiled indifferently. Valit, with the information capabilities of a shadow court, you should be well aware. The so-called Winter Envoy was merely a facade to conceal my identity. My true role is that of the inspector dispatched by Her Majesty to Fontaine. When the executives fail in their duties or harbor dissent, the inspector is obligated to oversee them. El Chino, consumed by personal desires, abandoned her task of seizing the heart of the deity and defied Her Majesty's will. Thus, I deemed it necessary to impose a small punishment. Link lifted his gaze towards the highest judge seated in judgment. From this moment forth, I shall oversee the task of seizing the heart of the water deity from Fontaine. The elegant noble stood in the spotlight, revealing his fangs. Valit's violet eyes narrowed. Even he could not process such a tremendous shift. With meticulous planning, he had cultivated an image, gradually earning the trust of all. When the angel tears off the mask, the visage revealed will be far more grotesque than that of a demon. Ha ha! Are you not curious why Fanina has not acted? Do you not wonder where the true water deity resides? A bunch of fools. She is utterly incapable. The answer is simple. It is I. I have usurped the position of the water deity. It is I. I am the new water deity of Fontaine. Link, you have lost your mind. Navia exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the man on stage. Return the heart to Madame Fanina. Foolish wretch, do not deceive yourself any longer. Do you truly believe I am a good person? Amidst the clamor, the tumultuous flashes of lightning illuminated the scene as a thrusting sword traversed several meters in an instant, directly piercing the hand of Lin Ku, which clutched the heart of God. To Clawlin's astonishment, the sword easily embedded itself into the man's arm. Yet what made her pupils constrict was the absence of any blood spilling forth from the wound. The man smiled indifferently, and the blue-golden chains unfurled like a spider's web, swiftly penetrating Clawlin's limbs. As the surging power of water gathered in Lin Ku's hands, he delivered a punch that resoundingly struck the woman's abdomen. Her cheeks puffed out, and despite Clawlin's desperate attempt to seal her lips, blood still spilled from her mouth, her voluptuous form soaring into the audience like a severed kite, crashing down to create a deep pit. At this moment, the previously indifferent spectators finally displayed expressions of terror. The strongest duelist of Fontaine had been defeated in a single exchange. The eyes of the various elemental gods simultaneously shone with intensity, the searing reddish-brown arrows, the sharp emerald blades of wind, the heavy ochre projectiles, and the chilling white-blue waves of ice. In an instant, a multitude of elemental attacks poured forth like a tempest, relentlessly bombarding the composed man on stage. A solemn voice reverberated, rallying the crowd with a sense of urgency, urging those without the eye of God to retreat towards the exit. The blue light flickered in Violet's vertical pupils as a massive aqua-blue magic circle formed beneath Lin Ku's feet. In the next heartbeat, a purifying blue column of water descended from the heavens, seemingly intent on washing away the sins of the guilty. The water element's forbidden spell surged forth. A blinding blue light illuminated the venue, and just as everyone believed that the usurper would be annihilated by Violet's full-force strike, a colossal ice-blue egg, measuring 20 meters in diameter, took the man's place, resting quietly at the center of the stage. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful heartbeat resonated like a drumbeat, striking at the anxious hearts of all present. A crack appeared on the egg. An icy blast erupted, engulfing the surroundings, causing the temperature of the op-ra to peak to plummet by at least 10 degrees. The north wind howled, and a scaled dragon claw emerged from the fissure. Just as the onlookers braced themselves, readying various attacks for the impending monster, another resounding crack echoed as the eggshell shattered halfway. Yet, when they peered inside, they found it empty save for some viscous blood. "Be careful. Above you." Lin and I reacted instantly, calling out sharply, but before he could finish, an ice-blue giant claw descended from above, forcefully driving the boy into the depths of the ground as if nailing him down. Lynette's eyes turned red, and she charged forward with her sword drawn, only to be met with a breath of icy wind capable of freezing life itself. Under the extreme cold, the girl swiftly transformed into a statue of ice, and at that moment, the spectators finally had the time to confront the creature that had taken residence on stage. Its vast yet graceful body exuded an explosive beauty of supreme power, muscles developed to perfection, and ice-blue rhomboid scales shimmered like a splendid natural armor, far surpassing any crafted masterpiece. The cold, handsome visage bore a pair of deep, golden-hued vertical pupils, while silver fangs peeked from its lips, resembling unparalleled blades, exuding an absolute sharpness capable of shattering all in existence. Thick blue-golden chains coiled around its limbs and neck, the overwhelming judgment power transcending 5 centuries, vowing to cleanse all guilty souls in the world. This was not merely a monster. This was the culmination of an optimized formula, the sovereign of the jungle's law, the ultimate being above perfection, the Ice Dragon King. Upon grasping the authority of the water deity, Lin Ku had cultivated a certain structural capability within his own body. Through relentless purification, he had elevated the purity of his Morgan bloodline to an impressive 513. His cold, indifferent golden eyes slowly opened, revealing a mouth filled with blood. "Everyone, retreat!" Violet bellowed, and at that moment, a massive azure dragon positioned itself in front of the frost dragon's breath. The icy stream collided with the water column, yet due to the suppression of elemental reactions, the water was frozen in segments, clearly at a disadvantage. "I will do my utmost to hold him back. The farther everyone retreats, the better." "Retreat? Is that even possible?" The man's apathetic voice echoed like a devil's chant. "Violet, though we are both second-generation Dragon Kings, do not forget that I bear the power of the water god." No sooner had he spoken than tens of thousands of Judas fell from the sky like shooting stars, a massive light membrane rapidly extending from beneath his feet, intertwining with the Judas anchors, spreading nearly 100 kilometers in an instant, enveloping all of Fontaine and trapping those who had previously fled. The judgment of the god of justice descended at that moment. "No, please. I do not wish to die. Someone, save me." "Who will save me? HM? Is it dawn? Why are you running?" Amidst the cries of despair, the gears of Judas turned, and blue-golden chains began to emerge from the opening metal mechanisms. Lin Ku, why do you slaughter the innocent? Is this the will of the ice god? Do you not realize that your actions will provoke a significant diplomatic incident? As long as I eliminate all of you, there will be no need for diplomacy. You have lost your mind. Violet, Egeria transformed pure water spirits into humans using the original womb of the sea. This is the origin of the Fontaine people, and it is also her sin. What I am doing now is merely atoning for the sins she left behind. I will eradicate all Fontaine people. Fontaine is just the first. The second will be White Pine Town, the third Melapeterburg, and the fourth a sudden, piercing sound interrupted him. The man's boisterous voice abruptly ceased. A trickle of crimson blood dripped from his lips, staining the pristine scales. The strange weapon has ceased to move. Look to the sky. It is Lord Fukalos. Oh, Lord Fukalos has not abandoned us. It is Lord Fukalos come to our rescue. The great Lord Fukalos indeed had a contingency in place. I knew it. I knew that Lady Fonina would never forsake her people. Oh, Lady Fonina, I am so sorry for doubting you. Above the Op-Ra de Peak, a golden projection radiated with a divine light reminiscent of an angel, as countless Fontaine citizens wept and knelt before the overwhelming divine presence, expressing their gratitude. As the projection's hands formed intricate seals, the chains binding the frost dragon tightened and constricted. Its limbs were firmly locked by resilient blue-golden chains, and a cold divine throne manifested behind it. The man struggled frantically, yet was ultimately bound to the water god's throne. As a massive blue sword gradually took shape above his neck, Violet stood frozen, staring at the man bound to the divine throne, not shocked by the dramatic twist of fate, but rather realizing with his perception of the water elemental force that the so-called Fukalos was merely an image created by Lin Ku's projection of divine power. Is he judging himself? Lin Ku ceased his struggles, suddenly aware of something, and looked down. In the ruins of the Op-Ra de Peak, a petite figure stood dazedly in place. She did not scream or flee. She merely stood there, blankly gazing at him. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking the luxurious fabric of her attire. His performance was superb, but he could not deceive her. She was acutely aware of the essence of his character. Hypocritical? Shameless? Cunning? Malicious? No, he was none of these. He was merely a wretched soul, brutalized by fate. He was just a fool yearning for love and the warmth of being loved. As he gazed upon the delicate figure before him, despite his incessant self-reassurance to remain strong, tears from those profound violet eyes betrayed him, cascading down his cheeks. I am sorry, Fufu. I truly am sorry. I am not as good as you imagine. I am indeed a great villain. I have brought about my mother's demise. I have harmed my siblings. My body is tainted and impure. I cannot give you my first time. I lack the strength and the intelligence. I am powerless to break this curse. Yet, I possess the capability to accomplish other deeds. After today, your soul shall be whole, and you need not play the role of a deity anymore. You shall be free to pursue your desires. The people of Fengdan shall forever remember your kindness. They will stand by your side, and they will recall that it was you who judged the usurper of the divine throne, and it was you who saved them at the crucial moment. It was you who shattered the prophecy that condemned everyone to death. You have safeguarded Fengdan for 5 centuries and should not be slandered by the shameless. I am truly sorry, Fu, that I cannot accompany you further. Do not grieve for me, nor feel sorrow. I am but a self-deceiving hypocrite, and there are many men in this world far better than I. You deserve to meet someone worthy. From here on, the narrative shall unfold as you have envisioned. After the collapse of the water god's throne, that way Lai Te shall regain the ancient dragon's dominion, transforming the very essence of the Fengdan people from pure water spirits into humans. He is a trustworthy individual. I believe he will protect Fengdan and safeguard you. Upon the lofty throne, Link clasped the radiant heart of God tightly against his chest. Though he lacked formidable power, he could be sufficiently ruthless with himself. Fu, pursue the light. I shall follow you. Chapter 64. The Fall of Heaven. The coldly handsome man sat high upon the divine seat, shedding tears of indifference. He was the third and final water god of the Water Nation, the god of justice until death. Link gently closed his eyes, and his tears streamed down his cheeks. A trace of a relieved smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. I have no remorse for my deeds. The power of judgment, embodying 500 years of Fengdan's authority, crystallized into a colossal azure blade suspended above the man's head. With a thunderous roar, the man's battered body and the throne beneath him erupted, shattering into countless translucent shards, leaving only a faintly glowing heart of justice. Snowflakes fluttered gently from the sky. The sinner had finally met his end, and this absurd drama had reached its conclusion. The sinner had contemplated many ways, yet ultimately, he found himself powerless. The creatures of the earth could not transgress the laws of heaven. Natural justice cannot be challenged. For a moment, everything seemed to slow down. The absurd yet epic drama, having reached its climax, was expected to conclude, but just before reaching the end, a massive ice-blue dragon claw suddenly emerged from the void. Accompanied by an intense chill capable of freezing time, forcefully pausing the narrative. Countless shards hung suspended in the air, and approximately 1/9 of them, drawn by the supreme power of ice, coalesced into a slender figure. The forbidden magic of ice elements traced back through time. Link gazed upward in astonishment, unable to believe the frost dragon before him. Father? The frost dragon's golden vertical pupils glimmered with pride, and within its left eye, a resplendent ice element mark shone, an eye of the ice god, the divine right of kings, executing the will of the gods. The frost dragon opened its mouth slightly, seemingly about to speak, but before it could utter a word, dark clouds suddenly spiraled together in the sky, with violent arcs of electricity coursing through them, ultimately revealing a crimson-golden spear of thunder. The spear exuded a chilling presence, its concentrated elemental power distorting and tearing the surrounding space, creating deep black fissures like a spider's web. Such power from the heavens, even in the slightest measure, could obliterate life on earth. Natural justice is neither foolish nor allows itself to be deceived by mortals. Thus, it unleashed this thunderous divine punishment capable of purging all sins. The flickering hope was swiftly extinguished, and under the might of natural justice, all potential variables vanished, plunging the situation back into a deadlock. Challenging the authority of natural justice is not a feat that can be accomplished by one or two individuals, not even at the cost of life or soul. The frost dragon gazed at the sky, its golden vertical pupils glimmering with a hint of mockery. It did not flee, but instead folded its wings, cradling Link within its embrace, much like Link had protected Fu Ning Na. The power of the thunder spear surged, rapidly escalating its might, clearly preparing to strike down the frost dragon along with Link. Elemental forces crystallized as the divine spear descended. At that moment, a colossal shadow, vast enough to obscure the sky, loomed over the frost dragon. All remained frozen in place, gazing upward. It was a colossal azure dragon, nearly 10,000 meters long, its imposing form nearly engulfing the entire gray sky. It expelled purifying waters from its maw, coalescing into a towering pillar that halted the merciless thunder spear in its tracks. The clash of chaotic energy persisted for over 10 minutes, the pale purple vertical pupils twinkling like stars. With a mighty roar, the azure dragon summoned two immense blue magical arrays that materialized beside it. Two slightly smaller jets of water erupted from the arrays, akin to siege crossbows, piercing deeply into the swirling dark clouds. The sixth seat of the original sea's vengeful retribution. Water cleanses the land, shattering the azure domain. This is my true form. I am a complete dragon. I am capable of judging the rest of the gods. The thunder dissipated, and the clouds were torn asunder by the torrents of water. The azure dragon soared between heaven and earth, its boundless wings slicing through the vast sky. The relentless justice was utterly extinguished from this moment forth. Merciful justice would guard this weathered land. Sunlight streamed through the rifts in the clouds, and the majestic decree echoed in the hearts of all. The highest adjudicator, Wei Lai Te, proclaimed, the water god, Link Morgan, Fu Ning Na of Fengdan, and all the people of Fengdan are innocent. He declared that no person in this world should be deemed guilty. And thus, the world was cleansed. Wei Lai Te looked down upon Fengdan, a faint smile gracing his handsome and noble visage. Link, thank you. Fu Kalos, thank you. After searching high and low without success, today I finally realize I am myself. From now on, I shall watch over Fongdan. In the splendid chamber, Link cradled the unconscious Fu Ning Na in his arms, gazing curiously at the striking man with blue hair and golden eyes before him. Do not worry. She divided her soul into two halves to separate the divine essence. The merging of the two souls will not be instantaneous. She shall awaken in a few days. The man, weary from casting such powerful magic, settled into a chair. Thank you. Link nodded slightly, but could not resist asking, Father, you do not seem to be the person I remember. Link, our communication has been scarce, and it is only natural you hold misunderstandings about me. Dawson gazed quietly at Link, pondering what a true strong man ought to embody in one's eyes. Should it be an icy heart, a severance of emotions, or unwavering conviction? Link, it is time to shed the mindset of the weak. A genuine strongman does not dwell on the appearance of strength. Whether one is hypocritical or sentimental, such matters are inconsequential. The sole reason a strong man becomes strong is simply that they possess sufficient strength. Father, that is the way of heaven, he stated. The way of heaven cannot be opposed. Who told you that? Is it not so, Father? If that violet had not intervened, someone else would have. Link was momentarily taken aback, lifting his head. The man possessed a strikingly handsome, yet cold demeanor. Yet within his proud vertical pupils shone a unique, unyielding golden light emblematic of a true strongman. Self-sacrifice is the path chosen by the deities of Fontaine. However, Link, do not forget we are the ZHDing. The man's voice resonated like a thunderous hammer, shattering the rusted chains within Link's heart. We are the ZHDing. In an instant, Link awakened to a realization. He raised his head and straightened his back, his deep purple eyes radiating a sharp brilliance akin to that of his father. We are the ZHDing, unyielding, defying the heavens. Gently placing the girl resting in his arms onto a soft sofa, Link placed his right hand over his left chest, humbly kneeling on one knee. His gentle yet resolute voice echoed within the room. Thus, the cowardly hypocrite transformed into a true warrior, determined to protect those he loves and who love him. Inspector Link Morgan, I vow to follow Her Majesty the Queen to the death. We are the ZHDing, deep within the primordial womb of the ocean. A woman quietly observed the star-swallowing whale, ensnared by chains and languishing like a salted fish on the seabed. Well, as long as it's not dead. Finally, the main storyline has been completed. Countless versions of the ending have been contemplated, but ultimately, this one remained. In that moment, there were countless thoughts to convey, yet expressing them proved challenging. First, I must apologize. When this book was initiated, it was indeed intended to be a simple daily narrative. However, due to certain personal factors, I incorporated a significant amount of main storyline, which has left some readers feeling frustrated. As a writer, I bear two notable regrets. The first is that due to my skill level, I often struggle to articulate my emotions with the appropriate words. The second is that even when I do express my feelings, receiving acknowledgement remains elusive. There are times I've considered simply writing a straightforward daily account, sharing affection and sweetness. What harm could that do? Why labor over intricate plots that yield little reward? Occasionally, I find myself disheartened by certain reviews, wondering why readers do not spend just a little more time with my work. Am I truly that unappealing? Yet, despite these thoughts, I could not restrain myself. I continued to pen what I wished to see. I hope that one day, my aesthetic sensibilities will align with those of the readers. I am grateful for your understanding and support, and I shall strive to improve. Lastly, I kindly request a review. Thank you all. Chapter 65. Cohabitation in the fireplace home of Fontaine. The dimly lit room resembled a bar counter, where a glass filled with a crimson liquid rested. Link, clad in a refreshing linen shirt, sat somewhat bored at the bar, quietly observing the ice cubes in his glass as they gradually melted. Though A-Lin often presented a facade of a cold, commanding woman, her funds were meager, and the base lacked any cooling equipment, leaving one's head throbbing from the heat. With a sudden creak, the door of the base swung open, revealing a tall, stoic beauty who entered. However, unlike her usual composed demeanor, A-Lin was now wrapped in bandages, her gait slightly unsteady. Upon witnessing her disheveled state, Link awkwardly rose from his seat, intending to assist her. only to receive a fierce glare from the oblivious woman. "Your case has been resolved," A-Lin remarked with a scoff, producing a fine piece of parchment from her cloak. "Inspector Link, I await your command," Link replied, momentarily taken aback, his expression turning serious as he respectfully knelt. Given the gravity of the situation, although Link's actions did not amount to treason, they did constitute a serious abuse of public authority. "Inspector Link, do you have any objections?" A-Lin's voice was cold. Link's expression, once grave, shifted to one of astonishment as the final verdict was revealed, a look of joy soon lighting up his features as he declared, "Inspector Link Morgan, I am willing to comply with Her Majesty's arrangements." Rising, Link accepted A-Lin's parchment, straightening his attire slightly. A half-year of leave was indeed a delightful prospect. However, what was this about rebellion? "Wait a moment," A-Lin's indifferent voice interrupted, causing Link to halt in his tracks. Unbeknownst to him, the temperature in the room had risen several degrees. His gaze finally settled on the crimson flame in A-Lin's hand, his deep purple eyes gleaming with restraint. Unlike Linny and Lynette, A-Lin's combat prowess approached that of a deity. Link had been unable to hold back, nor had he wished to. Link had severely injured A-Lin. Yet would he apologize for injuring her or allow her to retaliate? Certainly not. Regardless of the circumstances, A-Lin was one of the hunters who had originally set the trap. They had sacrificed the semblance of justice to achieve their goals and, thus, must face the consequences. Just as a murderer should be prepared for retribution. When a sinner commits a transgression, they must acknowledge that judgment will eventually befall them. The vision on Link's chest emitted a misty blue light, an oppressive atmosphere radiating outward from him. In this moment, A-Lin, wounded, found herself pitted against Link, who preferred to confront the weak and vulnerable. Ultimately, Link relaxed his clenched fist, his expression one of reluctant acceptance. He understood the rationale, yet reason was not always applicable. If he knew he was assaulting a sickly, injured woman, Fu would likely be displeased. Link maintained a defensive stance, while A-Lin's fiery fist struck forcefully against his chest. Bang! Link was momentarily stunned. The anticipated elemental impact did not come. Though puzzled, he utilized the power of water to envelop his body, finding no curses or toxins invading him. A-Lin had not wielded elemental power. She had merely struck him with her bare fist. Link wished to inquire further, but A-Lin coldly interjected. "It's settled." The woman turned gracefully, making her way toward the exit of the base. Had she not been limping, she might have appeared quite dignified. "Father, allow me to assist you," Link offered. "No need. Father, I have a wheelchair at home. I do not require such a thing." Voices from Linny and Fimini echoed from outside the door, while a charming little cat peeked through the crack, bashfully scratching its head at Link. The man smiled gently, waving his hand in a considerate gesture, remaining in place until A-Lin had departed before finally leaving himself. This woman undoubtedly wished to conceal her vulnerable appearance from him. A-Lin, who was determined to be strong. Link understood that Her Majesty the Queen's seemingly lenient punishment likely stemmed from his colleague's commendation. "Quite well. Everything is settled." Link had no intention of entangling himself in any peculiar relationship with a woman burdened with 3 children. Whistling a cheerful tune, he strode briskly toward his home. For today held special significance for him. Were it not for the decorum expected of an adult, he might have sprinted with abandon. At the entrance of the villa lay a sizable suitcase, upon which sat a young girl clad in white, her exquisite features illuminated by the sun. With her eyes gently closed and skin as fair as snow, her long blue and white hair was tied back in a simple ponytail, shimmering with a silvery glow in the sunlight, reminiscent of a solitary lily of the valley blooming in the world. Such a serene and beautiful scene would enchant anyone who chanced upon it, leaving them lost in a reverie. How infuriating! Why hasn't A-Lin arrived yet? He promised to come at 4. The girl, Fu Na, thought to herself, feeling exhausted from maintaining her pose for over half an hour. "Fu Na," a man's voice suddenly called from a distance. "Ah!" the girl exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight as she instinctively sought to leap into his embrace. However, recalling the effort she had put into this moment, she restrained her excitement and maintained her position. "Fu, why are you sitting here? Don't you have the keys to your house?" Lin Ku queried, perplexed by Fu Ning Na's seemingly foolish act of sunbathing atop her suitcase instead of moving it inside. Fu Ning Na gazed at him with a wistful expression, shielding her eyes from the glaring sunlight with her delicate hand. Today's sunlight is exceptionally radiant. Lin Ku's lips twitched as he comprehended her sentiment. He approached her, squatting beside the suitcase, and mimicked her gesture by shielding his head with his hand, adopting a melodramatic expression. The wind today is rather boisterous as well. Huh, Lin Ku, are you being overly dramatic? It's hilarious. How can you, being so grown up, say something so childish? As Fu Ning Na stifled her laughter, Lin Ku, feeling exasperated, ruffled her hair, realizing that his good-natured cooperation had resulted in her teasing him. Fu, did you apply sunscreen? Don't let the sun darken your skin after being out here for so long. Right. Fu Ning Na quickly jumped off the suitcase and scurried into the shade of the eaves, her cheeks slightly flushed. It's all your fault for being late. My apologies. As compensation, how about I prepare a grand meal for the esteemed Fu Ning Na? Lin Ke replied with a wry smile, acknowledging that he too had been stood up by A-Lin Nuo, although he couldn't blame her since she was currently unable to move easily. That sounds better. As a star of my caliber moving in with you, we ought to celebrate. Your presence elevates my humble abode. I am profoundly grateful. Fu Ning Na huffed lightly, retrieving her keys from her pocket to unlock the door, while Lin Ke picked up her suitcase and carried it inside. It's still early. Shall we tidy up a bit? Lin Ke suggested tentatively. Sure, Fu Ning Na replied, her cheeks rosy as she followed him upstairs. As they walked, she curiously pointed at a room Lin Ke had just passed. Lin Ke, isn't the bedroom over here? Fu, this is my bedroom. I prepared a new room for you as your bedroom. Or do you prefer to stay in mine? Both rooms have similar lighting, though the new one is slightly smaller. Lin Ke patiently explained. I renovated it specifically, but it still lacks the ambience of Mo Mangong. If it feels too small, I can always buy a larger villa, if that is acceptable to you. Fu Ning Na's gaze drifted, her cheeks growing even rosier as she stammered. I'm not that picky. This house is quite nice. All right then, Fu, make yourself at home. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll get it. Okay. Fu Ning Na nodded enthusiastically and curiously entered the room Lin Ke had prepared for her. The room's walls were adorned in a soft blue hue, tidy and spacious, with everything meticulously organized. A plush round bed occupied 1/6 of the space, while the remainder housed a wardrobe, bedside table, and vanity, alongside 2 elegant display cabinets. In one cabinet, photographs depicted a girl with poise and calmness, a gentle smile gracing her delicate face, akin to a divine being. The other cabinet showcased a variety of whimsical trinkets and numerous photographs that captured Fu Ning Na in endearing moments, whether pouting or stamping her feet in frustration, embodying the essence of an ordinary little girl. Considering that Fu Ning Na would bring her own belongings, Lin Ke had made only a simple arrangement. By the way, Fu, did you bring a blanket and pillow? No, I didn't she admitted, her cheeks flushing as she had initially thought not to worry. I prepared some. Lin Ke winked with his deep purple eyes, smiling as he retrieved a set of pillows and bedding from the cupboard and laid them on the round bed. I thought you might prefer your own, so I didn't take them out. What do you think? Isn't that considerate? Fu Ning Na rolled her eyes playfully. You silly Lin Ke, consider my foot. I never intended to bring any. It's too late today. I'll ask Kaluo Linda to bring them over tomorrow. All right. Lin Ke nodded with a smile. You can get familiar with the room now. I'll go prepare dinner. I'll help you. Fu Ning Na volunteered, patting her chest confidently. Is that all right? Of course. While I may not excel in many things, I can certainly cook. Lin Kiskiviko smiled warmly, bending down to embrace the small girl gently. He rested his head on her shoulder, cherishing the delicate fragrance of her hair. This is wonderful. I can continue to stay by your side. Truly, it is splendid. Initially intending to tease Lin Ke for his childlike demeanor, Fu Ning Na's heart softened upon seeing the glimmer of unshed tears in his eyes. She extended her delicate hand, gently stroking his head, realizing he had done so much for her. Fu, and what is it? Since our souls have merged, have there been any changes compared to before? Well, I've learned many memories, but I feel no different. I am still me, Fu Ka Luo Si, and also Fu Ning Na. That is good. Lin Ku sighed in relief, his previously taut heartstrings beginning to relax. However, I do sense some changes. The girl's voice broke the momentary silence, causing Lin Ku's heart to race anew. What changes? He asked, his voice trembling slightly. Seeing Lin Ku's anxious demeanor, Fu Ning Na smiled gently, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. With a blush on her cheeks, she leaned in and whispered in his ear, I feel like I like you even more now. In the spacious, clean kitchen, the duo, one large and one small, donned matching aprons and chef hats, akin to a surgeon and an assistant preparing for a procedure. What are we making today? Fu Ning Na inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she adjusted Lin Ku's slightly askew chef hat. First, we'll prepare dinner, and then some desserts. Lin Ku smiled and remarked that, compared to the general art of stir-frying, the creation of desserts, while somewhat intricate, is indeed far less challenging in terms of technicality. Is that so? Well, during stir-frying, one must consider the heat and temperature, as well as the varying concentrations and ratios of seasonings, which often leads to the inability to rely solely on recipes. Many recipes merely suggest a moderate amount of sugar or salt, reflecting the inherent differences among condiments. Additionally, individual palates vary. Some prefer spicy dishes while others do not, making the term moderate a subjective guideline open to personal adjustment. In contrast, the process of crafting desserts does not entail similar concerns. Does it not? Unlike ordinary dishes, the flavorings in desserts have essentially become integral components, such as cream and condensed milk. Rather than pondering the ambiguous ratios of cream and condensed milk, it is far better to utilize higher quality ingredients. For instance, when preparing a fruit salad, it is wiser to select fresher, more delectable fruits rather than overthinking the proportions of various fruits. Lin Ku playfully blinked his deep purple eyes, acknowledging that the high cost of certain desserts is attributed to the premium ingredients and the intricate preparation processes involved. However, fufu. Many steps in dessert making are primarily aimed at presenting visual appeal, with little effect on the inherent flavor of the ingredients. Yet if one desires to enhance the aesthetics, it must surely be for the better, right? Fu Ning Na nodded thoughtfully. Naturally, just like with young women, despite similar qualities in other aspects, those who are aesthetically pleasing tend to garner more admiration. Lin Ku, you're not a superficial person, are you? Fu Ning Na pouted her rosy lips. The man smirked, leaning down to nuzzle Fu Ning Na's delicate cheek with his nose. What's wrong? Feeling guilty? As she felt his warm breath brushing against her skin, Fu Ning Na's cheeks inevitably flushed with a rosy hue. My lady Fu Ning Na, you are being somewhat unreasonable. Fu Ning Na adorably shrank her little head. Speaking in a pitiful tone, I understand your predicament. The smile on the man's face deepened. My lady Fu Ning Na, I merely wish to express that even if I claim not to be superficial, no one would believe me. Why not? Because my lady Fu Ning Na is the most charming girl in the world. With you by my side, my denial of being superficial lacks any credibility. Fu Ning Na's small face turned as red as a ripe apple, her heart racing incessantly, and her delicate body softened, causing her to squat on the small stool. You incorrigible Lin Ku, how shamelessly sweet-talking. My lady Fu Ning Na, there will be even more flattery awaiting you in the future. You naughty rascal. Fu Ning Na blushed and covered her burning face with both hands. You always tease me. My mind is going to become strange. Taking out a bag of chicken wings, he first made incisions, 3 horizontal cuts on one side and 1 vertical cut on the other, facilitating flavor absorption and ensuring the wings cook more evenly. Afterward, he soaked them in water to wash away the blood, then drained them, ensuring no moisture remained to prevent oil splatter during frying. He marinated the wings with scallions, ginger, garlic, and cooking wine, and in another large bowl, he mixed the coating flour and eggs, stirring until well combined. Then added a suitable amount of oil for further mixing before marinating the wings. It is crucial that the batter is not too runny. Otherwise, the wings will not hold the coating. Using low heat with oil at 50% temperature, he first set the wings to firm up, then fried them on high heat for a crispier texture. After the oil temperature rose, he fried them a second time to enhance the flavor. Considering Fu's lack of experience with fire control and oil management, Lin Ku only allowed her to partake in the simpler marinating tasks. Yet, It was evident that the little fool was still quite enthusiastic and felt greatly involved. With each small task she learned, Lady Fu Ning Na might soon become a remarkable chef herself. After completing the fried chicken wings, Lin Ku prepared a 4-flavor pizza and then mixed a refreshing passion fruit juice. That's enough? Just the two of us. We need not prepare too much. Fu Ning Na swallowed her saliva, marveling at Lin Ku's culinary prowess, feeling as though he could do anything. Is this sufficient? Do we not need to make anything else? Lin Ku blinked his profound eyes, aware that today was a special occasion and he had prepared several expensive ingredients. Making too much would only lead to waste. Wouldn't it? If there are leftovers, we could either discard them or feed them to the pets, he stated matter-of-factly. No, no. Fu Ning Na quickly shook her little head, insisting that food made with effort and time must be enjoyed thoroughly. Then I shall heed your wishes. Lin Kiskiviko smerit. But reminded her not to force herself if she couldn't finish it. Excess food would not only be detrimental to her digestion, but could also lead to weight gain. Yet, it is hardly my fault for making such delicious food, Fu Ning Na huffed lightly. The two laughed together as they carried the prepared food and drinks to the dining area, removing their aprons and chef hats, enjoying their meal while conversing. Lin Ku, did you see the performance at the Opera yesterday? No, the winter performance evaluations have commenced, and I spent yesterday verifying various accounts at the embassy, Lin Ku replied, casually, although the truth was that Monica organized the documents and simply handed them to him for signatures. I see. That is quite unfortunate. It seems you rarely visit the Opera. Do you not enjoy watching plays? Not that I dislike them, Lin Ku pondered. He had been quite busy with work, and, though he occasionally wished to watch a play, he ultimately found no one to accompany him, leading to missed opportunities. But don't you have many friends? Fu Ning Na asked curiously, noting that Na Wei and Kaluo Lin seem to have good relations with him. They are indeed pleasant, but it feels somewhat odd for a man and woman to attend a play together. Lin Ku blinked his profound purple eyes, explaining that he was not afraid of crossing boundaries in relationships, but since he already had someone he liked, it was best not to disturb others. After all that, could it be that you simply cannot find anyone to accompany you? Then, dear Lady Fu Ning Na, would you be so kind as to take your humble servant along the next time you visit the Opera? Oh, absolutely. I promise to take you with me next time. Fu Ning Na couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ku, I must tell you, the play I watched yesterday was particularly intriguing. What was it about? Lin Ku listened intently. He had little interest in plays themselves, but was deeply engaged in the process of Fu Ning Na recounting the story. It could be described as a tale of a good man's downfall, I suppose. That sounds rather interesting. At the start of the story, the male protagonist is diligent in his work, holding a well-paying job, while his wife is frugal and manages the household. Their shared dream is to purchase a home in Fengdan Ting and eventually have children to support their education. The husband works as a clerk in the judicial court, while the wife handles domestic duties and takes on small craft projects to supplement their income. Though their life is challenging, they find happiness and fulfillment. However, the husband has a habit of purchasing a small number of lottery tickets every month when he receives his salary, although his wife disapproves of this expenditure. As he manages his spending well and does not buy excessively, she allows him to indulge in this minor hobby. The turning point of the play occurs on a bright morning when the husband's lottery ticket wins a jackpot of 20 million mora. He immediately shares this joyous news with his wife and subsequently resigns from his demanding job. They excitedly discuss how to allocate their newfound wealth, dreaming of a carefree and blissful life ahead. With this newfound wealth, the husband no longer needed to work, and the wife could also ease her burdens. They moved into a spacious and bright house, spending their days in each other's company. However, their decline began. The relationship that once thrived on mutual affection and understanding gradually turned sour. Whenever the wife faltered in any respect, the husband would lash out with harsh words, and the wife, no longer willing to endure, retaliated with equal fury. In the story's climax, the husband prepared a dinner, poisoning his wife's meal with the intent to eliminate her and claim her fortune. Yet, just as he believed he had succeeded, he discovered that she had already added a lethal chronic poison to his drink. The once loving couple ultimately perished in their mutual hatred. FNNGN sighed in dismay. Shared hardships are difficult, and shared joys are equally challenging. L&K smiled helplessly, acknowledging the classic nature of the script. The success of such a drama largely relies on the actor's ability to interpret their roles. However, L&K, I believe some of the plot has its merits, she asserted. What merits? He inquired. For instance, spouses should not be overly attached and must maintain a sense of distance. And indeed, men ought to have a job. Not necessarily, L&K countered. Work is often pursued for the sake of supporting a family. If one has a stable economic foundation, it is understandable to choose not to work. He expressed his viewpoint, noting that few people genuinely love their jobs, and who would willingly face their boss's displeasure if it weren't for the sake of providing for their families. What's understandable about that? Isn't it just laziness? FNNGN rolled her eyes in annoyance. If a man doesn't work, doesn't that mean he would just laze around all day? The mere thought of such a slothful demeanor infuriates me. Suddenly, L&K's expression stiffened as a thought struck him. Even if the financial issues are resolved, one cannot simply indulge in personal pleasures. If everyone ceased to work, wouldn't society descend into chaos? FNNGN raised her delicate eyebrows, seemingly suggesting that L&K's awareness was still lacking. L&K smirked, recalling her frequent visits to the opera house and her leisurely strolls with the dog. All right, I know your work is demanding, he conceded. FNNGN noticed L&K's peculiar expression and assumed he was recalling some unpleasant work-related incidents. The young lady rose from her seat, affectionately rubbing against L&K's arm. Rest assured, L&K, you can focus on your work, and I will take care of matters at home. If you encounter anything joyful or distressing at work, you can share it with me. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with longing, as if she envisioned a life of mutual support and reliance, akin to that of the couple in the play. L&K opened his mouth, wishing to speak, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Just as he resigned himself to a sigh, the girl unexpectedly stood on her toes, and her warm breath brushed against his face. Experiencing the sweet kiss from this adorable girl, L&K felt a delightful, tingling sensation throughout his body, his previous frustrations dissipating entirely. Isn't it just work? Work is work. FNNGN's words are truth. I shall seek employment tomorrow, he declared. Indeed, L&K replied meaningfully. I understand. I completely understand. FNNGN, observing his triumphant expression, playfully raised her delicate fist and lightly tapped him, then wrapped her arms around him, burying her little head in his embrace, revealing only her rosy ears. You silly L&K, you've forgotten something important? Huh? What have I forgotten this time? L&K gently held the little one in his arms, scratching his head in confusion. I feel as though I haven't forgotten anything. You forgetful fool. Must I remind you? Apologies, FNNGN. I am truly dim-witted. Please enlighten me. Don't you remember? We were supposed to cook dinner together tonight. FNNGN's voice dwindled, her shyness rendering her nearly speechless. L&K exhaled deeply, lifting FNNGN's limp form into his arms, and then, with exaggerated enthusiasm, he playfully nibbled on her delicate porcelain-like face. How can one be so adorable? How is one to maintain their composure? Chapter 67. Flowers in the wasteland as dawn broke. Golden sunlight graced L&K's handsome visage. Knock, knock, knock. Elinka, rise and shine for breakfast, or you'll be late for work. The familiar voice echoed from outside the door. L&K opened his deep purple eyes, momentarily stunned before quickly regaining his composure. I'm coming. I'll be up shortly. After brushing his teeth and grooming himself in a crisp suit, L&K made his way to the dining area. The square table was already set with breakfast, a plate of macaroni with beef sauce, a dish of peeled and sliced peaches, and a glass of warm milk. FNNGN stood at the table, donning a blue and white apron adorned with cartoon jellyfish, hands on her hips, exuding an air of pride, as if awaiting praise. Lazybones, hurry and enjoy your breakfast while it's hot. L&K couldn't help but smile, taking the fork FNNGN offered and digging into the macaroni heartily. How is it? Delicious. I told you my pasta skills are top-notch. FNNGN beamed as she watched him eat, resting her chin on her hands. her face alight with joy. Shall I accompany you to work later? No, no need. L.N.K. quickly shook his head. If you come, my colleagues will surely be nervous. Then be careful on your way. I have some matters to attend to as well. Let us cook dinner together later. F.N.N.G.N.'s cheeks flushed slightly. All right. L.N.K. nodded earnestly. What would you like for dinner? You decide, she replied, noticing L.N.K. had nearly finished eating. She took a napkin and gently wiped the corner of his mouth. Should I pick you up later? L.N.K. blinked his expressive purple eyes. No need, F.N.N.G.N. said, snuggling closer to him. There are still many issues at the theater, and once I finish adjusting everything for the performance, I'll ensure you have the best seat. F.N.N.G.N. understood well that L.N.K.'s standards were exceedingly high. With regards to food or any other art form, he possessed an almost perfectionist approach. She had refrained from expressing this before, out of deference to her. To L.N.K., attending a mediocre play was akin to watching a dog consume refuse. Very well, if F.N.N.G.N. requires anything, please do let me know, L.N.K. nodded, choosing not to press the issue. It was evident that F.N.N.G.N. didn't want him to witness the play, likely because she was dissatisfied with the theater's issues. Theater was F.N.N.G.N.'s forte, and as an artist, she could not bear to present a play riddled with flaws to the audience. L.N.K. loved F.N.N.G.N. dearly. He recognized that excessive control would hinder their relationship. If she wished for him not to intervene, he would support her quietly from behind, feigning to grab his briefcase. L.N.K. prepared to leave, but upon seeing F.N.N.G.N. tidying the table, he was struck by another thought. A smile broke across his face as he poured himself a glass of water to rinse his mouth, then carefully embraced the charming girl from behind. Oh, L.N.K., what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be going to work? F.N.N.G.N.'s cheeks flushed again. Be careful not to be late, or your boss might fire you. He murmured, kissing her soft face, causing her to let out a sweet sound. In that moment, her strength seemed to drain away, and she melted into his embrace. Thank you, F.N.N.G.N., for the breakfast. The villain has finally remembered. Should I forget again next time? Interest will surely be due. Clad in the suit meticulously arranged by F.N.N.G.N., Link stepped out of his home. He paused in silence for a moment before proceeding towards the embassy. Although currently on suspension, the individual who replaced Link as the ambassador was none other than his former secretary. Given Link's stature, visiting the embassy for a cup of coffee and passing the time was certainly permissible. He contemplated that there was no need for him to seek employment deliberately. Perhaps one day F would decide that having a man at home was preferable. Navigating through the streets, guided by memory, he turned several corners until the familiar opulent building came into view. As the highest institution representing HD-ing in FNGD-N, the embassy safeguarded HD-ing's interests in FNGD-N and was responsible for nurturing the bilateral economic and cultural relations, endowed with considerable diplomatic privileges. To put it plainly, Link's primary duty was to clean up the mess left behind by the foolish individuals under Al-Q. It was his responsibility to soothe grievances and compensate as necessary. Until Her Majesty issued the latest orders, Link and Al-Q remained on standby in FNGDN. Pushing open the grand door, he entered the embassy. Lord Link? Good morning, Lord Link. Thank you all for your hard work. Please continue with your tasks. No need to mind me. But, my lord, aren't you on suspension? Sure. Lord Link must have his reasons for doing things. We lowly individuals should not presume to speculate. Casually greeting his subordinates, Link made his way to his office, turned the doorknob, and stepped inside. The office had undergone a complete transformation. Previously, he had removed all photographs and artifacts related to FNNGN to furnish his new home. The once crowded display cabinet was now devoid of its contents. However, it now overflowed with new items. Various photographs adorned the frames. Yet the man in each was the same, delivering speeches under the spotlight, meeting leaders with poise, posing at award ceremonies, and even one where he stood on the stage of the Opera de l'Europe, stepping on a cross. The grand oil painting of the capital of ZHD-ing that had hung behind the desk had been replaced with a large poster of an ice dragon. Monica sat there, stunned, clutching a small pillow emblazoned with Link's likeness. Lord Link? suddenly realizing something. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly concealed the pillow behind her back. Yet, glancing around, she noticed the room was filled with memorabilia of Link, leaving her feeling thoroughly exposed. "Where did you acquire these items?" "I had them custom-made," Monica replied, using the pillow to shield her face, utterly embarrassed to face her former superior. "Custom-made? Doesn't that constitute infringement?" Previously, it indeed did, but the boss later stated that a significant figure altered the law. If it is for personal use, it is permissible. Link's expression contorted. Personal use? What notion? "Monica, this office is a workplace. Is it appropriate to adorn it with such personal items? It seems rather undignified." "Not at all. Lord Link, since these items have been added, I feel more motivated at work. When Lord Alcu arrives to issue the formal orders, he didn't object, and everyone else thinks it's wonderful." "Monica," Link said sternly, "morality is termed as such because it is for oneself, not for others. Does the majority represent justice? Does societal recognition equate to correctness? Do you truly believe it fitting to display these items in a professional setting?" "I find it exceedingly fitting," Monica affirmed, her cheeks flushed. The fulfillment of spirit and the refinement of moral character are not inherently conflicting. While the authority of the law must not be transgressed, personal preferences can flourish without causing adverse societal impacts. Every citizen of FNGD has the right to pursue their passions, be it in science or technology. What nonsense is this? You have displayed FNGN's materials. Why can't I? Link stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words as he gazed at the aggrieved girl in the office chair. Taking a deep breath, he pondered for a moment before sincerely advising, "Monica, should your future boyfriend see these items, it would surely trouble him. And if it troubles him, so be it. We could part ways if necessary," Monica replied matter-of-factly. "If someone wishes to be my boyfriend, they must accept my interests, and in return, I shall endeavor to embrace theirs." "What sort of interest is this?" "Fandom," Monica exclaimed, rising from her seat with excitement. "And I'm not just a fan of some inconsequential pretty boy. Lord Link, I am your admirer. You are truly remarkable, shouldering all blame and acting in the name of justice. When you descended from the Op-Ra to El Euro Peak, it was breathtaking. Those ungrateful citizens of FNGD dared to question your righteousness. How short-sighted they are. I knew that whatever you did, there was surely a reason behind it." "Monica, you misunderstand. I truly did not contemplate it deeply. I merely felt it was necessary to stand up at that moment. Moreover, my actions were a clear dereliction of duty, and Her Majesty has requested I engage in profound reflection." "Lord Link, you are far too humble. You need not speak so." Monica's eyes shimmered with tears. "Do not be disheartened. I believe Her Majesty's approach is one of just punishment and reward, allowing you to recuperate for half a year. And if you find yourself lacking in year-end salary, simply charge your expenses to the embassy. And what if there's a deficit? Fear not. Should there be a deficit, I shall devise a solution," Monica declared, thumping her chest. "Lord Link, you may rest easy with FNGN. Should any difficulties arise, leave them to me. I shall resolve them." Link's handsome features twisted in distress. "Monica, since you are aware that my affections lie with FNGN, why you choose to be my fan?" Monica scratched her head. "Lord Link, you are my idol. But that does not conflict with my fondness for you and FNGN." Link paused, taken aback. "Monica, when you admire someone, do you not wish to be with them?" "Of course. But, Lord Link, I understand that it is impossible," Monica shrugged. "I possess self-awareness, since it is unattainable. There is no need to yearn for it. My moral principles do not allow me to be a third party. And I am acutely aware that your bond with FNGN cannot accommodate anyone else. Rather than striving for a disastrous outcome, it is better to fulfill my own responsibilities and remain a quiet observer. Besides, I am still quite young." Monica chuckled ruefully, scratching her head. "In youth, one is often filled with ideals, aspiring to do what they desire. Yet, people inevitably change, perhaps as I grow older. Love and ideals will lose their significance in my heart. By then, I shall likely alter these interests and seek to marry a stable, good man." Link stood motionless, gazing at the current Monica, and felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this still the girl who once radiated brilliance, proud and unyielding? Since childhood, My family has praised me as a genius. From birth until now, I have consistently ranked first in various assessments and examinations. I have always perceived myself as exceptional, a child of destiny, believing that with diligence, anything is achievable. Lord Link, I once truly felt that you were my only confidant in this world, and I regarded you as a constant source of inspiration. Your resilience, erudition, fearlessness, and elegance render you the closest to perfection among all whom I have encountered. Yet recent events have illuminated the truth that even someone as flawless as you has limitations. I have endeavored to see through your eyes, finding myself ensnared in a deadlock, unable to conceive a way forward. This sensation of powerlessness is one I have never before experienced in my life. I detest this feeling, loathing my inability to act. Yet I deeply comprehend that there exist challenges in this world that I cannot surmount, and perhaps tomorrow or the day after, I will be confronted with them. I suddenly realize that the distinction between genius and commoner is negligible. In the eyes of the divine, we are all pitiable pawns. However, you have illuminated a path for me. When genius finds itself in dire straits, it can still struggle like any ordinary individual. True nobility does not derive pleasure from oppressing the weak. The flowers that bloom amidst desolation epitomize ultimate grace. Chapter 68. A tender moment, Lord Link, if you truly disapprove. I shall tidy up these items. Monica bit her lip, regretting any discomfort she may have caused you, feeling she had let you down. After a moment of silence, Link waved his hand, saying, Monica, you know your limits. I am no longer your superior, nor do I have the right to impose demands upon you. However, I trust you are wise. Having worked under my guidance for so long, you should understand the essence of my character. I shall refrain from uttering harsh words. Simply manage yourself and do not overstep. I understand. Monica nodded obediently. Lord Link, is there a reason for your visit to the embassy today? Did you forget something here? Nothing in particular. I merely came to sit for a while, Link replied thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Lady Fonina believes that a man should have a job. Idleness is not an option, so I thought I might see if there is something to occupy my time. Link's expression soured as he added, Monica, why are you laughing? Am I amusing? No, not at all. I merely recalled something humorous. Monica quickly waved her hands, suppressing her smile. You truly indulge, Lady Fonina. A person who habitually shirks work has shown up, yet I cannot help but find this amusing. Lord Link, do you have any specific expectations regarding work? Monica assumed a serious demeanor, promptly shifting the topic. There are no designated working hours, no overtime, and no need to cater to a boss's whims. You can arrange tasks at your discretion in a serene and comfortable environment. Monica, you are now the director of the Jidong Embassy. Every action and expression reflects the image of Jidong. Manage your demeanor and emotions. Apologies, Lord Link. Monica reflected on all the sorrowful moments she had encountered in her life, clasped her hands, and bowed towards Jidong's direction. But, Lord Link, your expectations seem somewhat unrealistic. Have you forgotten how you managed us when you were the director? If there were an employee who preferred idleness, you would surely have dismissed them, wouldn't you? Of course, I am aware of that, Link replied, rolling his eyes at Monica. Have you ever heard of the triangle principle? The triangle principle? Monica scratched her head in confusion. 3 elements. Choose 2 and leave 1. I only recall the gaming triangle principle involving intellect, finances, and experience. I have yet to hear of a triangle principle for employment. Compensation, social status, and job responsibilities. Link explained gently. When personal conditions impose limitations, there exists a trade-off among these 3. It is merely a matter of choosing one and sacrificing the other 2. You can forego social status to engage in high-intensity work for higher compensation, like civil engineering or caregiving. You can undertake demanding jobs, relinquishing high pay for elevated social status, like teaching or medicine, or you can forsake high compensation and social standing for lighter tasks. Lord Link, does this mean you have no expectations regarding social standing or compensation? Correct. I only require that the tasks be manageable. So, are you planning to become a security guard? Monica forcibly restrained her laughter, asking with utmost seriousness. Link's expression stiffened. He struggled to maintain composure. What manner of person am I? The foremost heir of the Morgan family. The envoy appointed by the Queen of Jidong. The former god of justice of the Fontaine Water Nation. You suggest I become a security guard? Lord Link. Monica chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps we should reconsider this. While I wish to find a suitable reason for you, it seems that becoming a security guard is not quite right. Link was left speechless by her words. You make it sound as if I desire to be a security guard. Monica, have you never heard of freelancers? Oh, those idlers. Oh no, it seems I have recalled something rather significant. Monica hastily shook her head. Lord Link, what do you intend to do? Lord Link, you can paint. Is that so surprising? I began my military career in reconnaissance and certainly mastered surveying skills. You truly are capable of anything. From this moment forth, I shall serve as a specially appointed artist collaborating with the embassy. This card contains 300 million mora for every piece I create. You will spend 10 million to acquire it as my remuneration. Monica gazed speechlessly at the card she held, recognizing the lengths to which she had gone to appease Lady Funina. Also, Monica, please prepare a room for me to use as a studio. Understood. Monica nodded. Do you have any specific requirements for the studio? It should be sunlit, well-ventilated, and please move that sofa over there. Link pointed to a recliner in the corner of the office. All right. After purchasing ingredients for dinner, I contemplated the rising temperatures and decided to acquire some materials for making ice cream. Ding dong. To Link's surprise, the visitor was not Lady Funina, but a tall, cool woman with striking purple hair. Miss A-Lin, clad in the uniform of the Shadow Court, exuded an air of elegance, though at that moment, she struggled with a large suitcase and a hefty backpack. Good afternoon, Miss A-Lin, Link said awkwardly, stepping back to allow her entry. I apologize for the earlier incident. It is of no consequence. Besides, you were considerate at the time, A-Lin replied, a hint of resignation and bittersweetness gracing her otherwise stoic expression. Had you employed the power of the water god's judgment rather than the primordial ocean, I fear I would not be standing here. Taking a deep breath, A-Lin felt no regret for her past actions. She had chosen what she deemed the most rational course under the circumstances. However, rationality does not equate to correctness. A-Lin set down her suitcase, gazed deeply at Link, and then sincerely bowed, expressing, Mr. Link, it is I who should apologize truly. I am immensely grateful to you for standing beside Lady Funina at that time. Lady Funina has done so much for Fontaine, and I find myself deeply remorseful. A-Lin lowered her proud head in contrition. Link offered a wry smile as he helped A-Lin to her feet. Miss A-Lin, like you, I merely did what was right. The sun is quite strong outside. Please come inside for a moment. By the way, what are these packages? These are items that Lady Funina left at Ing Palace, such as pillows and blankets. She contacted me this morning, and I organized them to bring them here. Thank you for making the trip personally. I truly appreciate it. Link poured A-Lin a glass of water, suddenly recalling the multitude of materials that Monica had gathered. Miss A-Lin, I have some legal inquiries that I would like to discuss with you, if it is convenient. I wish to know whether it is illegal to imprint someone else's likeness on everyday items without their consent. Is it considered a commercial transaction? Yes, but is done in a custom-made manner. Well, in principle, it is illegal, but the actual enforcement depends on the specific circumstances. If the seller is not offering a finished product, but rather engaging in a form of processing service, charging for labor, then it is indeed possible to exploit a legal loophole. Is prior consent not required? Mr. Lin Ku, such matters are quite common, primarily depending on whether you wish to pursue them. Miss A-Lin pondered for a moment. Has your likeness been pirated? It has, but what puzzles me is that they previously claimed it was forbidden, yet later stated it was permissible, citing that a prominent figure altered the law. The matters concerning this law are not under my jurisdiction, but if you need assistance, I can inquire about it later. Previously, amending the law required the consent of Lord Naiwei Lai Te and a signature from Lady Fu Ningna. As for the present, it is entirely under Lord Naiwei Lai Te's authority. I appreciate your help, Miss A-Lin. Lin nodded and suddenly recalled something. Is it necessary to obtain Lord Naiwei Lai Te's consent and Lady Fu Ningna's signature? Lin looked curiously at the several luggage bags beside Miss A-Lin. Thank you for the refreshing tea. I must attend to official business, so I shall take my leave. Miss A-Lin let out a sigh. Travel safely, Miss A-Lin. You need not see me off. After bidding farewell to Miss A-Lin, Lin approached the luggage with a sense of suspicion. though it is extremely inappropriate to rummage through another's belongings without permission. The shape of the bag felt eerily familiar. Is this a pillow? However, it seems to measure an impressive 1.8 meters in length, which is quite peculiar. Taking a deep breath, Lin cautiously turned to ensure no one was around before he crouched down, discreetly grasping the zipper of the bag and slowly pulling it open. Finally home, what a relief. Dressed in a formal blue suit, Lady Fu Ning Na held a sunshade, drenched in sweat due to the sweltering heat. This is unbearable. Wearing a suit in such hot weather is truly tormenting, yet not wearing one seems too informal. Ding dong. Lin Ku, hurry and open the door. Coming. As the door swung open, the tall figure of a man appeared. Lin Ku's lips curled into a smile. He stepped back slightly, bowed gently. One hand placed over his chest, while the other gestured invitingly toward the interior, executing a most courteous gesture. Lady Fu Ning Na nodded slightly, tapping her sunshade on the ground like a cane, and gracefully stepped inside, akin to a grand star making an entrance. Gently closing the door, Lin Ku took the sunshade from Lady Fu Ning Na and placed it aside, then kindly helped her remove her suit jacket, hanging it on a nearby coat rack. Lin Ku, you resemble a butler. Lady Fu Ning Na chuckled at Lin Ku's professional demeanor in serving her. As he retrieved her slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them on the floor, Lin Ku smiled resignedly, his lips lifting slightly as he bent down, bringing his handsome face close to Lady Fu Ning Na's. "W, what are you doing?" Lady Fu Ning Na's cheeks flushed. It was already quite evident. "Lady Fu Ning Na, please take another look at my face." Lady Fu Ning Na paused, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Ku's face, which was now mere inches away. Handsome, yet imposing, with an alluring charm that harbored a hint of coldness. His prominent brows, deep-set eyes, straight nose, and sensual lips exuded an unintentional tenderness and affection, enhancing his captivating elegance. Thump, thump, thump. Lady Fu Ning Na felt her heartbeat quicken, her breath growing shallow, nearly entranced by the man's stunning visage. Why does he seem even more handsome? Oh, if he is this good-looking, will others think I am infatuated with appearances? What is the matter? Haven't you always looked like this? Lady Fu Ning Na swallowed hard in secret, her voice tinged with shyness. The man smiled, pressing his forehead against Lady Fu Ning Na's, blinking his deep purple eyes, then gently blowing warm breath against her delicate cheek. Could it be? Lady Fu Ning Na's cheeks grew increasingly flushed, and for a moment she felt her legs weaken, trembling as she closed her beautiful eyes, gently rising on her toes and pouting her soft pink lips.